This young man's name is Mu Zihian. In his previous life, he died a sudden death from surging Qin blood, a result of jacking off too much. In this life, he transmigrated to a cultivation world, becoming a disciple of the Duanju sect. Thanks to his innate talent and the Duanju great art cultivation technique, he reached the highest realm in the world. Just when he thought he could finally indulge in pleasure, turns out life was nothing but a fleeting dream. He was then collectively sucked dry by the heavenly Dao. Finally, he was literally drained to death. He thought everything had ended there, but no. He transmigrated to the cultivation world once more, becoming a degenerate cannon fodder. Relying on the Duanju cultivation technique from his previous life, this time he decided to dual cultivate with the girls originally destined for the male lead to defeat the protagonist, but he never expected that they were actually the protagonists. Mu Zihian, male, 30 years old, at the age of becoming a true wizard. After working for 72 consecutive hours and watching some precious sports training videos, his qia and blood surged, leading to his death. The petite Mu Zihian, sitting in a woman's lap, playfully said, "You might not believe it, but what I just said was about my past life. I don't know why I transmigrated here." His master replied, "Those things don't matter, my magic can sense it." He chuckled in agreement. "Exactly. Other worlds are truly convenient," his master continued. "I thought I'd be sealed here forever by the combined major sects, never to meet another living soul. But perhaps divine protection sent you to accompany me." She then gently smiled and suggested, "Meeting is fate, why not take me as your master? I'll impart all the secret arts of the Duanju sect to you," Mu Zihian vaguely asked. "Duanju," his master explained. "It's the name of the sect I founded." Her eyes, looking down at Mu Zihian, glowed with the red light of ambition. She continued, "I can also tell you're a rare talent, unlike any seen before." As soon as she finished speaking, his master changed her demeanor, caressing Mu Zihian's cheek and saying, "The future of the Duanju sect relies on you for its revival, but for now, you just need to learn your lessons from Master daily." And after that, there was a tremendous transformation of power. Mu Zihian continued his narration. "My master and I cultivated within the seal. Just like that, 10 years passed. Then, one day, my master, he knelt in a room, confessing, Master, you imparted all the knowledge and practices of the Duanju sect to me, but why did you disappear? For half a year you haven't appeared again. Were you assassinated by someone, or did you run off to chase handsome men, or did you just not want to see me anymore and fled?" He boldly declared with determined resolve. "Well then, after Master vanished, the seal was also lifted. Your disciple should also descend the mountain and venture out into the world. Perhaps when your disciple revives the Duanju sect, we'll meet again, right?" Just like that, Mu Zihian descended the mountain as his master's only male disciple, carrying the flame of the Duanju sect back into the world. Unlike his previous life, which ended as a worn-out civil servant, his body in this life possessed an innate talent even stronger than the protagonists. After completing 999 friendly exchanges with myriad beings, I reached the highest realm in the world, the Dao Assimilation realm. Dao assimilation is when a cultivator fully comprehends a Dao and achieves great enlightenment, thereby integrating with the human Dao. Most cultivators aiming for the Daoyo assimilation realm usually choose the heavenly Daoyo, which is the will of the world. If bestowed with the aura of the heavenly Dao, they can even become sons of destiny in the eyes of the world, but not Mu Zihian. Based on the Duanju cultivation method taught by his master, Mu Zihian created a completely different path, the Dao of insertion. Currently, the world reveres him as the insertion Dao ancestor. Outside, some people were holding weapons and cursing at Mu Zihian. "So you're that demoness's disciple?" As expected, the evil demonic path can only teach more evil demonic path. "Our whole family, old and young, has been harassed by this scoundrel. Doing things against the heavenly Daoyo like this, you're definitely not going to have a good end." Of course, spreading the Dao widely always comes with a few minor clashes. He stepped out with a radiant smile, explaining, Everyone, all those who cultivated with me were willing partners. I never forced anyone, so how could it be an evil path?" His face, still smiling, emanated killing intent as he said, "Instead of being angry, you should join the Duanju sect and learn how to make others happy. If you genuinely repent, we can all advance together on my Dao of insertion." Hearing Mu Zihian's invitation only enraged them further. They roared, "We've never seen such a shameless bastard like you!" Mu Zihian shot into the sky, crossed his arms, and coldly stated, "Master, it's really not that I can't fulfill your request, but they are just too detestable. You can't blame me." Suddenly, A rift appeared in the middle of the sky. The crack just kept getting bigger and bigger. Mu Jian sneered. All the mortal sects are under my control? You finally couldn't sit still anymore, huh? Heavens Dalio. A girl with a white glow emitting from her body appeared in the middle of that cosmic black hole. She responded, Submit to me, Mu Jian. That's the path you should be taking in this world. He flatly refused. You're worried that this master's assassination Dao will threaten your existence. What a petty world will, I'll pass on following your heavenly Dao. The girl was silent. But then 3 orbs of energy with different colors appeared. Cyan, violet, and electric blue. She commanded. Chosen ones, correct this evil path. With that, the 3 orbs transformed into girls, each harboring a mysterious power. Jian was attacked one after another. The battle with the heavenly Dao lasted for 100 days and nights. Finally, Jian, exhausted, was surrounded. The girl decided to ready her bow and arrow, preparing to fire a shot that would completely take Zihian down. That arrow flew towards him incredibly fast. Surrounded by a stream of white-pink ki, it flew straight into Jian's heart. He had already lost both arms, and his body was extremely weak. He weakly said, Sorry, master. Our assassination Dao ends here. His master appeared right behind him. Is that so? He suddenly called out. Master. His master comforted Jian. What you've done in this life is already enough. His master rescued Jian, taking him away from that place. The people of the heavenly Dao angrily threatened, You can't escape. No matter where you go, I will find you. A flash of light burst forth. Jian groggily saw the courtesans in front of him panicking and shouting, We're screwed! Young Master Mu is out of breath. But he wanted to try out his type of play, so it's not our fault. Don't panic. There's breath. He's awake. He frowned in confusion. Seeing this, the courtesans smiled awkwardly and said, Young Master Mu, you really scared us. You really looked like you weren't breathing. If there's nothing wrong, young Master Mu, would you like to enjoy a few more rounds? We even have a special discount for you. Jian dazedly sat up, realizing, Where am I? He looked around, wondering. I transmigrated again, but this location is a bit delicate. The courtesans surrounded him, showering him with flattery. Young Master Mud, you really scared us to death. It's good that nothing happened. If something really happened to you, we wouldn't be able to recover. Say something. Young Master Mud is so dashing. How could he be defeated by a few little girls like us? He didn't seem to care about the flattery, just frowning as he thought to himself. This time, I reincarnated into the body of an adult. This body is way too weak. The girls quickly crawled to Mu Jian, each with a fawning smile. Young Master Mu, if the intensity was too much for you just now, we can adjust it a bit. Trust us, we're very professional. We've already grasped young Master Mu's level. Suddenly, a stream of orange ki flew into his head, and the original owner's memories flooded in. The original owner of this body is also named Mu Jian, the only second son of the Mushuan family in Tianshuan City. As he thought, he imagined Qian as just a piece of paper that could be squeezed dry of silver. But all he did all day was indulge in beauty, never cultivated, completely a brothel ATM, causing him to die of exhaustion at the young age of 18, dead in the arms of beauties. The girls of the brothel were all dressed seductively, charmingly. Jihan glared at them, a murderous aura emanating from his eyes. I cultivate the assassination Dao. I need to temper both body and mind so that they can completely support each other. Shallow distractions like money and beauty have no effect on my assassination Dao. Suddenly, Jian stood up abruptly, and the 3 girls were flustered and worried. His expression darkened with killing intent. He glared at them, a scheming smile revealing itself as he said coldly, Then it should end soon. Before he could even react, he face-planted onto the bed. The girls from the pleasure house were all clueless. The fall made Mu Jian's nose bleed, and he muttered to himself, I toiled for 1,000,000 miles in my past life, but I ended up in such a weak body this time around. He realized with annoyance, Sure enough, my condition here is terrible. It can only be described as riddled with 1,000 wounds. This body I just snatched from death's door is completely incapable of standing. One of the courtesans covered her mouth and giggled. Young Master Musha, if you're really tired today, then perhaps. He saw those expressions. Mu Jian couldn't keep calm anymore, secretly channeling his energy into his hand. So I really am being looked down upon. How am I supposed to get it up? And there's 3 of them. This thing is enough. He surged up, making all 3 of them cower in fear. Mu Jian flipped them off the bed with one hand. They fell to the floor, trembling and crying. Since when did young Master Mu we submit to you? He immediately turned around and walked away. He sneered, looking quite scary. Speaking of which, What did the Tao of Heaven mean when it told me that before my master sent me here? Could it be that the Tao of Heaven can even cross dimensions to find enemies? Just like that, it wants to erase me? With this body, I'm no match for a duck. Too difficult to deal with. An orange circle appeared in front of him. On the circle was a line of text. Acquire awakening knowledge. He laughed and pointed at the text. Haha, it's here. I knew I was missing something in my past life. This panel is exactly what I needed. Mu Jihan smiled and touched it. I used to be a famous patriarch of seduction, so thinking about it, this accessory isn't weak either. He touched the panel, and another line of text appeared. Cannon fodder character position. He was a little wary, but he wondered to himself, according to the novels and comics that were everywhere when I first transmigrated, shouldn't I be a major villain? Why make me a pawn? The panel displayed information again. Name, Mu Jihan. Position, cannon fodder character. Attribute, villain's friend furnace. He wondered, Attributes appeared. He grumbled. Haha, what Mu Jihan did before really wasn't enough to make him the main character. It's better to see if these two attributes have specific descriptions. The panel displayed, friend of the villain. Level 1 innate ability to strongly attract evil forces, easily attracting the attention of villains. After reading it, he felt even more helpless. One seems to be getting dragged in as cannon fodder. More information was mentioned. Innate level 1 furnace constitution, exquisite body. The refined essence and energy are more compatible with the target of intercourse, the more abundant the effect. A rare constitution. Mu Jihan felt very confused. Why does a supporting character have the attributes of a villain? He frowned and complained to himself, what's the benefit of this accessory? There's no benefit to cultivating myself, it only benefits the other party. It's really humiliating in the villain world. He was serious, and seemed a little annoyed. Wait, in the previous world I lost because I was ganged up on by the Chosen Ones. And the Tao of Heaven won because of numbers. Well, the Chosen One. Analyzed further. But if, in this world, before the Tao of Heaven and the Chosen Ones join forces, I'll secretly pull them all over to my side, making the many people mine. He broke into a demonic smile. And with this innate furnace, combined with the delicate operations of the Patriarch of Seduction, isn't this the best tool for attracting the Chosen Ones? Haha. Mu Jihan strode forward with a confident demeanor. I, Mu Jihan, the owner of the fish pond, welcome all the Chosen Ones to join my fish pond. He turned his head and said words of determination mixed with intimidation. Dapagio of Heaven, this time I will lure away all the believers who originally belonged to this world of yours, leaving no one behind. The weak body he had just acquired spewed out a mouthful of blood. Mu Jihan gently wiped the blood around his mouth and sighed. Ugh. With this body, I can't even last 3 seconds. The urgent matter now is to adjust the body so it will not instantly die on the bed when preaching. Nearby, a sudden loud shout couldn't help but attract Mu Jihan's attention. Miss Bai. Miss Bai, my place doesn't accept female guests. Bai Yaji charged into the pleasure house with fiery momentum. I'm just here to find someone, the madam hurriedly explained tactfully. Ah, if you keep standing here, our business won't be able to continue, Yaji then replied when she saw Mu Jihan also standing there. It's okay, the person I'm looking for has already appeared. Her expression was very angry, frowning, and she said through gritted teeth, So you really are here, Mu Jihan. The madam was anxious. That, young Master Mud? Why are you so fast? It's okay, you've already come out. Although the other party's attitude was obviously not very good, the first thought in the heart of the Patriarch of Seduction, Mu Jihan, still came from instinct. His expression darkened, and he worried. Does this person have fate with me? Mu Jihan tilted his head and thought, Bai Yaji, heavenly profound city, young lady of the Bai family among the 5 great families, honored as the #1 beauty in the city. Bai Yaji frowned and manifested a crystal in her hand, which emitted an ethereal purple energy. Shu Feng closed his eyes, sweating with anxiety. This guy was trying to play her, offering a gift on the surface while plotting a robbery, secretly stalking, and using every villainous trick in the book. Bai Yaji had suffered quite a bit because of him before. No wonder he's a useless character. He doesn't even qualify as a proper villain. See if I can have a friendly chat with her. Mu Jihan trembled and asked, I wonder what this young lady wants from me, huh? Before he could finish speaking, she furiously swung her sword, her face filled with murderous intent, ready to devour him whole. She used all her strength to thrust the sword at Mu Jihan, yelling and cursing, You shameless bastard! As a reflex, Mu Jihan quickly dodged the blade. Contrary to fear, he was rather indifferent. Her emotions are unstable, so first, I'll pretend to be the Mu Jihan she knows, and act panicked. Mu Jihan feigned fear and hurriedly asked, Ms. Bai, "Ah, what did I do to offend you?" Her expression darkened as she coldly replied, "Are you still pretending you don't know?" Yaiji was so annoyed that her eyes welled up, tears threatening to fall. Half a month ago, the Bai family and the Royal Merchant Guild had a significant dispute over business dealings. The Royal Merchant Guild, in collaboration with the Gongsun family, had repeatedly sabotaged the Bai family's business. Competition is fine, but they resorted to despicable tactics. On the way back from Lin City, my father was attacked by a mysterious cultivator, leaving him seriously injured and unconscious. The Bai family was like a snake without a head, and you seized this opportunity, using the Mu family's power to take over all 16 of the Bai family's stores in a single night, forcing me to marry into the Mu family. Bai Yaji was emotional. Bai Ji An felt bad. "Calm down, Miss Bai." Hearing this, a few memories of the past flashed through his mind, making him ponder. Exploiting the opponent's weaknesses and delivering a fatal blow is the original owner's tactic, huh? How about it? Let me remember. If the Bai family collapses, wouldn't Bai Yaji be at your mercy, to do as you please? Gongsun Suan, you're absolutely right. On the surface, he forced a smile. But inside, he wanted to scream, "I learned the bad stuff so fast, and I could even see the Grim Reaper above my head." Yashi's voice trembled with resentment. "You're such a jerk who only knows how to humiliate women. I'd rather die than marry you." He maintained an icy demeanor, indifferent to Yaji's trembling hands. "You're too stressed out." Ms. Bai Yashi's beautiful face showed a hint of reluctance, and there was no trace of murderous intent in her eyes. But Muji An still wanted to play along with Yashi's wishes, first letting her vent her anger a bit. Yashi charged forward with her sword, mercilessly stabbing Muji An in the side of his chest. His face didn't change at all. These petty attacks from this little girl were nothing more than a tickle to a transcending tribulation stage grandmaster. He closed his eyes, accepting the stabs aimed at him. But perhaps he had forgotten something for a moment. "That's right, I momentarily forgot that I'm in a body as pure as a matchstick right now. Getting touched by a sword hurts this much." She was bewildered. "Why aren't you?" He immediately replied, "I know you find it strange why I didn't dodge. I also know that I took advantage of others' misfortunes this time, extinguishing the Bai family's hopes of survival. Even if you kill me today, nothing will change. On the contrary, you will be punished, even lose your life, and the Bai family will fall into even greater danger." She seemed moved by Mujian's words. "So what? The Bai family couldn't be saved anyway. All I can do now is..." Before she could finish, Mujian's added, "No, you are completely capable of doing it." He smiled ingratiatingly, pulling Yaji's hand closer. "Spare my life, and I will have the Musha family stop. On the contrary, I can help the Bai family avoid this." Yakshi immediately shook off his hand, pointing directly and shouting, "Now you're saying you'll help the Bai family?" Muzi An stated clearly. "Miss Bai, I was being used." He elaborated. "The Royal Merchant Guild's collaboration with the Gongsun family can indeed cause a lot of trouble for you, but the reason they came to me to participate in this deal is because they don't have the working capital like the Mu family." While Bai Yashi was still stunned, Muji An added, "On the other hand, as long as you and I stand on the same side, the problem can be easily solved." She noticed something strange in Muji An's words, as if this person had changed. Muji An smiled subtly, pleased with himself. Looking at that expression, it seems like she has calmed down and also noticed that I have changed a bit. She shook her head, dismissing the thought that had just flashed through her mind. "No, what's bred in the bone will come out in the flesh. Isn't he still hanging around in brothels?" He sighed wearily. To have just been carefree in a brothel and then claim to be a hero helping the world, it really makes it hard to believe. Suddenly, he leaned close to Yashi's face and made a proposal. "Of course, Ms. Bai, I need some other reward. I want you." She was startled and panicked. "Mujian, going around in circles, aren't you just wanting me in the end?" Mujian added. The Bai family's meridian opening pill, Yamashi, was surprised. A memory flashed in my mind. The Bai family's meridian opening pill can accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, helping cultivators quickly improve their cultivation. With it in hand, even my current pre-qi condensation body can quickly enter the qi condensation stage, he further explained. "Ms. Bai, don't be surprised, I've recently developed some interest in cultivation," Bai Yashi indifferently replied. "Although the meridian opening pill is very precious, exchanging it for the support of the Mu family is definitely a profitable deal for the Bai family." Her voice was somewhat disappointed. "Okay, I understand. It was just me being sentimental." She coldly turned and left. "I will go see my mother to ask for the meridian opening pill. The rest is up to Mugongzi." Deep down, Mu Jian felt a little pity. Bai Yanji is probably the type of female supporting character, a vase in a novel, forced upon by a villain. Right now, the most important thing is to find the chosen one. Yakshi remembered something and stopped to offer a reminder. I heard that in 3 days you will have a duel with the Yek family's young master, Yeyu, in the Dragonhead Forest. I hope you can get through this. After all, you brought it upon yourself. Hearing this, Jihi-an staggered. He panicked as he recalled those memories. Your duel. This young master agrees. If this young master wins, your fiancé, Bai Yashi, will be mine. Ha ha. His heart tightened as if someone was squeezing it. What kind of death flags did the original owner leave me with? At the Mu residence. Young master, why did you return to the residence so early today? This young master Mu felt a little tired, so I came back early. He saw the wound on the young master's shoulder. Your shoulder? He smiled. It's nothing. Just got injured from playing around too much. Just prepare a new one for me. There was a hint of doting in his eyes. Although he was simple and honest, he was a former spirit refinement realm expert who was attacked by enemies and severely injured. Mu Jian's father saved his life. Since then, he has faithfully served the Musa family. But he pretended to be an ordinary old man, so kind that he got too into the role, and ended up spoiling his grandson way too much. His parents were often not at home, and he was taken care of by this old steward from a young age. This is probably why he became so arrogant later on. Mu Jian never understood why he couldn't remember what his parents looked like. Even if he was completely heartless, he shouldn't forget his parents to this extent. He turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Renlao. On the way back I met the eldest miss of the Bai family, he continued. Did she come to ask the young master to help the Bai family? Mu Jian thought for a moment, then agreed to help her. He looked surprised and a little angry. Then you just came back alone, without doing anything else, he thought to himself, and you didn't take the opportunity to bully that girl to your heart's content. It was clearly written on the old steward's face. Today I suddenly realized that I used to be manipulated by women too much. It was such a waste. I want to become someone who is free from worldly desires. He happily shed tears. It's good that you finally understand. He turned away. Oh right, Ren Lao, please prepare some pills for me that enhance health and strengthen muscles and bones, like the meridian opening pill. This young master suddenly became interested in cultivation. He looked overjoyed. Cultivation. This old servant will prepare them immediately. Is this the abstinence period that the young master is talking about? This old servant understands. I must take advantage of the young master's abstinence period to teach him some good things. The Muyu family's financial resources in Tianchuan City far surpass those of other families. The eldest young master is in a state of being without parents all year round. In reality, his only real family is a capable old butler with a certain configuration, but it is far different from the children of the Wei family. Wei Mengru, the maid, was waiting for Mu Jian by the door. HMPH. You haven't used cultivation as an excuse for a long time. You must have run out of excuses to play around outside, and came back here, right? Mu Jian shouted. Not abstinent at all, Mengru. I've never experienced eyes like that in my past life, he smiled gleefully, so fresh. Wei Mengru stood beside him, not understanding what he was trying to do. Mu Jian. This is also an achievement that only the useless original owner could achieve with the maid. Mu Jian, you did well. Mengru is also a spirit refinement realm expert, invited by the Mukel family to be Mu Jian's personal maid. In reality, she is a bodyguard hired by Mukel's mother. This woman has a cold personality, but Mu Jian is extremely arrogant, using all sorts of methods to peek at her underwear. Day after day, Mengru has felt extremely disgusted with this young master, but she can't say she's professional. No matter how bad her master Mu Jian is, the maid's job is still perfectly done. But a good look is definitely not for him. Mu Jian smiled evilly. I'm sorry, Mengru-ji. I apologize for my previous rude behavior. This surprised Mengru. What? Did you change your personality today? Not only Ren Lao, but also want me to treat you a little better? Mu Jian patted her cheek. Only this cannot be changed. Please continue to treat me like a pile of trash. She looked a little puzzled, touching the wound on his shoulder. That Bai family miss shouldn't have had any killing intent. So how did you get injured like this? He continued, his eyes displeased. It really was Mengru-ji who told her my location, wasn't it? Mengru held the dagger, bowing her head. Underestimating the risk is a serious dereliction of duty on my part. He raised his hand to stop her. Wait, Mengru is bandaging his wound. In your eyes, aren't I just a worm? Why are you blaming yourself like this? Mengru replied. Those are two different things. You being a worm is one thing, me not taking good care of the worm is another. Mengru's expression held sadness. But if young master's heart is hurt, I won't feel good. He chuckled. I really like the feeling of Meng Ruji feeling sorry for me. She looked annoyed. You deliberately let Miss Bai hurt you, didn't you? Mu Jihi An cried out. Owa owa owa. The wound suddenly opened up again. Only Meng Ruji's lap can soothe the pain. Meng Ru changed the subject as he lay on her lap. This reluctant yet helpless expression. A masterpiece. Oh right, Meng Ruji. From tomorrow, please teach me how to cultivate again, she continued. It's just the warm-up time of 4 incense sticks anyway, it's always so quick. Don't talk nonsense, Meng Ruji. I'm a real man with a cultivation time of 10 incense sticks. Mu Jian is sitting and reading the Primordial Spirit Manual. He's truly shameless. Having a maid like this, shouldn't you enjoy the pleasure of being looked down upon by her? The world I've come to this time is called Juzhu, just like the name says. It's divided into 9 large regions. Each region has a different administrative system. The region I'm currently in belongs to the east of this world, called Dongju. As for the other regions, I don't need to rush to understand them for now, anyway. It's just like a plot that a web novel author made up randomly, and may not even appear in the end. A blank stare. Could it be that my villain-attracting physique has drawn this guy here? Behind Mu Jian, a purple-robed figure appeared behind him. He put his hand on his shoulder. Mu Jian turned around in a panic. Haha, who are you? He grunted. It really is as rumored. The Mu family young master from Tiangshuan City. Mu Jian was a little worried, but still smiled slyly. What rumors? Do you like women? You asked the right person, but you're a man, and I'm not interested, the black-robed figure continued. I can help you win the duel you promised, the one you can't win. The opportunity belongs to that little bastard. This Mu Jian has arrived, the black-robed figure continued. I can help you win the duel you promised, the one you can't win. The Mu Shou family's young master is both incompetent and lazy. This reputation is truly widespread. Mu Jian's eyes were resentful. Then, let me take advantage of this a bit. Haha, what did you say I can't win? That Yi family kid and I are both in the refining star realm, and I even have a slightly higher level. That kid only relied on a childhood betrothal to become Bai Yaji's fiancé. As a result, that kid is cultivated for more than 10 years, and he's not even better than me, who's lazy and doesn't bother cultivating. Anyway, Bai Yaji doesn't have any feelings for him. If I beat him, who else would dare to compete with the Musha family for a woman? Keke. As he spoke, sweat streamed down his face, and there was a hint of fear in his words. These lines from this trash are really embarrassing to read out loud. He continued. Young Master Mu, there is a type of person in this world who cannot be measured by their realm alone. If they can activate certain special things, going up against someone one major realm higher isn't impossible. Very fitting for the traits of the Chosen One. Just shouting a few phrases like courage and teamwork can make them stronger. If he really is the Chosen One, wouldn't it be great to subdue him in the early stages? The purple-robed figure continued. Perhaps he's also obtained some kind of opportunity, so he's using you as a test. Mu Jian yelled, rushing forward to grab his collar. Hey, I already told you, how come he suddenly dares to come looking for a fight with me? He cried and begged. I'm begging you, you absolutely have to help me. He saw snot running down his face. Hey, snot, flick it away with your hand. In short, I need something from young Master Yeyu, and you just need him to die. Our interests are the same. Your dual location is in Dragonhead Forest outside the city. That day, you just need to arrange it so that no one else sees the fight. I'll help you take care of him. Mu Jian shuddered. If you make a move, that little brat might get smashed into powder. The Yi family will know I sought your help, and I'll lose all face. The man in black turned to leave. Once I take what I need, he'll become truly weak. You'll be more than capable of dealing with him. Mu Jian's face showed joy, but mixed with worry. Sounds good. But what if I get dealt with by that brat before I can even make a move? You need to give me some kind of guarantee, right? He thought to himself. This useless guy is so troublesome. He pulled out a poisoned needle and handed it to Mu Jihi. I'm too lazy to explain the specifics. Anyway, while he still has his luck, I doubt you can even hurt him. Just keep it to reassure yourself. In short, remember to clear the scene that day. Don't let outsiders ruin our plan. He seemed annoyed. If that Yi family brat didn't have such great luck protecting him, I would have found an opportunity to make a move in the city long ago. Why would I need to suck up to this idiot? He disappeared, and Mu Jian thought to himself. The man in black said that once he steals something from young Master Yeyu, he'll become an ordinary person. Some kind of magic treasure, some kind of opportunity. Or is it his heavenly Dasso luck? Wei Meng Ru appeared. You clearly noticed his presence already. Why pretend you didn't know? He smiled faintly. He was noticed by Meng Ruji already. His face was strangely happy. Because Meng Ruji is protecting me, I feel very safe, so I was just playing around with him. Meng Ru looked thoughtfully into the distance. That person is very strong. I can't completely guarantee that I can keep you safe. But if you go with Ren Lao, we can definitely catch him. Do you want me and Ren Lao to go catch him? No need, just have Ren Lao investigate where he came from. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he shouted, "Ah, I see it." That night at the Bai Manor, the bloody scene on the Bai Manor plaque signaled major events to come. He and his subordinates had arrogant expressions. "Bai Yaji, all of the Bai family's previous suppliers have turned their backs. What are you struggling for? Those orders that weren't delivered before. Now that there's no supply, the Bai family can only use assets to pay off the debts." She held the broadsword in her hand, her eyes resolute. "But even if you add up your treasury and manor, it still won't be enough to compensate. So what to do?" He leaned his face close to hers. "Sell yourself. That's right. Right now the most valuable thing the Bai family has is you." She raised her hand and slapped him straight in the face. "Take your people and leave now. Mu Jian has already agreed to return the Bai family's 12 shops," he continued. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not like Mu Zihan hasn't been wanting to play with you for a day or two. A duck that's already been cooked, would he let it go?" Subordinates, grab Bai Yashi. The people of the Gongsun family are not ordinary people. All of them are cultivators who have reached the refining Qi realm. The subordinates grabbed her, pinned her down tightly, and her face was full of anger. "Get lost." Her aura erupted, and one palm strike sent the lackeys flying backwards. "Whether Mu Zihan is deceiving me or not, I don't need you to care." Suddenly, from behind, he shot her in the leg. The fire Qi bullet, bought from the high Qi world at a high price, is still very useful for dealing with those in the refining Qi realm who have a power equivalent to ordinary people. She collapsed to the floor in pain, he said. "It's really suitable for a young master as lazy as me to cultivate. It's also convenient to use for self-defense." "You really gave me a fright. Not worthy of being a cultivator with the best talent in Xuancheng. You must have already reached the 5th rank of the Qi refining realm. Right? Even the 1st rank Qi refining realm Han men can't do anything to you." The wound on her thigh was bleeding, he continued. "Luckily, you haven't reached the Qi gathering realm yet, otherwise the fire Qi wouldn't have been able to hurt you." The subordinates were surrounding her, and he ordered, "Everyone, go at once. She's in pain now and doesn't have any strength left. Haha, doesn't feel good, does it? Back in the day, you were still a young miss on equal footing with the Gongsun family. Now you have to endure this scene." He pinned her down, his dirty hand reaching for her. Suddenly, a force struck him in the back from behind. He was stunned and turned around. "Huh." Mu Jian spoke up. "Gongsun Chong, good evening. Why didn't you call me for something fun?" He replied, "Ma bro, this little girl is stubborn as hell. Your bro is just helping you break her stubbornness, so you can use her effortlessly later." Mu Jian clapped lightly. "Oh really? You do things like this? I'm about to lose my patience." Bai Yashi frowned. Mu Jian. He immediately went to hug Mu Jian. With a syrupy voice, "Mu bro, calm down. Isn't your bro just thinking you like flowery games? I apologize, Mu bro, hit me twice to vent your anger." Mu Jian. "Just kidding. How dare I treat Gongsun bro like that?" He waved his hand and slapped Gongsun's face, hitting hard. He used the needle the man in black gave him, stabbing it straight into his blood vessels. He screamed in pain. AAA. He unexpectedly fell down, dying on the spot. When his subordinates saw this, they also screamed, "Boss!" They rushed up to avenge our boss. At this moment, Meng Ru kicked them with a palm, sending the subordinates flying in all directions, spitting blood from their noses and mouths. Mu Jian said slickly as he watched. "As expected of Meng Ruji, top-notch efficiency." Meng Ru replied, "Don't flatter me now, come over here." Bai Yashi seemed to want to say something. Mu Jian turned around and picked her up. "What I promised you, I will definitely do it thoroughly. This is the first step in helping the Bai family." She looked at Mu Jian with a suspicious look. Could it be that Mu Jian has really changed? Mu Jian's eyes were full of ambition. "You can't really have anything happen to you either. I still need you to help me connect with the chosen one, Bai Miss." He asked Meng Ru, "Gee, has the Bai family's eldest miss been taken care of properly?" Meng Ru replied, "She's been bandaged up, and she's resting in the living room. Her injuries, for a cultivator, will only take a week to heal. Is it necessary to take her back to the Muhammad family?" Speaking of cultivation again, don't tell me you're thinking about women again. He stretched. The Bai family people all ran away when they saw things weren't going well, and no one is taking care of her. If the Gongsun family comes looking again, the Bai family's eldest miss will be even more in danger. I'm letting her stay purely out of kindness, Meng Ruji. I'll prove soon that I'm not interested in women for just their looks. Meng Ru looked at him awkwardly, seeing him holding a golden pill. Then what's this? Mu Jian continued. Meridian Opening Pill, a small reward to help the Bai family a bit. When I completely absorb the medicinal power of the Meridian Opening Pill, I might even be able to break through to the Qi refining realm. His eyes were full of momentum. At that time, I'll spar a few moves with Mengru, who was next to him, casually punched him. I don't know what you're thinking. He picked up the pill, feeling that it was a good pill. Let's try using the breathing technique from my previous life to see how much I can restore this body. As expected of the Bai family's rare spiritual medicine, I already felt a large amount of spiritual energy pouring into my stomach as soon as I swallowed it. Go down. That's right, keep going down, converge into the dantian very smoothly. He felt something was wrong. That's not right. Wait a minute, spluttering sounds. Mengru looked at him awkwardly. Disgusting, he continued. Mengruji, don't look at me with those eyes. It only excites me more. Cough cough. It was supposed to gather in the dantian. Why is it all gathering here like this? What a terrible excuse. His mind is full of those things. It would be strange if the young master could change. Mu Jian felt something hit his face. Ugh, Mengru. Maybe I should keep an eye on the Bai family's young miss. If you take advantage of her injuries to do something unspeakable, Mu Manor would lose face. Mu Jian felt strangely comfortable at this moment. Could it be that because I have a natural furnace physique, after swallowing these spiritual pills, they're all stored in that special furnace and can't be used by me? Doesn't that mean I can only be someone else's wedding dress? This body is already second-hand, serving others? What am I supposed to do? Wait a minute, I was a legendary pimp in my previous life. If I combine my natural furnace physique with my pimp skills, maybe there's a chance for a turnaround. He chuckled, thinking of something fun. Find someone fated and give it a try. And here I was, generously letting others benefit. I'm really doing good deeds every day. Early the next morning, news spread that the young master had drawn his sword to help Bai Yuezhi and killed Gongsun Suan. Mu Jian stretched contentedly. Great, great, doesn't that mean my image in the city is even more impressive? Mengru replied. But the crowd said it was just two thugs fighting each other. Better if they both died. Mu Jian, face red with anger. Did you have to be so blunt? No, Sister Mengru, she continued. Even if Gongsun Xiang doesn't care about this son, I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble. Based on his style, he'll definitely use his son's death to demand a large compensation. I don't know what you're up to, young master, but when there's danger, hide behind me. Got it. Mu Jian smiled. I'll definitely hide behind Sister Mengru. A shout came from outside. Release the person. Get out here. No sooner said than done. Mu Jian laughed gleefully. Let's go. Let's receive our guest. With Sister Mengru here, I'm not afraid of him. As for compensation, not only won't I pay a dime, he'll have to thank us. A man with a murderous aura walked up to Mu Jian. I heard you killed my son and hid his body. Are you looking down on the Gongsun family? So he's the patriarch of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Xiong, from Tiangshuan City. Lao Ren stepped forward. Patriarch Gongsun? Isn't it a little inappropriate to barge into the Muluo family like this? He saw Bai Yaji standing beside him, making him even angrier, wishing he could devour her alive. Bai Yaji, Bai family, you have grudges with our Gongsun family. Since you were also at the scene, now you're just hiding in the Mu family without even trying to conceal it, Bai Yaji calmly replied. Patriarch Gongsun, please calm down. The death of young Master Gongsun isn't what you think, he shouted. Do you really think I can believe your lies? Don't think you can be reckless, just because you have the Mufia family backing you? He angrily channeled his qi, and a golden aura enveloped him. You and Mu Jian must take responsibility for my son's death, old butler. I knew you were at the refining spirit realm. Why not take this opportunity to exchange a few moves? Lao Ren replied. This old servant is afraid. Suddenly, Mu Jian ran over, making Lao Ren a little worried. Young master, Mu Jian, went forward and hugged him, crying and whining. Uncle Gongsun, you've come at the right time, I'm so scared. He wasn't surprised, and calmly replied. Stop acting. The whole city knows you killed my son now. Mu Jian pouted and pretended to cry. Injustice, injustice. Suanji and I were like blood brothers. Why would I have any reason to harm him? Uncle Gongsun, there's a bad guy who wants to frame me, he replied. You say there's a bad guy, where's the bad guy? He looked over and saw Mengru with a worried look. He heard that the young maidservant is at the refining spirit realm too. If she causes any more trouble, it'll be hard to settle things. Mu Jian was still playing the pitiful role. Uncle Gongsun, even if I'm stupid, if I really did it, I would at least try to hide it. How? How could it spread throughout the city like this? It wouldn't be difficult for the Mu Jian family to cover this up, would it? He thought for a moment. That's right. If it really was him, the family would have cleaned everything up last night. The real culprit is probably someone else. But I don't need to know the truth. My Suan Xie, died unjustly in the Bai family's territory. I can't let this go. The Bai family previously mortgaged 16 stores to the Mu family, now transfer all of them to the Gongsun family as a burial gift for Xuan Shu. Meng Ru's eyes narrowed. The old fox finally revealed his tail. Lao Ren thought to himself, the young master probably has a plan to deal with this. Mu Zihian shouted, Gongsun Baba, don't you believe me? It might seem odd that I, a junior, would step in to help the Bai family, but with your wisdom and might, surely you can see the truth. Mu Zian hugged him and said, bring Gongsun Shao Lord here. He stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Before him was a coffin reeking of death. Mu Zian, with a mournful expression, said, I couldn't protect Xuan Ji brother's life, but I risked everything to protect his comrade-in-arms corpse. It's just that this corpse— He opened the coffin lid, slightly panicked to see that his son's face was disfigured. For some reason, he angrily channeled his energy and punched the coffin. The coffin containing his son's corpse shattered. Mu Jian exclaimed. I worked so hard to keep the whole body intact, he continued. This is the demon poison of the demon race. Those poisoned will turn into living corpses after death, unconsciously biting and tearing at other living beings, spreading the poison. You dared to keep the corpse? Did you want the whole city infected with the demon poison? Mu Jian replied. I didn't know. Lao Ren quickly added. So it's demon poison. This old servant didn't recognize it, a real oversight. If not for Gongsun Lao Sir's knowledge, we would have almost had a disaster. Mu Jian angrily said, I get it now. Only the demon race would want to see Tiangshuan City in chaos. Those bastards couldn't get rid of me and Bai Gunyang in one go, so they spread false rumors to use others to eliminate future threats. Such cunning and viciousness perfectly matches my impression of the demon race. If we were any later, I fear my Mu family would have been infiltrated by the demon poison. Yes. Taking over the entire estate. And a scenario like that can't be acted out, he thought to himself. If it's really the demon cultivator ambushing Tiangshuan City, then the Bai family's assets are just a small gain. This is a map of the eastern part of the 9 provinces world, divided into 2 major forces, the demon realm and the eastern continent, separated by a deep abyss. The secular power and the immortal sects of the eastern continent have long co-governed, and it is the place where humans have lived the longest. The demon realm, as its name suggests, is the force of millions of demon cultivators under the rule of the demon king. The cultivation methods of demon cultivators often go against the basic morality of human society and are regarded by humans as heresies of the cultivation world. Historically, there have also been many great battles between the eastern continent and the demon realm that have shaken the entire continent. If you lead the extermination of a great demon cultivator, not only the imperial court, but also the immortal sect will reward you far beyond the division of the Bai family's assets. More importantly, all the treasures of the demon cultivator will belong to the exterminator. Mu Jian said with a serious face, Gongsun Baba, no matter what, it is my fault for not protecting Xuan Ji brother. I must personally apologize to him. Today, I will go and beg the elder of the Muji family who is in seclusion, and ask you to leave the mountain together with Ren Lao and Meng Ruji's sister, to take action to eliminate those demon bandits. The Mushin family will bring the heads of those demon cultivators, back to answer to Gongsun Baba and the deceased Xuan Ji brother. He looked at him, thinking, this little bastard doesn't hide his calculations at all. Wouldn't the benefits from eliminating these demon bandits belong to him? This must be led by our Gongsun family. He pretended to shed tears of emotion. Worthy nephew, I accept your good intentions, but this is the Gongsun family's grudge for killing my son. This old man must personally eliminate the demon cultivator. I will take responsibility for this. You have no objections, worthy nephew, right? Mu Zian was overjoyed but still had to pretend to be apologetic, since Gongsun Baba has said so. He continued. Mu Dnhi, if you really want to help me avenge the Gongsun family, then just do a small thing, Mu Zian said. Ba, just tell me. He continued. Because that bastard wants to attack the young people of the family first, I need to use you as bait to lure him out. Mu Zian was really worried about this. Ren Lao shouted from afar, Young master, it's too dangerous. Unexpectedly, Mu Zian looked excited. Okay, young master Ye of the Ye family will have a duel with me in 2 days, which is the right time to lure that demon cultivator here. If that can help Baba comfort Xuan Ji brother's spirit in heaven, then this junior is willing. He pretended to be happy and praised his worthy nephew's righteousness, but in his mind he sarcastically thought about him. The fool will always be a fool. Initially I only wanted the Mu and Bai families to pay the price for the death of Lao San. "Haha, Lao-san, now you earn even more in death than when you were alive. You are indeed my son." 5 minutes after Gong Sun-hong left the Muhen family with satisfaction, Mu Ji-an hugged Ren Lao and stroked his beard. Ren Lao understood, with just a glance. Without needing to discuss it beforehand, he replied, "Young master, you praise me too much." Understanding the young master's thoughts is what this old servant must do. "Mengru, I was worried that you might be beaten to pieces by the Gongsun family head, so you had already planned everything out." Mu Ji-an smiled innocently and explained, "Mengruji's sister is wrong. It is because I have Mengruji's sister as my strong backing that I dare to openly tease Gongsun Hong." Bai Yaxi's eyes were a little suspicious. "Can Gongsun Hong really be trusted?" Mu Ji-an replied, "Gongsun Hong has 6 children. Gongsun Swan was the third and the most useless, and was also the most neglected, only doing trivial things. Anyway, there are many other children. It doesn't matter if this useless one dies. Gongsun Hong came here either to put on an act or to get some more compensation. And the information about the demon cultivator is an unexpected gift to him. He couldn't be happier." Bai Yaxi. "He sees things very clearly. Could it be that his previous foolish appearance was just acting? What kind of strange hobby is this?" Bai Yaxi sat on the chair, looking tired. "Phew. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief." Mu Ji-an saw the wound on her thigh and asked softly, "How is the wound of Bai Gunyang's sister?" She replied, "I've applied medicine, but the burn is still hot, and I just circulated my Q until it bled. I'm afraid it will take some time." He continued, "The Bai family is still in danger now. It's really inconvenient for you to be injured." His eyes stared at her hot body. "Why don't I help Bai Gunyang's sister heal the wound?" In the mole residence's living room, Bai Yaxi groaned in pain. "Ugh," she said. "The residue from the explosives is still in my skin, way more troublesome than a sword cut." Just then, Mu Ji-an walks in. He says, "Been waiting long, Bai Gunyang? Take off that big cloak. It'll be easier to work." She's startled. "Huh? He didn't even bring any medicine with him, so he's still the same shameless bastard as before. How could I be so charmed to believe him?" she thinks to herself, then says to Mu Ji-an, "Thank you for your help, young Master Mu. But even though the Gongsun family has temporarily retreated, I still need to discuss things with the Royal Merchant Guild. Can't delay. Yaji will take her leave now." Mu Ji-an grabs her hand and says, "Hold up." He pushes her down onto the bed. "Patients need to rest properly," he says. Bai Yaxi grinds her teeth. "Mu Ji-an, don't force me to attack." Just then, Mu Ji-an suddenly unleashes a wave of power. Bai Yaxi wonders, what did he do? Why do I feel my chi and blood surging like I took a meridian opening pill? It's like a warm current is flowing from his hand into my whole body. Even the pain from my wound is being suppressed. "Is young Master Mushit helping me?" she asks. Mu Ji-an replies, "I think you've already guessed. It's the same feeling as when you take your family's meridian opening pill." She wonders, "You mean after you drank the meridian opening pill, you transferred its effects to me?" Mu Ji-an replies, "I heard from my mother that there's a rare human cauldron physique that's naturally unable to cultivate, but it's extremely beneficial for anyone who dual cultivates with them. Just close contact can cause breakthroughs in cultivation. Could it be that you," he continues, "don't worry, my physique is special. Drinking the meridian opening pill is useless for me. Anyway, it was originally your Bei family's stuff. Now it's just being put to good use. Relax. I promise I won't ask for anything more after the treatment is done." Bai Yaji is flustered. "That's not what I meant. Your physique is best kept hidden, to avoid being targeted." Mu Ji-an is fired up. This Bai Xiaoji is actually starting to worry about this scum villain. Out of respect for that, I'll see what else this natural human cauldron physique can do if we take it one step further. He grips her wrist. Yaji feels, "Why does he smell so good?" Continues, "Why haven't I noticed this before? He doesn't seem as disgusting as I thought. His nose is actually quite high, his eyelashes are long, and his lips look like dried peach blossom cakes." Thinking this, she kisses him. She is shocked. "Huh, no I didn't." Mu Ji-an says, "It was just unconsciousness during treatment. Ms. Bai doesn't need to mind it. I know you didn't mean it." Yaji stammers. Really?" She thinks to herself, "How rude of me. What did I just do? Why couldn't I control myself?" Mu Ji-an looks at her and thinks to himself, "Logically, I shouldn't be able to make you feel favorably toward me yet. Could it be the influence of this natural human cauldron physique? This physique is quite interesting. It'll be very useful for passing on my magical arts." Mu Ji-an asks her, "Ms. Bai, how is your wound feeling now?" She replies, "Oh, not to mention the wound, there's not even a scar, and even more unbelievably, it's like my cultivation almost jumped a level compared to hard training. Using this method to raise my cultivation is way too easy. If your legendary physique is discovered by those great powers whose cultivation is stuck, they will do anything to get it. Mu Zhi-an replies, Ms. Bai, do you think I'm a good person now? Starting to worry about me? Or are you saying Ms. Bai wants to monopolize my natural human cauldron physique? Yashi is embarrassed. Bai Yashi swears that from now until forever, she will absolutely never monopolize you. At this moment, Mu Zhi-an has a lot of thunderbolts, Bai Yashi said. The vow is made, now you can relax and heal. Mu Zhi-an thought, Little miss, you seem like you can play the role of a damsel in distress. Later on there will probably be many scenes where you can just say whatever you want. Bai Yashi turned away and said, Ahem, I'm a bit late, I have to go to the Royal Merchant Guild. Mu Zhi-an smiled and replied, So it's not just an excuse, Bai Yashi replied. This time it's mainly led by the Gongsun family. The royal family is just a merchant following along. The Bai family is barely hanging on right now, so we have to take advantage of anything we can get. My father is seriously injured and unconscious, and the doctor desperately needs a rare medicinal ingredient called the Beast King Vine from the Merchant Guild. They have it at their auction. Mu Zhi-an wondered. An auction? I smell the scent of a Kingsway struggle. If I'm lucky, maybe I can directly snatch the Son of Destiny from the Ye family. Mu Zhi-an said, Ms. Bai, I'm afraid the royal family might cause you trouble. I'll go with you. C8 in Tiangshuan City, the auction house of the Royal Merchant Guild. The auction house is divided into inner and outer areas, the outer area being small rooms. Staff arrange ordinary products for customers to choose from. The remaining private rooms are decorated like a stage, the front hall being hundreds of times larger than the main hall. The first floor seating is for ordinary customers, while the major clans and sects in the city, as valued customers, enjoy the advantage of private rooms on the upper floors with stunning views. Mu Zhi-an monologues. According to my memories, I used to spend a lot of money here to show off, buying a bunch of junk. What an immature idiot. If I were to do that now, there's no way I'd jump down. Thinking of this, suddenly a hand holding a fan patted Mu Zhi-an on the shoulder. She said, Young Master Mu is doing fine. Why did you suddenly want to jump down? Mu Zhi-an quickly turned around and she said, I haven't even had time to introduce today's merchandise yet. Mu Zhi-an riding his horse, he thought. That idiot wasn't completely worthless either. This unnamed older sister is actually the top auctioneer of the Merchant Guild. Just to make her smile, countless talented young men in the city are willing to spend money like it's trash. Mu Zhi-an said to the auctioneer, To be pursued by so many people, yet still able to keep your distance. Some say it's because you have a relationship with an inner disciple of an immortal sect, coming here mainly to find a medicinal ingredient. Of course, the gifts for you won't be small either. The auctioneer rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. Oh, medicinal ingredient. What does young Master Mu need? If the auction house has it, I'll definitely keep an eye out. Mu Zhi-an quickly replied, I want the Beast King Vine. Please keep an eye out for me. She leaned close to Mu Zhi-an and said, Anything young Master Musha requests, this young lady will naturally pay attention to. But this time there are other valuable items. Isn't young Master Mushi interested? He moved away from her and said, Then of course I'm here to support you. At this time, Miss Bai came over and called Mu Zhi-an. Mu Zhi-an said, I've already discussed it with the auctioneer, miss. Today we're guaranteed to have the Beast King Vine in the auction catalog. Miss Bai replied, I've troubled the auctioneer, miss. The auctioneer glanced back, she thought. The aura on this kid has changed quite a bit compared to before. Before it was rumored that Mu Zhi-an was standing up for the weak for the Bai family. Seems like it's true. Looks like this medicinal ingredient is also being bought for the Bai family head. Interesting, the auctioneer said. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go prepare the relevant work for the auction right away. Mu Zhi-an asked, Hey auctioneer, is the Bai family in this room? The auctioneer replied, Are you asking about Miss Bai Yashi? It's the room behind me, she thought. Isn't he getting more and more interesting? Miss Bai said. Did the Merchant Guild agree to the release so easily? Mu Zhi-an replied, It's hard to say, but judging from their reaction, they at least don't want to completely fall out like Gongsun. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mu Zhi-an and Bai Yashi turned to look. Mu Zhi-an's eyes lit up. It turned out to be Ye Yuanyug, the poor young master of the Ye family from Tiangshuan City, he said. You guys are really here, Mu Zhi-an thought. This familiar trope being used again and again, he really is the chosen one. I was just about to look for you, didn't expect to run into you here, what a coincidence. Is this the legendary protagonist's aura? So dazzling. Ye Yung shouted, Mu Zhi-an, you actually dare to come to this place, Yanxi, don't be afraid, I won't let this cunning guy touch you. Bai Yaji retorted in annoyance. You've misunderstood, he came here with me. Ye Yu was taken aback. with Hyun. He imagined the intimate scene between Yao Shi and Mu Jian, and shouted, "Mu Jian, what did you do to Yao Shi?" Mu Jian was speechless. He really is the main character. His brain is overthinking things a bit. Wait, maybe I automatically applied the popular all-rounder protagonist template when I left that world. If time rewinds a bit, there really are some works where the protagonist acts like a fool like this. Ye Yu said to Yaji, "Yaji, please come to your senses." Ba Yaji replied, "Mu Gongzi hasn't done anything to me. We're here on business today, Ye Gongzi. Please don't stir up misunderstandings." At the auction house, the auctioneer announced, "The 9 profound pill refining furnace, 780 spirit stones, going once, anyone bidding higher, sold. Congratulations to Ye Gongzi for successfully bidding on another treasure." Ye Yu's eyes lit up. Mu Jian was observing from the platform. Using 3-digit numbers to bid on something that should be worth at least 3,000 spirit stones, it must be thanks to the guidance of the one possessing him. But even counting the heavenly yang grass and azure pine white jade he bought earlier, he's only made a profit of 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones in total. This little bit of spirit stones is only enough for Mu Jian to spend one day at the greenhouse. What he has his eyes on is far beyond the reach of a normal protagonist. His vision is really hard to gauge. Moreover, this vase doesn't seem to have the slightest interest in the protagonist. Mu Jian glanced at Ba Yashi. Thinking to himself, the auctioneer continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at the next auction item. This green bronze fragment, don't underestimate it just because it's rusty, but it definitely has a great history. The patterns revealed on the surface are exquisite, and the appearance dipped in cold water is precise and uniform. In my experience, it was definitely crafted by a great expert. But now its origin has no trace. The mysteries contained within also need you to explore on your own." The guests were silent, the auctioneer said. "Starting price, 500 spirit stones," people discussed. This piece of scrap metal isn't even Miss Muyan's personal item with her scent. Even if it was, it wouldn't be worth 500 spirit stones. Why not use that money to buy 2 good Zhuan iron swords instead of buying this thing? Just hurry up and get this over with, so we can bring up the next items. Mu Jian smirked. HMPH ha, but in the eyes of a soon-to-be Dao ancestor, it's easy to recognize that the karma hidden within is not simple at all. It seems this is the most important treasure today, but the chosen one should also recognize the strangeness of that bronze fragment. But the Yang family in Tiangshuan City is just a side branch. Ye Yu, as the protagonist, isn't exactly rich. As the protagonist, as long as he wants it, he will definitely get that treasure. But the way the story unfolds isn't fixed. As long as I give him this item, maybe the fate of the supporting villain can also be changed. Mu Jian imagined him and Ye Yu with their arms around each other. Mu Jian thought further, "As long as I arrange a few people to push the price up, then I'll—" Before he could finish thinking, Ye Yu stood up. Mu Jian was surprised. "Hey, why are you leaving?" The voice inside Ye Yu's body suddenly spoke. "The treasures you've already obtained are enough for you to increase a few realms. No need to waste money here anymore." Ye Yu replied to his master, "That makes sense. I'm not a fool like Mu Jian who only sees money as trash to spend. I still have to save some money to buy common qi refining medicinal herbs." Mu Jian was surprised. This bronze fragment gives off such a clear protagonist vibe. Could it be that Ye Yu and the guy inside him still haven't noticed? Ba Yaji suddenly said, "Mu Gongzi, buy that bronze fragment. It's a treasure worth 100 times more than the starting price." He glanced at her, and she continued, "The Bai family is currently facing difficulties, so there's no way to directly repay young Master Mu. If young Master trusts my intuition, buying that piece of cyan bronze will definitely yield several times the profit." Mu Jian then said, "But if I use this money to buy something useless, what will Ms. Bai use to compensate me?" Bai Yashi stammered, "May." Mu Shaiji An immediately replied, "I was just saying that offhand. Miss Bai doesn't need to mind it. It's just a few hundred spirit stones. What's there to distrust you about?" Looking at the piece of cyan bronze, Mu Jian thought to himself, "Since Ye Yu doesn't want it, no one else will compete with me. So there won't be any big waves or difficulties if I buy it." Fondling the cyan bronze piece, Mu Jian was certain. "Just as I thought, the thing the main character should be using doesn't pay any attention to me. I should still follow the plan and gift it away, otherwise it'll be a waste of effort." Ba Yashi suddenly offered, "May I ask if I can take a look at that piece of bronze?" Mu Jian turned his head, suddenly thinking, "That's right. How could she see the difference in this treasure when she's just a normal vase?" He replied, "Of course you can, but this item has a mysterious origin. I'm afraid it's not that easy." Ba Yashi suddenly took something from behind her thigh. Mu Jian glanced over. It turned out to be the other half of the cyan bronze piece. Bai Yashi explained, "This is our Bai family's ancestral artifact, a family's protective treasure. At first glance, I recognized that they are almost identical. Could you lend it to me to try combining them?" Her eyes were full of certainty. Mu Jian said, "Be my guest." After Bai Yashi pieced the two cyan bronze pieces together, a series of powers emitted. Mu Jian thought, "That's not right. This heavenly Tao aura is on Yeyu's body. So it was a precious sword." Bai Yashi said, "As long as I can control this sword, just its pressure alone would be comparable to the refinement realm." Yashi handed the precious sword to Mu Jian and said, "Young Master Mushe, if you don't mind, please accept this treasure. After all, you have done the Bai family a favor, and our Bai family is always grateful and reciprocates." Mu Jian took the sword and said, "If Miss Bai has said so, then Mu." Before he could finish his sentence, the precious sword transformed back into the original piece of cyan bronze. Much to the surprise of the two, Mu Jian looked at the piece of cyan bronze and said, "Looks like I can't use this thing. I really don't have a connection with it. If it has been your ancestors' ancestral artifact from now on, there is no reason for me to take it. You should still keep it." As for Wang Dengxiao, the Chamber of Commerce said that a representative will personally come to deliver it to you as an apology to the Bai family. Yashi was moved. Before, he said that he would only help me if I offered benefits that would move him, but now it is obvious that I have not given him anything, but he has helped me a lot. Mu Jian looked at her and thought to himself, "Bai Yashi, with your talent, you are definitely the main character in the life of your bestie. But unfortunately, what I need is a true main character with the heavenly Tao aura. In order to be able to go and avenge the heavenly Tao, Bai Yashi now has a little affection for me. It should be the same with a body double." At this moment, a fragrance suddenly wafted out. Bai Yashi recognized it as soon as she smelled it. It was the fragrance that Mu Jian had used to heal Shi the last time. Suddenly her chest trembled. Not good. It's even more difficult to control than last time. She pushed Mu Jian down, pinning him in an ambiguous position. Mu Jian sneered, "Bai Xiaoji, is your injury still not healed, and you want Mu somebody again?" Her chest pressed against him, she said. "Seems like it." She thought, "Bai Yashi, this is a public place. Even if it's a private room, what are you trying to do?" Young Master Mu, pinned beneath Bai Yashi, breathlessly looked at her. "Isn't Bai Xiaoji's injury not fully healed yet? Why do you want Mu somebody?" Her two massive boobas pressed against Mu Jian, both excited and murmuring, "Seems like it." She wrestled with her reason and body, her mind spinning. "Bai Ma this is a public place, even if it's a private room. What exactly are you trying to do?" Just then, a voice rang out from outside the door, startling her. The door opened, and a girl with long, curly red hair, swept to one side, stepped in. "What you wanted? This little girl has brought it here." She was surprised to see the two of them sprawled on the ground. "Oops, mister." Somebody was lying flat on his back. "Thanks. Sorry to bother you." She curiously asked, "Sir, what is this?" He scratched his face bashfully. "Aha, you know what kind of person I am." Couldn't help but lose control. Bai Yashi blushed with embarrassment, her face as red as a persimmon. She covered her mouth, giggling. "Oh, consider that this little girl didn't see anything. I'll definitely pay attention and knock next time. Young Master Mua, please don't hold a grudge against this little girl." The three of them stood awkwardly looking at each other. Young Master Mu laughed to ease the atmosphere. "Ha, of course, big sister, how could I?" He saw her off. She affectionately held his hand, the two of them exchanging flirtatious glances. "Big sister doesn't treat me like an outsider." Mu Jian, "I couldn't be happier. I still see big sister as family." The two of them engaged in intimate actions. She leaned in and casually kissed Mu Jian's cheek. Suddenly, the way you talk is so much sweeter. I'm afraid young Master Mu will have a lot of big sisters and little sisters right away." Bai Ma watching the two of them, was sweating bullets, as if she was the one being fed dog food instead of anyone else. Mu Jian, with lipstick on his face, looked at big sister, the two of them communicating with their eyes, immediately understanding her intention. You must have heard the commotion inside before seizing the perfect opportunity to step in. This is what you get for being a womanizer. Mu Jian thought to himself with embarrassment. But his body is still weak. This is the kind of situation where I can't get it up before it starts, so I'll just do it casually. Cough, cough. It's still easier to control young girls. Bai Ma stood on the side, both uncomfortable and embarrassed. Big sister then raised her hand, suddenly remembering something. Right, the main matter. The royal family head has an urgent matter, so I will handle today's negotiation on their behalf. She tossed a blue token with a purple feathery rapeseed flower onto the table. This is the Beast King vine that Bai Xiaoji needs. Since the Royal Merchant Guild has handed over this item, I think the two of you understand their position. Young Master Mu was surprised. The royal family head wants to reconcile with the Bai family? She raised her hand and explained gracefully. Originally, the Merchant Guild and the Bai family didn't have any conflicts, just some normal competition. Which is a bit unpleasant to say. You all know that Huang old boss always sits in the middle, always keeping a way out for himself. In short, the boss wants to say that there is absolutely no intention to target the Bai family. Bai Yaji looked at her uncomfortably. She analyzed for her what methods Gong Sunxiang had used to injure Bai Xiaoji's father. I believe there's no need for this little girl to remind you. Mu Jian laughed gleefully, crossing his arms and watching. This is a complete denial of responsibility, and offering peace and reconciliation has arrived. But I don't have the right to evaluate it. Bai Yaji thought for a while. She said coldly. Please tell Huang old boss, I accept this Beast King Vine. The Bai family will later collect the debt owed to my father from Gongsun Fake. Big sister smiled triumphantly. Bai Xiaoji is deeply righteous and wise. Moreover, the boss has also heard about the monster race causing chaos, and the Merchant Guild is very concerned about this matter. She held out her hand, revealing her intentions. If the three families, Mu, Bai, and Gongsun, have all been caught up in it, our boss cannot stand by and watch, so we must also show some sincerity. Mu Jian was only paying attention to her massive watermelons reaching out with her hand. This portion of sincerity is truly enormous. Tinti also quickly reached out and held young Master Mu's hand. Taking down demons is a big deal. Everyone should chip in. Money for those with money, strength for those with strength. Here's 100,000 spirit stones in this storage ring. Feel free to use them. Mu Jian smirked arrogantly. We understand the Chamber of Commerce's intentions. Walking down the hallway, Bai Yashi and young Master Mu discussed their plan. She noticed that he knew they couldn't take a share of the Bai family's profits and had to give up a piece of meat, which was quite generous. Young Master Mu agreed. He's really good at playing the situation. That old fox from the Huang family is quick at gathering information, but he's afraid of losing face and doesn't want to be called two-faced, so he doesn't even bother showing up. Young Master Mua immediately tossed Bai Yashi a spirit stone. Take it. The Mu family has plenty of these. You can use those 100,000 spirit stones to help the Bai family get through their difficulties. It should be enough to manage for a while. Bai Yaji gratefully held the spirit stone to her chest. The Bai family can finally recover. It's all thanks to young Master Mu for standing by my side. Mu Jian grinned slyly at her. No need to be polite. This is just a small compensation I should make. Of course, I also have a small favor to ask of Miss Yashi. The next morning, under the clear blue sky, the overlapping mountains intertwined, the location of the duel, Dragonhead Mountain. In the middle of the green forest, two figures stood facing each other, preparing for the duel between Mu Jian and Ye Yu. Ye Yu stood with his arms crossed, blaming and angry. Xu Feng, you're too late. I've been waiting here all night just to see your face. Mu Jian was also speechless. Aren't we supposed to be brothers? Why do you sound like a crazed fan? Ye Yu, filled with killing intent, rushed forward, drawing his sword to attack. Enough talk, I'll use you to test my progress in the last while. He looked at Ye Yun and felt that he had improved, smiling. Second rank, not even third rank, just after one night you've improved this much. As expected, only the main character with the aura of the heavenly Tao attached can overcome such cultivation rules. He hurriedly stopped him. Ye Yu, do you know why we're dueling today? Ye Yu was annoyed. Of course it's about Yao Shi. He then rushed to attack him. I don't care what you've done, but a duel is about strength. I don't know what you did to enchant Yao Shi, but don't forget that I'm still her fiancé in name. Young Master Mu laughed to himself. You're the main character, why are you still bothering with these side plots instead of pushing the main story? Cough cough, Yan Yu. The duel is just a pretext. Today we must join forces to deal with the demon cultivator. Ye Yu angrily continued to strike fiercely, forcing him to quickly dodge away. What demon cultivator? Don't lie to me. He dodged the attack while thinking, how can the main character be so dumb? Is this for real? Ye Yu is the main character and doesn't know anything about the Black Treasure? Even a side character like President Huang, who never shows his face, knows about the demon race? But the dignified and majestic main character can't keep up with the version? This is unbelievable. At this moment, Bai Yaji hid in the green bushes, watching the two of them duel, pondering, what exactly is Mu Jian interested in about Ye Yu? The battle became fierce, and suddenly demonic energy spread out. Ye Yu was startled and panicked. Demonic energy. It's the demon race. Young Master Mu expressed, why is the main character so stupid? Your reaction is too slow. Do you understand what I mean now? A demon appeared in the dark sky. Demonic energy spreading thickly. Thank you for your cooperation. Young Master Mu, I will catch Ye Yu, Ye Yu shouted. Mu Jian, you dare collude with the demon race. Mu Jian was even more disappointed in his stupidity. Why are all the people in my future team so weird? He yelled at the demon race. Who said I was cooperating with you? You think I'm working with you to lure Ye Yu? No, you're the one who's been lured. Mu and Ye Yun exchanged glances. Now that I've explained it so clearly, you should understand my position, right? Ye Yun was still blank, not understanding anything. Mu Jian sweated, realizing from his expression that the main character seemed to understand that he was being attacked by a major villain. Usually, they'll fight a few moves, and then fall when they can't beat him. I've arranged for several experts like Meng and older sister to hide 100 meters away. After 3 minutes, when Ye Yu can't hold on any longer, they'll come to help. That way, Ye Yu can't help but be grateful that I saved his life. Suddenly, the demon race teleported unexpectedly to Ye Yu, and before he could react, the main character was done for. Mu Jian stared dumbfounded as Ye Yu was beaten to a pulp with just one move. The demon race triumphantly grabbed Ye Yu by the neck and teased, "Betrayal in the middle of a battle requires you to be capable enough." The main character was dealt with by the demon race, sticking his tongue out like an idiot. Mu Jian's plan wasn't going so well. His new plan to nurture the Chosen One had just started, and had already encountered a major problem. The demon race lifted Ye Yu up miserably. "I'll take all of this kid's heavenly Dao aura." The demon race took out a vial and sucked Ye Yu's heavenly Dao aura into it. Ye Yu's heavenly Dao aura looked like a golden tadpole flying out of Ye Yu's mouth. Mu Jian was stunned and bewildered. Is that for real? Can stuff actually be sucked out like that in this world? Looks more like it's sucking out a toy, honestly. The golden chicken quickly slipped into the jar. The demon race swiftly sealed the lid. Seeing the disadvantage, Mu Jian started sweating nervously. This body was practically a wooden dummy, completely incomparable to the spirit refining realm, and Mengji's crew couldn't arrive immediately. Mu Jian quickly tried to distract the demon race with a joke, trying to buy time. "Brother in black, how was my performance just now? Did I help you divert Ye Yu's attention?" The black-robed figure stood powerfully before him. "Mu Jian, do you really think I'm some innocent little lamb? No matter what you think, I don't need you alive." Mu Jian was dumbfounded, putting on a friendly face. Look at me. How do you see me, sir?" The figure raised a hand, unleashing a move towards Mu Jian. "A waste like you isn't even good enough to be firewood. Just accept your fate and die." The demon race unleashed a move towards Mu Jian, and in a flash, trees shed their leaves all around. Mu Jian barely dodged his attack. Suddenly, a blue sword shot forth, blocking the demon race's attack. Confused, he surprisingly praised. "Who goes there? Don't just rely on your sword control technique, show yourself." He knocked the controlled sword away, and it returned to its master. A beautiful young lady skillfully retrieved the sword. It was Bai Yashi. As she defended, she turned to ask, "Mu Jian, are you okay?" He quickly hid behind her, feigning fear. "Thanks to young lady Bai, I'm totally fine, though your appearance was a bit earlier than expected." She saw that his plan wasn't going well. "Didn't you say you'd have your people arranged here? Doesn't look like it." The demon race was surprised. "What? That little brat from the Bai clan? No way. How can a kid in the essence refining realm use sword control technique, which only spirit refining realm cultivators can master?" Mu Jian stood beside her, looking suspicious. "Initially, I just arranged for Bai Yaji to stand by with the Azure Treasure Sword for backup, but she actually saved my life. It doesn't make sense for someone in the essence refining realm to use sword control technique, unless... But the heavenly Dao Qi isn't on her now, is it?" At this moment, she and the demon race clashed, but the advantage seemed to lean towards the demon race. He unleashed powerful moves. After all, she was just a little girl in the essence refining realm. She struggled to parry the demon race's moves, the sacred sword almost touching her face. At this moment, she trembled before the demon race's might. He closed in on her, ready to finish her off. Mu Jian screamed loudly, practically crying from behind, "Bai Yashi, don't you dare die." She felt as if power was being channeled into her from behind. She immediately counterattacked, landing a slash near the demon race's neck. He was startled, retreating in pain. "Is that sword problematic? Otherwise, how could I have been injured? Now that I've obtained the supreme heavenly Dao Qi, it's better to avoid further trouble." He fled, vanishing into the green thicket, revealing his true form, pointed ears and fangs like a savage beast, leaving the two behind. Mu Jian stood behind, contemplating, using a supporting character's words to motivate the protagonist. And it can even make Bai Yashi wound an opponent 2 major realms above her. Bai Yashi collapsed, utterly exhausted. He immediately rushed over to check on her. "Yashi, Zhao Si." She struggled exhaustedly. "If it weren't for this bronze sword, my current strength wouldn't be enough. Just one full power swing drained all the chi from my body. If that black-robed person hadn't left on his own, let alone protecting young Master Mio, I myself would have. He immediately hugged her, comfortingly stroking her head. It's all right, Yashi, don't push yourself, you did great. Let them handle the rest. In the sky, 3 arrows like 3 people streaked through the forest. They were 3 Lianshen realm cultivators, Wei Meng, Gongsun Xiang, and Ren Lao. The 3 quickly blocked his escape route. The demon cultivator, surrounded by the 3, had no choice but to land painfully on the ground. 3 Lianshen realms. I really fell for Mu Jian's trick. He turned to look at Gongsun Xiang. The 2 Moose family members are one thing, but what are you, big guy, doing here? Gongsun Xiang, filled with murderous intent, raised his fiery fist and charged at the demon cultivator, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks to avenge his daughter. Demon cultivator. You killed my daughter. I will make you pay with your life. The demon cultivator weakly resisted, being pushed back. I haven't even killed anyone since I got to Tianshuan City. Gongsun Xiang was annoyed and didn't listen to his explanation, still denying it. The poisonous needle that killed my daughter and the aura on you are exactly the same. The demon cultivator then remembered that he had asked me for that poisonous needle. He schemed against me. That guy's intelligence is no different from a 10-year-old child. I investigated it very thoroughly. Moreover, his face showed no sadness at all for the loss of his daughter, but instead revealed a greedy look when he saw wild prey. The demon cultivator then took out the bottle containing the heavenly Dao Qi to use it. In that case, I don't need to hold back anymore. A golden chicken emerged from the bottle. The 2 Mu family members rushed over. Is this what the young master told us to pay attention to? The shape is really strange. The demon cultivator happily and triumphantly said, It's a waste to keep such a good thing on a Yi family trash. Let me absorb it. He squeezed the chicken in his hand. The chicken, like an angel, flew quickly into the sky. Everyone was shocked to see it fly away. The demon cultivator opened his mouth in surprise. Huh, what's going on, Heavenly Dao Qi? Come back here. At this time, the 3 Limian Shen realm cultivators simultaneously attacked the demon cultivator. Even though this demon cultivator was already injured, it seemed too easy to deal with him. Gongsun Xiang was curious. The thing that just flew away, that the demon cultivator called Heavenly Dao Qi, this old man is very interested in it. He hurriedly chased after it. The thing is currently unowned. Whoever finds it, it belongs to them. The 2 Mu family members watched the Heavenly Dao Qi fly towards them. That Heavenly Dao Qi just flew in the direction we came from. Isn't that the young master's direction? Back to the scene of the 2 people kissing. That's right, they are kissing. Bai Yaji's mind was spinning. I'm being affected by his furnace body again, although my strength has recovered, and there are even signs of breaking through the realm, but this process is really too much. Done, he helped her up. That's good. Ren Lao and the others should have finished off the demon cultivator. Let's go find them and gather together first. Suddenly, the Heavenly Dao Qi rushed towards him. You're back so fast. Then unexpectedly merged into Bai Yashi. She emitted the light of the main character. Her cultivation realm broke through to the Qi refining realm. Mu Jian looked at her and smiled helplessly. As expected, you are the main character. In Mu Jian's eyes at this moment, only these 2 words were reflected. Even if they fight to the point of bloodshed, the main character doesn't need to do anything. The Heavenly Dao Qi automatically comes to their door. The 2 of them panicked when suddenly a wave of killing intent enveloped them. It was that demon cultivator, back for what he let get away, and he was pissed. My clan cultivates for centuries, just to achieve one chance at a pseudo-death rebirth, and it's wasted on you. Where is the Heavenly Datio energy hidden? Hand it over. Mu Jian stepped in front of Bai Yashi. That's not yours to have. The Heavenly Dao energy has chosen me, the true protagonist. The demon cultivator scowled and launched an attack. This little brat. Does she even deserve it? Mu Jian also bravely charged in. Like a hero saving a damsel, don't even think about taking advantage of Yashi while she's weak. Your opponent is me. The demon cultivator threw a punch that sent him flying. Get out of the way. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Even injured as I am, I'm not someone an incompetent like you can handle. Bai Yashi looked at him worriedly. Young Master Mu, the demon race is getting closer. Sensing that you can't control the Heavenly Davio energy, she immediately jumped up and swung her sword at him. He immediately transformed into his original form. A snake that wasn't quite a snake. A dragon that wasn't quite a dragon. To think he had to revert to his original form to deal with a little brat. Now, there's no way you can live. She glared down, her eyes shooting out cold sparks. Come on, try to kill me! The demon race furiously charged at her, only to get a mouthful of dirt. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Bai Yaji attacked with a single sword stroke, slashing down his back. The demon race howled. Is it because of the heavenly Tao energy or because of that sword? At this moment, the surrounding sky turned crimson red, and she stood majestically, her hair turning red, her eyes filled with cold, killing intent. It's because I'm FC King pissed. He was suddenly filled with helplessness. What? Open your mouth and prepare to cast a spell? But faster than that, Bayashi rushed forward, her sword tearing through his mouth. A loud explosion rang out. The scene was devastated, and the demon cultivator lay prostrate at Bayashi's feet. Refining spirit realm. Is this all there is to it? He gasped. The queen clearly said that I was the one with great luck, so why is the heavenly Tao energy? She angrily swung her sword, seeking revenge for the Muka family. What bullshit heavenly Tao energy can't repay young Master Mu? He woke up and quickly ran to stop her. Miss Yashi, hold back the blade. She was surprised to see that he was still safe, and she returned to normal. The demon race was also surprised that he could come back to life. What are you? He pulled out from his chest. Turns out the 3 best pieces of armor I put in were ruined by a refining spirit realm attack. We were both in pain and lay still for a long time. The demon race still tried to scream helplessly. You did it on purpose. He smiled mockingly at him. First time seeing someone pay to play. I am the only son of the #1 family in Tianchuan City. How could I come looking for death without some tools for self-defense? Bai Yaji rushed over, frantically checking to see if he was injured anywhere. Are you really okay? He smiled at her affectionately. I'm fine. He fell into a state of happy bliss as he was thoroughly checked. This vast and warm expanse is just overwhelming. He was also somewhat affected by the demon cultivator's attack. Cough, cough. Miss Bai Yashi, I have something I want to ask the demon. She hastily agreed to let him approach the demon. All right, the demon race member on the ground looked at Mu Zhen'an's attitude with frustration. You just mentioned the queen, right? Is the heavenly Tao something that old demon wants? He pleaded with a sorrowful face. Dong Zhao has long been rotten to the core. Without the support of the two of you, it would have become the queen's plaything long ago. If young Master Mu can help me through this crisis, I can introduce you to the 7th rank demon guard currently in Dong Zhao. With your abilities, you'll definitely become a powerful assistant to the queen in the future. Mu Zhi'an made a nonchalant face, teasing him. Ooh, you want me to be a lackey? Sounds scary? The demon cultivator was even more annoyed but helpless. You don't have to be so unreasonable. Mu Zhi'an is not negotiating with you. If something unfortunate happens, the 7th position will not let you go. As he spoke, a sword pierced through his head. It was Mu Zhi'an. I don't negotiate very decisively either. He stood up, dusting off his hands. He knows the heavenly Daoyo energy is in you. If you spare him, he won't give it up easily. He looked at her and said, letting him go is like leaving a bomb. It's better than having all the secrets explode. She shyly clutched her chest. Young Master Mu, if the demon race always wants to capture me, why not let me go? Just let that queen target me. She went to hug him, her face flushed with surging emotion. But speaking like this, we can talk about what will happen later. With the heavenly Dao energy fused, we'll definitely encounter trouble. Reducing one danger is the most important thing. Mu Zhi'an showed a different persona in his heart. It's not easy to be the main character, Miss Bai. Please take care of yourself. The villains will come to the door sooner or later. A circle of light appeared behind Mu Zhi'an. A fiery red, shaped like the gears of a spinning top, caught his attention. A voice rang out. Cannon fodder character position. From the red light just now, sources of light radiated towards him. The voice appeared again. Male partner of destiny character position. Zhi'an in his heart, showing confusion. Yashi is in his arms now. She is leaning on him without any defense. However, what he is wondering now, what is this position? It can be understood that Bai Yashi absorbed the energy of the heavenly Tao and merged into one, and Mu Zhi'an's character position also changed accordingly. The position of male destiny partner, maybe this is his current character position. That voice rang again. Positioning is released, and a reward is received. Mu Zhi'an turned back into a little brat, his body as red as fire. He stared at the blue card with a gold border, along with the words, Body Refining Realm 1 minute card. And then he couldn't help but complain, it's just 1 minute, no more, no less, so stingy. Then he said again, but men, sometimes a minute is enough, the important thing is efficiency. After that sentence, a flame flashed from his hand and wrapped around the card. A fiery vortex disappeared. Returning to the scene of the beautiful landscape where he and she were standing, Mu Zhi'an returned to the appearance of a handsome and dashing young man. He told her what he was thinking, that heavenly Tao energy is really easy to attract attention. Gongsun Xiang is afraid that he won't pretend not to see it. He definitely has opinions. Let's go see him. Yaoji looked at him attentively, her delicate face now even more gentle because of her silence. He sighed softly, raising his hand to his forehead. She asked with concern after seeing his face become a little uncomfortable, "Young Master Mu, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Ji-an replied softly. "Probably infected with the demon cultivator's blood, will suffer from demon energy attack." Bayaji had a somewhat embarrassed and hesitant expression. She said, I want to. If there is heavenly energy in my body now, then maybe it can help young Master Mu purify a little." She gently took Mu Ji-an's hand and pressed it against her cheek. Her hand was fair and slender, in stark contrast to his dark and strong hand. A golden light emanated from her hand and surrounded his hand. Mu Ji-an looked down and thought to himself, this is really necessary to accept purification. The current situation made his little chick stand up straight, crowing cock-a-doodle-doo, he told himself. Why rush to the mountains? Courage adds big waves. Suddenly, 3 sources of light appeared in the sky, with red, silver, and gold colors falling into the forest. A burly and huge man is Gong Sun-xiang, a woman in golden clothes is Wei Meng-ru, and an old man with white hair is Ren Lao. Gong Sun-xiang asked after looking around. Ren Lao, Miss Wei, young Master Mu, and the Bai family girl were just in this area, right? Why can't I see them? Ren Lao smiled and replied, 2 young people who talk to each other well may have intended to go deep into the forest to discuss it. Contrary to Ren Lao's teasing appearance, Wei Meng-ru was somewhat uncomfortable. She pouted in silence. Gong Sun-xiang also showed discomfort at their disappearance. He glared, his voice increasing in volume. If it was other times, it would be fine, but it happened right when the heavenly energy disappeared. Don't you two find anything strange? Wei Meng-ru, hands on her hips, casually said, So what if our young master took it? Aren't you also searching for the qi of heavenly Tao? If you can't find it yourself, you won't let others take it. Still unconvinced by Wei Meng-ru's words, he raised both hands and shouted, Even so, the Gongsun family has the right to know the direction of the qi of heavenly Tao, right? Wei Meng-ru continued casually, Isn't it already here? Mu Ji-an and Bai Yashi gently appeared. In his hand he was holding something, looking like someone's head, with pale skin and long, elf-like ears. He explained his disappearance. Ugh, you guys. The demons weren't completely cleaned up, almost scared this young master to death. The head in my hand, for crying out loud, is still bleeding. Gong Sun-xiang quickly approached him, losing his previous anger, and asked, Mu Ji-an, what happened? He still raised his arm forward and explained. This black-robed demon cultivator secretly deceived everyone, using a skin-shedding method to fake his death and escape your pursuit. But he was seriously injured, and still wanted to seek revenge on me. Luckily, Miss Bai was here too. He glanced at her, and she looked back at him. After their little flirting session, he continued. That demon cultivator whom you guys beat to within an inch of his life was no match for her. A red light flashed in Gong Sun-xiang's eyes. As if showing his anger, he asked, expressing his doubts. If that's the case, then where is the qi of heavenly Tao? Mu Ji-an was stunned, pretending not to know anything, and repeated in confusion, the qi of heavenly Tao. He was angry and worried. Somewhat hastily, and with a bit of fear, he described the qi of heavenly Tao to him, a golden, flyable thing that looks a bit like a chicken. Then he roared, So you really don't know? He still looked puzzled, as if he really didn't know anything. Ren Lao, standing behind him, quietly said, Patriarch Gongsun, after suspecting so much, I know a little about soul mages. Now that we have the demon cultivator's body, as long as the original soul hasn't completely dissipated, we can communicate with him. Then, Ren Lao said again, Young master, please give this head to this old servant. Looking closely, this head looked like a peeled skin, without eyes, replaced by pure blackness in the eye sockets, and no mouth either. Then, without knowing what he did, after receiving the head from Mu Ji-an's hand, he placed his hand on the hair of the head. A beam of light appeared, surrounding the head. From that beam of light something flickered in and out, as if the soul of someone appeared, perhaps the owner of that head. Mu Ji-an, Bai Yaji, and Gong Sun-xiang did not hide the surprise in their eyes, looking up at what Ren Lao was doing. Then the old man looked directly into the soul of the head that was floating in the air and said, Demon cultivator, this old man asks you, did you use a fake death to deceive us? The soul replied, When seriously injured, our race can shed our skin once to fake death and escape. Gong Sun-xiang angrily pushed Ren Lao's head, interrupting him, and roared, Evil fiend, what is your purpose in coming to Tiangxuan City? The soul calmly replied, To cooperate with accomplices hiding in Tiangshuan City, to seize the qi of heavenly Tao. Mu Ji-an looked puzzled. Accomplices? Gong Sun-xiang continued to ask. Who are your accomplices, and where is the qi of heavenly Tao? The 5 people stood around like a circle, witnessing the head's reply. The soul stammered on. Then, the soul suddenly gradually dissipated, becoming weak and grown. In an instant, the soul followed the beams of light and retracted into the head that Ren Lao was holding in his hand. Gongsun Xiang and Wei Mengru were startled. Retreating slightly, he expressed his doubts, tilting his head to look at Ren Lao and asking, "Ren Lao, this is," the old man explained leisurely. "The soul is weak. The original spirit has dissipated. There are no traces to trace." Gongsun Xiang was suspicious, he said. Really, Ren Lao was talking about the qi of heavenly Tao, and then stopped abruptly. It's too much of a coincidence. The old man sighed and replied, "Gongsun Patriarch overestimates me. Soul magic is not so easy to use." A few more traces of fear appeared in Mujian's eyes. Then he turned into a little boy again, coquettishly hugging Gongsun Xiang's arm, and said, "So scary, Uncle Gongsun. I almost got killed by a demon cultivator." Then he expressed his concern. "Are there still other demon cultivators hiding in Tiangsuan City now? Then what should we do?" he thought to himself. As usual, foolish. Definitely has nothing to do with the qi of heavenly Tao. His face darkened slightly. Then he said, "But Mujian, it's clear that the direction you guys came from is where the qi of heavenly Tao disappeared." From Gongsun Xiang's perspective, Mujian was like a simple child clutching his clothes, confessing, "I almost lost my life just now. I didn't have time to care about any heavenly Tao." He pondered again, his eyes darting back and forth, looking pensive. Suddenly, a purple light flew towards Gongsun Xiang, hitting his waist in surprise. That beam of light sent him flying. Mujian could only stare blankly as a man in white clothes like martial arts training clothes appeared, standing with his arms crossed. On that muscular arm were bandaged wounds that were bleeding. It was Patriarch Yi Bai of the Yi family. He looked towards Gongsun Xiang, his face tilted up, and said with an angry expression, "Old man Gongsun, in your eyes, is asking about the demon race's conspiracy in Tiangsuan City more important than interrogating these kids." On the ground, a trail of blood-like red stretched from where Gongsun Xiang had stood to where he was flung. Lying on the ground, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Bai Bu Yi, weren't you heavily injured?" Bai Yaji cried out, "Father," and rushed towards the newly appeared man. This man was none other than the Bai family's patriarch, Bai Yaoji's father, Bai Bu Yi. A glint of purple light flickered in his eyes as he spoke with a hint of reprimand. "Gongsun Xiang, you quietly presented me with a gift. Today, Bai Mu has come to return the favor. Tit for tat, that's how we do things." Gongsun Xiang lay on the ground, eyes wide, panting heavily. His perspective now focused on Bai Yashi, running towards Bai Bu Yi. He silently lamented his carelessness. All his attention was on the qi of the heavenly Tao. And this time he was seriously injured. His face darkened as he looked towards Wei Mengru and Ren Lao, contemplating his current situation. "With those two as well, 1 against 3, my situation isn't good." Thinking this, Gongsun Xiang turned tail and bolted, thinking, "Gotta run." Bai Yaji watched him go, lost in thought, when the person beside her suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Startling her, she cried out, "Ugh!" Bai Bu Yi raised his hand to his mouth, coughing a few times before replying, "I just woke up and heard you were involved in this, so I came here immediately." Bai Yaji reached out to support him, while Mu Jian spoke up, "Patriarch Bai, relying solely on the Tang Beast King's medicine can only awaken you. You're far from fully recovered. You're overdoing it." Though still weak, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Bai Yaji and explained, "But compared to my daughter's safety, nothing else matters. I couldn't possibly rest peacefully." Then, he looked towards Mu Jian, clasping his hands together. "Young Master Mu, Ren Lao, thank you for helping me obtain the medicine. I owe you a great debt." Jian simply smiled, waving his hand. This little one made quite a few mistakes in the past. Offering the medicine was just to make amends. Uncle Bai doesn't need to worry about it. Yalji also smiled, adding, "Father, during the Bai family's crisis, we were fortunate to have young Master Mu's help. We truly don't know how to thank him enough." Bai Bu Yi said in surprise, "Oh, so it was all thanks to the Muha family." He smiled politely, replying modestly, "Don't mention it. It was just a small matter. Uncle Bai has just recovered from serious injuries, so you still need to rest well. Why don't you two head back first?" So she linked arms with her father to support him, turning to leave. While walking, she turned back to smile at him, and he nodded in return as a greeting. Then, he turned to give Ren Lao a compliment. "Ren Lao, well done." Casting aside the innocent look of the soul, the acting was really realistic. If we had let him finish speaking, it would have been very troublesome. Realizing that he was mistaken, Ren Lao slowly said, "Young master, It wasn't this old servant who did it. A distant power snuffed out that demon cultivator's soul. Ji Hian was taken aback, his eyes widening. Then, he seemed to teleport into another dimension. The space was dark, with red light shining down, looking like some kind of mark. It resembled an eye, causing unease in his heart. He thought, "This doesn't feel right." From another perspective, it was indeed a blood-red eye, enormous in size, staring at Mu Zian. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. His thoughts continued. I don't want to attract the attention of the powerhouses in this world so soon. Back in reality, his hand was clasped by a fair and soft hand of a woman. Wei Meng Ru. She held his hand up, their fingers interlaced, speaking with concern. Young master's hands are so cold, it's time to rest. You're tired. Eye to eye, Mu Jian looked straight at her, replying half-jokingly, "If Meng Ruji could show me what's inside." Before he could finish, he received a punch to the face, stunning him instantly. Then he fell to the ground, lying there as if unable to escape the pain from the punch. Wei Meng Ru turned to leave, losing the concerned look from before. She said coldly, "It seems you're still full of energy, so there's no need to worry." Ren Lao cried out anxiously, asking, "Ah, young master." Jian just laughed, thinking to himself, "Because this current body is weak, I felt fear for a moment. But I am Mu Jian, the leader of the Sap Tao." As he thought this, his face suddenly wrinkled, looking rather unpleasant. Then, he continued his train of thought. "Damn it, I don't care what kind of powerhouse you are, and nothing else matters." Speaking of the geography of this world, there's a region in the eastern part of Dongzhou that is a separate land managed by the immortal sects. It is a somewhat rugged area with many mountains. The name of the immortal sect is Liang Yi sect. The scene changed, with bones in the air flying with the wind, revealing the image of a towering sect mansion with steps leading up to it. In the distance were similar but taller towers. Faintly visible behind was the shining moon. A woman in green robes stood with her arms crossed on the upper floor, quietly looking down. Her face was obscured. We can still see her determined eyes and her pursed lips. She is Lan Mu Lian, the personal disciple of the Liang Yi sect leader. Below the stage were two disciples admiring her. One of them spoke, that's senior sister Lan, on the pavilion. "Is senior sister preparing to train hard all night again?" The other replied with certainty, "Isn't that obvious?" That disciple was showering her with compliments. Senior sister is incredibly talented. She reached the peak of spirit refinement at just 20, only a step away from returning to emptiness. Who knew she was also such a hard worker? Another guy chimed in, "I really want to taste the dewdrops on senior sister's body." Lan Mu Lian sighed softly, murmuring, "I was just spacing out here for a bit." Then, slightly annoyed, she muttered to herself, "Lately, it feels like my junior brothers and sisters are increasingly misunderstanding my actions." The moonlight grew brighter. She gazed at its beauty and continued, her voice sounding like she was talking to herself. "They all think I'm just focused on diligent cultivation, single-mindedly striving for great completion, but who truly understands where my heart lies?" Then, from who knows where, she produced a sheet of paper covered in writing like a letter, skillfully folded it into a paper crane, and released it into the air. Her face was somewhat gloomy and troubled, as if this letter was destined to be sent without a reply. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind her. "If you wanted a reply, why did you intentionally write things that are so difficult to understand?" Lan Mu Lian turned around, exclaiming softly, "Master." A woman, appearing and disappearing in the shadows, spoke. "If you feel uneasy within the sect, why not take a stroll around Tianshuan City?" she continued. "This year's assessment is about to begin. You're responsible for overseeing it. See if there are any children with the potential to become pillars of the Lu Yi sect." A hint of hesitation flickered in Lan Mu Lian's eyes as she responded, "Master, perhaps someone else is more suitable for interacting with the younger generation. I'm not the right fit." But her master steadfastly urged her, "Don't be so negative. As your master, I assure you, you'll encounter a surprise if you go." After a moment of contemplation, Lan Mu Lian replied, "Disciple obeys." Meanwhile, at Mu Jian's place, he was lying on his bed, staring intently at the red text box, displaying the location of his male destiny partner, Nan Tianming. He muttered to himself, "Male destiny partner. Sounds like someone who grows up alongside the son of destiny." Images of dark clouds, thunderstorms, and a rich, fragrant broth flashed through his mind. His thoughts escaped his lips. Someone who can suffer with the son of destiny, and also inherit some of his leftover soup. Wei Meng Ru appeared, standing beside him, looking down at him, and asked. The destiny chi was taken away by her. A glint flashed in her eyes, tinged with anger and reproach. It wouldn't matter if it was just gold and silver, but something of that caliber, how could you just give it away to someone else so easily? Mu Xian's eyes widened as he lay on the bed, thinking to himself, what's there to complain about? This is a huge blessing. He recalled the image of himself spurting blood from his nose. Mu Xian sat up, saying casually, Mengruji, what do you think? If there's some demon cultivator hiding within the heavenly Dao Qi, shouldn't we help Yaji find them? Wei Mengru stood by the bed, one hand on her hip, offering him what was either a compliment or a critique. To please Bai Zhaoji, it seems you've become much braver, she continued. For a demon cultivator to hide in Tianxuan City for so long, their cultivation must be considerable. He seemed to nod in agreement. She leaned slightly towards him, saying, what's the plan? What can you do if you find them? Put on another show of turtle in a jar. Then, Wei Mengru enunciated each word slowly, her voice laced with amusement and emphasis. Silly young master, Mu Xian replied. But you have to take risks to seek wealth. Besides, the ship will right itself when it reaches the pier. She turned away, revealing her long tail, replying calmly, I think Bai Zhaoji has addled your brain. As she spoke, she flung open the window beside her. Or maybe you should let your head catch some wind to clear it up. From outside, a paper crane flew into the room, heading straight towards Mu Xian, carrying some kind of energy that brushed past Wei Mengru's face. Xian sat on the bed, his eyes wide, staring blankly as the paper crane flew towards him. When it was only a hand's breadth away from his face, Wei Mengru swiftly lunged, pinching the wings of the paper crane between her fingers. With a hint of sarcasm, she asked, how about showing a little dodging? Young master, he said with an air of course, seemingly explaining his actions and expressing his trust in her. Because Mengruji can catch it. Hearing this, she asked him, so if I hadn't been able to catch it, my time taking care of you would be over? Xian sighed inwardly. No way, Mengruji. Holding the paper crane in her hand, her eyes darted back and forth, scrutinizing it, and then she said, the attached spiritual energy is quite strong, but why use a paper crane as a hidden weapon, and why is it targeting you? Mu Xian leaned forward, interrupting her. Mengruji, maybe you're overthinking it, it's not a hidden weapon. Wei Mengru paused slightly, then widened her eyes, expressing her confusion. Then what is it? Surely there aren't any experts in Tianxuan City who can apply spiritual energy like this. He nodded in agreement. Zhihian continued. It's an anonymous letter. She still stood beside him, repeating it with slight curiosity. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, whoa, how surprising. Wei Mengru grew even more curious. She glanced over. He opened his mouth to entice her, smiling slyly, and raised the paper up in one hand. Mengruji, want to read it together? She slightly turned her face away, then turned back and leaned over to look at the letter in his hand. Based on my usual behavior and profession, I should know what's written in the assassin's letter. On the letter, the words were written so terribly that she blurted out, what awful handwriting, what does it even say? He tilted his head up slightly, with a smug look and a slight pout. This is a type of calligraphy unburdened by form. I didn't expect my dead youth to be relived here. She kept her hands on her hips, leaning down in confusion, and asked him, what are you talking about, young master? You've only just entered your youth. Then she expressed her doubts. Wait, you mean you understand it? He explained leisurely, like the mood of some young lady wanting to run away from home, but unable to deliberately use abstract words, perhaps wanting to talk to a stranger, while not fully revealing her own shy inner thoughts. Then he turned towards the window and asked her, Mengruji, please get me a brush. Holding the brush and dipping it in ink, he thought to himself, since we're fated to meet today, I'll give you some advice. A moment later, he folded it into a paper crane and launched it into the wind, carrying a golden trail of light at its tail. Mu Xian chuckled, flicking his hands forward, his face radiant, his cheeks flushed like an 18-year-old girl. Bai Bu Yi. It's been so long since I've chatted about such light-hearted topics, it feels a bit awkward. Wei Mengru, looking bored, deadpanned. I don't even need to look at your face to know what expression you're making. The next day, at the heavenly profound city chamber of commerce, in a certain mansion, a woman with crimson hair was sitting in a pool of water, her legs pressed against her chest, her arms hugging her knees, saying, Thank you, young Master Ma, for your patronage, contributing 5,000 spirit stones to this little lady in one go. Mu Xian stood outside the pool, leisurely giving a polite response. Sister is too kind. This small matter is nothing to Mu Xian. She stood up, her figure faintly visible through the water, and gently replied, Young Master Mu, this is no small matter. You've bought up half of the items in today's auction. With that, she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind, saying with a hint of flirtation, Let's get straight to the point. What do you need this little lady to do? Mu Xian glanced at her, smiling sheepishly. There is indeed a small matter, Miss Mu Xian. I want to find a demon cultivator. She pouted in disappointment. A demon cultivator? This little lady was presumptuous enough to think it was for me, but who knew it was because of some demon? He replied softly. There are demon cultivators in Heavenly Profound City, you must know. Eliminating threats to Heavenly Profound City is something I should do. Miss Mu Yan pressed her ample chest closer to him, replying, Oh, young Master Mu cares so much about the people of Heavenly Profound City. Mu Jian coughed awkwardly a few times and said, Let's just say I contributed to the death of the previous demon cultivator. I'm afraid his comrades will come for revenge. She poked his cheek with her slender white finger and said, All right, for the sake of young Master Mu's safety, I'll inquire about this matter. A look of gloom and contemplation suddenly appeared on her face. She continued, Oh right, today at the Heavenly Profound City martial arts stage, the talented youths of Heavenly Profound City are gathering for a competition to prepare for the upcoming sect examination. If young Master Moose is interested, you can go watch. Miss Bai will probably be on stage too. Then she stepped back slightly, spreading her hands to explain her meaning. As for the demon cultivator, this little lady will have someone investigate. I still have guests to entertain. Let's discuss this next time. The clothes on her body clung tightly to her figure, showing off the alluring curves of a mature woman. He acted politely, thanking her. Then I'll trouble you. Sister, go change your clothes, don't catch a cold, no need to see me off. With that he turned and left. After reaching the corridor, he stretched his back and pondered the situation just now. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Luckily my willpower is strong. Then he wondered, could she be a demon cultivator? Some 1,000-year-old fox spirit. If she sucked a few breaths out of me, this body would definitely be taken over. As he thought, he continued walking. For a demon cultivator to want to turn Heavenly Profound City into a base, disguising themselves as ordinary people wouldn't make sense. They might be hiding in some major families. Ignoring the fact that he had just passed someone wearing blue from head to toe, he continued his train of thought. I should go see the martial arts stage. Maybe some young master there is a demon cultivator in disguise. The young woman who passed him, Lan Mu Lian, froze, adjusted the hair behind her ear, and wondered curiously, that young man, what kind of smell does he have on him? At the Heavenly Illusion City martial arts arena, seeing Ye Yu, whose face was bandaged and bloody, still able to overwhelm and defeat an opponent, Mu Jian sighed. He's really tough. I thought he had been killed by the demon cultivator with one blow. But I didn't expect someone to carry him back to the mansion, bandage him up, and then he stood up again, reminding me of Straw Hat and Black Robe with the golden sword. Although this kid Ye Yu isn't the main character, his fate is much better than others. Even if he lost the aura of the Chosen One, he still has other golden fingers. At this moment, Ye Yu glanced down at the stage, pointed his sword at him, and shouted, Mu Jian, do you dare to come up here and spar with me again? He sighed softly in his head, mimicking the guy's words inwardly. Ye Yu chimed in, You come up here. Mu Jian just smiled and declined. I'm just here to watch everyone fight today, not in the mood to throw down. Suddenly, where did this bunch of people come from? Leading the charge was Gongsun Xiang's fourth son, Gongsun Cheng. He declared bombastically, Yeah, this place is full of fellow disciples trying to get into the Lu Yi sect. Mu Jian, you don't even dare to spar. How shameless can you be to even think about entering the Lu Yi sect? Hearing that, he smirked and said, How do you know I'm a reserve student? He was taken aback, but then his anger flared up. Because earlier, during the demon extermination, only his father was seriously injured, so he conveniently blamed the Musani family, thinking they didn't put in enough effort, so today he came to get revenge and teach Muzihi Andia a lesson. Without another word, he unleashed his attack, yelling, Muzihi Andia, your status doesn't matter once you enter the Lu Yi sect. Today I'll help you learn how to behave in the immortal sect. What gives you the right to talk back? Seeing this, he just sneered inwardly. These two nobodies looking for scraps are going after the main character again, but if I have to fight, I'll choose the lighter punching bag to see if my body's gotten any stronger lately. A purple figure suddenly darted out and kicked Gongsun Jiang hard in the chin, sending him flying several meters. With broken teeth, he shakily got up, confused, and asked, What just happened? Bai Yaji held out a hand to shield him, saying, I'm here, no one can hurt Mu Jian. Jihan was speechless. Seriously, the leftover experience from those fodder characters has become the main character's loot already, not my turn. This time, both Gongsun Cheng and Ye Yu exclaimed in unison, shocked, Yariji. She nonchalantly replied, Anyone want to fight Mu Jian? Then you'll have to fight me. Because he had several teeth kicked out, Gongsun Cheng was now shouting gibberish at Qian, Mo Zihi Nhi, Luo Jasi, running scared behind a woman. Mu Jian took the opportunity to hide behind her, only showing his head and taunting, That's right, I have a beautiful Dao companion protecting me. What about you? Look at you. Gongsun Cheng was so angry that smoke was coming out of his ears, cursing, son of a bitch. Hearing Qian's phrase, Dao companion, Yaji glanced at him with a slightly surprised and blushing face, while he just raised his hand and said, You came just in time, thank you. Yaji, kill. Gongsun Cheng charged forward, slurring his words, yelling, Vajra Buddha sword. Only a god can break it. Someone who hasn't even reached the chi refining realm like you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slashed away by her sword. The crowd stared blankly, and Ye Yu was also shocked and screamed, No way, Gongsun Cheng is at the 8th stage of chi refinement, how could this be? Glancing at Ye Yu, he was a little speechless. After losing the heavenly Dao energy, why is your aura like trash? Bro. Looking at Bai Yaji, he appraised. But I knew you were strong. I didn't expect you to be this strong. No wonder you're the main character. After being hit twice in a row by her, Gongsun Cheng could only barely lift his head and mock, only to have the words come out garbled. Ku kug nea strong kui strong. A shang bat ding yu san shang koi before fei vi chi nhi. Yashi gritted her teeth. Mu Jian just waved his hand and said, Yashi, don't be angry, don't be angry. Turning to mock the bruised young man mercilessly. Seriously. Your 8th stage of Shi refinement is terrible, getting beaten by someone your age. Sorry, Gongsun Cheng. I not only have a good family background, but also a Dao companion. Let me show you a little something. Seeing his exaggerated expression, he glared. What kind of expression is that? Mu Jian gently tapped Gongsun Cheng's chest and said, If Yashi helps me win, then I'll consider it my win. If you're not convinced you can hit me, I won't let Yashi help this time. Hearing his provocation, Gongsun Cheng jumped up and shouted, You think I'm afraid of you, you weak chicken, just because I'm injured? Be careful, young master, Qian said softly. Then suddenly Gongsun Cheng's body was as if it had been struck by several cuts, blood splattering everywhere, and he also fell down. Mu Jian stood in front of him and said innocently, You were angry even with an injury. Now it's even better. Who would think I touched you? It's easy to mess with your chi and blood with just a little touch. The little brat secretly calculated in his head. Gongsun just straight up died, and 2 others got injured. They won't dare to mess with Bai Yaji for a while, that Gongsun young master. The subordinates beside him panicked. Quick, back to the manor. The young master got beat up this bad. Are we just gonna leave it like that? You still want to mess with the Moose family? He didn't even do anything. Let's go, Bai Yaji, looking anxious, said. Why did Gongsun Cheng become like that? I didn't think I injured him that badly. Mu Jian, hearing this, simply said, Yashi, you're stronger than you think. Are you okay though? Are you hurt? She replied, I'm fine. With Gongsun Cheng's skills, he can't even touch me now. The crowd, overhearing the conversation, could only be secretly jealous. They really envied this Mu Jian guy. Suddenly, someone remembered and turned to Ye Yu to ask, Haha, bro, I remember that Yaji is still your fiancé, right? He immediately got the death glare and was scared out of his wits. At this moment, many people were unaware of the small conflict that had occurred. Around them, people in the tea house were also observing those involved. A seductive young woman said to the veiled girl beside her, These youngsters will soon be entering the sect. Are you interested in any of them? She simply replied, Youngsters, we're only 2 or 3 years older than them. But there is one person who has caught my eye. Sis, the other girl interjected. It must be the Bai family's young lady. She defeated others of her age in one move. Truly powerful. She quickly denied, her eyes still fixed on Mu Jian, saying, No, it's the one with the 2 strands of hair sticking up on his forehead. Mu Jian was secretly punishing the 4th young master of the Gongsun family. While someone had already taken notice of this, the woman beside her, hearing what the veiled woman said, questioned, Why doesn't elder sister care about Bai Yashi, who seems several levels stronger on the surface, but instead wants to learn about the young master she dotes on? The girl called elder sister replied, There are some things you still can't see right now. The sect leader sent me down the mountain to scout. But I don't understand the potential future disciples of our sect. Hearing this, she handed over a piece of paper, waving it. So that's why you came looking for me. Who knew you'd need me so soon? In the Tianran mysterious city, those with good talent are all recorded here. Their information is documented in this material. Glancing over it, the girl said, The Mu Jian I'm looking for isn't on the list. She replied, The person you're interested in used to be a famous playboy who loafed around in the Jiaofeng division all day. Naturally, he wouldn't be recorded in the list. The person beside her asked, puzzled, Used to be, meaning he's not like that anymore. She explained, I feel like there's been a slight change. He no longer has the natural rogue vibe he used to have, and he even took the lead in dealing with the demon cultivators in the city. Oh right, the reason you came to me to ask about methods for finding demons was also because of him. Elder sister, Would you like me, your younger sister, to give you some pointers? Are you very familiar with Mu Jihan? She asked, puzzled. Elder sister, you know I don't like cultivating. I only like interacting with interesting people and creatures, otherwise I wouldn't be an auctioneer. Among those recorded in the list, how many have talent that can compare to you? She smiled slightly, with a bit of helplessness, saying, You're just helping him ask for items for identifying demons, right? Give this to him. Hearing this, she smiled brightly. New elder sister had a way. This will make young Master Mu owe me a favor. This time, I didn't bring anything, only this gift to repay elder sister. Looking at the title, Grand Master of 100 Styles Fist, the uncensored version of the scroll. The face hidden behind the veil flushed red. Seeing this, she added, But elder sister rarely comes down the mountain. Do you want to stroll around the city? There are so many good things, all things elder sister hasn't seen. She said helplessly, I didn't come down the mountain for this, I came down the mountain for the assessment, and you said there are demon cultivators, so naturally they must be eliminated. Before she could finish speaking, the person beside her had disappeared. She glanced at the book in her hand, then reached out to put it away, then suddenly remembered the letter she had thrown away earlier. I wonder why I received a reply, and I clearly didn't attach spiritual energy to the paper. The person who replied seemed to have understood the thoughts I concealed with different writing. In comforting and enlightening me, I also mentioned that they were having a headache about demon cultivators. That person who replied could very well be Mu Zian. Elsewhere, after kissing Bai Yaji, he asked, How do you feel today? Is your spiritual energy increasing quickly? She happily replied, So fast, after only a week, I've surpassed the Qi training realm, and all I did was continue to Speaking of which, she hesitated a bit, thinking shyly. The support from the heavenly Dao Qi in the furnace, the speed is 10 times faster than ordinary people. It's hard to believe without experiencing it personally, if I could delve even deeper. At that moment she slapped her face with both hands, thinking embarrassedly, What am I thinking? How can I just observe for the sake of cultivation? Seeing this, Mu Zian smiled meaningfully and said, The heavenly Dao Qi has a very high compatibility with you, but mastering it has both advantages and disadvantages. You must quickly become strong to resist those unscrupulous people. She turned and replied, I understand what you mean. The demon cultivator spies have not been eliminated. They may also be lurking in the major clans of Tiangshuan City. That's a great threat to both of us. I will continue to grow to the point where I have enough strength to protect you. Mu Lang, please give me a little more strength, he said ambiguously. Take it as you please, if this is your wish, Yanji. She was shyly about to start when a loud knock on the door startled her. He could only sigh, stood up, and opened the door for Wei Mengru. As soon as she saw him, she said, Don't be lazy and order me in. Open the door yourself, he asked, puzzled. What's wrong, Mengruji? She replied. The auctioneer's young miss of the trade association specifically sent this to you. He gave a soft, she continued. The auctioneer's young miss said that this snow lotus can detect demon cultivators. If there are any demon cultivators nearby, it will turn black, he interjected. That convenient, she continued. To be more specific, within a 5-meter radius, if there is demonic energy, this snow lotus will turn black. He asked her, Where did you get this good stuff? She replied, A disciple of the Liangyi sect brought it. He suddenly realized. It's also rumored in the city that the person in charge of the Liangyi sect's assessment has already come down the mountain. So this auctioneer's young miss has connections with the Liangyi sect. No wonder it's so easy to find things and discover demon prisoners. Prepare a gift in return for the auctioneer's young miss. When the Gongsun family encountered difficulties, did the royal family and the Ye family take any other actions? She replied. The royal family's trade association's young miss, Huang Tingman, is sending people to investigate you. A distant cousin of Ye Yu has come to Tiangshuan to prepare for the sects assessment. Hearing this, he gave a flattering smile. Meng Ruji is helping me investigate girls. You really understand me. Seeing this, she could only sigh. Immediately afterward, he changed his expression and seriously told her, I have a slight impression of the royal family's young miss. I will deal with her. During this time, Meng Ruji, help me investigate that cousin a little bit. Hearing this, she sighed and continued. Are you still not satisfied with the girls from the witch brothel? And now you're starting to target the young misses of the families? Also, the tea perfume on Bai Yashi is too obvious to hide, so there's no need to hide it. After all, dangers arising from feelings are not within the scope of my job protection. If something happens, don't expect me to help. He was a little puzzled. Why is that? Ugh, Why do I feel like I'm facing a head teacher when I'm facing Meng Ruji? Although I can freely take treasures in the name of the master, I always feel like I can't gain the upper hand. As if there's an instinct. Turning back into the room, he said, Yamaji, Miss Yamaji, it just so happens that I specially prepared a gift for you. This is for you. Saying that, he presented the item in his hand. I originally bought this snow lotus to find demons, but I feel that from the name to the person you are very compatible with it, pure and innocent. She softly called his name, and he interrupted. But now, I have to go out for a while, Yashi. Just rest in my room. Having just broken through to the Qi training realm, your body may still experience some disorders. She blankly agreed, and then suddenly reacted. Mulang also understands cultivation. Never mind, it doesn't matter much. Suddenly, dark energy began to spread out. At this moment, Mu Jian was arriving in front of the royal family's residence. Inside the house, many male groans echoed. Oh dear young miss, please have mercy on us, she said uncomfortably. The material of the whip and the strength of my hand are both carefully controlled. It's just a loud scream, it doesn't hurt at all. How boring, is this all the endurance you guys have? Nothing more interesting, Huang Manting complained. Just then, a servant ran in to report. Young Misan, the Musha family's young master, has come to request an audience. Hearing this, she briefly thought, what is Mujian doing here? I was just calculating how to get back the money the royal family compensated the Mujia family. Did he already find out? She raised her hand and instructed her subordinates. Lead young Master Muk to my study. I'll be right there. The servant acknowledged the order. The guys who had been hanging upside down and getting whipped suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Mus has come at just the right time, we're saved. Before they could rejoice, Huang Manting raised her whip and lashed out with a powerful strike, shouting, Don't think you're getting off easy. With your lax attitude, how will you ever satisfy this young lady? No fun at all, punishment. You'll continue to hang there. I'll release you when I get back. Saying that, she turned and headed to the study. Arriving there, she languidly said, Young Master Mun, I heard you've been very close to the Bai family's young miss lately. Why are you coming to see me alone? He glanced at the snow lotus on the table, and seeing that it hadn't changed color, he smiled lightly. Huang Manting continued. Could it be you're bored already? Haha, so after playing with the young miss, even the girls at the brothel don't excite you anymore? You want to switch to another family's young miss to play with. Hearing this, he replied casually, Didn't Miss Huang want to meet me too? Then it's a win-win situation for both of us. Isn't it better that I come myself? I had someone from Xianmen especially bring Miss Huang a gift. Miss Huang's upright and straightforward reputation is like a pure white lotus. It suits you very well. Hearing this, Huang Manting picked up the box and assessed it. Oh, a flower only found in the Liangyi sect, Mu Jian continued. Nurturing this snow lotus will help with cultivation, and it can also detect demonic entities. Rumor has it that a demon cultivator is hiding in Tiangshuan City. All the major families know that you are the most trustworthy right now. Other than Miss Huang, I can't think of anyone else, she asked somewhat suspiciously. Is that really so? Why didn't you look for me from the start? Seeing the Gongsun family fall from grace and even turn against the Yen family. You tried looking to the Bai family but found it was useless, so you thought of my royal family, right, young Master Mu? He laughed heartily. How dare I just want to give Miss Huang a helping hand. Huang Manting arrogantly said, I don't need it. I'm not one of those old fogies in the family carrying a merit board. Even if I kill a demon cultivator, I can't use that to establish prestige or credibility. As she raised the whip, Mu Jian remembered what Meng Ru had said. Huang Manting, the only daughter of the royal family, although spoiled and willful, has never done anything excessive to harm others and has a particular hobby, BDSM. He bent down to pick up the whip, thinking to himself. Combining it with Meng Ruji's information, the shyness in front of others, plus the lack of proficiency in controlling, this young miss is just a noob among the newbies. And the quickest way to satisfy a newbie is to activate twin cultivation mode. Suddenly, Huang Manting straddled Mu Jian, but seeing this he just said it was to make them think he was very strong. Like in a newbie match, flooded with elaborately acting bosses, Huang Manting, hearing this, said, Then, let's put out some bait. And see, I really don't understand. The Bai family's young miss has always been aloof, so why is she suddenly colluding with you? The Bai family is facing difficulties lately, but it's not so bad that they'd let their only daughter be tied to a pervert like you, right? He said nonchalantly. Maybe Bai Xiaoji likes me because she's moved by my sincere heart, Huang Manting scoffed. Hey. Enough, Mu Jian. We all grew up in Tianshuan City, everyone knows everyone. I'm just saying, relax a little. People who live in luxury and high positions don't necessarily like being there. There's fun to be had down here too. It's just that social norms make it inconvenient to say, Don't you think so, young Master Mu? After she stood up, Mu Jian started acting. He said, "Weird, why am I suddenly so excited?" She was stunned and turned to support him, saying it was just sweat. "It's nothing, young Master Mu is a guest. It wouldn't be right to let you leave with a wet crotch. Let me help you dry it off." Saying that, her hand on his back started to heat up. Mu Jian endured the heat, saying, It's a little hot, Huang Manting beside him said, "Don't worry, I'm only using 1/10 of the fire-subduing staff's power. It'll help you evaporate the moisture faster." In her mind, looking at his expression, she thought gleefully, "Aha, that's right, that's the puppy dog look," he stammered. "Huang Xiaoji, this isn't right," she replied. Isn't right, or don't you like it?" He thought for a moment and said, Like it a lot." Huang Manting blushed with excitement and said, Come, let's add some props." He pretended to say, Don't want to. But she said excitedly, "Don't be afraid, I'm very good at controlling my strength. All the manservants at home say so," he said. "That's not it, what I mean is, the props that Huang Xiaoji uses on me aren't interesting enough," she said, somewhat surprised. "Oh." He took out a candle and said, "This is a lava essence candle that can't be extinguished, a top-grade treasure." She picked it up and continued, "Burning it not only feels hot, but also makes people dizzy. The trading company only sold 1 box of these a few days ago. Could it be you bought it?" he continued. As expected of our trading company, Huang Xiaoji is very knowledgeable. Huang Manting looked excitedly at the candle in her hand, unable to believe it, and said, "Such a precious item, you bought it just to do this. That's amazing, Mu Zian. How come I didn't know you were such a boy?" He reached out and took off his layers of clothing, saying, "Experiment on me as much as you want," and lay down. Huang Manting was extremely excited, lit the candle and dripped wax on him. Moaning slightly excitedly, he said, "It's only enough with such an atmosphere and temperature." She looked up. He said, "Huang Xiaoji, please take out the rest of the things in my coat." She curiously took them out, and seeing the things inside, she took them out one by one, shouting joyfully, "Aha! Ice marrow cold jade patch, made from animal skin that retains freezing temperatures. Thunder electric sea eel whip. Because it's made from marine life parts with electricity, it can emit an electric current that makes people faint. Abyssal dark illusion thread can imprison people's thoughts, forcing them into illusions. It's forbidden." Then she saw the barbed wire. She climbed on top of Mu Jian with extreme excitement, saying, "This is too fun. Mu Jian, why didn't I know you were so compatible with me before? I haven't met anyone who can use these toys with me, except my brother with the fake face." He said expectantly, "Huang Xiaoji, please use them on me well." Huang Manting said excitedly, "Then you have to be careful not to die in my mansion. I didn't expect you to be like this, knowing how to play so well." After a long time, the two of them lay on the floor, her face full of satisfaction. You can go now. That's all for today." Mu Jian didn't turn around and said, So, the lotus flower." Huang Manting laughed again and replied, "Haha, if you beg me like that, I'll reluctantly agree." Hearing her agreement, he immediately propped himself up. "Great then, Huang Gunyang, get some rest. Let's hang out again next time if we have the chance. I'll take my leave now," she said with slight surprise. "Can you even walk? I'll have a servant escort you back." He staggered to his feet, saying, "It's okay, no need, I'll just take it slow, no need to see me off, cough cough, I can get back by myself." Once outside the gate, he immediately dropped his weakened act, muttering, "And she really didn't come out to see me off." Next up is good little sister, Ye Wei. Jian smiled coldly, his face sinister, and said, "Next up is Ye Yu's good little sister." Ye Tian asked worriedly, "Boss, are you sure you really don't have any?" Her face disappointed, she asked, "You can't even buy a third-grade elixir like a qi condensation pill." The boss replied helplessly, "Oh heavens, young miss, the Liangyi sect's entrance exam is coming up. The demand for elixirs is too high. Alchemy isn't like molding clay. Now customers are picking up orders that were placed 2 years ago without a reservation, and the exam is right around the corner. How could I possibly have any on hand for you?" Ye Tian sadly lowered her eyes, and the boss continued to explain, "Don't even mention third grade. Even first-grade pills are all being snatched up. I can't help you, young miss." The boss asked curiously, "Speaking of which, isn't making a reservation common knowledge?" Ye Tian explained, I'm from somewhere else, came to Tiangshuan City, not a local." The boss then comforted her. "Well then, that's understandable, don't worry, you're young, you'll have plenty of opportunities, just pay attention next time." Ye Tian left, teary-eyed and dejected, regretting as she walked. "Right now I need to break through, I really need a qi refining pill to help." She hesitated, thinking, "Should I go ask Ye Yugege?" She immediately dismissed the thought. No. Ever since he lost that match last time, he's never been cheerful. If I bother him now, it'll definitely make him hate me. Ye Tian repeatedly patted her face, flustered, saying, having to rely on family just to break through to the chi refining stage is just wrong. I have to find a way myself. Suddenly someone walked past her. Zihi An entered the shop, immediately attracting Ye Tian's attention. He slowly said, Alchemist? I just got a new batch of elixirs. Is your Dan Pavilion buying? The boss excitedly asked. Were these all made by Ren Lao? Jian smiled and replied, That's right. It's a pity the time was a bit rushed, so I couldn't refine them too meticulously. The boss hurriedly said excitedly, It's fine. Anything from Ren Lao is top grade in my shop, even if it's done carelessly. You know how short on goods we are. And you even brought them yourself. I'll take them all no matter the amount. Ye Tian turned her head in surprise to look at Jian, who continued calmly. Go ahead and take them for assessment first. I have plenty of time anyway. The boss immediately ran off, saying, All right. I'll go assess them right away. Ye Tian tiptoed closer and said, Dageg, does your family have an alchemist? Could I ask you to help me with something? I'll prepare all the materials. The price is negotiable. Could you ask that alchemist to help me refine a chi refining pill? Jian turned around with a strange, radiant face and slowly asked, Little miss, do you also want to participate in the sect's entrance exam? Ye Tian hesitantly replied, Yes, that's right. Zihi An coldly asked, Don't you think we might be competitors in the exam? Ye Tian was speechless, hesitating to say, Zihi An grinned mischievously, saying, The fewer opponents who can break through, the better, right? Haha. Suddenly he changed his expression, held up the box of elixirs, and said with a smile, But if little miss is in urgent need, I happen to have a chi refining pill here that I can give to you. Ye Tian's eyes immediately lit up, and she excitedly exclaimed, Chi refining pill. She stared intently at the elixir, asking curiously, But didn't you just say? Jian gently replied, I also said, might be able to. We don't actually have any competitive relationship, and I don't need to participate in the Immortal Sect's exam. He kindly said, I don't need it anyway. Seeing that you need it so much, it's no problem to give it to you, Ye Tian said hesitantly. This isn't right. The elders in my family have taught me that I can't casually accept things from strangers. Zihi An immediately made a suggestion. How about this? Just take it. One chi refining pill definitely isn't enough to break through. Next time you bring enough spirit stones to my residence, I'll sell chi refining pills to you at market price. A fair trade like that wouldn't go against your elders' teachings, right? Ye Tian happily replied. That works, she wondered. Oh right, Dage, where do you live? I just arrived in Tiangshuan village, and I'm not familiar with the roads. Mu Jian winked at her and said, Oh, my place is super easy to find. It's right next to the Jiaofeng division on the east side of the city. Huge mansion, you can't miss it, that's my house. He conjured a snow lotus into her palm and said, Take this snow lotus as a token. The servants at my place will know you're my VIP guest when they see it. Ye Tian lowered her head and hurriedly said, Please give me some time to prepare the spirit stones. I will come to your esteemed residence to pick up the goods tomorrow. She ran out the door while happily waving to him and said, Thank you, big bro. You're such a nice guy. She excitedly thought as she ran. Even though he seems a bit quirky, he's definitely a kind and enthusiastic bro. As soon as Ye Tian left, Mu Jian immediately took off his mask. He sneered, saying sinisterly, Heh, as long as he's a nice guy, that's good enough. He recalled Meng Ru's report. Ye Tian, the concubine daughter of the Ye family. Her personality is so weak that you can't see a trace of a young lady's grace. She is an obedient girl. Since she just came from another place, she probably doesn't know about your bad reputation yet. She is a suitable loophole to break through. Mu Jian stretched and said smugly, Meng Ruji's intel is always reliable. The Ye family line also has a good start. I'll continue to have a deeper exchange with her tomorrow. After a while, the boss came out and said happily, Young Master Muzz, the pills have been inspected. All good stuff. The spirit stones are also calculated at a high price, but there was no one left outside. He wondered in surprise, where did the person go? Mu Jian walked away happily singing. He looked at the snow lotus in his hand and thought smugly. 3 snow lotuses have been sent out of the 4. The Gongsun family is almost paralyzed now. It's meaningless to give it to those guys, so who should I give the last one to? A wisp of black smoke suddenly appeared on the snow lotus in his hand. He widened his eyes in surprise. The masked guy approached, put his hand on his shoulder, and whispered, Don't make a fuss, don't shout, the guy threatened. Come with me. The masked guy led Mu Jian into a deserted alley. Mu Jian gave a forced laugh and said, Haha, this big bro. If you had shown up a little earlier, I wouldn't have had to go to the trouble of dragging the families in." That guy took out a sword, Mujihi. An immediately widened his eyes, he was startled, and said in fear, "Gigi, brother, you specially brought me to this alley. Surely you have something you want to ask me, right? Are you going to just strike and kill directly?" As soon as they entered the alley, the masked man drew his sword to threaten. Mujian was startled and frightened. Brother, you specially brought me into this alley. You should at least ask me something, right? Are you just gonna make a move and kill directly?" He said nothing, swinging his sword straight at Mujian. He backed away in fear. "I'm not the main character right now. The difference in cultivation is so big. If I can't beat you, I just can't beat you. Unless..." Suddenly, a sound came from nearby, causing Mulian to rush in and block the masked man's attack. Saving Hanji, she swung another saber, knocking him far away. Mulian glared at him with an icy face. Mujian sighed sadly. "Unless someone comes to save me, now I know that my positioning is a damsel in distress waiting to be rescued, huh?" The masked man looked down at his clothes. His clothes burst open, revealing a bloody chest. He supported himself. Feeling inferior, the masked man created a ring of fire. He hid in it, and then flew away in the air, leaving Mujian and Muzlian to stare blankly after him. Muzlian's expression was extremely worried. There are really demon cultivators hiding in the city at the foot of the sect. Mujian finally snapped out of it, and rushed over to ask. "This one is Mujian. Many thanks to this immortal sect fellow Taoist for lending a hand. May I ask your name?" Not letting him finish, she turned and held up a paper crane, saying, "This." Mujian chuckled knowingly. "Oh. So you're the 1,000-paper crane girl. So the snow lotus was also a gift from you," he said softly to flatter her. "Senior sister has helped me so many times. I'm willing to do anything to repay your kindness." Lan Mulian waved it off. "No need to exaggerate so much." She introduced herself. "I'm not your senior sister yet. My surname is Lanan, and my name is Muchen Lichian." Mujian's smile was a bit cunning and sly. "That's true. It's a bit early to call you that now, Miss Lan. Would you do me the honor of staying at the Muji family for a while? I want to welcome you properly and express my gratitude." Lan Mulian flatly refused. "No need," Mujian pressed. "Then can you at least leave me your contact information?" She didn't answer, but immediately shot off. He watched in amazement with wide eyes. To have such cultivation and talent at such a young age, she seems to have more potential as the chosen one than Ruoji. He recalled his terrible past life. "In my past life I was besieged by the chosen ones. This world might not have just one chosen one. I need to pay more attention to senior sister Lan." Lan Mulian flew, pursing her lips angrily, and she screamed out annoyedly, "Ugh!" Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Why meet through letters? But I couldn't bring myself to say it. At the Mushi residence, Mujian happily skipped back to his room. With a super high-level senior sister Lan coming down the mountain to guard the place, things will be much more stable now. He kept praising. I bet she must be at the peak of the spirit refinement realm, a level stronger than Meng Ru and Old Ren. He flung open the door with a smile. Yaji, I'm back. Good news, we have 2 nascent soul senior sisters willing to subdue demons. Inside the room, Bai Yaji was upset, because her transforming body had grown ears and a tail. She called out, Mulang! Mujian couldn't believe his eyes, and closed the door. My opening method must be the problem. Bai Yaji flung the door open and shouted, Mulang! I don't know why I turned into this either. Mujian turned red with anger. Oh my god, how did you turn into a demon cultivator too? Bai Yaji flung the door open and shouted, Muzlang! I don't know why I turned into this either. Mujian turned red with anger. Oh my god, how did you turn into a demon cultivator too? He rushed straight into the room and slammed the door shut. He pressed. Yashi, explain it in more detail. What happened while I was out? She replied quickly. Because the cultivation speed here is always very fast, I just broke through to the 5th level of chi refining. But right after I broke through, I became like this. It was so unbelievable that Mujian couldn't speak. Silently observing, he reached out and pinched her cat ears. Sorry, Yaji. They look so soft I couldn't resist. Bayashi blushed with anger. Mujian said. In short, it's clear that you're a demon cultivator now. We have to quickly think of a way to turn you back. He lowered his voice thoughtfully. Especially with the senior sister from Liangyi sect, she might not even need any tools to search for demon cultivators. If she can just rely on her sense of smell to find demon cultivators, hiding in the house will be useless. We're really in trouble. Hearing this, Bai Yanji looked worried. Is Liangyi sect sending people down the mountain? If I get caught by the people of the immortal sect in this demon cultivator form, not only me but even my family will be in trouble. She lowered her head and pleaded. Mulang, Please just hand me over to the people of the immortal sect to eliminate the demon. Can you ask the Muzai family to protect the remaining members of the Bai family? Muzai-An waved it off. What are you saying? You clearly haven't done anything bad. He gently stroked her head. To have to die just because you suddenly turned into a fox girl. There's no reason for that. But with the personality that senior sister Lan showed, I can't be sure if she'll just chop you down with one blow if she sees you as a demon cultivator. He recalled. Whether senior sister Lan is the chosen one or not is another matter, but Bai Yaji is clearly the chosen one. I can't let her suffer here. Yaji, I suspect that you're like this now because your realm has increased too quickly, and your own talent has become uncontrollable. Mu Jian gently comforted her. Anyway, some cultivators can only stop at the qi refining realm for their entire lives, but you're doing great. In just a few days, you've surpassed half of the qi refining realm. A little bit of change is normal, continued. Learning how to control demon power in a short time is not realistic. But Yaji was still confused. So, temporarily dealing with this power is still doable, right? Mu Jian immediately replied. Yes. Bai Yaji pursed her lips, a little embarrassed. Then, could I possibly borrow your dual cultivation furnace cauldron for a bit? Mu Jian looked at her with a fond gaze. Of course, we can still rely on the bridging technique like before, Bai Yaji then said. No. She hesitated, unable to get the words out. I want to take it a step further, to fully enjoy all of Mu Lang's cauldron essence. Mu Jian was taken aback, and Bai Yaji stammered to clarify. Of course, this is all to suppress the demonic energy. So that's why. Mu Jian smirked slyly, pulling her into his embrace. Miss Bai Yaji, feel free to use my cauldron as much as you like. I'm truly willing. Bai Yaji was quite determined. Bai Yaji closed her eyes, pouting as she moved closer to Mu Jian. At this moment, outside, Lan Mu Lian arrived at the Mua residence. Old Ren immediately asked, May I ask what brings such esteemed guests from the immortal sect to our humble abode? She answered without hesitation. The sect master has assigned me to be the examiner for the upcoming assessment. Mu Jian is the only candidate in Tianxuan City exempt from the written exam. Although he doesn't need to participate in the exam, I still have to fulfill my duty to interview this young master. Old Ren kindly assisted Lan Mu Lian. I see. Please follow this old servant. The young master just returned from outside, so I assume he is still resting. This old servant will lead you to the main hall to rest. She frowned, puzzled. Senior, your cultivation is also at the advanced stage of spirit refinement realm, right? In Dongzhou, outside the capital, that's enough to dominate a region as a wealthy tycoon. Normally it's not enough to hire you, yet you are content to be an anonymous old butler in the Mushe residence, he replied bluntly. It is because this old servant once received a priceless favor from the family head, so I wholeheartedly assist the young master. She asked further, who is the family head of the Mushe residence? He hesitated before answering. But they disappeared a long time ago. This old servant is merely entrusted to care for the young master. Lan Mu Lian was still somewhat doubtful. My previous attitude, I fear, will cause Mu Biu to misunderstand me. Such a terrible first impression. I have to rely on my identity as an examiner to find an excuse to clarify that I am not someone who only knows how to put on a cold face. If my master knew, she would definitely scold me. Suddenly, a strong fragrance wafted over. Startling Lan Mu Lian, she shouted, Demon! Old Ren was bewildered. What? She immediately grabbed her sword and ran off to search. There's a demon cultivator in the residence. Meanwhile, in Mu Jian and Bai Yaxi's room, they were intimately together. Lan Mu Lian's expression darkened. She angrily thought, the extermination must have failed. She recklessly fled everywhere, which is how she came to the Muzi residence to continue targeting Mu Jian. No. Lan Mu Lian gritted her teeth. This fiend is truly relentless. Bai Yaxi hesitated. Mu Lang, is this a bit... She spoke while looking embarrassed, a bit shy. At this moment, Bai Yaji with rosy cheeks, her expression seemed difficult to describe. But from this angle, it's easy to be reminiscent of Japanese action films, Bai Yaji said in a soft voice. Along with it, the vibe is not able to shine. Mu Jian nodded in agreement, standing before Bai Yaji's sea of qi. Bai Yaji breathed rapidly. Her cheeks flushed as she raised her hand to cup Mu Jian's face, pulling his face closer, making the distance between them even closer. Finally, the two exchanged a passionate kiss on the bed. At this moment, there was a strange surge of demonic energy outside. Lan Shiji, who was outside in the courtyard, suddenly sensed that she was very close to a demon cultivator. She frowned as she thought. Immediately after, an old man rushed over and said to her in a panicked voice, Great One, please stop. May I ask why there is a demon prisoner in the manor? Hearing this, Lan Shiji explained that in order to exorcise demons, the immortal sect had specially created a method to distinguish demonic energy. The sword in Lan Shiji's hand, with the tip of the sword glowing, emitting immortal energy. She also added that if the demon cultivator could return, it could take Mu Jian's life. Back to the scene of healing. Like any other swordplay movie between Qian and Yaxi, it can be seen that Qian is gaining the upper hand by lying on the bedsheets. The mess around the two people shows that they are very absorbed in the healing process. Yaxi said while panting, "Mulang's cauldron feels completely different." Hearing this, Mu Jian smiled and said, "That's only natural, Yaxi. The closer and more intimate we are, the stronger the cauldron effect." While saying that, he put on a very suggestive face, but at this moment, Yaxi was trembling, probably because Shiji was in too much pain, and said, "No, I don't want to. Phew, ha, hic, it's so itchy, it hurts so much I can't even speak." How pitiful. Yaxi had to open her mouth to breathe, possibly because she had overexerted herself. And she said, "Ears, can't take it, even the tail." She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak coherently. The two of them continued to heal each other passionately, strengthening the bonds of teamwork. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down. At this moment, Yaji's eyes also lit up with a purple light and she actually fainted. It's not known whether it was because of that lightning bolt or because Shiji and Jian were too tired from circulating their energy that she fainted. When she fainted, Yashi's ears lit up and slowly disappeared. Just at this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. It turned out that it was Lan Shiji who came in, carrying a longsword 2/3 of her height. Lan Shiji was immediately stunned when she saw something covered with a red cloth on the table. She slowly walked over and immediately snatched the cloth away. Underneath the red cloth was a skull, emitting a purple aura of demonic energy. Lan Shiji said, "A demon cultivator's remains." She was also surprised by what was in front of her. The old man walked over and said, "Probably because he had a high cultivation level, so there is still demonic energy left. This is the skull of the demon snake that was killed a few days ago." The old man continued, Misunderstanding. Although this old servant doesn't have the magic to identify demon cultivators like you, if there is a strange expert approaching the Mughal family manor, this old servant will be able to sense it with spiritual energy." Hearing this, Lan Shiji suddenly thought, could it be that she was too sensitive? She stared intently at the skull in front of her as she thought. At this moment, Mu Jian walked in and said, "Lan Shiji, that's spoils of war 1 brought back." He said with a smile, "I want to keep it as motivation to cultivate." At this moment he was surrounded by the light of the main character's aura, turning on the bright and lively young man mode. Still in that mode, he added, "So I can become a disciple of the immortal sect and stand shoulder to shoulder with Lan Shiji." Lan Shiji was also speechless at this moment and didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Jian didn't say anything more either, and the two fell into silence. But suddenly, Lan Shiji trembled, causing Jian to be filled with question marks. She didn't say anything but turned around and walked away. Seeing this, Jian was dumbfounded. He turned to ask the old man, "What did you say before I came?" The old man also replied honestly, "This old servant didn't say anything at all." Hearing that, Mu Jian thought, as expected of the immortal sect, they have ways to find demons. Good thing I had the habit of picking up loot when I played monster-slaying games. While Lan Shiji was distracted, Yaji's demon trick was temporarily resolved by this old furnace. Right now, Yaji is sleeping soundly like nothing happened. Lan Shiji stiffly walked straight outside. She blushed in embarrassment, probably because she thought she was used to Mu Jian's cold face. Is it really this hard to talk to a pen pal in real life? She thought further. Is this the joy that Shizun was talking about? Forget it, I should just stick to writing letters. After Bai Yaji rested, Mu Jian and her decided to go out. She said to Jian, "Mu Jilang, I could actually go back to the manor myself," but Jian said, "There's still something important to take care of." Standing in front of the manor's gate, Jian said, "I have to meet your mother." This made Yashi dumbfounded in surprise. She was stunned, her cheeks also turning rosy red at Jian's words. At this moment, a woman with a killer figure suddenly appeared and said, "Aya, what are you two waiting for?" That woman seemed to have a demonic charm. She even revealed 2 sharp fangs as she spoke. The seductive woman from the previous chapter is actually Bai Yashi's mother. As soon as they entered the manor, Yaji ran to her mother, shouting, "Mother!" Her mother responded with a gentle voice. Yashi, she saw Mu Jian and immediately bowed, saying, "Young Master Mu, I truly have no words to express how much you've done for the Bai family recently." Mu Jian, standing before his future mother-in-law, smiled and returned the greeting, saying, Please please, I can't possibly accept such gratitude from you, madam. But immediately, Ji-an changed his expression from adorable to sinister, saying, this little one also doesn't want to experience another assassination attempt. Hearing this, Bai Yaxi's mother fell silent and observed Ji He-an. Only Yaji didn't understand what was happening at this moment. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. This took Ji He-an and Yaxi by surprise. Yaxi's mother appeared with dazzling red foxtails behind her. She said, not repaying kindness goes against the principles of our clan. Young Master Mu shouldn't refuse. One of her tails offered Ji He-an a command token. She said, please accept this. When Ji He-an took the command token, she explained, this is the command token of our clan. Our clan is considered one of the great clans in the demon realm. If you're ever bothered by demon cultivators in the future, presenting this token will be of some use. Hearing this, Ji-an thanked her, but thought that if she misunderstood, should he explain? Seeing this, she got straight to the point. She said to Ji He-an, young Master Mubarai, the changes in Yanxi's body must be related to you, right? At this moment, Yanxi's mother was still in her fox demon form, and Yanxi could only weakly call out, mother. Yanxi's mother continued, you two have already done what you needed to do, am I wrong? Now that Yanxi heard that, she was even more embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Seeing Yanxi's expression, she continued, right now Yanxi has the aura of heavenly Tao within her, right? When you fought the demon cultivator envoy from outside, I was watching the whole time, but even so, Yanxi's progress is too fast. Saying this, Yanxi's mother smiled, but her eyes were cold and shone with a dazzling red light. She said, is it because of the twin cultivation furnace physique? Hearing this, Ji Yanjian only smiled and replied, that's right, once this twin cultivation furnace physique is used, it can't be hidden. Seeming to know this as well, Yaxi's mother said, that's more like it, she continued. According to the records, those with this physique all have bodies of innate divine power. Before, in the alley, I just wanted to force you to act and see the true power of the twin cultivation furnace physique. But it seems that young Master Mu's physique is still the same as before, frankly, not as good as your peers. Her expression at this moment showed a hint of disdain for Ji He-an. To be called weak in front of Yaxi, how could Ji He-an not feel stung? Not letting Ji He-an explain, Yaxi's mother cut in. I don't know how Mu Gongzi managed to hide this constitution until now, but at least now, please forgive me. As a mother, I can't confidently entrust Yanxi to you, she added. Your constitution is like a walking, talking cheat code. You yourself are already a target for everyone. Major powers all want you. Protecting yourself is already a big problem. Saying this, she expressed to Ji He-an that she worried about how he could possibly care for Yan Bushi. At this moment, Yaxi hurriedly stepped forward and said, I will use my own cheat code to protect Mu Gongzi. Queen or demon woman, whoever wants to snatch Mu Gongzi can just come. Before her daughter's heroic words, Yaxi's mother just smiled wryly. She retracted her tail and said, more than 10 years ago, I was seriously injured by the immortal sect. Your father saved my life, hiding me in the city. During the years of recuperation, I fell in love with your honest father, she recounted. After living together for a long time, I got used to the human form. I will live in seclusion in the city as a human for the rest of my life. Mu Jian continued, about that demon cultivator. But before he could finish, Yaxi's mother said, I was once one of the subordinates of the demon cultivator queen, of course. I can't pretend that nothing happened and retire, she said. In exchange, I stay in the human world to help the demon queen monitor the movements of the cheat code. Hearing this, Mu Zihian asked, so what about that dead snake demon? Will the demon queen hold you accountable? Did you report the truth? Or what? Not letting Zihian finish, she immediately replied, there's no stopping it. The queen always has a way to monitor. Mu Jian recalled and thought to himself, that oppressive aura back then must have come from the queen, right? Yadaji's mother continued, this time, those who came to seize the cheat code went too far, attracting the attention of the immortal sect. The queen currently only requires suppressing public opinion, other matters are temporarily unimportant. Hearing this, Jihan also said it was reasonable, but in fact he was the one who reported the information to the immortal sect. Yaji's mother smoothed her hair and said, Mu Gongzi completely accepts my words like that. After all, I am a demon cultivator. What I said might just be a trick to deceive you. What if? Hearing this, Jian smiled and said, impossible. This one also has his own way of judging your sincerity. Making Yanxi stand beside him, looking at him in surprise. But in Jian's heart, he was thinking, this friend or foe recognition talent is really useful. If they aren't mentioned repeatedly, then they aren't a bad person. He recalled and said to Yaxi's mother, Auntie, I have also communicated with those immortal cultivators from the immortal sect who came to eliminate demons. You should also know that they aren't the kind of people who will just say that you aren't bad demon cultivators to make them retreat. He continued, I don't know if Auntie is willing to sacrifice a little. I have an idea that can quell this matter, Yaji's mother replied. It concerns my daughter and me. If there is a way, just speak, it's fine. Saying this, Ji-An pulled all three of them over and said, like this, like that. Hearing Jian's method, Yao Ji's mother said, Isn't this method dangerous for Mugongzi himself? She seemed surprised by Jian's action. At this time, Jian glanced at Yakiji and said, For Yakiji, this is something that must be done. After meeting with Yakishi's mother, Mujian finally left the residence. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. Mujia, it turned out to be Ye Tian. He said to her, The medicine that the girl needed is prepared. Please follow me into the residence. Hearing this, Ye Tian was surprised. She recalled, Is he the same person as when I first met him? She felt puzzled. Is my memory wrong? Is Big Brother a warm person with a radiant appearance? Ye Tian called Jian Big Brother. But Jian said, Did you just call me? But suddenly a voice interrupted. Hey you! It was Ye Lingquan, standing akimbo, looking annoyed. Ye Lingshuan stood with her hands on her hips, staring at Mujian. After a moment of silence, Mujian suddenly asked if Ye Tian was a girl. She panicked and said, Oh no, waving her arms wildly, while Ye Lingshuan shouted, Improper! Ye Lingshuan angrily said to Mujian, Stop pretending, don't think I don't know your true colors. Ye Lingshuan is from Tiangshuan City, a distant relative of the Ye family, and Ye Tian's older sister. Ye Tian awkwardly said, No sister, please. While Ye Tian is a distant relative of the Ye family, Mujian looked at Ye Lingshuan and thought, Is this big sis malnourished? Ye Lingshuan seemed to still be fuming, glaring at Mujian as she said, The elixirs are just an excuse to get close to my little sister. My little sister doesn't understand, but I've long heard about you, you weirdo. With that, she threw a pouch into Mujian's hand, saying, The spirit stones for the elixirs you gave my sister, return them to you. She continued with the same imposing manner. We've handled the information from the restricted area very discreetly. I don't know how you found out, but you're not allowed near my little sister. No way. Mujian, hearing this, thought that she must be from somewhere else. He turned on his harmless mode and said with a wry smile, Yegunyang, the rumors you've heard seem to have misunderstood me quite a bit. Ye Tian shyly whispered to Ye Lingshuan that they were being too impolite, but Ye Lingshuan wouldn't listen, and said to Ye Tian, Why are you still defending him? Ye Lingshuan angrily said, Because in the future you all might be fellow disciples in the immortal sect. Before coming to Tiangshuan City, I collected information on some of the younger generation in the major families, but this Mujian's name has all sorts of records. He's truly a scum who is treading on. Hearing this, Ye Tian said, flustered, Aren't these all rumors you've heard, sister? Ye Lingshuan retorted, unconvinced. Tiancare, you've been protected too well by father in the restricted area. You don't understand the dangers of the outside world. Let me tear off your fake smiling mask, and she'll naturally see your true nature. At this moment, Mujian seemed to feel a little apprehensive. He said to them, If you want to tear off my face, please be gentle. I'm quite afraid of pain. Hearing this, Ye Lingshuan was even angrier. She angrily pointed at his face and said, Who wants to touch your face? A duel? We'll have a competition. She declared grandly, A competition? Cultivators are nothing more than fighting strength and competing in elixir refinement. What's your current cultivation level? Mujian said calmly. Just reached Qi refining level 3. But in his heart he thought, This girl is fated with me. I'll play along with her for a bit, Ye Lingshuan replied. That's much higher than I expected. Are you lying to save face? I'm at Qi refining level 9, just one step away from reaching spirit refinement, but I won't rely on that to bully you with force. We both have elixir refining sects. Why not try competing in elixir refinement? She said with confidence that there was an exceptionally outstanding elixir refiner. If you're truly not useless, then your elixir refining ability shouldn't be too bad. You might even be a little stronger than your peers. Mujian immediately said, I wouldn't dare. Then, according to the Gunyang's words, we'll compete in elixir refinement. Please come into the mansion. Please enlighten me. I'll have people prepare immediately. In a corner, the old man said, Young master seems to have a better appetite lately. Beside him, the maid Meng Ru was secretly observing. He said, He doesn't go to the pleasure quarters, so why is he interacting with the young misses of the great families all day long? Meng Ru said, He only goes to the pleasure quarters because of money. The young misses must have been blinded by money to pay attention to him. The old man nodded in agreement. That's right. Young master doesn't know anything, he continued. Aren't young masters who want to compete with others just asking for trouble? Meng Ru continued. Perhaps he likes the feeling of being called trash to some extent. Back with Yeling Xuan, she stood with her hands on her hips and said, "We're not doing anything unrealistic at this age. We'll just compete at the level of crafting basic elixirs." She continued, "Cold medicines like Xingwen pill, An Shen Shu Mian pill, or any other kind, you choose one. Although, according to the rumors about your personality, I think you can't even refine the most basic elixirs." Bai Yaji added, "Ye Gunyang, if we want to refine elixirs, why don't we try directly crafting more practical elixirs? You two sisters must need qi refining pills to help stabilize your cultivation, right?" Ye Lingshuan and Ye Tian nodded in unison. Ye Lingshuan arrogantly asked Zhi An, and Mu Zian immediately made a gloomy and terrifying expression, saying, "Then let's directly compete in refining qi." Refining pills? What does the Gunyang think? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. Ye Lingquan was flustered at the moment, pointing at Jian, and said, "You really don't understand anything. You just open your mouth and spout nonsense. If qi refining pills were as easy as clay, my little sister would have never met you." Hearing that, Mu Jian snickered and said, "Scared to compete, Miss Ye Lingquan?" Ye Lingquan was speechless, unable to say anything. Annoyed, she said, "Refine? If it's a qi refining pill, then it's a qi refining pill. Go on, can you even refine one?" Ye Tian thought. This kind of medicine, the qi refining pill, requires a high level of refining technique and cultivation from the pillmaster. Although my big sister has tried to refine qi refining pills for me before, due to her lack of experience, she couldn't control the fire and never succeeded. The more Ye Tian thought, the more worried she got. Big sister has never lost in a competition since she was little, and she has a very high sense of self-esteem. If she loses to Brother Mu, then what? No matter how I think about it, the outcome won't be good. Meng Ru, hiding behind a pillar, thought to herself, to an experienced pillmaster like old Ren, a qi refining pill is a piece of cake. But since I've known this kid, I've never seen him touch a pill furnace. Does he think that since Miss Yi can't do it either, they can just end with a tie? Mo Hian said, "My servant has already prepared all the necessary ingredients. Let's begin." Ye Lingquan swung her hand and grabbed the ingredients on the table. At this moment she thought, even though all my previous attempts at refining pills for Tian'er were failures, this time I must succeed. She looked at Mu Jian and continued to think, I can't let Tian'er continue to be deceived by this guy. Anymore. His technique is not even as good as a novice pillmaster. He's truly uneducated. He closed one eye and opened the other, thinking, oh, this little girl, her pill-forming technique is pretty good. Back in my past life, when I was her age, she was not this skilled. It's clear she's been practicing non-stop day and night. Layering the pill is a big challenge, like a puzzle. All the ingredients must be placed in the correct position to achieve the final effect. The tighter the pill is layered, the higher the success rate and quality of the pill will be. The qi refining pill is one of the most complex types of pills. It's like changing from a basic 10 by 10 puzzle to a 100 by 100 one. This requires the pill refiner to practice tens of thousands of times to succeed. At this moment, Ye Lingquan was about to finish refining the pill. Mu Jian thought to himself, even old Ren, an experienced master, takes half an hour to form a qi refining pill. She's done in just 10 minutes. He smiled and thought, another genius. Why is the flame so small? Her pill-forming skills are great, but the refining is terrible. What's up with that? He continued to think. If forming a pill can be compared to a puzzle, then the process of refining a high-level pill is a game of controlling hundreds of pots. The kitchen is a mess. At this time, a pill with colorful yet harmonious colors appeared. How many times each side of the pill needs to be baked? How long each time should be? What percentage of firepower is needed? How long each baking should last? And to what temperature it needs to be cooled before it can continue to be heated? These are all factors that need to be calculated meticulously and accurately. Ye Lingquan's expression at this moment seemed to be at her limit. The coordination of spiritual energy truly has many complex details. But she is too careful. Is her personality too serious? Looking at the pill that was about to be finished, Mu Zian thought to himself, being too serious can easily lead to self-inflicted energy depletion and reverse damage. To win against someone like me, she's making herself look so miserable, he thought. Sigh, I should give her a little advice. At this time, the pills seemed to have taken shape. Ye Lingquan was trying to cast a green pill-refining flame. Mu Jian stood watching, smiling with a look of disdain. She thought worriedly, the shape is really weird. Is he just kneading it randomly? Lingquan looked at Zihian to probe, but his composed expression didn't look like he was just messing around. Did that person he calls Old Ren, that old pillmaster, teach him. Zihian laughed loudly with contempt, raising his voice at Ling Quan. Ha ha, Miss Ye, are you being too cautious? Are you planning to refine with this tiny flame until next year? So timid, she shouted back in annoyance. This guy! Yi Tian praised him with admiration. Wow! Brother Mu, your little bear is starting to get a golden sheen. That's amazing, Jian replied smugly. If you don't dare to use a big flame, then what are you refining pills for? What good teacher doesn't dare to burn fiercely? He he he. How can you get a finished product with just a small flame? The fire in the refining furnace grew larger and larger. Seeing this, Ling Quan was very surprised. She thought to herself, that's not right. With a flame this big, even a tiny slip-up in the blink of an eye would ruin the pill. Jian laughed loudly at his own result, and Ling Quan wondered, why does he dare to use a method that only masters can grasp so confidently? Jian's refining furnace flame grew larger, while Ling Quan's flame was small. He spoke up to criticize. Haha, that's right, since you can't even control this small difference, you're really too naive. He continued to provoke. That's right. After all, my little sister Tian is a bit more childish in some ways compared to her big sister. He continued to provoke. That's right. After all, in some ways, Tian Ni is a little more childish than her older sister. That comment had both Ling Quan and Ye Tian super shook, and also pissed Ling Quan off to no end. She yelled, what the hell did you say? Suddenly, the flames in her alchemy furnace went wild, almost as strong as Jihian's. He thought pleased, that's right, the fire needs to be this intense, just follow my lead, and increase it little by little, in contrast to his nonchalant face. Ling Quan was terrified, never having tried this before. Screw it, with fire this strong, I'll just go for it. The fire in the furnace continued to burn, and the two little vigor pills gradually turned golden. Jian looked focused and tense, while Ling Quan covered her mouth as if trying to endure something. A moment later, a strange green flame surrounded the two little vigor pills. Both of them opened their mouths as if yelling, and the energy around them seemed to be intensifying. Ye Tian, standing outside, was worried. Suddenly, Jian's flame flared up so much that the furnace couldn't handle it, and exploded. Ling Quan's side seemed to be going smoothly, she said in surprise. Success! Her little vigor pill was successfully refined. After the explosion, he coughed, choked by the smoke, and said, a bit too much power, but Miss Ye, your chi refining pill this time is up to standard. She happily held her successful creation in her hand. Ye Tian looked at the little vigor pill, which had completely turned golden, and said, from tier 3 to tier 5 my sister succeeded. Jian reached out and scratched his head, saying awkwardly, there's really no way, my skills are inferior to yours, I lost. Ye Ling Quan said sadly to Ye Tian. Ahem, Tianxie, you've seen Muji's useless side. But even if I lose the competition, I can only not see Tianxie anymore. Hearing this, she immediately comforted him. But Mu Ji clearly performed very well. When suddenly, something was thrown at Jihian, startling him. It was Ling Quan, holding out a little vigor pill, reminding him, I didn't say anything about rewards and punishments after losing, don't add anything. Ye Tian turned to Ling Quan, confused, and asked, what do you mean, Jihi? An happily accepted the response. Miss Ling Quan, this is my waste pill. She immediately interrupted. Let's go home, I'm too tired from that just now. Anyway, it's trash. I'll take it home for the dog to eat. Back at the Yi family, in Tiangshuan City, Ye Ling Quan and Ye Tian didn't go in but stopped at the inn next door. Ye Tian said worriedly, sister, we haven't gone in for so long. The Ye residence doesn't seem very stable. Ling Quan replied bluntly, it's fine. They don't see us as family anyway. She sighed, lamenting. I'm tired. I need to rest for a bit. Ye Tian continued. I'm also going back to my room to use the chi refining pill that you refined today, sister. After Ye Tian left, Ling Quan looked at the waste pill alone in the room, wondering. It was that guy who guided me to refine this chi refining pill, so he's not really useless. But he helped me in such a roundabout way. What is his purpose? She examined it. The pill refined by Mu Zian may be burnt on the outside, but the inside isn't damaged. Even the furnace explosion was within his control. Ling Quan added, this pill looks ugly, but it still works as a chi refining pill. It's kind of growing on me, it's not that bad. She suddenly realized something, and immediately stuck out her tongue, intending to taste it. Ling Quan took a bite and regretted it immensely, exclaiming, so bitter. Meng Ru, who was massaging Qian, casually asked, young master, where did your alchemy skills come from? Ji An replied with a satisfied expression, It's all thanks to this young master's self-study and hard work. Meng Ruji must be looking at me in a new light now, right? Meng Ru asked suspiciously. Your free time is spent eating, drinking, teasing girls, and gambling, isn't it? He replied with a mocking tone. Meng Ruji, doesn't that show that your job as a close bodyguard isn't up to par? Hearing this, Meng Ru was very angry and pressed hard on Qin An, causing him to exclaim, Ah! She continued, Young master has been a little strange lately. Hang Wei has become more human, but his lustfulness has become even more serious, like a low-level pervert being possessed by a higher-level pervert. He felt extremely embarrassed after hearing Meng Ru's comment. She affirmed, Even those grand masters wouldn't choose you for body snatching, Zhu Feng. All you do is worry about your appearance. You're too free, he agreed. Yeah, wouldn't that be boring to death? After finishing the treatment, Meng Ru stepped down from the bed and asked, Feeling recovered, Mu Jian praised contentedly. Yeah, Meng Ruji's skills are still the best. Using too much force in alchemy, I almost exhausted myself. Thanks, Meng Ruji, for helping me circulate my qi. He thought to himself. This body is still as weak as before. Need to train more. She shook her head helplessly. Then I'll go back to rest and prepare for the talent assessment of the Lu Yi sect tomorrow. Mu Jian's face was alluring as he gave a dreamy smile. Meng Ruji is so strong. You also want to go to the immortal sect for cultivation. I've seen the top disciples of the immortal sect, and they're only slightly stronger than Meng Ruji. Wei Meng Ru explained. Trisk. That's naturally to go up the mountain with someone who might need an interview to get in to take care of him. He was very surprised by her personality, the female servant, his never-before-seen mother found for him. This Sunder personality really suited him. Mom really knows her son, even though I don't remember what she looks like anymore. Wei Meng Ru quietly closed the door as she walked out of the room, and suddenly sighed. She recalled what someone had once told her when she was little. As long as you're always by his side, you'll be able to suppress your own constitution. That person also patted her head, instructing, Xiao Ru, taking care of him will be up to you. He might be very stubborn for the next few years. You can discipline him if you want, but one day in the future, he'll suddenly make you feel like he's grown up a lot. Wei Meng Ru looked up at the sky, hesitating as she wondered. Is what the mistress said happening now? The moonlight of the night was still shining brightly. The next day, the talent test for the Heavenly Gate was so noisy. Those at the 4th level of Qi refining failed. Those at the 3rd level of Qi refining failed. Those at the 5th level of Qi refining failed. The immortal sect sister announced. Next, Huang Manting said arrogantly, This young lady has prepared very carefully because I want to enter the Liang Yi sect. She smirked triumphantly. HMPH. She reached out and touched the large stone. In the middle of the stone, a crystal appeared with the words, Qi, refining level 8. The onlookers praised. As expected of the young miss of the Huang family, far exceeding the standard of level 5. She hummed triumphantly, and the immortal sect sister called out. Next, Ye Tian's appearance caught Manting's attention. She touched the stone as usual. The stone showed the words, Qi, refining level 8. Everyone outside was stunned. Whoa, actually the same level as Miss Huang. What family is this girl from? Why haven't we known about such a powerful child before? Manting thought confusedly. Who is she? Suddenly someone asked Ye Yu, who was standing with the crowd. Young Master Ye Yu. Do you know her? He recalled. I've recently seen that girl somewhere near the Ye family mansion. Ye Yu showed disgust. HMPH. A distant relative from the forbidden area that we never interact with. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The forbidden area? Isn't that area rumored to be cursed? There's actually someone living there. Legend says the forbidden area is full of curses. Wouldn't someone living in that cursed area have something unclean with them? Isn't that the behavior of a demon cultivator? Those words reached Ye Tian's ears, making her very worried. Ting Ling, Ye Ling Xuan, stepped forward and shouted, Immortal sect sister, shouldn't it be the next person already? The immortal sect sister gently nodded in agreement. She announced, Huang Manting. Ye Tian passed. Next, Ye Ling Xuan stepped forward with great momentum, and the crowd wondered, Who's that again? Don't know, looks young. Ling Xuan touched the stone in front of everyone's eyes. She closed her eyes, anxiously awaiting the result. The crystal in the middle of the rock emitted energy. Then the words, Lian Qi, 1st level appeared. Everyone, even Ye Yu, was flabbergasted. Already at the Lian Qi realm right off the bat. So talented at such a young age, I heard some old geezers are stuck at the Lian Qi realm. The younger generation has a limitless future. Ye Yu frowned. Not up to my standards, what's going on? She broke through overnight. Ye Tian happily said, Big sis, Even I didn't know you were this strong, Ling Quan said, that you successfully broke through last night. She thought to herself, who knew that I'd end up relying on Mu Jian's Lian Qi pill? She imagined the feeling at that time. Although the taste was like robbery, the effect after eating it was so good it was heaven sent. Ling Quan walked towards the crowd. Ye Tian called out, "Big sis," she introduced brightly. "Esteemed seniors and fellow cultivators, I am Ye Ling Quan, the eldest daughter of the master of the Forbidden Zone. Your understanding of the Forbidden Zone all comes from rumors. I, this humble one, ask you all to rest assured. The people in the Forbidden Zone, aside from being immune to the surrounding environment, are no different from ordinary people." The crowd widened their eyes and asked, the eldest daughter of the master of the Forbidden Zone? We thought everyone in the Forbidden Zone were deformed creatures, but now she seems quite lovely. Then why didn't you directly participate in the competition in the Forbidden Zone, but deliberately come to Tianshuan City? Ling Quan explained seriously. After all, Tianshuan City was once the prosperous place of the Yeke family. My father saw that my sisters and I have grown up, so we should come back and take a look. The Tianmen big sis was skeptical when she heard Ling Quan say that. Bai Yashi smiled sweetly, saying obsequiously, Mu Lang doesn't stop praising Lan Senior Sister's celestial grace. I have long admired Lan Senior Sister, thank you Senior Sister, for repeatedly helping my Davio companion. Lan Mu Lian said nothing, only looked down coldly. She flicked her hand, creating a large wave of energy that enveloped the entire platform, as if to warn Yashi. Ling Quan thought awkwardly. This cold aura is too strong. Mu Lian sighed and smiled lightly. She propped her hand and seriously reminded, no need to be polite, hurry up and check. Manting looked gentle, but held something mysterious as she placed her hand on the stone. A powerful light emitted from the crystal. Everyone was surprised by the result, Ling Quan exclaimed. No way, Lian Qi, 5th grade. The onlookers were all stunned. Am I still dreaming? How could it be so high? Wasn't she still at Lianjing 5th grade before? Yet she broke through 10 grades in an instant. Recently, the Bai family had an accident and doesn't have the resources to nurture someone to reach the Lianxi realm at all. Mu Lian looked at Yaji with a sharp gaze, showing her challenge. Yaji's expression was confident, satisfied with her results. Around her was an aura of mysterious purple, showing a special power. Instantly, Mu Lian took out her weapon. Around her hand was a stream of power with a blue light. She swooped up, placing the blade of her sword close to Yakiji's neck, affirming, this smell is exactly the same as the demon energy that attacked Mu Jian. Yaji was so scared that she was sweating, staring at the sword. Mu Lian glared and continued. The spirit stone will draw out the strongest spiritual energy, plus the demon energy on your body cannot be hidden. Ling Quan also asked worriedly, what does Xianmen want to do? Suddenly, Ye Tian pointed to the sky, shouting, Big sis, above the sky. Ling Quan and everyone looked up blankly. Hey! A huge fox suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounded by mysterious red demon energy. That fox smirked dangerously. Found it. The aura of the heavenly Tao. Mu Lian was a little suspicious. The aura of the heavenly Tao. The fox opened its mouth threateningly. Hand over the aura of the heavenly Tao, or I will slaughter this entire martial arts arena. Bai Yaji didn't show any fear but instead indifferently looked up. Ye Yu was furious when he realized something. So that's it. My heavenly Dao Qi has run to her. No wonder her cultivation has increased so fast. Suddenly a voice echoed in his ears, saying, You can't show yourself anymore. Retreat. He immediately obeyed. Yes, master. Ye Yu ran for his life, yelling as he ran, The heavenly Dao Qi is mine. I will definitely take it back. Ling Quan, Bai Yaji, Ye Tian and the others stood on the platform, solemnly looking down. The fox demon threatened even more fiercely. Don't even think about running. Ling Quan immediately announced. As the older sister, I will not run away, Lan Mulian added. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is the duty of the sect, the fox coldly replied. Very well, then die. With that, it stomped hard on the platform, causing the entire platform to explode. Reddish-black smoke filled the sky. Reflexively, Ling Quan, Lan Mulian, and Bai Yashi flew into the air. Lan Mulian turned to Bai Yaji and confessed, I'm sorry, Miss Bai. I mistakenly identified your aura with that of the fox demon just now. Bai Yaji smiled lightly in response. It's all the same. I won't stand on ceremony with you, senior sister. Ling Quan tensely wondered. It's one thing for a senior sister of the immortal sect, but how come even Bai Yaji is so relaxed? 3 beams of light, pink, purple, and turquoise, shot quickly towards the fox demon. It laughed maniacally, Ling Quan said. It suddenly smiled so disgustingly. In its heart, it thought, calm in the face of danger, unaffected by smoke and fire, keeping the timing right. Truly the treatment of the main character. Mu Jian bared his upper body, revealing his toned physique, and his right arm transformed into a bizarre form with a structure resembling flames or glowing red tendons, creating a sense of explosive power. He thought, if not only Yaji but all three of them have the aura of the main character, then this is truly a big score. Let's rewind time a little bit. During the test at the Immortal Sect, in a small alley nearby, in the shadows, the figures of a man and a woman could be faintly seen. Then suddenly, Bayashi's mother, wearing a black hooded coat, stood panting. Not only that, but also putting on a face that could easily cause misunderstandings, moaning a few times. "Ha!" Then shouted, "Uyai-ah!" as if bumping into something, causing Muzeyan to be startled and jump. Bayashi's mother turned her head, her eyes a little suspicious, as if someone had discovered a shocking secret, and asked Jian, "Mugongzi, how did you know that after our clan cultivates, 9 tails will appear? Is there a way to cut off the tails to create a sense of survival? Outsiders shouldn't be able to know these secrets within the clan." Mu Jian hugged his tail and stroked it affectionately, saying that when he was young, a master had told him this story before he went to bed. At that time he only thought it was useless knowledge. But perhaps he had been too narrow-minded in his thinking. He really hadn't experienced enough in life. Suddenly, a purple magic emanated from Mu Jian's tail, spreading everywhere. Mu Jian said to Bayashi's mother, "Madam, according to the plan, please cast the spell." But she hesitated, intending to back down, saying, "Although the illusion also has 3 parts of my original power, it may still expose my abilities if it encounters immortal sect cultivators." But before she could finish worrying, Bayashi's mother was hit in the face by Mu Jian's words and a bomb. Only illusions created by foxtails are not real and are easily detected. It will be different if someone combines and controls that illusion. Leave it to Ji. After speaking, Mu Jian reached up with his hand and that purplish-red power to his hair. Then suddenly a bunch of rays of power came out from nowhere, surrounding him. They enveloped Mu Jian and spun like a whirlwind under a sky as red as fresh blood. Only the black shadow of a super-huge fox demon could be seen, with eyes as red as the sky, its eyes also carrying extreme anger. Suddenly 2 rays of light, one pink, one blue, unexpectedly rushed over, also carrying a huge sword, heading straight towards the fox demon. The 2 rays of light kept flying around. Mu Jian, the fox demon, just stood smiling contemptuously at what was flying around him. Suddenly, Mu Jian, with sharp eyes, spat out a bunch of red rays of light from his mouth. Then he blasted a supermassive beam of energy straight into the sky, like he was flexing on those 2 light rays. Lan Mulien, still trying to dodge Mu Jian's attacks up above, turned to Bayaji and said, "Bayaji, I'll hold its head down, you chop off its tail to weaken it." Bayaji and Lan Mulian were locked in a fierce battle with Mu Jian in the sky. Ye Lingshuan, stuck on the ground and unable to join the fight, could only watch with eyes blazing, jumping up and down while yelling, "Senior sister is a refining spirit realm cultivator. Fine, but how can even Bayaji, who's in the same Shi refining realm as me, fly up there too?" Hearing this, Lan Mulian explained, "This fox demon is at least at the peak of the refining spirit realm. She needs their help, so they can move freely." As if just waiting for those words, Ye Lingshuan and Bayashi's eyes lit up like car headlights. Bayashi, sword in hand, charged forward, shouting, "Senior sister, don't worry, I'll give it my all." With that, she swung her sword, unleashing a sweet-as-sugar-cane, long arc that sliced Mu Jian's tail in half, causing him to writhe in pain. The sight of Bayaji slicing the fox's tail in 2 left Ye Lingshuan gaping as she asked, "What kind of sword is that?" Before she could finish marveling, she switched to serious mode. Getting into a battle stance, Ye Lingshuan then created a green magic circle. She stated firmly, "Alright, help first. Can't lose face going to the forbidden area." Then she yelled, "Ancestral curse art, answer my summons." At the same time, the magic circle under Ye Lingshuan's feet suddenly expanded across the ground, looking extremely VIP and magical. Not only that, but countless large magic spikes rose from the circle, surrounding the fox, and making him freeze for a few seconds to process what was happening. Mu Jian, inside the fox's body, thought to himself, "Forbidden Area's secret art, so Ye Lingshuan is a mage." Then he flashed a cunning smile like those guys who specialize in scamming innocent girls, thinking, if she's also a main character, then the diversity of main characters is really getting exciting. Just as he finished thinking, and before he could enjoy it, those magic spikes completely surrounded the fox, pinning it to the ground with a thud. Those magic rays created all sorts of colors, looking extremely magical. Bai Yaji, Lan Mulian, and Ye Lingxuan surrounded the fox, Mujian. He was pinned down, unable to move. Even a strand of hair couldn't escape from under Ye Lingxuan's magic spikes. And in front of him were countless tales that had been told to GTFO by Bai Yaji's sword. The scene was utterly miserable. Lan Mulikin, hovering above, swung her sword around, and secretly acknowledged that this new disciple was indeed formidable. Mujian, suppressed below, still wore a wicked smile. Then the blue light from Lan Mulian's sword crashed down on the fox. But after the fatal strike, a dazzling red magical light flickered from the crater in the ground. Yet inside, there was only Mujian lying sprawled face down. Ye Lingxuan, shocked, jumped back and screamed. Lan Mulian was so startled that she froze solid. Unable to utter a word, Ye Lingxuan gaped and asked, "Why is Mujian here?" Behind her, Bai Yaji was also stunned like a goose, taking a double serving of confusion. Mujian, naked and stripped bare on the ground, could only groan in pain. Seeing the uncensored HD scene before Ye Lingxuan's eyes, Lan Mulian and Bai Yaji could only stand there with wide eyes, speechless. Mujian, as if oblivious to the situation, feigned surprise, looking from one to the other, babbling, "Oh, oh!" Spreading himself out, he looked at Lan Mulian with a bright smile and shouted, "Senior Sister Lan, I was almost eaten by that fox demon, almost digested. Luckily, you guys were here." Lan Mulian was thanked and felt extremely embarrassed, her face as red as a ripe tomato, and quickly turned away. Mujian turned to Ye Lingxuan and said, "Lingxuan, little sister, were you worried about my safety too? I didn't expect you to be so kind. Too fast, too dangerous." Ye Lingxuan hurriedly covered Mujian's junk, her face flushed red as she shouted, "Don't turn around here!" Then, what had to come, came. He grinned and turned to Bai Yaji, saying, "Enyaji." But before he could finish, Wei Mengru had jumped down from somewhere and stood in front of Bai Yaji, shielding her. Then she gently lifted Mujian onto her back and carried him away. As if she was too used to this, Mengru turned to Lan Mulian and said, "Our young master has caused trouble for you all again. Very sorry." Both calmly and coldly, Wei Mengru continued to ask, "Right. I also have to follow the young master to join the Liangyi sect. Do I need to be examined?" Lan Mulian, seeing her, said, "Is that Mu family's Wei Mengru? Refining spirit realm cultivators don't need to do that anymore?" Then, ignoring the three senior sisters standing there rooted to the spot, Wei Mengru carried Mujian on her back, jumped onto the roof, and sped off. Mujian only now realized that his junk was being displayed for all the world to see, and screamed, "Mengru, elder sister, can you give me clothes to wear first?" He managed to turn back and say to the three senior sisters still in shock below, "Just put the repair of the neighborhood on my family's tab." After Mujian was carried away, below, Bai Yaji and Ye Lingxuan anxiously looked at Lan Mulian, who was deep in thought. Suddenly, Lan Mulian spoke, "Bai Yaji, your strength is extraordinary. I can take you directly to the Liangyi sect to meet the elders. What do you think?" Seeing how good this deal sounds, Bai Yaji immediately agreed, smiling like a flower. Senior sister is too kind. Yaji is willing to go along. Beside her, Ye Lingxuan clenched her fists, looking unhappy. Now it was her turn. Lan Mulingxuan turned to Ye Lingxuan and asked if she could go up the mountain with the other disciples in a few days. Did she have any questions? Ye Lingxuan, unwilling to admit defeat, answered unhappily, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice, "Nothing to ask. I'm 4 levels below Miss Bai. I know my place." But then she answered seriously and firmly, "But I'll catch up soon." "Keep dreaming." Lan Muslian heard this, propped her chin on her hand and taunted back, "Oh really? Then you better seize the opportunity." Then she turned to look at Bai Yaji, saying as she walked, "Bai Yaji, go back and get ready first. We'll meet here tonight. It's been a while since I came down the mountain. I want to stroll around the city." Behind her, Bai Yaji and Ye Lingxuan stood with their hands on their hips. Then Bai Yaji put on a friendly, pageant queen smile and said sweetly, "Okay, see you tonight, senior sister Lan." At that time, inside the Musa residence, in an empty room, Mu Jian stood in front of the mirror, putting on clothes. After showing off all the goods to the people of the world, he dressed while complaining inwardly. Senior Sister Mengru really doesn't care about my face or my ass. Then he cracked a satisfied smile, as if he'd just struck gold, turned to look at the red words in front of him, and thought, the color of this seems even brighter than hot pink. The red words read, the male lead of destiny has his cultivation increased by 1 level. Mu Zian thought, I can even level up. He then glanced down at his little bro below and thought, the furnace is also bigger by a ring. The amount of spiritual energy it can hold has increased by 3 parts. Truly, a sacred yang body. Then, Mu Zian looked at his palm with a smile that was both satisfied and a little sly, thinking while completely ignoring the fact that his realm had increased from the 5th level of refining to the 6th level. I've never encountered such a freebie in my previous life. Then he raised his hand to stroke his chin, even sticking out his tongue, his mouth slightly raised, an action that was very easy to misunderstand, thinking gleefully, this is the reward for helping the protagonist. I can both level up and hide under the light of the protagonist, so I won't be discovered by the heavenly Dago. This is exactly what I want. While acting out the cool, sly, chatboy persona, Mu Zian suddenly opened his mouth wide, closed his eyes, and yawned with earth-shattering force. Still yawning and looking in the mirror, he sighed to himself, controlling this body is really exhausting. Suddenly, behind Mu Zian, Lan Mulian appeared, still looking at him. With eyes as sharp as 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, Mu Zian freaked out and turned around, his eyes wide and his face as horrified as if he had just seen a ghost. Lan Mulian was still standing there, her eyes as sharp as knives. With her hands on her hips, she cocked her head and asked Mu Zian with that look, what's your relationship with that little fox spirit? Mu Zian and Lan Mulian were alone in the empty room, when Zian suddenly shouted loudly, with a tone of surprise mixed with incomprehension. Then, with eyes as sharp as 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, Lan Mulian greeted Zian. What's your relationship with that little fox spirit? Mu Zian trembled, pouted, his mouth crooked, and pretended to be a pitiful little bunny, replying, little fox spirit, big fox spirit, if you guys had saved me a little later, I would have become its waste product. But not bothering to pay attention to Mu Zian's pitiful appearance, Lan Mulian continued to ask, what is Bai Yashi's relationship with the demon cultivator? Mu Zian's face wrinkled up like a cat's butthole when he was asked, both helpless and embarrassed. But Lan Mulian's mouth kept firing like a machine gun, asking non-stop, relatives, siblings, or parents. Her face darkened, her eyes feeling like they could pierce through the hearts of others. Standing in front of Mu Zian's dazed, forced smiling face, Lan Mulian finished grilling him and then began to analyze. When Bai Yashi took the test, she couldn't suppress the demon energy. The demon energy and fox demon are very similar, but it's still possible to distinguish the difference between the two. She recalled the scene of her standing in front of Tiangshuan City and continued, I've confirmed that all of Bai Yaoshi's relatives in Tiangshuan City are still alive, and no one has died or gone missing. Logical deduction. The chaotic scene at the scene was just an illusion of the demon cultivator's avatar technique, and the demon cultivator's body is still doing well. She raised her hand, her mouth continuing to fire like a machine gun, analyzing complicatedly. In that case, the demon cultivator doesn't need to do unnecessary things like eating people alive at all. There's only one possibility. You're cooperating with them to put on a show. You and the Bai family's fox demon know each other. Lan Mulian suddenly moved closer to his face, facing Mu Zian, reaching out to press on his forehead to manipulate his mind. In front of Jian's terrified face, Lan Mulian still didn't stop talking, continuing to wrap her analysis. So that avatar has no remote control feeling because you're pretending to be it. I have your file, a young master in the refining realm. You think the immortal sects would never suspect. While Lan Mulian was analyzing like a never-ending story, Mu Zian was sweating like a river, his eyebrows furrowed until there was no space left, his mouth still trying to smile. But deep inside, his tears were as vast as the ocean, thinking, is this immortal sect's older sister so talkative when she's working? Is she preparing to use a heavy-handed method to punish me for colluding with demon cultivators? Then, Lan Mulian's arm slid down his face, in front of Jian's emotionless face. She spoke with a domineering CEO tone. Answer. How can I trust you? Mu Zian calmly replied that he guaranteed with his reputation that they would not harm even a single hair on Lan Mulian's head, and that his standpoint would not be in the demon realm. The two were in the spacious room. Lan Mulian only responded with one word, okay, after talking non-stop for a long time, causing Jian's face to turn blank like a goose. And he had to ask her again in shock, you just analyzed so much. So you figured all that out, huh? What happens next then? But after asking what she needed to know, Lan Mulian casually says, that's that. As she turns to leave, Mu Jian asks, "Isn't your sect supposed to be wiping out demon cultivators?" Lan Mujian, with a look of disdain toward Jian, replies with just a few words. "The sect leader told me to come down the mountain." Mu Jian's face turns as sour as cow dung, thinking to himself, "She really doesn't talk much when it's not about official business, does she? Gotta take the initiative." Then he flashes a pageant queen smile, crosses his arms, and asks Lan Mulifian if she isn't curious about how he can control those illusions, and how Bai Yaji could jump to the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. Lan Mulian, hearing this, is poked right in her sore spot, freezing for a few seconds before turning back to say, "Curious." Mu Jian puts on a sly face with eyes as sharp as if he's trying to manipulate Lan Mulian's mind. He says, "I used to be a Dao integration grandmaster in my past life. After fighting the heavenly Dao for 90 million epochs, I was exiled here. Controlling a clone is just child's play for me." Hearing Mu Jian flex a little, Lan Mulian doesn't know whether to believe him or not, just standing rooted to the spot, face frozen. Thinking back and forth so much that the expressions on her face are so obvious that he can read her mind, Mu Jian thinks to himself, "Trying hard to force herself to believe me, but her reason tells her I'm talking nonsense. She's finally falling into a vortex of self-contradiction. To break the tension, instead of singing her a song, Mu Jian raises a hand to scratch his neck, face stiff, and says that he was just talking nonsense. Actually, it's all techniques of the demon prison. I'm just wearing a layer of skin, and if there really was something that miraculous, why would he only be a minor demon in the refining star realm?" Then, suddenly, Mu Jian says solemnly, "But raising Bayashi's cultivation level really is because I have a special physique, a twin cauldron of intimate secrets." Mu Jian puts on a pitiful face, as if he's just lost his virginity. He says miserably, "I've finally laid my cards on the table with you, senior sister Lan. If the world finds out that a weak chicken is carrying a twin cauldron, I'll definitely be Lan Mu Lilian, with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts, as if, says she won't tell, and then naturally puts on a shy face like a young maiden. But maybe, can't you take a little look at the twin cauldron?" Of course, this is a request from the immortal sect. She stutters and trembles as she speaks, but Mu Jian reads her mind, knowing exactly what she wants. He thinks, "This is clearly an excuse. You're not this quick when it comes to official business." Suddenly, Mu Jian closes his eyes, and his whole body radiates something that spreads throughout the room. Lan Mulian freezes stiffly, and suddenly feels dizzy after inhaling that aura of his. She uncontrollably grabs Mu Jian's wrist, making him jump in fright. In Lan Mulian's head she's thinking, "What am I doing?" Then she suddenly flings Mu Jian onto the bed. He's dumbfounded, not understanding what's happening, and just lies quietly on the bed. Suddenly, Lan Mulian lunges and pins him down. The scene is embarrassing beyond words. Lan Mulian can't control herself, only thinking, his twin cauldron is so attractive. Mu Jian is pinned down, unable to resist, and just shrinks up like a silkworm, sweat pouring down, thinking to himself, "Seems like the scent I released is a bit too much." While Jihian is rambling in his thoughts, Lan Mulifian is trying her best to restrain herself. She keeps reminding herself that her master sent her down the mountain not to do stupid things. Lan Muligan is panting as she stares at Mu Jian, making him ask if he should take back the cauldron a bit. Seeing her in such distress, he can't bear it. But Lan Mulian suddenly jumps up, vehemently refusing. She screams, "No way!" shocked, senseless, not believing the words she just blurted out. Lan Mulian is stunned. Her mouth says one thing, but in her mind she's scolding herself, because she should have told him to stop. And then suddenly she pushes Mu Jian down and starts kissing him passionately. As he's being kissed, he thinks to himself, "Master, why didn't you tell me that the twin cauldron is such a dangerous physique?" Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, ruining the crucial moment. Yashi approaches, enters the room, and calls out loudly as she enters, "Mulang, are you there?" "I'm coming in." Bai Yashi's call makes Lan Mulian so startled that her eyes widen. She supports herself with her hands, turning her head slightly to check the situation, ignoring Mu Jian, who is still lying dumbly under Lan Mulian. Bai Yashi opens the door and enters, seeing Mu Jian lying curled up on the bed like a stranded mermaid, and says, "Mulang, tonight senior sister Lan and I will go up Mount Liangyi's sect first, so we can't go with you." Mu Zihian, after hearing her words, remained nonchalant, as if nothing had happened, replying, "This is a good thing. It shows the immortal sect values you highly." Suddenly, Bai Yaji put on a seductive face, her voice hinting at enticement, saying, "Then Mulang, before we go, Mu Jian lay on the bed, his face dotted with sweat, forcing a smile as he tactfully refused. I just expended a great deal of qi. I'm still a bit weak. How about when we get to the mountain? Before Mu Jian could finish, Bai Yashi stepped closer, hands on her hips, teasingly saying with a flirty tone, "Oh, huh." Mu Jian, not understanding what she meant, looked dumbfounded, asking, "Oh, huh." Bai Yashi moved closer, inhaling the purple qi emanating from Mu Jian's body. Her face flushed red, and she panted slightly, her expression easily misconstrued. Bai Yashi teased, "Ha, Mulang, you might say no with your mouth, but the aura of your dual cultivation furnace is even stronger than before." At this point, Mu Jian didn't dare to meet Bai Yashi's eyes, his eyes darting around, sweat pouring down, forcing a smile as he said, "Aha, Yashi saw through me, don't expose me." Panicking, his eyes rolled back, thinking, "Did I take it too far?" And so, in the room, the aura of Mu Jian's dual cultivation furnace wafted everywhere. Lan Mulian hid under the covers behind Mu Jian, covering her mouth to stifle any sound, looking like a timid mouse afraid of being discovered. Outside, Bai Yashi and Jian were passionately making out. Even Lan Mulian, hidden under the covers, could smell the aura of Mu Jian's dual cultivation furnace. She sniffed it, wrinkling her nose in disgust. This smell, truly cursed. Lan Mulian, inhaling the scent, blushed crimson, quickly covering her nose, thinking, the flavor of his furnace is still getting stronger. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Yashi and Mu Jian were still passionately engaged. The amorous sounds of the couple were quite loud. Lan Mulian, drenched in sweat, her face as red as a ripe tomato, hastily covered her eyes, trying to calm herself. "Steady my Dio heart. Steady my Dio heart." Outside, the sounds of Mu Jian and Bai Yashi getting down to business continued. Lan Mulian slightly pulled back the corner of the blanket, peeking at the situation outside, then quickly pulled it back over herself, ignoring the sounds of the couple. The sun peeked over the wooden roof. Lan Mulian, with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes as if she had been binge-watching K-dramas for a week straight, listless, could barely speak. She sat huddled in a corner of the bed, while Mu Jian stood beside her, flustered and apologetic, muttering, "I'm sorry, senior sister Lan, I couldn't stop it from happening." Lan Mulian, slumped over, partly helpless and mostly dead inside, replied, "It's my problem. I underestimated the dual cultivation furnace." Mu Jian, worried and slightly fearful, approached Lan Mulian, asking if she was okay. Lan Mulian listlessly replied with a single word, After checking on Lan Mulian, Mu Jian immediately changed his tune, turning to say, "Wait, can senior sister help me clear up a misunderstanding?" Lan Mulian, hearing the request, began to speak. Before she could finish, Mu Jian started rambling again, ignoring Lan Mulian's dazed and blank face. Mu Jian said that he was only replying to a rather puzzling letter from Lan Mulian. Isn't she being a bit too trusting of a junior she's only met for 2 days? Lan Mulian gave Mu Jian the cold, unapproachable look of a senior, replying curtly, "Being diligent in replying at least shows you don't have bad intentions. Master told me that someone who can understand my letters is worthy of trust." Hearing this, Mu Jian, partly helpless and mostly speechless, raised his hand to scratch his head in embarrassment, sighing, "Ah, so it was the sect leader's prediction. I knew someone like me couldn't possibly catch the eye of someone as esteemed as senior sister." Lan Mulian, sitting on the bed, tilted her head slightly, saying, "Master's judgment is to be trusted unconditionally." Hearing this, Mu Jian smiled, teasingly asking Lan Mulian, "Is Master more important than your parents? Too fast? Too dangerous?" Without a second of hesitation, Lan Mulian replied with a single, light word, her face unchanging, not showing even a hint of emotion. Mu Jian was shocked to his core, exclaiming, "You should at least pretend to hesitate a little." Their reflections were visible in the large mirror. Lan Mulian stood up and walked past Mu Jian. She spoke without turning back to look at him. "Since I was 5 years old, my only elder has been master, so it's not a problem to say so." Hearing Lan Mulian's words, Mu Jian wore a helpless and puzzled expression, his eyes half closed, thinking to himself, "Everyone's like this. This is a typical character setup. Could she also be?" Suddenly, Lan Mulian turned around, her eyes showing a hint of inquiry, asking, "Bai Yashi, are you two in a physical relationship, or are you Dao partners?" Mu Jian flipped his attitude faster than pancakes, switching to a solemn expression as he replied, "The Bai family has just escaped from the abyss. She really needs my furnace. I must make up for the shameless things I've done in the past and find out what I need to know." Lan Mulian reverted to her cold and unapproachable self. She simply said, "Understood. See you at the sect." With that, she turned and left, slamming the door in Mu Jian's face. After Lan Mulian left, Jian turned and headed toward the bed, scratching his head in thought. Senior sister took Yaiji back to the sect first. She couldn't be lying to test me, could she? So, the matter of Yakiji being a temporary demonkin is resolved for now. Mu Jian heaved a sigh of relief as he sat down on the bed. Suddenly, Wei Mengru popped out from under the bed, right between Mu Jian's legs, cursing him as a scumbag, making him jump in fright, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape like a duck's bill, as he yelled curses. Mu Jian leaped onto the bed, his eyes wide with disbelief, asking loudly, "Mengruji, how long have you been here?" Mengru struck a pose like a Power Ranger sitting on the floor, her eyes closed as she calmly replied, "After discovering that people from the immortal sect came to the manor, I was afraid you'd be dealt with for impersonating a demon cultivator, so I came here beforehand. Anyway, it's good you're not dead." Wei Mengru stood up, her face pensive, saying, "Although I don't understand where your constitution comes from, I have a feeling that the troubles I have to clean up for you will only increase." After she finished, she gave Mu Jian the affectionate curse, "Scumbag." Mu Jian's jaw dropped, and before he could understand what had just happened, he shouted, "Have I been convicted already?" Wei Mengru's face darkened, as cold as an ice queen, as she glared at Mu Jian threateningly. "Whether you use your furnace constitution for fun or continue to spend money and tell me the truth, I don't care. It also doesn't matter if there is a lot or a little trouble, but you want to simultaneously get engaged with several geniuses who have the strength of entire armies?" Then Wei Mengru put on a terrifying face, her eyes cold and dismissive, concluding, "If you play dead, I won't care either." After those heartless words, Wei Mengru turned and left without any hesitation, leaving Mu Jian trembling, teary-eyed, reaching out to her, whimpering her name from behind. The door slammed shut once again. Mu Jian was left alone in the empty room, collapsing onto the bed, saying, "Scumbag, a very accurate assessment." Lying in bed, Mu Jian let out a sly grin, muttering to himself, "Shizun this, Shiji that, Lan Shiji is always talking about you. Can't help but miss you, old man." As he mumbled to himself, Mu Jian recalled the image of his master from childhood to adulthood. Mu Jian's eyes showed contemplation, his brows furrowed slightly. He said, "Your personal disciple is being looked down upon by those around him." Suddenly, he raised his hand to the sky and said, "If you're still watching me, then come out and help a bit, Shizun, although I've long felt this issue isn't important anymore." Mu Jian sat up, reaching up to scratch his head in thought. As he pondered, he rambled non-stop. "In my past life, I only knew how to rely on brute force. There was nothing to do but blow up the carp. Now, to avoid being chased by the heavenly Dabo, I must take good care of the carp. Sorry, Sons of Destiny. Even if it wasn't to deal with the heavenly Dabo, I would have been completely conditioned into a useless, degenerate, and lewd person." Suddenly, Mu Jian put on a serious face, his eyes shining like car headlights, and resolutely said, "But I promise to use all the food in my bag to nurture you, Sons of Destiny." Jian said confidently, "But I promise to use all the food to nurture you, Sons of Destiny." As soon as he finished speaking, he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said tiredly, "Well, my body is too exhausted today. Alas, the snow lotus flower that identifies demons, which I previously took to negotiate with the royal family and the Ye family, hasn't been dealt with yet. But that flower will wither in a few days anyway, no biggie." The snow lotus flower on the table was radiating a brilliant light. Ye Tian excitedly said, "It's amazing. This snow lotus flower, which had withered before, suddenly came back to life as soon as it was placed in this sparkling land." Man Ting happily explained, "The flowing light earth can absorb moonlight to create nutrients, making it an excellent choice for nurturing cold-resistant plants like this." Ye Tian said in surprise, "I had given up hope at first, but I didn't expect the Merchant Guild to really have something that could save the snow lotus." Hearing this, Man Ting confidently replied, "Our Merchant Guild only has things you can't imagine, not things we can't provide." Ye Tian hugged the snow lotus flower in her arms and sighed, "If Hua Mugege gave this to me and it died like that, I would be too embarrassed to see him again." Man Ting looked at the snow lotus in front of her, and sneered inwardly. Ha! Hearing these words, could it be that Mu Jian gave her this gift as an engagement token? She recalled the words Zihi An once said, "This snow lotus, with yang energy by your side, can help you assist your cultivation and distinguish demons." Oh, looking at Ye Tian, who was smiling contentedly, carefully looking at the snow lotus, Man Ting smiled and thought triumphantly, "For me, it started from work, knowing that I couldn't deceive this girl, so I simply didn't pretend anymore. Right? Let this little sister think that her engagement token is unique, because this is the best bargaining chip. In her mind, she calculated. Anyway, I will definitely use this to exchange for Mu Zian playing with me for a while, exchange for something bigger. On the other side, Meng Ru was seriously reporting. After the news of Bai Yaji possessing the heavenly Dao Qi was leaked, the families in Tianquan City continued to compete to reconcile with the Bai family. As for the Gongsun family, it will take at least half a year to recover their combat power after the damage, so young master doesn't need to worry about the Bai family for the time being. Ji An, while looking at the report in his hand, replied with satisfaction. All right, at least no one dares to touch them now, Meng Ru curiously asked. Is asking me to get information about this batch of Yuanxing a new target again? Jian smiled and replied. These words are wrong, Meng Ru Ji. I just want to overcome my closed-off personality to prepare for making friends. Meng Ru's eyes understood everything, she said. Understood. You're bored of Bai Yaji, he retorted. Meng Ru Ji, you're misunderstanding a bit too much. He looked at the papers in his hand, calculating to himself. Tomorrow is the day to go to the sect. All the talented people from Dongjiao will gather at Liangyi's sect. This is a good opportunity to find a new protagonist. In my previous life there was more than one son of destiny who opposed me, so it's very likely that there's more than one protagonist in this world as well. According to the common storyline, the protagonist is definitely among these new disciples. Reading the information on the papers in his hand, Ji An thought puzzledly. But these people seem to be a little lacking compared to the protagonist's established settings, he thought with a headache. Including the royal princess and the two sisters from the restricted area, their life experiences are all too smooth. There's a legend in the Jianghu that those carrying the protagonist's aura are usually orphans or disabled. The evil non-protagonists also start from the step where their entire family is destroyed, or they are abandoned, and then successfully counterattack. Suddenly, he saw the profile of the third prince of Dongjiao's Daqian kingdom, Ninglong, and he exclaimed joyfully, I just said that, and I've already discovered a good seedling. In this world, the administrative systems of the mortal world, and the immortal cultivation sects and families all follow the principle of non-interference. The royal family is responsible for managing the people, while the immortal sects are like academic, armed, and independent organizations. Although the Daqian royal family enjoys the highest status in the mortal world, they must also abide by the rules when entering the sphere of influence of the immortal sects. Ji An licked his lips, excitedly thinking, this Ninglong, his mother suffered being imprisoned in the cold palace, and he himself has been neglected by the emperor since childhood. The major powers have been exploiting and tormenting this marginalized third prince all year round. His eyes lit up, excitedly thinking, this setting, this identity, isn't this the innate background of a protagonist? Bai Yaji was brought to Liangyi's sect a week in advance by Lan Mu Lian. The remaining disciples gathered in Tianquan City, and the disciples of Dongjiao all rode mysterious birds to the sect. Ji An looked around in the crowd riding the mysterious bird, muttering, Third Prince! Third Prince! He suddenly saw Ninglong's figure in the crowd, and exclaimed in surprise, even Ninglong saw me, he called out coldly. Mu Jian. Seeing Mu Jian approaching, he thought in surprise, he's coming for me. Mu Jian tried to force a friendly smile, inwardly assessing this prince's long face. Isn't the 2-door open to 10-head body ratio straight out of a Bao Ai drama? Is he the main character? Ninglong spoke up. Are you perhaps young Master Mu from Tianquan City? Mu Jian feigned ignorance and replied, and you are? Ninglong chuckled. Haha, the Grand Qian Royal City is quite far from Tiangshuan City, so it's no wonder Brother Mu doesn't recognize me. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Ninglong, the third prince of the Grand Qian Empire. I've long heard of young Master Mu Chuan City. Seeing is believing. Your demeanor is truly extraordinary and unforgettable. Mu Jian's face froze. He petrified, worriedly thinking, what good reputation does Mu Jian have? Why are you flattering me with a straight face? Are you trying to set up a bromance? In his heart he cried, muttering to himself, it's not that I care about something as trivial as a bromance, but after all, I, Mu Jian, am the head of the drain-covering art, and in my previous life, I didn't even spare the sewer grates for cultivating the drain-covering art, but there's one principle that can't be broken. I, Mu Jian, must be 24K pure. But this guy is obviously trying to be my bro. Qian was so shocked that he almost lost his color, muttering bro in his mind. At this moment, Ninglong flattered. The Mu family is the largest clan in Tiangshuan City. I've heard that the family even hires powerful experts as guards. With such treatment, is Brother Mu close to entering the Emperor Two Worlds sect for cultivation? Qian broke out in a cold sweat and forced a smile. Isn't His Highness the third prince the same? There are many talented and loyal individuals serving the royal family in the palace. Haven't they also gone to the immortal sect to learn? Ninglong smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, and said amiably, I didn't have the opportunity to train in the palace before, so of course, I have to experience it a little to temper myself. Qian shuddered inwardly. Don't act so warm, bro, I'm scared. Ninglong moved closer to Qian and said with interest, Brother Mu, it seems we have quite a few common topics to discuss. It's hard to find a kindred spirit. After entering the sect, how about we address each other as brothers? What do you think, Brother Mu? Qian screamed inwardly. I don't wanna. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his hand. Meng Ru hooked her arm around his and gently said, Young master, didn't you say you'd always be by my side on the road to cheer me up? You promised to keep your word. With that, she turned to Ninglong and smiled politely. Excuse me, young master, for disturbing your conversation with our young master, but it's our young master's first time going to Immortal Island, and he promised to be with me, so please understand. Ninglong replied with a smile. You're too polite, young lady. I just happened to meet your young master. There will be plenty of opportunities to chat later, so please, you two, carry on. Meng Ru turned to Qian, smiling gently. Let's go, young master. Qian, freed, happily replied. Okay. Seeing Meng Ru and Qian leaving together, Ling Quan curiously asked, Tian Care, you've been following your brother Musa the whole way. Why don't you say a few words to your big sister? Never mind, it seems like you didn't even hear me. She scratched her head and said helplessly, Father manages Tian Balder so much that she doesn't understand anything. Leaving the forbidden area, she's like a little child who can easily be lured away with a candied hawthorn stick. Mujian isn't as bad as the rumors say, but you can't exactly call him a kind person either. On this side, Meng Ru and Qian left the crowd together. As soon as they were out of the way, Meng Ru coldly let go of his arm. Qian looked at his hand and said aggrievedly, What's wrong, Sister Meng Ru? Didn't you say it was my first time? Meng Ru coldly replied. Get lost. Your face looked like you were constipated while talking to that guy. I was just helping you out, she asked curiously. Aren't the third prince of the Grand Qian's qualities exactly your type? Why are you disliking him now? Qian forced a smile and replied, That third prince has some subtle traits that Sister Meng Ru's investigation didn't cover. Meng Ru said angrily. Are you saying it's my problem? Ah, Qian quickly explained sweetly. How could that be, Sister Meng Ru? But I can feel that it's not just me who's looking for him, but he's also looking for me. On this side, Ninglong's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he muttered coldly, Is the National Preceptor's divination really without problems? A young master who could be related to the destiny of the Grand Qian Empire? After flying for 50 miles, someone shouted, Everyone, look! It's the immortal mountain of the Liangyi sect. Mujian stared down, surprised. Wow! The immortal sect's territory is huge. Countless massive whirlpools suddenly appeared on the water's surface. Those whirlpools churned, creating violent tornadoes. Rain, wind, thunder, and lightning accompanied a raging tsunami. They were facing the raging storm and furious waves of the immortals. A moment later, from who knows where, Ling Quan was sprawled flat as a pancake on the ground. She woke up, shot up from the mud, and exclaimed, Phew! The muddy ground in front of her suddenly began to bubble, and she wondered, What's going on? Is it an underground spring? A round ball covered in mud popped up, making Ling Quan stare in astonishment. The mud ball opened its eyes and said with dissatisfaction, What did you bring me here for? Hearing this, Ling Quan asked in disbelief, This voice is Mu Xian. By a waterfall. At this time, Mu Xian was washing away the mud on his body at the foot of the waterfall. Then he said refreshingly, Haha, a waterfall nearby is just awesome. He picked up his clothes and said, The water in the immortal sect is different from the water at the foot of the mountain. The water is miraculously warm. Go take a bath and I'll keep watch for you. Ling Quan coldly refused. No need, it's just some mud, Mu Xian teased her. You're not bathing? Then what did you come here for? Are you deliberately trying to take advantage of me? She retorted angrily. I wouldn't even look at a guy like you. Ling Quan's body was covered in mud, and her wet clothes clung to her, she said dejectedly. Besides, even if I wash them, the clothes will still be soaking wet. I guess I'll just leave it like this. Mu Xian squatted down in front of her with a handsome and radiant look, full of energy. I've already changed. Okay, open your eyes. Besides, in Tiangshuan City, didn't you see everything already? Ling Quan opened her eyes and asked, grinding her teeth. You! Hey, how are your clothes already dry? Mu Xian replied with a smile. I understand a little bit of quick-drying magic. Ling Quan asked suspiciously. Could it be that you spend all your time learning these petty tricks? That's why, even though you have the Mushi family's resources, you haven't made any progress in your cultivation realm? Mu Jian still replied with a playful smile. Small tricks can still be useful. Still, go take a bath, Miss Ye. Let me help you dry your clothes. You don't want your first time on the Immortal Mountain to look like you just fell into a dung pit, do you? Ling Quan immediately exclaimed in shock. Ugh. Mu Jian raised 2 fingers to the sky and swore solemnly. I know Miss Ye is still wary of my reputation as a lecherous demon. I, Mu Jian, hereby swear that if I peek at Miss Ye's body, my eyes will go blind, and my lower body will rot. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder and lightning immediately appeared in the sky. Mu Jian smiled and said, The oath has taken effect, so are you relieved now? Ling Quan blushed and pondered his words. Then she went behind Mu Jian and began to take off her clothes. She threw her clothes down next to Mu Jian. Ling Quan analyzed. The storm just now must have been caused by the immortal sect. Mu Jian picked up her clothes and replied, I think so too, he and she said at the same time. According to the records, the immortal sect used to find ways to abandon disciples at the foot of the mountain, so they had to figure out how to climb up on their own. However, there are also many hidden formations or mechanisms in the mountains to help new disciples climb up. Being able to activate them is another test of the immortal sect, Mu Jian suggested. Since we fall into the same place, why don't we find a way to climb the mountain together? Ling Quan replied. I have no objections. She suddenly remembered something and immediately turned her head and said, That's right, you can't let anyone know about this. Got it. Especially Tian Quer. Mu Jian sat by the shore, nonchalantly saying, If my little sister knew she was bathing with someone she cares about, I really can't let her know. Ling Quan, feeling guilty, scolded angrily, Don't talk nonsense. While washing her body, she thought, blushing, I really shouldn't. I shouldn't trust him. Now hasn't he given himself a chance to get a hold of my weakness? Mu Jian suddenly said, All right, I'm not kidding with you anymore. I'll keep this a secret. He asked curiously, Can I ask a question? As the daughter of the Forbidden Zone's master, the Forbidden Zone can provide you with resources no less than those of the Liangyi sect. Why bother traveling so far to be an ordinary disciple in the Liangyi sect? Lin Quan's expression turned serious, and she lowered her head in silence. Seeing that she didn't answer, Mu Jian smiled, thinking smugly, It seems there's a bit of a hidden background that Mengru didn't investigate. No need to know for now. If she and I are fated, there will be plenty of opportunities for deeper exchanges later. Over here, Lin Quan was washing away the mud and dirt clinging to her body. After a while, she stood up, satisfied, and let out a sigh of relief. Phew! As soon as she turned around, she saw Ji Hian standing right behind her. Lin Quan jumped in fright and shouted, Ah! She angrily scolded, Mu Zihian, you're absolutely shameless. Lin Quan turned her head and saw that Jian was still seriously closing his eyes. She exclaimed in surprise, Huh! Jian suddenly said, Miss Ye, please come and stand in front of me. Lin Quan blushed and remained silent. She approached Jian and hesitantly said, Standing, already standing. Jian placed his hand on her head and cast a spell. A warm light immediately enveloped her body. Lin Quan touched her hair and said in surprise, It's so soft and fluffy, as if it's been carefully permed. I thought you left stuff like this to servants. I didn't expect you to be so skilled in this area, Jian said smugly. Your clothes have also been washed, he teasingly asked. Do you need me to help you change? Lin Quan stammered. That's not necessary. A moment later, the two of them left together. As they walked, Lin Quan curiously asked, Why does your laundry have a strange scent? Jihan explained with a smile. This humble one added a little of the Muha family's special essential oil to remove odors from Miss Ye's clothes. Does Miss Ye not like this scent? Lin Quan said in surprise. Special. The scent is a little familiar, just a bit faint, but I don't dislike it, Jian happily said. If there's a chance next time, I'll let you try a stronger scent. He curiously asked, Little sis, you two were separated. Are you going to find her first? Lin Quan walked ahead and coldly said, Tian might not understand worldly affairs, but she's not that weak. This small challenge won't trouble her. Hurry up and think of a way to get moving. Jian suddenly noticed something and said curiously, Miss Ye, do you hear anything? Lin Quan turned her head and asked, puzzled. Hear what? Jian listened intently and said, It sounds like a young girl moaning. Sounds. After that, the two arrived at a cave. Lin Quan asked suspiciously, Are you sure you heard it here? Jian replied. You're pretending more and more obviously. You still refuse to listen, she replied. No, she said curiously. "Want to go down and take a look?" Ji An teasingly asked with a smile. "Didn't you say you didn't hear anything? Do you think there's something wrong with my ears?" She coldly replied. "Don't treat me like some stubborn old man, okay? I'm 2 years younger than you." Ji An immediately put on a flirty tone and said, "Okay, Lin Quan, let's go inside together. Who knows, this cave might have a celestial opportunity." Lin Quan immediately flared up and shouted, "I forbid you to call me that." After walking for a while, Lin Quan suddenly said, "Although I don't hear any AA sounds, it seems like there's some movement ahead." Suddenly, the two encountered someone coming out from a side passage. Yeyu saw the two and asked in surprise, "Little sis, Mujihi An, why are you together?" Lin Quan coldly replied, "We just fell in the same place. Is there a problem?" Yeyu showed an expression. Yeyu didn't believe it and shouted loudly, "This guy is famous for being a lustful pervert throughout the area. We're siblings after all. How can I let you be deceived by him?" He pointed straight at Muji An, angrily scolding, "This guy schemed to steal my Ye family's secret treasure, and then used that secret treasure to swindle away my fiancée. Didn't Ye Baba send you guys to Dongzhou so that the divided Ye family could cooperate and restore its former glory? Now because of him, the hope that was so hard won has been shattered." Lin Quan coldly replied, "I came to Tianshuan City for cultivation." Her eyes flashed with killing intent, her face dark as she said, "Ye Yu Biao Ji, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't blame others for your misfortunes. Life will be easier if you know how to be happy. What was the Dong Ye family like before? The Dong Ye family is still the same now." Hearing this, Ye Yu immediately shut up. He angrily gritted his teeth. At this moment, Ninglong suddenly appeared. He spoke to diffuse the tense atmosphere. "Ah, Mugongzi, what a coincidence. Such a large forest, and we still run into each other." Ji An immediately said obsequiously, "Greetings, Third Prince. I didn't expect that in this vast forest we would gather in a small cave. This lady beside me is a young miss from a restricted area, also someone I ran into by chance." Ninglong politely greeted, "It's a pleasure to meet you. This cave might have many entrances." Ninglong and Ye Yu made eye contact, thinking the same thing. How come there's another person here? Ninglong cautiously thought, "I have the National Preceptor's compass to help me, so I know this place might be where Qi Yun gathers. Did they just arrive here by chance?" Ye Yun also looked at him with suspicion, confused and thinking, "Clearly, only people like my master can see that this place contains Qi Yun." Ji An broke out in a cold sweat, fearfully thinking, "I feel like I can see the speech bubbles in their minds." Lin Quan coldly interrupted, "Are you all just going to stand here and stare at each other? Let's continue further into the cave." Ninglong and Ye Yu simultaneously turned their heads away and said, "That's right, HMPH. But in their hearts they were simultaneously assessing. Looking at their unhurried attitude, perhaps they really just arrived by chance. The two people, coincidentally, had the same thought once again. As long as the good fortune falls into my hands, that's all that matters. Seeing their thoughts, Ji An immediately revealed a calculating gaze, smugly thinking, "This Ye Yu, even though he has lost the heavenly Dao Qi, he really has the destiny of a male lead. The abilities of that transmigrator are still there. This third prince also has the aura of a main character. The two of them gathering here, it seems that this cave has no shortage of opportunities." Feet were entering, and a group of people stopped in front of an ancient door. Lin Quan suspiciously asked Ji An, "Was this the exact sound you heard outside?" Ji An chuckled and answered. Thinking that was right, she then wondered, "This sound is clearly so small, is it a telepathic transmission? How can it travel so far?" Lin Quan frowned, her eyes flashed with incomprehension. "Moreover, why is it only transmitting to you?" Ji An burst out laughing, his tone half joking, half serious. "Maybe the thing that's screaming also wants a gentle boy next door to help it solve its worries," she immediately sneered. "Shameless." Ahead, Ye Yu glanced down with disdain. In his heart he thought, "Where is the Qi Yun? Is someone calling Muzi An? I can't believe Lin Quan trusts him." Suddenly, a loud noise startled Ye Yu. His eyes widened as he looked towards the giant door. The door burst open, and streams of black qi began to pour out, enveloping the group. A strange figure flew out from within. It was a dragon-shaped puppet. Ji An looked up and inwardly determined. Mechanical puppet. The puppet spun around, its body undulating above the heads of the group, emitting terrifying streams of black qi. Lin Quan looked up and exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being an immortal sect." She carefully observed every action of the puppet. "We can encounter this kind of thing before even officially enrolling." Suddenly, the puppet dived down with terrifying speed. Ninglong raised both hands. creating a layer of pink light to protect against the puppet's foot. On the other side, Ye Yu was also straining to resist within a layer of blue light as the other foot of the puppet came crashing down. The 2 feet of the puppet had crashed down on the barrier surrounding the group. Ancient characters appeared in front of Ling Quan and Zihian. The ancient characters lit up. Zihian quickly recognized this is spirit language. It originates from within the great door. Contradictory thoughts suddenly rose in Jian's heart. Why me? This script isn't right. He suddenly remembered. Isn't the cannon fodder from the south waiting for a hero to save them? Then he realized. So it's not strange at all. On the other side, Ninglong and Ye Yu could barely hold on. They yelled, "Come save us!" "Ah!" Ye Lingquan anxiously cried out. "Mu Zian!" She pounced forward. The main character Lingquan grabbed onto Zihian's clothes. Got it. She lunged into him and held on. The scene changes to the door, with ancient symbols carved around it, and a red streak of light is moving inside. Ninglong, still holding on, saw the serious expression. Is the destiny inside? Back on this side, the 2 people are holding each other, zipping away. Jian looked around with wide eyes. There are a lot of talismans in this cave. He felt that at this moment, the body's strength couldn't see anything clearly, but everything was damaged. The 2 fell to the ground, crying out at the same time. Ye Lingquan lay on top of Jian, her expression relieved. We finally stopped. Mu Jian, who was lying underneath, she suddenly spoke. I didn't expect the immortal sect to hide this cave. Jian looked up and back. There might be a fortuitous encounter here. His eyes stared straight behind him, and he continued. It could also be a demon's den. Behind them, a strange object with glowing red eyes was walking step by step towards them. It was the fierce red eyes of a puppet. Suddenly it lunged forward, opening its wide mouth towards the 2 people lying on the ground. Its eyes were ferocious. The 2 quickly bounced up. Lingquan yelled, her face tense. This is bad. It's shooting out terrible wind. She hurriedly created a protective shield, but it didn't do anything. The wind distorted Ye Lingquan's face. She evaluated. It's so powerful just from a breath. Jihian on the side wasn't much better. His face was twisted in a rosy mess. Nice, little sister, can you throw me on its head? She wondered. What is this crazy person trying to do? The puppet still didn't stop. Jihian defended the puppet. It doesn't have any malicious intent. Lingquan clenched her teeth in worry. How am I supposed to throw you? He'll die like that. Just as she was sweating bullets, Mu Jian leaned in and whispered. You can do it, Sister Lingquan. Ye Lingquan extended her hands and began conjuring green light rings. She thought to herself, just hearing him call me sister, why did my spiritual energy suddenly become several times stronger? Lingquan gritted her teeth and replied, I'll give it a shot. As the light rings grew larger, she pushed them towards the puppet, then grabbed him. She wound up and tossed him towards the puppet. Mu Jian's precious lips slammed right into the puppet's mouth. Lingquan saw this scene, and her jaw dropped. Huh? He stared at the puppet with wide eyes, its eyes sparkling and its face flushed red. Mu Jian's eyes were wide with glee. He yanked his lips away from its mouth, sending slobber flying everywhere. Mu Jian's body bounced back towards where Lingquan was standing, making her jump. He wiped his mouth with his hand. Told ya, Mu Jian said confidently. I told you it wasn't malicious. The puppet lay on the ground, acting all cutesy in front of them both. The giant dragon in the cave had captured Mu Jian and Ye Lingquan, leaving only Ye Yu and Ning Long outside. The giant dragon had collapsed. The Grand Elder stood, scolding Ye Yu and Ning Long, who were kneeling before him. Lu Yizong commanded, You two figure out a way to get up the mountain. He kept raging. You went somewhere regular disciples are forbidden to go. The Grand Elder pointed towards the entrance and rambled on. Clearly, there's an illusionary array outside the cave. Are you two so incompetent you went looking for death? He was about to keep scolding, then suddenly remembered. But never mind, it was just activating the dragon mechanism. Not entering this main gate means no big trouble yet. Ninglong seemed like he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Two people have already gone inside. The Grand Elder's eyes went wide as he roared, Girls! Right at that moment, the giant dragon unexpectedly burst out from the cave. He watched it go, unable to utter another word, only able to scream. The giant dragon soared past the heads of Ning Long and Ye Yu. The Grand Elder hurriedly said with a panicked expression, Its karma hasn't run out yet. How did Ling Long run out here? He hurriedly sent a message to everyone. Disciples on the mountain, listen up. Grandmaster Ling Long has gone towards the top of the mountain, the Great Elder continued to announce, his voice full of urgency. Grandmaster Ling Long's condition is unconfirmed. Tell all the elders of the sects to prepare defenses. Outside the mountain, The giant dragon flew around the mountaintop. The disciples buzzed when they saw the giant dragon appear. They shouted, "Look, in the sky!" A lively discussion arose. It's been so many years since Ling Long left the cave. Lan Mu Lian turned around and shouted a warning to everyone. "Pay attention!" The disciples formed a formation, and she continued to emphasize, Grandmaster Ling Long's mental state is still unknown. At that moment, someone spoke up to remind her, "Lan Shiji, there are people on Grandmaster Ling Long's head." Lan Mu Lian looked up. Ye Ling Xuan and Mu Jian were sitting on the giant dragon's head. The giant dragon slowly landed in front of her. Lan Mu Lian greeted him. "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling Long." The giant dragon smiled slightly, looking satisfied. He and Ling Xuan said in unison, "Many thanks, senior." She stepped forward and asked Mu Shigong, "Mu Shidi, what happened?" Jian peeked out from behind Ling Xuan and happily replied, "We happened to meet Long Qianbei being tormented by karma fire underground," he continued, still excited. "Thanks to the secret technique from Miss Ye's forbidden area, Long Qianbei was able to relieve some pain." Ling Xuan was shocked. "Huh." Then Mu Jian turned to ask the giant dragon, "Right, senior." The giant dragon rolled its eyes and cried out. The disciples there exclaimed, "Able to help Ling Long. This miss from the forbidden area. I've heard about her before. She really is amazing." One disciple said in surprise, "So many years, this is still the first time I've heard of a newcomer being allowed on the mountain by Grandmaster Ling Long." Someone couldn't control their emotions and blurted out, "Too OP? Another one?" With a look of shock, he continued, "The elders will definitely fight to make them inner sect disciples." Ling Xuan felt embarrassed listening to everyone's discussion and couldn't say a word. She blushed and looked over to question him. "Mu Xian, what's the meaning of this? Clearly none of this is my credit." Xian covered his mouth awkwardly. "I can't exactly say that I've forcibly kissed the immortal dragon treasure of the immortal sect. I'm afraid I'll be dealt with by you guys in the sect before I even enter." Suddenly, a red light circle appeared. He thought to himself, "The reminder is here." The words, "Heavenly Mandate of the South responds." Grade plus 001 appeared in the circle. Jian's eyes widened, unable to believe it. How much? He recalled the scene of everyone cheering and wondered, I helped her do something so big, shouldn't my reputation skyrocket? Why is the reward not even close to what Yashi got? The scene of her being shy appeared in Xian's mind. He wondered, could there be some kind of reward activation mechanism that I don't know about? Then he turned to ask Lan Mu Lian. "That's right, Lan Shiji. Where are the other newcomers?" she replied calmly. He blankly continued asking on the way, "Are we the only two who made it to the mountain now?" Lan Mu Lian looked at Jian gently and said, "Yes, Mu Jian. Do you want to find a place to rest? Should we sit here and wait for the others to come up, or go somewhere else to rest first?" She said there were dormitories, so he asked for help. "Then I'll trouble Shiji to lead the way for the junior brother." Lan Mu Lian agreed. "Okay." The giant dragon flew back into the sky. Jian felt helpless inside. Lan Shiji, saving up in public is worth its weight in gold. The three of them went to the Liangyi sect, the disciples' dormitory area, and she said as they walked, "They're all empty rooms," Lan Mu Lian continued, her eyes not leaving the front. "Feel free to find a place to rest." Lan Mu Lian led the two to the door of a room. She reminded them, "I'll call you when all the other newcomers have arrived," Ye Ling Xuan said softly. "Shiji, have a good trip." The two went into the room to chat. Jian told her about the scene just now. Speaking of that dragon, people in the sect seemed to respect it a lot, but it just flew away on its own, and no one seemed to pay any attention to it. Ling Xuan didn't seem to care about this. Those people call it Ling Long, so it's not that strange. He leaned down and asked, "Ling Xuan Meimei, can you tell me about this Ling Long?" She began to tell him what she knew. It's said that it's the only creature in the Liangyi sect that's about the same age as the sect master. Apart from the sect master, anyone who meets it wouldn't be wrong to call it an ancestor. Jian was confused when he heard this. "In that case, on our first day at the Liangyi sect, one of us harassed it, and the other even hit it. Will we be kicked out?" Ling Xuan's face turned green when she heard this. Suddenly, something flew past the two of them. A white-haired girl with horns on her head. She was biting the neck of a crane, making it scream wildly. "Quack, quack, quack!" The girl shouted, "Ah!" The two others also shouted, "Ah!" The girl shouted again, "Ah!" Jian took the crane from the girl's mouth. He and Ling Xuan didn't understand what the girl was saying. She guessed. "She is," Jian continued, "Ling Long." Seeing that the two guessed correctly, Ling Long cried out in response. He grabbed the crane by the neck in her mouth and asked, "But why are you bringing a crane to me?" Ling Long cried out again. Jian kind of figured out what the girl was trying to say. "She wants me She wants me to be this crane so she can eat it? When Linglong saw he understood, she was surprised. You can understand what I'm saying? He suddenly remembered that all the cooking stuff was gone. Linglong was just going, Alaya, and she didn't understand a thing. So Qian became the reluctant translator again. She says it's no problem. A pair of lips moved. Let's go. Ye Ling Xuan grabbed Mu Jian and started walking. Her hand gripped his tightly. Seeing her bewildered face, he reassured her. Don't worry, this is just words become reality. Ling Quan was naturally confused to hear this. Seeing that, Mu Jian explained to Ling Xuan. The so-called words become law is a special constitution. Words spoken become reality. Sounds awesome. But it also means every word you say will cause some kind of karmic consequence. Mu Jian chuckled and explained. If Linglong suddenly said, Mu Jian advances to the spirit refinement realm, that would drag in some serious karma. He kept breaking it down for her. It's not just Linglong herself who'd be affected, but I'd also run into some trouble. Ye Ling Xuan looked at Linglong and finally understood. No wonder she's always going, I thought she just couldn't talk. But it turns out she shouldn't talk. Linglong raised her hand and went, I. And bam, a whole kitchen appeared out of nowhere. Mu Jian was speechless. Seriously, she conjured up the whole kitchen and dining room. Linglong whined. Want reward? He resigned himself to cooking. All right, I'll make you braised crane meat. You wait a sec, okay? Qian held up the crane in his hand, guiltily saying, I'm really sorry. Ding ding! A plate of steaming, delicious meat was placed on the table. Linglong grabbed 2 drumsticks with both hands and devoured them. The other 2 watched her eat so happily, and he chuckled. Looks like the Linglong Grandmaster is pretty satisfied with my cooking skills. Linglong, mid-chew, went in agreement. Yi Ling Xuan, standing next to him, smelled the aroma and was drooling. She was surprised. I never expected you to be the type to cook yourself. Mu Jian smirked smugly. It's just a basic skill of the Muxuan family. No need to be surprised, Ling Xuan Mei. Ling Xuan pointed at herself, frowning. Wait, you've been calling me Mei on your own a few times now, haven't you? He immediately apologized. I slipped up without thinking. I'll correct myself. She shyly looked away. Age-wise, it's not a big deal. At the table, Linglong had nearly finished the plate of meat. Ye Ling Xuan saw this and remembered. She immediately asked Qian Kan. Speaking of which, what's the deal with the karmic fire on Linglong, and how do you get rid of it? He immediately explained it to her. Some creatures have a special constitution. They're born with good fortune, and their bodies automatically absorb the qi of heaven and earth. In Qian's mind, an image of a dragon being burned in a sea of flames appeared. He analyzed. But even for the unluckiest individual, there's a limit to how much fortune they can consume. The fortune accumulates in the body, and if it's not released, it turns into karmic fire, which causes the person to suffer as if they're being burned. Mu Jian figured that Lu Yizong had probably set up some tranquility talismans to help Linglong alleviate the pain from the karmic fire. He remembered the talismans scattered inside the cave. But when I went into the cave, I saw that all those talismans were already damaged. And when Qian kissed the giant dragon, he explained, I was just trying to help Linglong take in a little bit of the excess fortune. Linglong, while eating, eagerly went, ya. In support, Mu Jian chuckled. Right, Linglong Qianbei. Ye Ling Xuan recalled. When Mu Jian heard the sound, it sounded like a young girl coming and going. And after a while you heard the sound. She quickly questioned. So Linglong Grandmaster knew you were the one who could help her, so she called you there. Then she realized. But how could a spirit refinement cultivator do this? Mu Jian's eyes sharpened, and he adopted a dangerous, secretive expression. Ling Xuan was stunned. Qian put a finger to his lips and winked. My constitution could be considered dangerous to others, so I need to know the depth of Ling Xuan Mei first. Ye Ling Xuan was super confused. What's the depth? If you don't want to say, then don't, Linglong pointed. Seeing Ling Xuan with wide eyes, Mu Jian forcibly turned into a translator. She says this crane meat is very nourishing for cultivators at our realm, and she wants us to try it. Ye Ling Xuan looked away. If it's that precious, I wouldn't dare accept it. She hesitated. I can't help much either. Suddenly, Linglong stuffed a piece of meat into Ye Ling Xuan's mouth. Startling her, Linglong shouted, He immediately translated for Ling Xuan. Linglong says, with your qi refinement cultivation, being able to temporarily suppress a Dao Uniting Realm expert for a short time is already super impressive. Ye Ling Xuan's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. D-Dao Uniting Realm. Images flashed through her mind of when she suppressed Ling Long. Just the pressure released by a Dao Uniting Realm expert would make even a Qi refinement cultivator kneel, let alone circulate spiritual power. But Ling Xuan really had suppressed the great expert for a brief moment that the expert didn't even notice. She lowered her head, chewing and pondering. Dao Uniting Realm is the same level as my father. Ye Ling Xuan felt a little sad. I can't even touch them. The circle with the red light appeared again, and Mu Ji-an immediately looked over. Inside the circle, another Son of Destiny level character appears. He leveled up unexpectedly, so that's how it is. Mu Ji-an covers his mouth and laughs like a pervert. Realizing the key point of this interface reward is the protagonist's self-awareness, the red circle turns into a pile of flames, revealing the words, Innate Furnace Body Expansion. The battery bars are fully charged. Charging once, they keep increasing, charging double. Seeing this, Mu Ji-an's eyes widen in joy, snot running down his face, tongue sticking out, looking very indecent. Major upgrade. Gotta test it out if I get the chance. Back in the kitchen scene, Ling Long dances wildly and suddenly speaks, EYY. Lin Xuan is confused. I have to translate for her again. Seems like she's saying there's something on you that can ward off evil. Suddenly, Ling Long's eyes turn red. She reaches out and unleashes her power, firing it at Ye Ling Xuan, startling her. Ye Ling Xuan is encased in a giant bear-shaped bubble. Isn't this the shape of the medicinal pellet that young Master Mu made during the alchemy trial? Mu Ji-an wonders. But, Ling Xuan, didn't you say you were taking that waste pill back for the dog to eat? Ye Ling Xuan freezes upon hearing this. Realizing she's slipped up, Ling Xuan clutches her hair, her face flushed red, and barks softly. Woof. He glances over, a subtle smirk forming on his lips, and muses, even if you're not the protagonist, I, the leader of the simps, will definitely make you one. Mu Ji-an rarely has positive thoughts in his heart. He looks at the person in the bubble. That day I told old Ren to get all the medicinal herbs in the talisman, and I crushed them all up. Ji-an starts clarifying the issue. It could be one or several medicinal herbs. Their reactions resonated with you. Looking at her sad face, he smiles. Or perhaps this is the reward from heaven for Ling Xuan, who treats me, the one with a bad reputation, fairly. After saying all that, he concludes. As for what progress you'll make with the help of Senior Ling Long and the medicinal herbs, that depends on your luck. Mu Ji-an stands in the vortex and calls out, Senior Ling Long, I'm asking you to let Ling Xuan experience this space for a while longer. Send me out first. Ling Long agrees. Ji-an starts falling freely. He thinks to himself, I knew there's no way I'd land safely in a comedy. Suddenly there's a scream, and he lands directly on Ye Tian's twin peaks. Mu Ji-an wonders, why is someone in the room? He sits up straight and is taken by surprise. Tianker, you? She barely manages to say, Senior Sister Lan said you and sister are in here? Just then, Yashi rushes in. Mulang, she says happily. Senior Sister Lan said you're in this room. Mu Ji-an tenses up, looking up. Yashi, Huang Manting, stands in the middle of the Liangyi sect's grounds, at the entrance to the dormitory area, one hand on her hip, expressing her confusion. With so many empty rooms, why did Senior Sister Lan tell me to come to this room to rest? Nevertheless, she follows instructions. Passing by a room, she notices something unusual and peeks inside, wondering curiously, why is this room open? Huang Manting sighs inwardly, the scene before her shocking her so much that her eyes almost pop out. On the ground, Ye Tian has her legs clamped around Mu Jian's waist. The position is impossible to misunderstand, and they are looking up at the purple-haired girl in front of them. Bai Yaji, Huang Manting guesses. The current situation must be catching the adulterers. A light flashes in Bai Yashi's eyes, as if pinning the two people in front of her. Her lips pressed tightly, her face gloomy, but unable to hide her anger. Mu Jian looks up at her, sweat pouring down, his eyebrows furrowed, thinking to himself, how did Yashi know I was in this room? Did Senior Sister Lan tell her? In his head, thoughts are in a mess, fighting each other. How should he deal with this now? Should he say the cliché? It's not what you think. Accompanied by an explanation is a panicked face, hands reaching out as if afraid she will leave. Giant words appear in his mind as if to affirm that choice. Denial, yes, denying the situation now. But the question that exists in him now makes him hesitate whether to answer correctly or not. He thinks, at this moment, Bai Yaji's point of view has been formed. Simply denying with words the facts that have been predetermined in other people's eyes will have no effect. Ji-an feels confused about what to say to Yaji, the girl with a cold and firm look on her face staring at him. Mu Jian thought to himself, Moreover, answering like that would put Ye Tian, who has a good impression of Mujian, in a situation like this, because at the moment Ye Tian is pursing her lips waiting for him to answer with sparkling eyes. Mujian's moral compass was originally low enough. The women who associate with him all know this well. It's like being suspended in a colorful fish tank, not knowing which fish to choose. Similarly, the owner of the fish pond doesn't worry about the little fish being dissatisfied with the amount of food thrown in, but worries that they'll realize they might not get a bite and refuse to eat altogether. That's why I need to find another way to break through. His face looked like he was contemplating something very important, his eyes meeting the figure of Huang Manting, who was eavesdropping at the door. Then, as he helped Ye Tian up, he looked out the door and said, "Miss Huang, what brings you here?" Everyone in the room looked towards the door where Huang Manting was standing. Mu Jian thought to himself, nothing's better than having passers-by around. Although it would be easier to deal with a man, Huang Manting isn't bad either. Then he recalled the events between them, the memories replaying in his head. Between her and me, we only had one physical transaction. For someone with her personality, this wouldn't create any emotional ties. He continued his train of thought. Moreover, someone as smart as Huang Manting, seeing this situation, would probably understand my predicament immediately. Then he thought about the exchange of benefits between him and her, thinking about her somewhat scheming face. To satisfy her interests in the future, it's reasonable for her to give me a favor at no cost right now. Hearing her name mentioned, Huang Manting entered the room and replied, "Young Master Mu has found you." Then, under everyone's gaze, she conjured a white lotus in her hand, playfully raising her hand to her face and continuing, "I think this snow lotus should be returned to young Master Mu." The other three were dumbfounded, standing silently and motionless, as if they had been hit by the two beauties for one hero tactic. Mu Jian's face darkened, cursing inwardly. Damn it, Huang Manting's innocent and smiling expression can't hide the gloating on her face. Still want to use this old lady as a tool. Dream on. Her smile became more and more cunning, laughing to herself. She thinks saying that this old lady would rather see the flustered look on your face when rejected by a woman is more like it. Mu Jian sighed inwardly, pondering. That snow lotus couldn't survive more than a week after being picked. It should have died before reaching the immortal sect, so why is it still so fresh? Ye Tian also raised her hand, holding out a lotus flower identical to the one Huang Manting was holding, her face full of surprise as she exclaimed, "Mu Gege, so other people also receive snow lotuses, WTF." She stared blankly, looking confused. Huang Manting, wanting to make things even more interesting, added, Right, that's it. The last time you came to the Merchant Guild to buy a flowing light rabbit, I couldn't figure it out, so it turns out snow fairies are all gifts from young Master Mu." Then she brought the snow lotus closer to her face, grinning and continuing, "Young Master Mu said this snow lotus is extremely suitable for someone as pure and kind as me. His words are as sweet as honey." Then she gently asked a meaningful question. "You didn't say the same to my little sister, did you?" Mu Jian's face darkened, sweating profusely, inwardly pondering her question. "You didn't say the same to my little sister, did you?" Bayashi's face was full of disappointment. Her jade-like hands gently raised to wipe away the tears lingering on the corners of her eyes, resentfully saying, "Mulang also once said, the snow lotus symbolizes purity and fidelity and love, which is very similar to me, and also gave me one." Jian was even more worried. "You're also getting into character? Did I really say that much back then?" Ye Tian just glanced over and pursed her lips in silence. Yet, that silence made him even more restless. Say something. Otherwise it will be even more difficult to deal with later. Yaji sighed, then put on an understanding expression, speaking up to diffuse the situation. "Mulang, as your true Dayo companion, I truly understand you. After all, not long ago Mulang was still a famous playboy for miles around." Her words surprised him. Drawing his attention to her, Yashi gave a generous smile and continued, "As your Daxio companion, I won't dislike Mulang for this small matter." He secretly rejoiced, excitedly raising his hand as if to cover his upturned mouth. He was about to speak, but Yashi interrupted him, not giving him a chance to speak. Her face, with its barely concealed murderous aura, asked a fatal question. "So Mulang, who do you feel this snow lotus resembles the most?" Mu Jian's face, which had been smiling, froze like a statue, only managing to utter a single word, "Crap." He thought to himself, "Yaji, maybe you should change your surname to Hey." She urged him to answer, "Mulang, say something." While the room was tense, a freshman happened to be passing by outside and overheard everything. The corner of the freshman's mouth turned up, his face showing extreme cunning and glee at his current situation. He thought to himself, "Two Muzihis," and then thought while keeping his eyes fixed on the scene inside without missing a moment, You deceived my fiancé and my little sisters. This time they will definitely realize your scumbag nature. It would be even more interesting if Yeling Quan was here too. Mu Zian regained his composure and said calmly, the snow lotus originally grows on the peaks of snowy mountains, so it also carries the meaning of being aloof and unapproachable. But if one sincerely pursues it, they can eventually cherish it in their hands. Therefore, he thought carefully about his choices. Bai Yaji, who he had the deepest relationship with, must first be appeased. Yetian was different. She was someone he had relatively tender feelings for, but their relationship was still shallow, so he could continue to deepen the exchange later to salvage it. As for Huang Manting, he just wanted to say, Chu Xianjie, please don't cause me any more trouble. Get lost. Thinking this, he replied, if I really had to say who is the most suitable for the snow lotus, I would say it's still Miss Huang. After those words, Yashi's face became brighter than ever, smiling at him. During that time, he glanced over and saw Yetian's face full of disappointment. The freshman outside the door, one hand propped up on the door for support, one hand on his hip, secretly laughing with glee and thinking, I'm going to die laughing, Bai Yaji happily said. I knew Mulang would say that. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the ceiling, and a small figure jumped out of the circle. It was Yeling Quan. Right then, Bai Yaji chimed in with sparkling eyes. Anyways, I've cultivated with Mulang so much, I know every little inch of his body already. After that bombshell, Ye Tian and Ye Lingxuan both went silent, looking horrified. Mu Jian was flustered hearing her words, and the new disciple gritted his teeth, turning green with shock, even breaking a tooth. Only Huang Manting felt it was completely normal, wondering, what's there to say? Aren't Dao companions supposed to cultivate together? Bai Yashi lay on the bed, head thrown back, panting with a sweat-soaked face, covered only by a thin blanket. After the lovemaking, her body exhausted, she barely managed to say, Mu Lang, your furnace seems to have leveled up again. Even Mu Jian, already standing and adjusting his clothes, interrupted her words. Maybe it's the environment of the immortal sect. Bai Yaji remained curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, as he continued. The spiritual energy in the air here is denser than in Tiangshuan City. Saying that, he thought to himself, although the real reason is because I remembered the scene of Ye Lingxuan helping me, and then comforted myself, but I don't need to tell Yaji that. Bai Yaji was still covered in the thin blanket, the curves of her body vaguely visible beneath it. Her face showed a hint of displeasure as she recalled the previous day. She turned to ask him, Mu Slang, are you blaming me for forcing you yesterday? Mu Jian just smiled and replied, the two young ladies of the Yanhe family, I only respect them because of their status as women from the restricted zone. As for the royal family and the Mushi family, it's just a matter of money. Then, putting on the appearance of an upright man, he continued, as long as Yashi is happy, I won't pay attention to others. Then he left the room, leaving behind a word of advice. Rest well. I'll go back to my room to take a look. She just looked at him, smiling faintly. Outside the room, when Ji An stepped out, was a quiet night sky. Because the resources of the Lu Yi sect are abundant, each new disciple has a private dormitory room for rest. As most of the new disciples had reached the top of the mountain, everyone had been assigned their own rooms. After the click of the door closing echoed, he stepped into the night, passing by other rooms, and suddenly sped up, zooming. His speed was so fast, dragging a cloud of dust that blinded anyone standing nearby. Ye Lingxuan was assigned to a dormitory next door. The new disciple who had been following Ye Lingxuan yesterday kept talking. Little sister, you see, I told you, Mu Jian is a total player, otherwise, why would his reputation in Tiangshuan City be so bad? There's a reason for everything. Ignoring her gloomy and annoyed face, he continued to drone on. Even my fiancé was seduced away by him, what are you? Compared to her, no need to get annoyed because of him. Ye Lingxuan walked straight to her room, answering, I'm tired after a whole day of climbing the mountain, I want to rest. Then, she subtly chased him away. We're already at my room, older brother. Please go back. The guy's face scrunched up like a monkey's butt, suppressing his anger, and said, then I won't bother little sister's rest. A voice appeared in the new disciple's head, as if someone was communicating with him telepathically. It's best if you talk less later. The guy couldn't hide his unease, exclaiming in his mind, a voice is coming, Lingxuan little sister. She immediately turned her face away to search for the owner of that voice, while the guy stiffened his face, looking displeased. Then he stretched out a hand as if to stop him, calling his name. Mu Jian, Mu Jian. Jian ran towards them closer and closer. The guy continued to prevent him from approaching Ye Lingxuan, stating the reason. My little sister is tired, don't come bothering her again. He just smiled in response. Ye brother, I can't even take a stroll in the immortal sect, can I? After that, ignoring the guy's presence, he walked towards her, saying, Lingshuan, little sister. She immediately pretended to ignore him. I'm really tired. Young Master Mu should also go back. Witnessing the scene, the Yi brother with a not-so-friendly smile thought to himself, You underestimate the pride of the people in the restricted zone? Now even if you come, she won't even bother with you. His eyes widened, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. He continued to affirm in his head, Having chosen Bai Yaji, you no longer have the right to choose others. Then she entered the room, slamming the door shut, not giving Mu Zihe any chance to salvage the situation. He secretly sighed, while the guy also turned his face and walked away. Ji An continued shamelessly putting on a pitiful act, calling into her room, Ling Xuan, little sister, is it that you don't want to see me or hate me? She just crossed her arms and said, No, I don't have any hate or like for young Master Mu, it's just that I'm tired and want to rest. He continued to express his concern, then coughed a few times, revealing his weakness. Ling Xuan, little sister, I know you're in a bad mood today, cough cough cough, if possible, cough 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 cough, still hope you can listen to my explanation a little bit, cough cough cough. She closed her eyes slightly, pursing her lips as if thinking for a moment, finally choosing to fling the window open and saying, Must be cold from climbing the mountain, right? Still can get sick, since you haven't reached the chi refining realm yet. Not knowing where she got it, she continued, I don't have any other medicine, only this low-grade warming pill. Take it and use it. Mu Jian turned his face away, forcing a smile, thinking to himself, Taking out a pill worth tens of thousands of spirit stones to treat a cold, you really are a little rich girl. Then he sighed softly. Hi, didn't I have a conflict with your older brother Ye Yu in the Dragonhead Forest before? Miss Ye must have heard about it, right? Ye Lingshuan just hummed in response, the two figures standing next to each other, one inside, one outside, one short, one tall. The man said, Actually, Ye Yu fainted at that time, and Yaji and I were suddenly attacked by demon cultivators. Then, his face turned serious. If Yaxi hadn't been there then, I'm afraid I would have. Ye Lingquan looked up at him, surprised as if she hadn't expected that. Mu Jian gently raised a hand to his face, explaining, But before that demonic cultivator died, he left a mark on me. I don't know when it will erupt. Ye Lingquan was just confused with question marks and exclamation points. Then he revealed the consequences of the mark. If the mark erupts in the near future, even if I don't die from it, I'll probably be seen as a demonic cultivator, and my soul will be extinguished. She questioned him with a bit of anger. So, the secret about your body you told me was because of this? Why didn't you just say it? The technique of the restricted area can help you out. Bai Yaji knows about this, doesn't she? Seems like you completely treat me like an outsider. He covered his eyes with his hand, explaining, Bai Gunyang and I are in exactly the same situation. She was self-conscious for a long time because of this, but dual cultivation will help us alleviate this mark, so if I hadn't chosen her today, she might have become self-conscious again. Then he looked at her and asked gently, You can understand my intention, right, Lingquan Meimei? She awkwardly retorted back, repeating, Bai Yaji is the first person you thought of, right? If you had told me earlier, I could have helped you. Then she lowered her eyes slightly and continued, But it's not too late now. A few traces of trouble appeared on his face, and he said softly, Perhaps Lingquan Meimei thinks I'm a heartless playboy, juggling multiple girls at once. The matter has already happened before our eyes, so I have nothing more to say, but this matter is too troublesome, I can't let you get involved. Hearing him say that, Ye Lingquan angrily raised her voice and affirmed once again, I said I can protect you, so I can definitely protect you. He showed his annoyance on his face, lowered his eyes, and called out, Lingquan Meimei. Thinking to himself, the power called the restricted area is not simple, it needs to be investigated carefully. Ye Lingquan said to him, Tian'er went back to her room without saying a word just now. You go find her now, she won't want to see you now. He then replied, Originally, I came specifically to find Lingquan Mimi, but if Lingquan Mimi wants me to go comfort Tian'er, I'll go the extra mile. After saying that, he disappeared from her sight, and she was dumbfounded, realizing for the first time what it meant to put words into someone's mouth. But then she just replied, Gongzimu should go rest early too. After her words, he turned around and walked away, gradually accelerating and darting away as he had come. In Yetian's bedroom, she was sitting propping her chin with a melancholy and sorrowful expression. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door, startling her and drawing her attention. She asked, Is that you, elder sister? Only a man's voice was heard replying, Tian'er Meimei. It's me, Mu Jian. She pouted her lips. I don't like it. He heard her voice from outside the door. Gongzimu, it's so late, what's the matter? He raised his hand and rubbed his chin, asking, Can you open the door and let's meet and talk? Yu Tian showed reluctance. I was just about to go to bed, Gongzimu. You should go back too. He asked mysteriously. Are you really sure you don't want to hear what I have to say? Tian Shear was behind the door. She pursed her lips, hesitating whether or not to open the door. Then he bent down and said, I know you think I might be a scumbag, but the matter is more complicated than you think. I'll leave the gift at the door. You can take it or throw it away like trash. He continued. I'm leaving now. In the room. After a moment of hesitation and thought, Ye Tian slightly opened the door and looked out, no longer seeing his presence, only something left on the ground. Looking closely, it was a small box with a gold-plated exterior, sparkling brightly. She picked it up and said softly, Geli Mua. The person who was supposed to have left suddenly jumped up, revealing his head from behind the door next door, startling her. He said, Geli Mua came here. Then Ji An spoke in a somewhat murmur. Tian Dasher, just listen to me for a couple sentences, is fine. A loud voice was heard. Mu Ji An. The owner of that voice was none other than that Yi brother from before. He stood a distance away from the two, staring at him with a displeased expression, raising his voice. Didn't you hear Tian say she doesn't want to see you? Lingering around without being clear about things will only make women feel annoyed. He was helpless and confused. Why is he here? The classic scene of bullying a young girl while the main character descended like a divine soldier, protecting his Mei, winning her favor. He continued to look towards him, warning. Starting to make moves on a female disciple on the first day, aren't you afraid of being kicked out of the sect by the elders of the Lu Yi sect tomorrow? It should have been like that. It should have followed the script. Ye Tian would chase him away, and he would be like a savior to her. Mu Jian chuckled inwardly. Then he looked towards her with sorrowful eyes and said, If this is the punishment for my hesitation, then I'll accept it, Tianjie. Just consider this our last meeting. Ye Tian looked up at him and continued, Ye Yu, since I've made Tianjie unhappy, I'll voluntarily stay away from her from now on. You don't need to worry. She lowered her head, pursing her lips as if in thought, then turned to look at that brother Ye and clearly stated, Between Mukej and me, it's just some personal romantic issues. This isn't harassment. Ye Yu was stunned in disbelief by her answer. Then he heard her tell him, You go back first, Ye Yu Gege, Mugege, and I need to go inside the room to talk. He followed closely behind her into the room, thinking to himself, if Ye Yu hadn't said anything, I'm not sure I would have gotten Tianjie's forgiveness so quickly tonight. I originally thought it would take at least 2 or 3 tries to calm Ye Tian's mood, but Ye Yu directly made things progress rapidly on the very first try. He looked expectant and urged her, Tian Mei, open it and have a look. She stared intently at the small box in her hand, then gently lifted her hand to open the lid. Inside the small box, a beautiful peach blossom lay nestled on a layer of red fabric. She wondered, Peach blossom. He looked at her, slowly explaining, This is a peach blossom from the Xiangsheng Dian. She glanced back at him, curiously repeating, Xiangsheng Dian? He slowly explained the origin of the gift he gave. It's a vast garden behind the main hall of the Lu Yi sect. I went around asking a few seniors. They said there's a peach blossom forest in the Xiangsheng Dian, a place where romantic partners in the sect often go on dates, so I went to check it out. She secretly repeated romantic partners in her mind, then pondered with a face that was already flushed. The scent of the peach blossom startled her, and a scene of her own blushing embarrassment popped into her head. Ye Tian lying on the bed, letting out a sound. Why? The image of her slightly parted lips, or her body blossoming with delicate moisture while pinned beneath him, flashed before her eyes. That imagination made her so hot that she had to quickly blow out a breath to dispel those thoughts. Seeing her face so flushed, he chuckled softly and called out, Tian Care Mei. She immediately felt a pang of guilt, turned her head to look directly at him, and loudly declared, I wasn't thinking anything naughty at all. Mu Jian just chuckled softly and gave a knowing hum. Ye Tian panicked upon realizing what she had just said, and quickly replied, no, it's nothing. Her face was a bit pouty and aggrieved. She thought to herself, why did I turn into a child who only thinks naughty thoughts? As for the reason, of course, it's because Tianjie has a good impression of Mu Jian, and not because someone secretly added some love-stirring key into the box. Around the flower, a very suspicious aura seemed to faintly emanate, as if he had secretly tampered with it. Before she could fully recover, he turned to leave, saying, I've finished conveying what I needed to say. I'll head back now, Tianjie Mei. Get some good rest. She immediately reached out and grabbed the hem of his robe, then boldly placed a somewhat nervous kiss on his lips. Their lips parted, and she spoke in a seemingly reasonable tone. This is Tian Qir's return gift for Mu Gi, a reciprocation. he replied with a satisfied smile. Thank you, Tianhe Mei. I really like this return gift. Walking him out, she asked, Mugege, are you going back to Bai Yashi Jiji again? He joked with her. Right now my heart only thinks about the young lady of the Ye family. His words made her stammer shyly. Muge, stop joking, see you tomorrow. He also bid her farewell. See you tomorrow. Tian Para then turned and left, gradually speeding up until she was practically flying away. Meanwhile, on Yi Lingquan's side, Yi Yu was standing in front of her room, calling in. Lingquan, Mu Jian went to find Tianhe. I wanted to stop him but failed. She simply replied softly. Is that so? He continued. That Mu Jian is using flowery words to charm Tianhe. Yi Lingquan asked again, is he still in Tianhe's room right now? He chuckled, then seemingly ratted him out. Intimate sounds are still coming from inside the room. Her figure paused slightly as she peered through the door. Then she replied, I know. It's getting late, Ye Yu-gage. You should still go back and rest. Outside, he yelled unwillingly. Lingquan, why aren't you coming with me to stop Mu Jian? She immediately retorted. Why would you leave Mu Jian getting intimate with Tian Ni in her room to come find me? He seemed somewhat annoyed. Then, after he left behind the words, I'll go check again. If that Mu Jian is still there, I will definitely stop him. Ye Lingquan only saw his figure disappearing behind the door. She propped her chin up, turned her face inward, not noticing that as soon as he left, another figure appeared. Someone called her, Lingquan Mei. She spun around to look outside, slightly opened the door, and asked, Why are you here? Mu Jian replied, I just went to check on Tian Ni for a bit. She peeked her face out, looked at him, and said in a mocking tone, Oh, there's no need to come back and tell me about that kind of thing. But didn't Musgongzi say he'd think it over before going to Tian Ni's side? Seems like you were in quite a hurry. Seeing that, he thought to himself. Seems like she's reacting quite calmly. She must already know. He's probably the one who told her. Then he said aloud, Tian Ni is a good girl. I'm afraid that if she gets angry on her own, she won't understand clearly, and will easily fall into a deadlock. Ye Lingquan pondered for a moment and replied, That's not wrong, actually. If you weren't worried about Tian Ni, I'd think you were heartless. Then she slightly turned her face away and said, Anyway, I'm only worried that Tian Ni would be deceived by bad people. That's why I contacted you. Now that I've confirmed it, at least you won't harm her. He lowered his eyes slightly to look at her. She put a hand to her face and continued. As for how she wants to see her Dayo companion, I won't interfere. She turned to go into the room. He grabbed her hand and said, Lingquan Mei. She immediately cut him off. Wanting to draw a line between herself and him, Mugongzi, have some self-respect, Ji Han said. As far as Tian Ni is concerned, I've always treated her like my little sister. She turned her head to look at him and exclaimed, Huh. He raised a hand to smooth his hair and continued. You're worried that Tian Ni will be deceived by me. Isn't it because you feel there's a difference in mindset and age between me and Tian Ni? As her older sister, you naturally think Tian Ni is still young, right? Ye Lingquan agreed and replied, That's right, not wrong. Then she asked him, But why did Mu Gongzi deliberately come back to talk to me about this? He waved his hand and replied, Perhaps it's because. Mu Jian looked directly at her and said, I want to face you honestly, just hoping that there will be nothing to regret in the future. His words surprised her. Then she showed a disapproving expression, TCH. With a sound she turned around and said, This appearance of yours might work for sweet-talking Miao Tian Ni, but it's useless on me, Mu Gongzi. Don't waste your time here putting on a show, go back and rest. He laughed out loud, ignoring her. As she stepped into the house, he continued to say, If Lingquan Mei could address me more casually, it might be better than resting to dispel my fatigue. She slammed the door shut, leaving him outside. He just smiled slightly, then turned and walked away. Ye Lingquan stood leaning against the door. Only moonlight illuminated the room. She lowered her head and whispered, Muzge. At Mu Jian's room, he pushed the door open and said to himself, Running back and forth all night, without even returning to my room, I really am too fond of helping others. What came into his sight was the dazzling red bloodstain on the floor. He was surprised to see Wei Mengru leaning against his bed, her body covered in wounds. Bloodstains also trailing to her, he exclaimed and ran to her. Mengruji was surprised and puzzled to touch her, asking, What's wrong? In just half a day, who could injure a Lian Shen realm cultivator like you like this? She kept her eyes closed and did not speak. In a certain cave under the main hall of the sect, the clouds have gradually covered the bright moon. Sharp stones like thorns are all over the cave. A six-armed monster with red streaks of light running along its body said, Greetings, Demon Emperor? There is a bright red dot floating in the air, that monster's voice echoed. The new batch of good seeds is complete. Your people will gradually emerge from the shadows. The red glow intensified, resembling a crescent moon with a reddish hue in the sky. The voice continued. Your long imprisonment is about to end. Massive steps appeared, with red and black tiled houses built in a terraced structure. Cultivation values fate. And there are two simple and clear ways to assess it. First, look at talent, and second, observe luck. A colorlessly cube floated in the sky, similar to using a spirit tablet to check cultivation before accepting disciples. After entering the sect, new students must also take a symbolic test of luck. Bai Yashi reached out and channeled spiritual energy into the cube. It emitted an orange gold light. Bai Yashi, gold luck, destined for great fortune. She smiled radiantly under the golden light. Next was Ye Lingshuan, who also channeled energy into it. The color was gradually changing. Yaji glanced at her. Lingshuan looked very worried. A vibrant red glow erupted from the cube. Lingshuan smiled brightly, while Yashi's expression twisted. The cube shone with the same gold as Yaji's. Ye Lingshuan, gold luck, destined for great fortune. The onlookers were in an uproar. Another gold luck? One was already surprising enough for this batch, and now there are two in a row. The two girls couldn't help but bicker, exchanging glares and sneers. Mu Jian mused. These are the chosen ones, the protagonists of this world, favored by the heavenly Tao, but this time, I'll make them stand on my side. He clasped his hands together, his eyes darting to the left. Thanks to my essence, Yaji is about to break through to the spirit refinement realm. Lingshuan, thanks to my elixirs and Lingling's guidance, is also progressing rapidly, but it's still not enough. The earth is surrounded by many overlapping forces. I need to hurry before the heavenly Tao notices this world and nurture the protagonists to reach the Tao integration realm. Then, other disciples stepped up to test their luck. 3 people had purple light. Ye Tian, purple luck, born with great opportunities. Huang Manting, purple luck, born with great opportunities. Ning Long, purple luck, born with great opportunities. Someone called out Wei Mengru's name. He looked at her. Mu Jian, pursing his lips in worry. He remembered seeing Mengru covered in blood that night. Who hurt you like this? Wei Mengru tilted her head and replied, No one. I hurt myself, she explained at length. When I fell, I don't know why, I suddenly slipped and rolled down the mountain. Then I fell into a cave and lost focus. My head hit a rock. Then I encountered an electric shock, a forest fire, and a mudslide, so I got hurt like this. Mu Jian couldn't believe his ears. Did we climb the same mountain? Mengru looked like she was used to it. I guess I'm just unlucky. Her hand, wrapped in bloody bandages, rested on the floor. Mengru intended to stand up. I just wanted to make sure you came up. I'm going back to my room now. Mu Jian held her hand. He pushed her down on the bed. Mengru lay on the bed, calmly looking at the man above her. What are you doing? Thinking I'm injured so you can mess around. I just need to spit once, and I can pierce your balls. Suddenly, Mu Jian tucked her in with a blanket, leaving her stunned. He brought his face close to hers, reminding her, Don't move around, just lie here and rest until tomorrow. Mu Jian looked at her teasingly. If Mengru retires, and old Ren replaces me with a new maid who is more gentle and dignified, I won't like it. Mengru pursed her lips, unable to say a word. Then, he hopped off the bed, giving her the sleeping space. I'll just make do with the desk and chair. Back in the scene, Mengru looked at her hand wrapped in bloody bandages, looking like she had made up her mind. Mengru raised her hand, channeling her Q into the cube. Instantly, it radiated a pure black color. The other disciples gasped in shock as they saw it. What is this? This color is way too unlucky. The announcement rang out like a judgment on Wei Mengru's fate. Wei Mengru, black-colored fortune, you are abandoned by the heavenly Tao. The Grand Elder, seeing this black color, stroked his chin in puzzlement. This really is. He tapped on the voice transmission jade. Sect leader, got it. The two girls were also bewildered by Wei Mengru's color. Ling Quan sighed, rubbing her forehead. Even in the cursed forbidden zone, I've never seen such bad luck. Yashi herself was worried about Mulang Yi'an. Is it okay for Mulang to be near such fortune? The other disciples whispered about it. Fortune of this level of black will probably affect others. Although there are 2 people with golden fortune this time, I'm afraid they'll— The Grand Elder immediately cut off the conversation. What nonsense are you little brats spouting? This made them stunned, stammering. Grand Elder? He pointed at the cube emitting black energy, lecturing them. Bad fortune is just a minor matter. Have you forgotten that the sect has taught you how to cultivate yourselves, perform good deeds, and adjust your feng shui and natural Tao to change your destiny? he angrily scolded. A bunch of kids who haven't even grown up yet, don't just blabber nonsense whenever you see something strange. Black, white, green, blue, purple, red, yellow. In all my years as an elder, what kind of fortune haven't I seen? Then the grand elder put his hands on his hips and called out, "Whose name is Mu-Zi-an? Come here." Mu-Zi-an raised his hand. "Here," he ordered. "You come measure your fortune." He obeyed. "Yes." Mu-Zi-an comforted Mengru. "Mengru-ji, black fortune is nothing to worry about. I don't mind any color. Watch me make big things happen for you." He shuffled closer to the cube. Mu-Zi-an was orphaned young, lacking parents from an early age. His morals and social relationships were even at the lowest level. Even with millions in assets, he still has no auspicious fortune. It's probably black fortune too. Mu-Zi-an raised his hand to measure his fortune, still convinced it would be black. If there are two people with black fortune, then the first one won't be so noticeable anymore. The grand elder stood behind him, observing him. He snorted with disdain. Why did the sect leader specifically call his name to check his fortune? It seems like this kid's fortune has no gold or black to make anyone feel strange. Suddenly, his face changed, and 2 drops of sweat poured out. The cube was exploding. A dazzling pink light. Mu-Zi-an didn't understand, and hurriedly called out without seeing the grand elder's blinking expression, "Senior, is this broken?" His face changed into multiple colors. "What kind of fortune is this?" The grand elder spoke. Everyone has seen it, right? The realm, background, and fortune of this batch of new students. The other elders stood around the round table, holding the reports of this year's new students. This batch of new students can be said to be a golden generation. Hua Yun was surprised. So many people in the group actually have such prominent backgrounds. Yu Zhang nodded in agreement with her. It's true, they were born with so many cultivation resources. Oh, so the daughter of the head of the Forbidden Zone is also here. Niku Xuanji winked playfully and said, "You two are Qi Refinement Realm, but there are new students who are Spirit Refinement Realm. Truly immeasurable future." Yaru Yu sighed. "Two people with golden fates. None of us old fogies sitting here have ever had a golden fate," the Grand Elder announced. "The inner disciples will be chosen in order by the top 4 from the previous sect competition. When choosing, I hope the elders will consider carefully." Hua Yun spoke first because she had achieved first place. "If that's the case, then I'll choose first. Naturally, that kid, I heard that kid, contains the key of the heavenly Tao, Bai Ya Shi." Next up was 3rd Elder Wu Truong Hon. As expected, he chose the eldest daughter of the Forbidden Zone's leader, Ye Lingshuan. 4th Elder Ngu Huyan County chimed in. "Don't you all know you're supposed to pick the kid with potential and danger? That genius with black chi luck in the spirit refinement realm, Wei Mengru, is the most deserving of nurturing." Wu Truong Hon burst her bubble. "Stop trying to save face just because you didn't pick her." Ngu Huyan County was still fuming. "Does crushing it at the sect competition have to come first? This time, my disciple will definitely surpass yours spectacularly." Hoa Van added fuel to the fire, mimicking Ngu Huyan Ko. "Does crushing it at the sect competition have to come first? This time, my disciple will definitely surpass yours spectacularly." You say that every time, but you always fall a little short. Whose problem is that, I wonder? The great elder didn't care about the girls. Little squabble. He crossed his arms and asked, "Will also surpass you too?" "The 3 with the best potential have been chosen. Who do you want to pick?" "The kid with the purple chi luck." Nhanhu. Engo Sak replied, "No, it's that boy with the pink chi luck." Everyone went silent, as the great elder said, "Choosing his fate, the bodies of the youth hide myriad surprises. I'll just give you all a reminder." He smiled. "Please remember your teacher's virtue." Cut to Mu-Zi-an's room, where he received the news. May. An inner sect disciple, Lan Mu Ladian, stood outside, announcing, "You, Elder Nahan Nhu Nganek of the Scripture Pavilion, chose you. Rest assured, she's a good master." Mu-Zi-an nodded. If Senior Sister Lan said so, Mu-Zi-an frowned uncomfortably. "Pink chi luck is too much trouble. The elder must have chosen me as an inner sect disciple because of this. With this status, I'll definitely attract attention. To avoid attracting the attention of the heavens, I still want to try to be an ordinary person, nothing special." Lamu Lian looked at him. The others who were chosen as inner sect disciples, in order, are Bai Ya Ji, Ye Lingshuan, and your maidservant. A scent wafted past her. She wondered, "Are you making soup in the room, Zihi?" Anne invited her to try the chicken soup. "Senior Sister Lan, would you like to try some?" Lan Mulian refused. "I can't. I still have to tell the others." Before she left, she reminded him, "There's something I still have to remind you of." Hide your physique if you can, Lan Mulian said very seriously. If they find out, the elders won't be easy to deal with. Mu Jian smiled and listened. Following his senior sister's reminder, I will be careful. As the door closed, Mu Jian called out, Come out, please. Appearing was a white-haired girl with 2 blue-white horns. Her eyes were fiery red. She couldn't speak human language, only making unclear ah sounds. Mu Jian smiled friendly. Anyway, you are a god-tier chef in the sect, but you snuck into my dorm room, making this little one feel a lot of pressure. It wouldn't be good if the sect members saw. She raised her hand and ed twice. Mu Jian understood what she was saying. Only the 8 treasure crane I make is delicious. Okay, can I ask a question? He tentatively asked. What's the background of this 8 treasure crane? It's not some kind of sect-protected animal, is it? There isn't any ordinary animal that's insignificant. That's right, you are the most precious thing. The girl slurped the soup deliciously. She hummed as she tasted the sugar. She was much more radiant, Mu Zihi. Anne added, If it's delicious, drink more. If you want to eat it again in the future, bring the 8 treasure crane, I'll help you make it. Then she slowly walked towards him. She put her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss. The 2 pairs of lips separated, leaving a lingering aura between the two. The girl pinched her fingertips together. You can exchange it. He rubbed his chin, pretending. My alias is Mu Jian. I'm not into women. Using beauty to repay me. I'm the upright type. I absolutely cannot accept it. Then, his eyes lit up, revealing his true nature. But if you said you're using chi luck to exchange, then exchanging a little more wouldn't hurt. Moreover, in order to eliminate the karma of Senior Linglong, I also have a responsibility. I cannot refuse to absorb the chi luck of the senior. He looked at her, staring at those large, round buns. That part that's tied up like this, if you untie it, it's about the same as Yaji's. The girl named Linglong frowned at him, making him embarrassed, and explained. Thinking about something bad? No, this is based on my own physiological instincts towards others. I'll try to take it back. Half of the chicken soup was left. Senior, I have something I want to ask, Mu Jian asked. The sect checks everyone's luck, but I don't know why mine is pink. Is it related to the surplus luck the predecessor passed on to me? Linglong explained, and Mu Jian vaguely understood. You're saying my luck was originally pink, and it tasted sweet during the exchange. He chuckled, disbelieving. It's definitely not because my luck is pink that it's so sweet, right? If that's the case, does purple luck taste like lavender? Not done yet, he asked further. Also, I have a friend who's so unlucky it's indescribable, but when she's with me she doesn't seem to be affected by that bad luck. Is it because of my weird luck? Even the predecessor isn't sure about this. Linglong patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, and he smiled gently. Of course. Before her bad luck is erased, I'll still be with her. Wei Mengru, standing outside the door, heard this heartfelt statement from him. She was silent, without any emotion, but suddenly her brow furrowed, worried. Wait, who is the woman he's talking to? In the royal palace, someone holding a golden token relayed a message. It's the 3rd prince, Ninglong, Grand Tutor. Regarding what you said before, this humble one has a new discovery. The Grand Tutor signaled for His Highness to speak. The Grand Tutor is calculating Mu Jian's influence on the great Qian dynasty's fate, possibly from those around him. His eyes were cold as ice. Currently, there are 3 potential targets, and this humble one will test each one. His eyes were filled with determination and revenge. I must let father know that compared to my elder brother and elder sister, I am the best heir to the great Qian dynasty. Chapter 42. The 2 masters asked in unison, what kind of cultivation did you do before? Bai Yashi and Ye Lingshuan had similar answers. I just cultivated like normal. Hua Yun took Yashi's pulse. I sense the chi of the heavenly Tao within you. Right? The sect has taken in people with great luck before, but compared to them, your spiritual energy seems to be increasing too crazily. She frowned, confused. Normally, cultivators should develop gradually, step by step, in order to naturally attain enlightenment. You're like a body being tempered too much by a steel bar. Bayashi blushed, embarrassed. Ahem. The situation is exactly the same over here, Elder Wu asked Lingshuan. You belong to the school of cultivation that relies on pills, right? My former master was like that too, but you... She tilted her head and said, "You've taken the dosage of dozens of people and didn't die from it. What a miraculous body." The two masters had a shared thought. Although your spiritual power doesn't increase proportionally with your cultivation level, and your cultivation doesn't have any order or rules, if you're an inner disciple of mine, then I naturally have the duty to help you adjust. After Bai Yaji and Ye Ling Xuan were chosen as inner disciples, they received guidance from their curious masters. The accumulated nutrients that Mujian gave them were finally completely digested. Along with the increase in their cultivation realms, the two of them also awakened some pretty miraculous abilities. Time gradually passed. On the water surface there was a fishing rod. Mengru stood beside Jian, watching him leisurely fish. No bait is one thing, but there isn't even a hook. No hook is one thing, but there isn't even a fishing line. What exactly are you fishing for? He laughed. Mengru Gage, I don't dare to fish in the sect's lake. It's against the rules. She then asked, then what are you pretending to do here? Someone saw him. Mu, a green string, is wrapped around him and pulling him away. Mu Ji. There's a chain rushing towards this direction. It's wrapping around him. Mu Ji-an was tightly bound by two ropes at both ends. Ling Xuan and her master were very surprised. What is this? After that, Mu Jian was pulled away by the golden chain, and Ling Quan was stunned. He's been snatched away, Elder Yu explained. Someone's ability is a level higher than yours. You've only awakened the form of your spiritual power, while the other side already possesses the actual entity. Ling Quan puffed out her cheeks in anger, immediately thinking of that person. It must be that woman. It was none other than Bai Yashi. Indeed, she pulled Mu Ji-an towards her. Mulang Huayun wondered, why is your god-binding lock latching onto a man? Bai Yashi affirmed, it has to be this man. She pulled him closer, blushing, and said, my heart's desire must be Mu Lang. Mu Ji-an, being bound, chuckled lightly upon hearing this. I'm very touched by what you said, Yaji. I'd be even more touched if this chain wasn't binding me so tightly. He subtly struggled, but the chain tightened even more. Mu Jian realized there was no way to escape. Yaji hasn't even reached the spirit refinement stage, yet she can materialize the path of spirit refinement. Is this the protagonist's plot armor? Yaji took his hand and placed it on her left chest, asking, Mu Lang, I named it the heart-binding lock, can you feel my heartbeat? Mu Lang. In his heart he coldly thought, how do you expect me to feel your heartbeat? But on the outside, he still smiled as sincerely as possible. Of course I can feel it, because our hearts are connected. Yashi exposed him. Mu Lang is lying. She explained the mechanism of that golden chain. If someone bound by the heart-binding lock lies, I can detect it. Mu Jian is done for. Holy crap, a lie detector. Bai Yashi now seems to be slipping out of Mu Jian's control. She has released him from the chain. Luckily, I had the opportunity to have the elders help me stimulate this ability. Mu Jian bowed to Huayun. Greetings, Elder Yi. She silently looked at him, appearing very thoughtful. Bai Yashi whispered in his ear. Of course, it's mainly thanks to Mu Lang. He whispered back. It's good that you think of me so much, Yashi, but the heart-binding lock is only good for flirting occasionally. My feelings for you don't need to be confirmed by the heart-binding lock. She coldly looked at him. Is Mu Lang worried that something will be exposed later? Mu Jian reassured her. Yashi, I know you're a girl who lacks a sense of security, but you should still trust me a little. Instead of using this, why not believe in what you see? We have a long future ahead of us. Ru Meng was still standing by the lake, looking at the person approaching. Are you Yu Xuanji? Pointing in a direction. That young man is suppressing your dark luck, right? Meng Ru looked at her silently, not answering. Yu Xuanji invited. Come to my place and become an inner disciple. Let's try to overcome your luck together. Meng Ru was about to refuse. If the young master can't become an inner disciple, then I can't accept your invitation either. But Yu Xuanji scolded her, shocking her to the core. Your young master is Mu Jian, right? He's an inner disciple. Do you want me to be an inner disciple or not? That night, on the various peaks, the elders met, and all realized a problem. The three looked at each other and said, then they really do have a point of intersection. That Mu Jian, why is he just an ordinary small cultivator? Elder Yu suggested. Even if it's for each of our inner disciples, we should investigate him thoroughly. The other two agreed. Just as the elders were suspecting Mu Jian, he was sitting slumped on the floor, looking at the person walking in. It was Yan Ruyu, his master. She looked at him. Come here and do it. In the deep of night, the clear full moon shone brightly across the space. Yan Ruyu, wearing a tight-fitting red outfit, stood before Mu Jian, hands placed in front of her chest, and said, Come here and do it. Mu Jian smiled somewhat playfully. You are Elder Yan. Why is the elder coming to a disciple's room at night? What can we do? This disciple doesn't understand. Yan Ruyu closed the door and approached Mu Jian. In this world, There are countless types of constitutions, some of which provide tremendous enhancement to cultivators. Yan Ruyu's jade-like, alluring face smiled charmingly. Bai Yaji can awaken the sword left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Ye Ling Quan was born with an excellent affinity for spiritual energy, and her ability to sense when refining pills becomes more sensitive. Her white, smooth, jade-like hands gently intertwined. Even with a jinxed constitution like Wei Mengru, she possesses a cultivation talent far beyond her age, almost an anomaly. Mu Zian looked up at Elder Yan. Indeed, they are all genius cultivators in different ways, but why did you come to tell me these things? Ruyu's bright eyes pointed at him with a seductive smile. Answering his question, Mu Zian, because you are the crucial piece, Yan Ruyu recounted. There is a type of constitution that, for the person who possesses it, has no enhancement effect on cultivation. But for others, it is a treasure more precious than natural resources and land. Yan Ruyu's fingers moved slowly on Mujian's wrist. Ruyu moved her face close to Mujian's. A natural furnace. Hearing this, Mujian smiled. He questioned Elder Yan. Elder, how long have you been observing me? Yan Ruyu reminisced about the past. At 20, I was the youngest disciple of Liangyi sect. One could even say the youngest person in the 9 provinces to reach the reflection realm. But then for 30 years, I struggled to climb 3 ranks within the reflection realm. Yan Ruyu knelt before Mujian's gaze. 10 years later, my cultivation stagnated. Elder Yan recounted that unusual examination day. On the day of the spiritual energy examination in Tiangshuan City, the elders were all calculating how to divide up the outstanding talents of this generation. The abundance of geniuses surprised me, but I was curious. Why did so many geniuses suddenly appear in the same period? Did they have any connection? Then I discovered you. Yan Ruyu looked delighted, as if discovering a treasure. I've really been waiting for you for a very long time. Mu Jian tilted his head slightly, looking at Elder Yan, not expecting that she'd been probing him before they even met. But, according to your description, Elder, you've never actually interacted with a spiritual body born as a furnace, have you? Yan Ruyu said softly. Absorbing the massive spiritual energy in a person's body through intercourse is several times faster than cultivating on one's own. Isn't that a simple theory? In my years as the head librarian, I meticulously researched every record of natural furnaces. Yan Ruyu crawled closer to Mu Jian. You've become my inner disciple. All the resources of the immortal sect elders can be used at will. Those resources are no longer useful to me, but they are invaluable to you. Yan Ruyu looked at her palm below her ample chest. And all my investment in resources will help this furnace become stronger and stronger. Isn't that a win-win situation? Mu Jian retreated warily. Elder, about becoming an inner disciple, I still need to think about it. Yan Ruyu moved closer. You will agree, Mu Jian. Yan Ruyu's eyes lit up. Her hands gripped both sides of his collar, pulling them apart to reveal her white, bulging flesh, and said in a confident tone, because you are the biggest, boob guy, in Tiangshuan City, am I right? Mu Jian didn't hold back anymore after Ruyu's words. Since the elder is so straightforward, Yan Ruyu stood up, spread her arms joyfully. Today, I can finally break through. A blue aura surrounded Yan Ruyu, her body heated up, and her fingers slid across her tongue. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Yan Ruyu's eyes emitted purple lightning like the color of her eyes, her hands raised high, looking up to welcome. Each rank of the reflection realm can lead to a heavenly tribulation. To break through the realm, I've really missed it so much. The night sky at this moment saw clouds twisted by the wind into circles, swirling like a vortex, accompanied by lightning scattered evenly around the swirling clouds. The lightning created large lightning gathering points that collided with each other, flattening out. Just when it seemed that the lightning would strike Yan Ruyu directly for her advancement, the lightning fizzled out with a puff of smoke. Both of them froze. Yan Ruyu was stunned. Yan Ruyu opened the door in frustration and shouted, "Where's the heavenly tribulation? Why did it retreat?" Ruyu turned back to look at Mu Jian, thinking a little disappointed. Is it because this kid's cultivation is currently too low that this happened? Yan Ruyu's face flushed slightly. She pulled her dress to cover herself and tried to smile. Little Muha. Mu Jian tilted his head, giving a provocative look in another direction. If the elder wants to try, just try a few more times. If it can really help the elder break through the constraints that have lasted for so long, then that would be this disciple's honor. Yan Ruyu looked at Mu Jian with half an eye. Mu Jian looked directly into her eyes, intentionally provoking. Please, Elder Yan. A slow voice spoke 2 words. Slurp, slurp. And so they continued experimenting, once, thrice, 5 times, and countless times. Then, Yanru-yu couldn't take it anymore, covering her mouth, wanting to vomit. Ugh. Both of them lay sprawled out to the side, Mujian, as if completely drained, withered like a piece of paper. Yanru-yu, fully sated, her belly bulging, said with difficulty, "Again? Can't eat anymore? Why haven't I broken through yet?" Yanru-yu's eyes spun around, not understanding the reason. Why doesn't every strand of the innate furnace spirit yang have an effect? Even if my cultivation isn't high, the quantity should create a qualitative change. So why am I not getting a break? I'm not convinced. What's the use to me? Mujian, withered on the other side, explained, according to his own thinking, "I think it's because there's no connection between our hearts, so I'm too weak right now to help you, Yanru-yu." As if not believing it, widened her eyes and asked, "There's even such a situation. Never seen it in books." The furnace spirit was originally a vessel unable to spontaneously control the flow of spiritual energy in the body. A furnace spirit is manifested with a flame burning through, creating the spirit's aura, but Muzihi-an actually created a miniature furnace within his body, sealing the spiritual energy, preventing the essence of spiritual energy from escaping. The principle is like spontaneously controlling a snake. Muzihi-an, with a smug look, made a gesture with 2 fingers. It's all a secret. Transforming such powerful spiritual energy requires a lot of mental power, but for a soon-to-be Tao ancestor, it's as easy as farting. Mujian, like a fire demon, with advanced snake-controlling skills, Mujian also grasped absolute control over the furnace spirit's energy. Yanru-yu pounced again, pinning Mujian, sighing. "Phew!" Yanru-yu, sweating, asked Mujian. "Then, isn't our relationship supposed to be less first? Then come the feels?" Mujian confidently replied to Yanru-yu, "I don't mind, Shizun." The night passed in vain, and the sun gradually reached its peak. Bright sunlight shone into every corner of the small house. After Mujian stayed inside for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, then walked out of the scripture pavilion. The pills given by the 3 elders were divided equally into 3 portions, along with cultivation techniques suitable for each person's talents, which Mujian gifted them one by one. Ye Lingxuan's eyes showed disgust, but she still held the pill in her hand. "Although I don't need these things, I'm still thankful." Ye Tian blushed shyly, accepting the pill, stammering as she called him, "Mu ni, mu gege." Bai Yaji, one hand holding the pill, the other covering her mouth, smiled sweetly, calling him in a voice as sweet as calling her husband. Mulang, Mujian, also looked at Ye Lingxuan with dislike, but still had to explain, "Lingxuan Meimei." Regarding Ye Tian's shyness, he happily and gently called her name, Tian Falair. As for Bai Yashi, he helplessly called her name, Yashi. At 3 different moments after giving the pills to the 3 of them, he said the same content as a model essay he had memorized. "Although the case is that you only gifted me 1 portion, but this is the most suitable gift for you. You don't need to worry, I only hope it can help you a little bit." Sun Rong, the legendary man of his era. Suddenly a tiger dashed out with an unwilling look, screaming loudly, "Ye Xiong, my most important Ling Xuan Meimei." Super heavy boom. Everyone was stunned by his appearance. Yashi was curious. Yan Yu stared wide-eyed in a daze, looking at him. Ye Lingxuan blushed when she heard him roar, "Don't use pills to bribe, it'll taint the feelings between me and Lingxuan." Mujihi unexcitedly thought, so happy that his face contorted, "I was initially racking my brain to think of ways to comfort both of them, but you actually helped me reduce a huge burden." Young Master Ye, Mujian, directly transformed into a roaring cat, as if determined to demand his rights. "Ye Xiong, Lingxuan is my most important Meimei. Don't use pills to bribe. Doing so will taint the feelings between me and Meimei Lingxuan." The 3 of them stared blankly, perhaps only lacking a loudspeaker for Mujian to be able to transmit his words to the neighboring country. Ye Yu looked towards the 2 women, thinking. Bai Yaji gave a slight, elegant smile, intentionally emphasizing the 2 words Meimei, to make it clear to Bai Yaji that she's just my Meimei, to prevent her from turning yandere. Ye Yu glanced towards Ye Lingxuan, who also slightly raised the corners of her lips. Those decisive and strong words also caused soft ripples to arise in Ye Lingxuan's heart for this neighbor gauge. The initial dissatisfaction with the way of doing 2 things at once also gradually turned into a gentle idea. A hidden meaning appeared in the depths of Ye Lingxuan's eyes. She thought for a long time, Ye Yu must have negotiated a deal with Gage about something, and moreover, the target of that deal is likely me. Yet Mugage was able to refuse so firmly. Ye Yu at this time was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his facial muscles wrinkled up like a dirty rag. Mujian smiled like a deaf person unafraid of thunder. You're truly a scheming man. Ye Qiang. Let me show you this. He pulled open his cloak. The inside surface hung full of small vials of rejuvenation pills, 36 pills, 9 supplement essence pills, 16 white marrow pills, 18 qi gathering pills, all newly refined 5th grade pills. Take a look, or else I'll give Ye Xiong a few so Ye Xiong will be less angry. Ye Yun, hearing about those sweet items, couldn't stay angry. He was still raging, like a child being teased. Who needs your stuff? Never mind then. He sulkily walked out. Damn it. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared. Don't remember those silly things related to that Moshe. Within this sect, there are still countless opportunities that can help you stand at the peak of myriad people. But I can't swallow this anger. Ye Yung's eyes at this time were bloodshot. The dark shadows continued to appear. It's just a little bit of feminine charm. If Mu Jian likes it, let him take it. Moreover, those girls didn't originally belong to you. What are you angry about? Hearing that, Ye Yu grew even more furious. He roared. He stole my fiancé and caused me to lose the heavenly Dao Qi to someone else. How can I not be angry? Then go find your own opportunities. Or shut your mouth. Don't forget you have to rely on my body. Inside, Mu Jian also noticed his attitude outside. Keeping this idiot as a hate-attracting tank is indeed a wise choice. The two women spoke up at this moment. What did Ye Yu just say? He wants to trade pills with us, wanting us to give Ling Quan to him. Hearing this, Bai Yaji and Ling Quan both became uncomfortable. Ling Quan is not an object to be traded. Mu Lang, you were right to refuse. That guy is so annoying. Mu Zian wiped away the tears that had just gathered. Can't we come to a consensus on this matter? What exactly has affected your relationship? Isn't it you? Mu Jian approached Bai Yashi and whispered, Yashi, go back first. Ling Quan has just been treated like that by her own family. She must be very upset right now and needs someone to comfort her. Don't you think so? Bai Yashi looked at him with a meaningful yet definitely threatening gaze. You really dare to ask, Mulang. He instantly turned into a grilled sausage under that burning gaze, but Bai Yashi didn't want to make things difficult for him, and Ling Quan didn't understand anything. But who told me to be generous? I'm leaving her to you. Mu Jian curved the corners of his eyes. Bai Yashi is the type of person who is cold until you get close, but reveals her gentleness when you spend more time together. Therefore, as long as you give her a certain sense of security, she won't be too jealous. From Mu Jian's perspective, Bai Yashi is a person with a beautiful and complete soul. After all, she has an extremely broad and forgiving heart. After Yashi left, only Mu Jian and Ling Quan remained in the room. Mu? Before she could finish, he spoke up. I want to drink a cup of tea before I leave. Is that okay, Ling Quan? Okay? As they sat at the tea table, Ling Quan said, if it weren't for you, Bai Jiji and I would probably be bothered endlessly. Even without me, he wouldn't bother you for too long. He raised his teacup. Anyway, Ye Yu's intentions are basically, for me, listening to you, it's like you're more attractive to men than Bai Jiji and I. Hearing Ling Quan say that, Mu Jian blurted out something that confused her. That dude isn't interested in women, he's more interested in pinning me down. As an example, I'm just giving an example. He took out various shaped bottles of pills from his bag. Keep these pills. If you want to catch up to Yashi and Shiji, they are essential. Although the forbidden area must have prepared a lot of pills for you, these ones are specially formulated by me based on your physique, and the effects will be much better. The image of the two chatting reflected on the pill bottle. Then where are your pills? I've naturally prepared other types of pills suitable for me. At this moment, Ling Quan voiced her concerns. After Mu Ji returns, will he give the remaining pills to Bai Jiji? After a moment of silence, he spoke. Yes, but for someone as divinely skilled in communication as I am, I won't let things get out of control. He took Ling Quan's hand. But in my heart, you will always be the best little sister. But Ling Quan wasn't a naive girl. She stuck out her tongue. Then you are just a heartless big brother with divided loyalties. Hearing this, he stood up. The pills have been delivered. So can this heartless brother go back first? What's the rush? Chat a little longer. She propped her chin up, deliberately raising her tone. I still have some cultivation problems that I want to ask for guidance on. He looked down at her, expressing his understanding through a smile, agreeing without hesitation. Of course, she kept talking, and he kept answering. She was confident. He smiled. She thought deeply. He looked at her knowingly. Finally, they both just smiled wryly, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. At this very moment, the lights flickered. The two of them looked at each other, face to face. He smiled. His eyes narrowed, and an ambiguous atmosphere rose, requiring the aura of a pill furnace. He reached out his hand, lifting her small face. His reason warned him that this was not allowed. But at this moment, both of them were immersed in this atmosphere, moving forward to exchange a passionate kiss like summer in the desert. This scene was also captured in the eyes of an outsider witnessing the whole scene. Ye Tian froze, standing stock still as she looked inside. Mugege. She's gone blank. And elder sister. The space nearly solidified in Ye Tian's eyes. She quietly lowered her head, her heart concealing a sliver of confusion. Good then. She squinted, beads of sweat trickling down. Huh. What am I even saying? Ye Tian's mind became scattered, a moment flashing in her head. A red ball squeezing a blue ball. Mugeje's is who I like. Elder sister is also who I like. Right now the blue ball is being suppressed by the red ball. The elder sister I like the most, and the Mugej I like the most, are right behind me making out. At this moment, the red ball completely overwhelmed the blue ball. Tian Yi's first reaction was extreme joy, even hoping they would be more intimate. She covered her mouth, 2 streams of happy tears rolling down her cheeks. Could I be a pervert? Sensing movement outside, he suddenly looked towards the door. He and Ling Xuan both looked towards the door at the same time. Did someone seem to be outside just now? Hallucination. Not caring about outside anymore, he and Ling Xuan looked at each other again. Mugerj, can we do it again? Outside, Ye Tian quickly hid behind the door, the horny couple inside once again challenging the endurance of the young woman outside. Of course, Ye Tian's heart rate increased even faster than the couple inside. Every time the intimate actions increased one after another, Ye Tian became more and more excited. Ling Xuan, while still lost in the kiss, discovered Ye Tian, but she only felt guilty and didn't want to stop. Tian, NHI. But Ye Tian outside not only didn't feel sad, but instead became even more excited. Amazing. Elder sister. 10 minutes later, after breaking away from the intimate situation, he immediately left. Ling Xuan Muime. Rest well. I can go back myself. Suddenly, he noticed the specks of light on the ground. He sat down, using his hand to wipe away the remaining layer of glowing powder. Did it seem like someone was outside just now? Mu Ji-an brought his finger to his nose and sniffed, then directly put his finger in his mouth to check. Seeming to have found a new source of energy, he happily smiled. Oh yeah. That night, Musi's room overflowed. He sat on the bed carefully practicing his cultivation technique. A ring of purple aura surrounded him. Awesome. He happily opened his mouth and laughed. Since when did I break through to the chi refining realm? Yet I didn't even realize it myself. A familiar figure appeared. The light of the power of dominance enveloped him. Not only did he not sit and cultivate, he didn't even use elixirs. As a natural-born furnace, congenital deficiencies seem to not exist in my body. Because the rewards from the system have compensated for this. The power of the protagonists will be fed back to me through. The protagonist will be fed back to me through the Son of Destiny. His eyes became bright. Simply put, the stronger they are, the stronger I am. Images of interactions between him and the characters appeared. This is truly being a pond owner raising fish, extremely happy. He jumped out of bed. But the current effect is still a bit slow. After all, the protagonists are only at the chi refining realm, so they can't feed back higher realms. He flung open his room door. Maybe I should go find Yaji tonight and study together. Under the full moon, Mu Ji-an exclaimed. Hard-working Mu Ji-an makes good use of every day to progress together with the girls. Mu Ji-an placed Yaji and Ling Xuan on the scales for comparison. Perhaps because they haven't had enough deep contact, Ye Ling Xuan is a bit slower, having reached the 5th grade of the chi refining realm. But Mu Ji-an had a headache because Bai Yashi increasingly liked to use the heartlock that he couldn't use at all. Deep down, he was in agony. Every time he got locked up, he could barely resist. Yaji, shouldn't your character development be different? Yashi and the Crimson Chains are hard to exploit. As for Elder Yan Ruyu, Mu Ji-an was tearing up. But he wasn't lazy in his teachings to Mu Ji-an every day. The two were as lovey-dovey as newlyweds. Elder Yan had to put in a lot of effort. But compared to teaching, Yan Ruyu wasn't a bad target either, just judging by her face. But when it comes to strength, the effect is always unlucky, just a little short. Yan Ruyu teared up every time, feeling that this time would succeed. But nothing ever happened. The other female elders were also brought out for comparison one after another. Meanwhile, the other elders were still secretly investigating Mu Ji-an, afraid of being discovered by Elder Yan Ruyu. How embarrassing. Of course, gifts for the juniors were indispensable. Mu Ji-an was like feeding fish, tossing bottles of pills into the lake. Anyway, they didn't know that Mu Ji-an had told Elder Yan Ruyu about what they didn't know. As for the gifts, Mu Ji-an immediately transferred them to the little fish in his pond. At this moment, the majestic image of the sect reappeared. But the main character fate of these fish was destined for them to not live in peace. Muzian was prepared for this. After experiencing the peace of entering the sect, the first trial they had to face was, it seems the first tribulation is Yaji. She confidently smiled as she raised her hand, full of aura. Soon, the feeling of breaking through is coming. Yaji stepped in front of Muzian, signs of lightning tribulation. But breaking through to the spirit refinement realm definitely shouldn't attract such a powerful lightning tribulation. He didn't say anything, just looked into the distance. She confidently smiled. If it comes, it comes. In front of Mu Lang, how can this little lightning tribulation scare me? As soon as she finished speaking, the sky turned gloomy, and they both looked up. A sky full of thunder and lightning startled him. But how can a spirit refinement realm lightning tribulation create the aura of a Dafio integration realm? Blue lightning flashed like electric sparks. Bai Yashi and Mu Jian looked up at the sky together in surprise. A bolt of lightning struck straight down at their location. She jumped towards him. Mu Lang, be careful. He calmly looked at the lightning bolt falling and thought, although I was mentally prepared, this lightning formation is still too shocking. Once again the lightning struck the ground. The two of them were thrown far away by the force. She dragged him away to escape the attacks of the lightning. The lightning bolts continuously chased after their figures. She raised her hand and drew vortices in the air. The two kept moving to avoid it. Seeing his passive situation, he gave an order. Yaji, use the sword and the binding chains. She frowned and immediately retorted, wouldn't that just lead the lightning onto my body? Her next words were all advising him to think more carefully about his request. It's not like I'll die if I get struck by lightning right now. But Mu Lang, your body isn't as good at resisting electricity as mine. Don't worry, Yaji. Lightning tribulation isn't just about enduring it head-on. There are techniques. Just do as I say. Hearing this, she didn't argue anymore and immediately agreed. Okay, she raised the weapon in her hand. An iron chain swung into a circle. He opened his mouth as wide as possible. Don't tie it too tight. It needs to be sealed. As she swung the weapon in her hand, she clamped him to the other side. Once again, her noble soul was spread to everyone, especially Mu Jian. The lightning attacked again, and she raised her sword straight into the sky. The lightning bolts gathered into a circle, while he was sandwiched in the air. The lightning was like a tornado swirling around the bronze sword. The sword followed a blazing trail of sparks. Let's try redirecting some lightning. Hearing this, she wordlessly braced herself, channeling her energy to hurl lightning bolts into the distance. The surging lightning streams, like tides, were diverted and shot away, crashing down on an empty patch of land like a storm of bombs. Hearing the huge ruckus, the Grand Elder immediately came out to investigate. What's all this commotion? Did some elder in the sect break through without reporting it? He crossed his arms, looking up at the sky. Or could it be some promising young disciple? Impossible. Just then, a man appeared before the Grand Elder. Elder Yi Hao, a Harem, a student, is reporting on behalf of someone. The man didn't hide anything. It's related to Bai Yashi. Back with Mu Jian and Bai Yashi, she kept alternating the movement of her lightning bolts to a single point, and then blasting it away. She was panting. Phew, this is already the 8th lightning tribulation. Is it still not over yet? Seeing how exhausted she looked, he suggested the most logical idea. Yashi, why not use my furnace to restore some energy? She didn't immediately agree, while keeping him pinned beside her. No way. People from the sect have already gathered here. Even the elders are drawn to this. From below, the sect members were constantly looking toward the two of them. She was worried about Mu Lang's furnace being exposed to these old foxes. I can't even imagine how they would treat Mu Lang. She immediately uncorked a bottle of pills. The pills Mu Lang gave me. It's time to put them to good use. She directly drank the entire bottle. Without hesitation, the pills seeped into her body. A massive amount of power was rapidly replenished. While Mu Jian, he was still hanging like a prune on a tree. No matter how many more waves came, he wouldn't mind. Heavenly lightning. Hua Yun tilted her head in suspicion from below. She frowned, muttering, is this the kind of pill I gave to Bai Yashi? Until the pill bottle fell down, she doubted. Wait. It's actually the pill I gave to Mu Jian. Waves of lightning tribulations kept striking the sect near the mountain peak. The sky went from gloomy to brighter. After 9 waves of lightning tribulations, Bai Yashi's breakthrough tribulation finally stopped. After the entire ordeal stopped, Bai Yashi passed out from exhaustion. Almost all of the Liangyi sect's disciples witnessed the birth of a young spirit refinement cultivator. Back at Mu Jian's room, he carried her limp body back. The Grand Elder was already waiting outside. As expected. He saw the Grand Elder there and greeted him excitedly. Greetings, Grand Elder, but for you to come to a male disciple's door, I can't help but feel surprised. He replied plainly without any sentiment. Apologies, young friend, I'm only here on official business, nothing else. It's just that I heard from a disciple that you brought Bai Yashi back to your room, so I had to wait here." Hearing these words, he understood some of the hidden meaning. Grand Elder, Yaji and I are Daoro partners. Everyone knows, Yaji was exhausted after enduring the lightning tribulation, so I brought her back to rest first. It's not against the sect rules. The Grand Elder's face darkened. His expression became ominous, almost like a subtle warning. But if a demon cultivator secretly entered the sect, then that would be a different story. Hearing this, worry flashed across his face. He closed his eyes and sighed. Mu Jian didn't hide anything anymore and directly confessed to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder is indeed well informed. Things that others haven't noticed yet were discovered by you. Then I don't need to use my demon detection technique anymore. Just hand her over. Young friend, no. Grand Elder, you should still As soon as he said this, he immediately raised his hand. A ray of light surrounding him. Young friend, I heard you've been close with a few female elders recently. I'm giving you face. Not wanting to drag you in, don't make a simple thing complicated. Hearing this, he said nothing, just stood still before the Grand Elder's threat, not even flinching, and instead he revealed a seductive smile. As he finished speaking, an immense power erupted from within the room, illuminating the area with the aura of a demon. The Grand Elder was caught off guard. His eyes widened as he looked behind him. What was this overwhelming demonic energy? Like that of a demon emperor. He frantically flung open the door and rushed inside. If it's really a demon emperor invading, then the Grand Elder sensed danger and frowned. But at that moment, he saw Ling Long, the dragon god, sitting at the table, gnawing on meat, which made his jaw drop. Huh? The Grand Elder's face instantly turned into a surprised emoji, so shocked he almost fell backward. Ling Long Darren, why are you here in human form? Just then, his soulless emoji eyes glanced down, and a familiar plate of glistening, sauce-drenched meat smacked him right in the face. Ah, the Grand Elder stammered. Ling Long Darren, may I ask, are the ingredients on this plate the 8 treasure crane that I raised for 90 years to reach maturity? Chapter 49. After helping Yashi into bed, Ling Long, the Grand Elder, and Mu Jian went outside to talk. The Grand Elder began. Xiaomu, next time, just say what's on your mind directly. This old man can't handle these kinds of stimulating situations. He followed up. Sorry, Grand Elder. I was also quite surprised. He asked, is this the first time Ling Long has come here? He honestly replied, she's been here a few times. Hearing this, he said, no wonder her cave has been empty lately. I didn't know where she'd gone. So you've been hiding her. He quickly said, this disciple wouldn't dare. He continued, so this isn't the first time Ling Long Darren has eaten the 8 treasure crane? He replied, it's happened a few times. Hearing this, he cried silently. No wonder Zhao Ji, Zhao Ni, Zhao Tai, and Zhao Mei have all disappeared these past few days. Unexpectedly, he sitting beside him asked, does the Grand Elder mean that Ling Long isn't worthy of eating these 8 treasure cranes? I thought she was the sect's divine beast, so she had the right. For Ling Long to be so casual is not allowed. The Grand Elder's intentions, I will definitely convey them to Ling Long without missing a word. He immediately panicked. When did this old man say that? He also said, I misunderstood. I will tell Ling Long Qianbei to open her stomach and eat a hearty meal. He freaked out. It doesn't need to be to that extent. Xiaomu, it's like this. The 8 treasure crane is a species that takes 99 years to mature, but as food, it's completely useless for existences like Ling Long Darren. Mu Jian then said, if it's as the Grand Elder says, then it is a bit of a waste. He nodded. Exactly. To put it simply, in terms of taste, 8 treasure crane meat isn't much different from chicken. Did Ling Long bring the 8 treasure crane for you to prepare? He nodded. That's right. He leaned in and whispered to Mu Jian, Xiaomujie, let's discuss something. Look, next time Ling Long comes to you asking for food, you help us out and make anything, as long as it's not 8 treasure crane. He said with some difficulty. Second Grand Elder, you're really making things difficult for this disciple. Ling Long Qianbei's temper, surely you know it better than I do. What does she want to eat? How could a small chi-refining disciple like me dare refuse? The Grand Elder immediately turned pathetic and said, Xiaomu, though I'm not your master, you really have to help me out this time. Though Ling Long Darren's thoughts are hard to grasp, her temper isn't that bad. Hearing this, he could only sigh and agree. If the Grand Elder says so, I'll try my best. He seized the opportunity to add, if you have any requests at that time, just say them directly. As long as Ling Long Darren gives up on the 8 treasure crane, anything is negotiable. But Xiaomu, did you help Ling Long eliminate the karmic fire? Before, she was suffering from the pain of the karmic fire burning her heart. So the sect leader had to use the Tranquil Heart Talisman to confine her in the cave to ease her suffering, but now she looked so relaxed and natural. Hearing what he said, Mu Jian realized that it was the Tranquil Heart Talisman. But when I entered the cave, the talisman within was already destroyed. Could someone be trying to harm Linglong? He said. You overestimate me. If I could help Linglong eliminate her karmic fire, I would have already received Linglong's chi luck and broken through to the spirit refinement realm. He hesitated. That's right, he then said. But from my observation, when Linglong Qianbei is with Yaji, though I don't know the reason, Linglong Qianbei seems much more comfortable. He jumped up in a panic and shouted, You mean Bai Yaji can help Linglong Darren suppress the karmic fire? He said with a blank expression. I was just stating the objective facts. Yaji came to the mountain because Lanmu Lianshiji brought her alone. Based on the conversation I overheard between the two of them, it seems that Lanshiji's master instructed her to do so. Hearing this, the Grand Elder hesitated and thought, this kid probably doesn't know that Lanmu Lian's master is none other than the sect leader. So Bai Yashi was arranged by the sect leader, he continued to sigh. 2. If she's someone who the sect leader specifically allowed to enter the sect, then what am I managing? Could I really think that I see through things better than the sect leader? Fortunately, I'm the only one who figured this out on my own. No one else is here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would be punished by the sect leader. Moreover, even if Bai Yashi is really a demon cultivator, there's an even more demon cultivator in that room. The Grand Elder stood up and said to him, In short, our conversation just now was just some trivial matters. You don't need to mention it to anyone else. He readily agreed. Of course, watching him turn to leave, he started scheming again, just a little nudge, and he's surprisingly understanding. Returning to the room, he suddenly jumped as if seeing his sis, who appeared from the ceiling and jumped down. He said, The Grand Elder came by just now. Did you notice anyone else watching this room? Meng Ru leaned in and whispered a name that surprised him. Someone not in the database. She asked. What's going on? He replied. Someone wants to use the elders of the sect to make trouble for Yaji, just a case of borrowing a knife to kill someone. We'll have to see if they succeed. But they don't know that there's always my sis Meng Ru watching from afar. Annoyed, she punched him on the head. Ling Long squatted down, looking blank, and cried, he told you not to intervene. For a powerhouse at the Dao integration realm to get involved in this is too unbalanced. He approached Yaiji, thinking to himself, Yaiji, danger is an essential nutrient for the protagonist to grow. I won't kill the danger before it happens. But even with this weak body, I will definitely protect you all completely. Yashi slightly opened her eyes and called out, Mu Lang. He leaned down and kissed her, saying, Just keep resting well. After breaking through to the spirit refinement realm, the feeling of the soul separating from the body and then merging back will take days to recover from. Linglong stood on the side blankly with Meng Ru, who thought uncomfortably, Isn't this just playing around? How can a kiss be so immersive? That night, Mu Jian arrived at the royal palace, where Huang Manting excitedly said when she saw him, Aha, you brought the toy, he casually replied. It will definitely bring you unexpected joy. Please turn around first, Your Highness. Hearing this, Huang Manting turned around without hesitation and agreed. Okay, I thought you were so stuck with that fox spirit that you forgot about me. As soon as she finished speaking, he pinned her down on the table, and she exclaimed in panic, Mu Zihan, what do you want to do, Mu Zihi? And evilly smiled and replied, I just wanted to let Your Highness experience a little bit of what it feels like to be interrogated. Mu Jian pressed Huang Manting on the table, he said. Just letting Huang Gunyang experience a little bit of being interrogated, she moaned softly. Enter. The scent emanating from Mu Jian's body at this moment made her open her eyes wide. She feigned seduction and said, This isn't it, right? Can this even be considered interrogation? Because he was just hugging her from behind, she continued. If he's this weak, wouldn't it be better to let her take the lead? Mu Jian used the trick of confessing when pointing with 2 fingers. And she began to confess. Third Prince Ninglong came to find her, Mu Zihan continued. Confessing so quickly, I haven't even used all my interrogation techniques yet. She wondered, why does it sound like she's been doing something shady with the third prince? Mu Jian narrowed his eyes. Is that too much? Then he should crank up the voltage a bit for the imperial daughter, shouldn't she? She became even more flustered. She surrendered. She'd tell everything. She said, These things aren't exactly unspeakable, are they? The Bai family isn't as glorious as it used to be. If they could build a good relationship with the royal family, wouldn't that be beneficial for the Bai family? I'm just doing it for the sake of neighborly peace in Tianshuan City. She put her hand on Mujian's cheek. She said, all right, it's her turn to take the lead. Turns out she still prefers being the dominant one. Switch places, switch places. But Mujian refused. He shot out threads. He said, Imperial daughter, you can't. A person who can't endure pain can't use pain to comfort others. If the Imperial daughter wants to go further, then this is the next compulsory lesson. After that, the Imperial daughter didn't use it anymore, right? Out of curiosity, going to test if there were any remnants of demon energy left, for example. She asked, flustered and scared, what he was doing. She said, she accidentally used Snow Lotus to discover the demon energy that destroyed the Ye family, and the only person related to it could be Bai Yashi. Mujian stood in front of her suspended body. His face darkened. She said, she had never mentioned this. Only when the third prince used the trade between the royal family and the imperial family as an exchange condition did she reveal a little. Seeing this, Mujian withdrew the restraining threads. He said, she doesn't have to worry about anything. But this time, this powerful lightning tribulation actually benefited Yaji more than others when breaking through. This terrifying event also greatly increased her reputation within the sect. This kind of main character really needs someone to cause trouble in order to level up quickly, Mujian thought to himself. Who's causing trouble? Why are they causing trouble? How are they causing trouble? Suddenly, there was a loud scream. Switching to the third prince Ninglong's side, he asked, National Preceptor, you said that after Bai Yashi underwent the lightning tribulation, the national fortune of the great Qian dynasty didn't waver at all. The card he was holding replied, that's right, Your Highness, Ninglong judged. It seems that the person they need to find isn't Bai Yashi anymore, the card replied, asking him, Your Highness, do you have any other options? 4 months have passed since Bai Yashi broke through to the refining spirit realm. During this time, Mujian's schedule can be said to be as simple as one thing. At night, he cultivated with Bai Yashi, boring and dull. After the new year, he took the time to find Ye Tian to cultivate their relationship. Of course, the two sisters' schedules were staggered. In the evening, he exchanged paper crane messages with the taciturn Lan Shiji. Ying Manting Minnie was sitting cross-legged, thinking to herself, I'm addicted to playing spelling games with him. Annoying. Ying Manting is the type of person who needs to be punished, but if there's no fundamental mistake, then she'll occasionally, unpredictably, dangle the hook in front to see what happens. It can be said that the timing is perfect, resolutely not letting go of any fish. As for the third prince, he didn't take any further action against Bai Yashi afterwards. Although his purpose is still unclear, it can be guessed that the third prince has probably shifted his target to someone else. Speaking of Yeyu, Mujian immediately went crazy. That idiot Yeyu. Unless you replace him with the person inside his body, he's not worth mentioning. Currently, you can effectively drop gold for the main characters who are the third prince. At the Xingxiang Palace, in a certain forest, Mujian was holding Ye Lingquan's small, fair face. Ye Lingquan closed her eyes tightly, and the two passionately French kissed. After Mujian broke away, Ye Lingquan opened her mouth, revealing her wet, rosy-red tongue, as soft and red as if she were asking for another kiss. She blurted out, Mulgarij, I'm doing something bad again. Mujian frowned, looking her up and down. You're still thinking about Tian'er? Lingquan covered her mouth with her hand, her face flushed from the kiss just now, and responded to Jian. Clearly, Tian'er liked Muji first, and clearly I, as the older sister, tried to stop it at first, but now it's turned out like this. With Tian'er's personality, she wouldn't blame me, she'd just quietly withdraw. So, I don't want Tian'er to find out about this. Lingquan stood in front of Jian, looking so tiny beneath his figure. Mujian smirked. This isn't Lingquan Maime's fault. Instantly, he transformed into a badass, with sunglasses on his face, his hair turning into a wild, unruly wolf style, his face like he was about to put on a whole show. It's me being greedy as hell? Seriously, does this author know he's writing something so damn greedy? Ye Lingquan widened her eyes and asked. Mugeg. Mujian moved his face close to Ye Lingquan, face to face, cheek to cheek, his hand on top of her head. I couldn't help but develop feelings for Tian'er, but... He paused, then continued. I can't escape your allure either, Ye Lingquan replied. Her face flushed, her eyes hazy and sparkling, only stopping short of taking off her clothes and offering herself to Mujian. Me too, so we're accomplices. Seriously, this reviewer thinks these two just need a bed already. Mujian lunged forward and kissed Ye Lingquan. They both breathed heavily, his tongue entwined with hers, the atmosphere extremely ambiguous. When they separated, Ye Lingquan's eyes were full of lust. She softly called out, Mugege, come and take me. Her peach pressed together, flushed as if they'd just been massaged, enticing him. Suddenly, a noise nearby startled the two people who were about to get down to business. They both turned towards the source of the sound. HMPH. The two separated. Ye Lingquan walked towards a peach tree nearby. What was that sound? She seemed to be approaching and parting the bushes nearby. A small figure was trembling in the corner. Ye Lingquan's expression immediately changed when she saw who it was. The person sitting in the corner was Ye Tian. It seemed like she had just watched Ye Lingquan and Mu Jian kiss. While making a fist with one hand and the other hand under her thigh, her face was flushed, and she trembled when she saw that Ye Lingquan had discovered her. Lingquan asked her, "Tian Cher?" Ye Tian trembled. "Older sister." Her face was flushed, and she put a finger to her mouth and bit it. I was just resting here, taking a break. You and Mugege are also here. What a coincidence. Seriously, can the reviewer make up a more believable reason? Even Ye Lingquan could tell she was lying. Ye Lingquan turned her head to the side. Tian dear, you really can't lie, can you? She thought to herself. But she immediately noticed something unusual. But Tianir, why were you secretly near me and Mugej? Just then, Mu Jian walked over, excited. Tian Sir, it really is you. Mu Jian leaned down close to Tian'er, the two faces so close they could see each other's eyelashes. He acted like he had known all along, and said softly, I noticed someone was secretly watching us earlier. Tian'er, you can be honest with Mugeg. Tian'er trembled, raising her hands to her flushed face, as if to reassure herself, and stammered in response. Seeing that scene, Ye Lingquan suddenly rushed forward with a threatening and angry expression. But unable to hide her cuteness, she punched Mu Jian on the head, making him jump. Don't bully Tian'er. After saying that, Ye Lingquan put on an expression that was 3 parts sulky and 7 parts spoiled towards Mu Jian, making him feel a little helpless. You know Tian Per's personality, don't be so direct. Hearing that, Mu Jian moved closer to Ye Lingquan, gripping her hand tightly. The distance between the two was so close that their noses would touch if they moved just a little bit more. I'm not bullying Tian Goer, so I'll bully you instead. Hearing Mu Jian's words, Lingquan put on an expression as if she were really being bullied. Her lips were pursed, and a drop of sweat slowly rolled down her cheek. Mu Jian and Ye Lingquan's tightly clasped hands had attracted Ye Tian's attention. Immediately afterward, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face gradually revealed a greedy expression combined with bright eyes. That expression of Ye Tian's could not escape Mu Jian's sharp eyes. He looked at Ye Tian with a gloomy gaze, the corners of his lips curving into a sinister smile. Old memories appeared in Jian's mind. Those were the images. When he discovered traces of someone in front of the door and suspected it was Ye Tian. I guessed right, Tianjir? You really are an interesting woman, he thought to himself. Jian continued to think. Let me give your sisterhood a little push. Immediately afterward, with one hand supporting the back of her neck and one hand under Ye Lingquan's butt, Jihan suddenly hugged her, causing Lingquan to be unable to hide the panic and surprise on her face. When she realized what Mu Jian wanted to do, Lingquan blushed and said with a frightened and embarrassed voice, her words mixed with a trembling plea. Mugege, Tian Care is still here. You don't. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes widened, revealing a shock mixed with suspicion and fear, so Ye Lingquan could see Ye Tian next to them. And while she was speaking, Ye Tian seemed extremely excited about the scene she was seeing. Ye Tian intertwined her hands, and Ye Tian's mouth made sounds expressing her excitement very clearly. Haha, so awesome. Time seemed to stop at that moment. The moment when Mu Jian hugged Ye Lingquan so that she hung her whole body on him, while Ye Tian stood by and watched. Ye Lingquan thought that she and her younger sister had grown up together and knew her well enough. In fact, that was true. Ye Lingquan knew Ye Tian's habits and personality like the back of her hand. But the girl clearly didn't expect her younger sister to have some strange hobbies. Lingquan placed her hands on Jian's head and shoulders for support, leaned out from behind him, and asked Ye Tian with an unbelievable expression, Tian Decker, what did you say? Mu Jian's face was practically glued to Ye Lingquan's chest. He smirked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Mu Jian's kindness is just wanting you two sisters to be a little more honest with each other, so that later on they can be a little more honest with him. Ye Tian said slowly, I know that Big Sis and Mugej like each other, and I like seeing Big Sis and Mugej being intimate together. As she said that, she put on a longing expression. Hearing that, Ye Lingquan froze for a few seconds. Then her whole body became like a cat, blankly staring with a bunch of question marks floating around. Huh! Lingquan blankly exclaimed. Ye Lingquan fearfully recalled the intimate moments with Mu Jian. For the past few months, Ye Lingshuan has been worrying every day about being with Mu Jian. What if little sis finds out? Her mind is a bit heated right now. A green light emanated from Ye Tian's body, her whole face glowing, mixed with shyness and craving, her eyes turning into hearts. Moreover, I've known for a while now that Big Sis and Mugege are intimate in the room from time to time, really not paying any attention at all. Ye Lingshuan, seeing the scene before her, almost screamed, "You've got a weird green light on your head. Tianer." Immediately after, Mu Jian put Ye Lingshuan, who was hanging onto him, down on the ground, then raised his hand to cover his mouth in order to block Ye Tian's gaze, whispering to Lingshuan, "Take this chance, you two sisters, just chat comfortably. I won't disturb you." Lingshuan pursed her lips, thinking. She seemed still worried and hesitant, but in the end she pulled Ye Tian to the side to talk. Mu Jian, looking at the backs of the two people walking and talking in front, thought, "Can I expect a meal?" Suddenly, a red circle of light appeared next to Mu Jian, immediately attracting his attention, and also cutting off his train of thought. That red light gathered into a circle surrounding a vertical rectangle. There was a neat row of words in the rectangle. Though there were only a few simple words, they were enough to surprise Jian. He wondered, is there a villain nearby? Mu Jian used the system. A blinding red circle appeared before his eyes. Mu Jian unexpectedly received a notification. You are currently near a villain. Mu Jian was also blinded by the light from the system at this time. He said, "It's blinding, almost blinded me." The light was so blinding that he had to cover one eye with his hand. But thanks to that, he knew that this kind of reminder probably meant that this villain was super strong. That also means, saying that, he looked at Ye Lingshuan and Ye Tian in front of him and thought, the more fish food. As if sensing something, Ye Tian turned her head, reacting, Who's saying this? Ye Lingshuan, walking beside her, worriedly asked. What's wrong? Ye Tian then said. There's a voice of a woman, big sis. Can't you hear it? Ye Lingshuan was surprised, trying to listen but couldn't hear anything. She could only answer that she didn't hear it. Ye Tian tried to describe it more clearly. She said in a voice, a very intimate sound, you can vaguely recognize the direction. Mu Jian approached and said to Ye Tian, Tian, carefully, listen carefully, can you find the direction? In his heart, he thought, could that voice be from the big villain? Is Tian Care's opportunity here? Thinking so, he smiled and thought, the more the merrier. Ye Tian then said, let me try to listen again and see if I can catch that sound. Suddenly, the three of them fell into a tunnel. Mu Jian worriedly asked his two companions, Lingshuan, Tianxie, are you two okay? Ye Lingshuan replied, we only fell a few meters, we're okay, just scared out of our minds. Only Ye Tian, her first reaction was about the sound that only she could hear. She pointed forward and said to Ye Lingshuan and Mu Jian, it's over there, let's keep going. But Mu Jian said, Tianxie, hold on a sec, he cautiously said, we still have to be careful of the dangers that might exist. If we were on the ground in the sect, it wouldn't matter, but in this cave it won't be easy to escape. At this moment, Ye Lingshuan handed the jade slip to the two of them, saying, take this jade slip, she explained. Just say my name in your heart and crush this jade slip, and you can teleport back to my room. I've already set up the coordinates. The jade slip emitted a faint blue light. Ye Tian smiled and said, sister, you've prepared so thoroughly. Mu Jian chimed in, saying, it really puts people at ease, Lingshuan Mei. The flattering tone made Ye Lingshuan smile smugly, but Mu Jian's next words made Ye Lingshuan blush with embarrassment. He said, if I could live with a considerate girl like Lingshuan Mei for the rest of my life, that would truly be a blessing. Hearing this, Ye Lingshuan just replied awkwardly, aha, this kind of flattery doesn't work on me. Suddenly, a bewitching voice entered Mu Jian's ears. A voice that whispered as it spoke. The voice seemed to beckon them, whispering in his ear, this way. This made Mu Jian think, I can hear this voice too, but why doesn't it sound like the friendly voice that Tian Care heard? It's an old man's voice, like a ghost. Thinking this, he turned his head back, still following that train of thought. But the direction the sound is coming from is different too. Perhaps noticing Mu Jian's strangeness, Ye Tian turned back to ask him, Mu Ji, but Mu Jian just smiled and replied, I'm a little curious about over there, I'll go scout it out. If there's any danger, I'll teleport out immediately, you don't need to worry about me. Seeing that Ye Tian still seemed worried, Ye Lingshuan beside her said, it's still safe within the Liangyi sect, the sect wouldn't leave such a dangerous place behind. Hearing this, Ye Tian replied, I guess that's reassuring. The two continued to walk, and after a while, they saw the end of the path glowing. Upon arriving, Ye Lingshuan said, that underground path leads to a huge grotto heaven beneath the earth. Following the stone path, they saw a pavilion. and Ye Tian immediately said, "Sister, the pavilion, the sound is coming from there, no mistake." The scenery on both sides of the road was all dead, leafless trees, creating a gloomy feeling. The two walked to the pavilion and only saw a zither. Ye Lingquan said, "No one's here. Is that sound still here?" But it seemed Ye Tian heard the sound of the zither again. She said, "Sister, listen to the zither." Ye Lingquan then said, "This zither must have been left here for who knows how many years. It's broken. Besides, there's no one here at all. How could there be?" Before she could finish speaking, a surge of green smoke appeared, heading towards the pavilion. It wrapped around Ye Tian, causing her to cry out, "It's so cold, this ying wind." Suddenly, green willow, the wisps appeared on both sides of the road. They gathered into a circle around the pavilion. At this moment, green smoke appeared behind Ye Tian. This made Ye Tian feel the cold air from it, even without turning around, causing her to feel afraid. She turned around, but was stunned by the scene behind her. Mu Jian, on the other hand, was walking in the opposite direction, thinking, "The sound Tian Xie heard must be another lucky encounter. At least there's no need to worry about her safety over there. The villain's friend, showing the big villain, is definitely on this side." Strange lights appeared behind him at this moment, but he had already noticed them. He thought, "Speak of the devil." Unexpectedly, that thing used its sharp pincers to hook Mu Jian's clothes, intending to snatch him away. This made Mu Jian stunned, thinking, "Is it so hard for you villains to meet people properly and greet them politely?" "Full of dissatisfaction," the monster said. That student wandered in here himself. Mu Jian, after seeing it, only exclaimed, "Demon Emperor." In the secret passage of the sect, Mu Jian and the two Ye sisters followed two different voices and split up. There was a monster with a strange shape welcoming them. "Demon Emperor, you've arrived." The giant black crow with crimson eyes slightly raised its head. Its eyes looked very scary as it looked down at Jian. It said in a mysterious voice, "You've finally arrived." Jian was not afraid, and smiled lightly. "Did Senior call me here earlier?" The crow replied, "That's right, it was this king." Jian thought to himself, "The light of the villain's friend is so blinding that I'm seeing stars." The crow asked, "On the way here, did you encounter any obstacles?" He bluntly replied, "I came according to the voice, and wasn't hindered." The crow's voice had a hint of hatred, a hint of frustration. "HMPH, haha, very good. Although this king only has this decaying body left, I'm afraid that woman doesn't even have a trace of her remaining soul left. She'll have to pay an even higher price for using those low-level methods to seal this king to death." Listening to the crow's words, Jian wondered, "That woman? I'm trying to analyze to see who this mysterious woman the crow keeps mentioning is. My guess is that Tianni is probably headed to where that female cultivator sealed this villain. Judging from the remnants of this giant bird, at its peak, it must have reached the Tao harmonization realm. The cultivator who could seal this demon king must be at least on par with its cultivation. To think that there are two powerhouses beneath the Tu-Yin sect, this place is legit." I respectfully asked again, "May I ask why Senior keeps seeking me out, little ol, me?" After hearing the crow's answer, Jian realized, so that's it. I'm guessing it's because I killed her envoy that I got marked with this seal. The unnamed villain standing nearby, witnessing the conversation, couldn't help but wonder, how is that possible? Their people all start from the spirit refinement realm, yet they were wiped out by a kid who was only at the essence refining realm before even entering the sect? If it were your little girlfriend Bai Yaji with her talent, then maybe there's a slight chance. Jian turned and glared at her with a frown. "You sure know a lot, huh? Are you one of those guys who usually disguise and hide in the sect?" The crow growled, "HMPH." She immediately apologized profusely. "Forgive me, great demon emperor, I was being too talkative." The crow offered a suggestion. "Those trivial matters aren't important, you just need to deal with my rebellious child." Jian gently probed. "So, Senior wants me?" As if understanding Jian's thoughts, the crow reassured him. "Don't worry, I don't want you to do things like breaking any seals or anything. This seal is already rotten. If this king wanted to, I could escape right now, but frankly, I'm just a walking corpse. This rotten meat isn't even a tenth of what I was at my peak. Escaping would be meaningless." It continued. "The reincarnation dew in the western forbidden area, and the heavenly elixir royal fruit grown by the divine tree in the Jiaoqi Holy Land. With these two things, I'll have a way to recreate a new body." Hearing this, Jian was somewhat wary. "If it's something that can be bought with money, my family might have a way. But these two items sound like they aren't treasures that can be solved with money. I'm afraid I can't." Before he could finish, she interrupted. "Enough, kid. You think we didn't do our homework on you before you got here? In the Two Yin sect, the one who has the ability and also the motivation to bring these two treasures back for the Great One is you. The crow's eyes turned red and cold, it emphasized. Void Refinement Realm. Once the matter is successful, this king will bestow upon you a round of fortune creation to reach the Void Refinement Realm, enough to directly elevate you from a newbie to the same level as the elders of the Two Yin sect. Hearing this, Mu Jian's face darkened and he shouted, "I'm not gonna do it." The crow and she were both very surprised and confused. Mu Jian explained, "Human ability is truly limited. From that short life, I learned that the more one plays with schemes, the easier it is to step into unexpected situations. Even now, the people around me still openly or secretly laugh. I'm a useless young master, unable to keep up with her," he yelled. "But now Senior is telling me that as long as I join the ranks of great demon cultivators loyal to you, I can directly reach the Void Refinement Realm. This is the true path of cultivation." The crow was very shocked to hear these words from Jian's mouth. Its eyes widened, words flowing out fluently without hesitation. How could his wicked intent be so natural? This kid is truly a born evil seed. It rejoiced. "You are truly born to help this king revive." Suddenly Jian softly made a request. "Senior, although we are like-minded, I am still weak. I wonder if Senior can give me some promises." The unnamed villain bluntly scolded. "How dare you? Are you implying that the Great One will break their promise with you?" Jian tilted his head slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Little ol, me is taking a big risk cooperating with Senior, so I must be careful." The crow laughed loudly with delight. "Ha ha, you have a point. I vow that after you, little friend, bring back the reincarnation dew and the heavenly elixir royal fruit, I will grant you the opportunity to break through to the Void Refinement Realm." "You heard the thunder, right? The oath has been established," he happily agreed. "This junior will definitely help Senior obtain the reincarnation dew and the heavenly elixir royal fruit. If I dare to lie, slack off, or play with the sacred objects." On the ground, a red lightning bolt roared in the sky. Someone worriedly wondered, "Such a big thundering oath. If it's not fulfilled, it will turn you to dust. What audacious kid dares to make such reckless oaths?" The crow seemed satisfied. "Haha, little friend is also a person of their word. I don't need this soul-nourishing pill. Consider it a first meeting gift." Jian grabbed the soul-nourishing pill, and his face slightly changed. "Thank you for your praise, Senior. I won't let you down," he asked. "That villain is still following. Is she going to come to the sect with me?" she explained. "To prevent that woman from taking notice of you," he continued. "You're talking about the female cultivator who sealed the great demon emperor." He tactfully declined. "My journey to meet the great demon emperor was smooth sailing. She's probably long gone." She immediately refuted. "If it's her, it's hard to say. Who knows? Maybe she's dormant here, preparing to kill those loyal to the demon emperor like you." Suddenly, she turned and handed him something. "Take this map." He was puzzled. "A map?" she reminded him. "In 3 days, there will be aid coming to the Two Yin sect from the outside. We'll meet at the location marked on the map then." He quickly grabbed it, thinking, "No problem. Is this backup from Jiaoqi or the Forbidden Zone? After being buried for so many years, the feather still flies so far. These subordinates are truly loyal." Suddenly, footsteps approached, interrupting Mu Jian's thoughts. It was Ye Tian, accompanied by Ye Lingquan. But strangely, Lingquan was unconscious, being controlled by magic. Floating beside her, Ye Tian raised her hand, creating a weapon, and immediately launched a spark at the antagonist. She released her claw to retaliate, but Ye Tian dodged it, even creating a larger circle of power to control the antagonist. The battle raged fiercely and quickly. Finally, Ye Tian knocked the antagonist out of the cave. Mu Jian stared in shock. "Crushed," he chuckled softly, with a hint of fear. "If you're not Tian Ter, then who are you?" Ye Tian's eyes were cold, with a calculating, cunning smile, unlike her usual shy demeanor. Enlightenment flashed, an epiphany of a lifetime. All can be contained within a seed of extreme rarity, a peerless treasure for passing on one's legacy of thought. She smiled contentedly. "I have left the most precious of my cultivation techniques to this child through the seed of enlightenment, considering it my final gift to future generations. Come here, Mu Jian." He approached. "Senior, if there is anything you wish to do, please instruct this junior." She handed Mu Jian a green pouch. In the dark cave, Mu Jian said, "If you're not Tian Her, then who are you?" The hot girl smirked. Mu Jian stared at her. "Let's leave first, beast bro. Please, Senior, can you return Tian Jer to me?" She led them both to a forest area. "Little cultivator, you still have the mind to think about that girl being caught colluding with evil demon cultivators. Are you not afraid of being annihilated? He frowned. This junior's first reaction was truly concern for Tianjie's safety. At the same time, this junior believes that a great hero who sacrifices themselves to seal evil must naturally have the ability to see things clearly. He continued. What ability do I have now? I'm just a wisp of spiritual consciousness watching over the demon lord. She tapped her head, as if suddenly realizing something. That Tianer girl you speak of, she calls you brother, Mu Jian continued. Senior, can you tell this junior what happened? She smiled, pointing to Tianjie lying on the ground. This Tian child is very kind. She just negotiated with me, hoping to go out and play before disappearing, so she lent me her body, because my spiritual consciousness is so weak that it could dissipate at any moment. This child used her spiritual power to help stabilize my spiritual consciousness. But this spell is too taxing for a child of her age, so she lost consciousness from exhaustion. But coincidentally, this Tianser child is, to some extent, very compatible with me, and her personality is similar. Mu Jian said, Oh, it's decided. I will pass on my legacy to Tian Kaier. Hopefully she will receive my title. Saying that, she channeled her energy, and a green aura appeared. Mumenjian exclaimed, Seed of Enlightenment. It's a waste to keep even a little seed of enlightenment, so I'll give it to you. It's just that these seeds of enlightenment have never absorbed my creation. They cannot compare to Tianyi. You can use it however you want. Mu Jian held it in his hand. Even if it was just an empty enlightenment seed, it could help cultivators in the spirit refinement realm break through. I just met you, senior. I really can't accept it, she continued. Child, why are you talking so formally? So old, my spiritual sense will dissipate soon. Just take it. I can feel that you will need it, Mu Jian added. Then I will respectfully obey. In the late afternoon, the two of them looked towards the horizon. My physical body has long since dissipated, and for many years I have relied solely on my spiritual sense. Mu Jian said, What if I had the life spring water and the heavenly elixir royal fruit? She added, You even know about these things? These two treasures can indeed recreate a physical body. But even if you can acquire both, I'm afraid it will be too late. Mu Jian said, What if I have a way to help you protect your spiritual sense? She replied, Little friend, a weakened spiritual sense is easily influenced by the outside world, and now I can't even stay on Tianhere's body for long. She turned. Unless there is a different space that can isolate the outside world and always maintain the exchange of spiritual energy, such as the heaven-born furnace cauldron. Mu Jian smiled. That's right, Senior and I are also destined to meet. Suddenly, from behind him he stepped forward. Old friend, you're placing your hopes of creating a physical body on a Qi refinement realm junior with no education or profession. With a disdainful look, he continued. Could it be that lying underground for too long has made you even more confused than this old man? Mu Jian looked at him, thinking, Yeyu, something inside his body is manipulating him. She added, You are, so you're also relying on someone else's body, he continued. It can only be said that everyone is in a different situation. This old man happened to discover this child who is favored by the heavenly Davi, so I'm temporarily residing in his body. However, my situation is a bit better, at least not to the point of weakening and dissipating my soul, she added. So what? What do you want from a disappearing lone soul like me? He said with a serious face. Enter the body of the child I'm entrusting. This old man's cultivation method can help your spiritual sense last for another 3 months. Fighting to the death. This old man can't compare to you, but you must still know this old man's title of medicine sovereign, right? As for recreating a physical body, it's not a difficult matter for this old man. She looked straight into his eyes. What are the conditions? He replied. Your inheritance to this child. It's too late. I already promised this little friend. She looked at Mu Jian with a faint smile and said, he continued, Just for face, or some rules. This old man thinks it's unnecessary. She placed her hand on Mu Jian's shoulder. No, I really feel that this kid is not without the ability to save me. He glared angrily. Alright, then your spiritual sense can just disappear. The reincarnation spring water of the restricted area. Do you expect that you, as the leader of the restricted area, can give it to you? Will he be kind enough to let the world have another harmonious spirit realm powerhouse? I know that the woman you are possessing is one of the daughters of the master of the forbidden area, but no great power would create an opponent equal to himself just because his children received a little favor. Be realistic. Only I, the medicine sovereign, have the ability to recreate a physical body without needing the reincarnation spring water. Tian Lair suddenly woke up, pointing directly at his face. Nonsense. What if both of the Forbidden Area Master's women want to help Mugridge with the reincarnation spring water? These resolute words surprised them. Ye Lingquan uncomfortably put her hands on her hips and complained to the two of them. What if both of the Forbidden Area Master's daughters want to ask for the reincarnation springwater from Mushegi? The two of them stared blankly at her, shrinking back. Mu Jian looked around to assess the situation. Although this Ye Lingquan usually seems polite on the outside, she is actually an arrogant child on the inside. It would be best to pull her over when she is still young. It would be too difficult to befriend her when she is fully grown. Right now, little cunning Mu Jian has completely taken the initiative. Mu Jian smiled slyly. Ye Yu was tense, his eyes glowing yellow. This Ye Yu kid is wasting a good opportunity because of his pride. It's useless to say more. Mu Jian sighed, hugged Ye Lingquan in his arms, and challenged, Xiang, what you're saying is really interesting. It's normal for lovers to help each other. Hearing this, Ye Lingquan suddenly blushed with shyness and snuggled into his arms. Ye Yu, annoyed, rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and turned away, grumbling inwardly. Let them waste their time on lovey-dovey stuff, he thought pensively. Who exactly is clinging to Ye Tian's body? She's the first-generation holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Located in the southeast of Dongzhou, bordering the Arctic Abyss, is the Yaoqi Holy Land. The three extremes manifest magnificently. The border between the Arctic Abyss and Dongzhou is where the extremely yang and extremely yin spiritual forces intersect. This setup easily gives birth to the most talented, called the Yaoqi Holy Maiden. An image of a girl with a stunning figure and long, curly hair appeared in his mind. The first Yaoqi Holy Maiden once had a name that shook the 9 provinces, Qingdi. She should still have the enlightenment seed left from when she attained the Dao. Just using one will make your future cultivation smoother. Moreover, Qingdi is a heaven-born Dao embryo, naturally able to seize opportunities. Those 2 openings were already messed up by your little sister. A heaven-born furnace body scatters spiritual energy, while a heaven-born Dao embryo inherently contains a sliver of the great Dao within its body from birth. The first person to merge with her can monopolize the benefits of this great Dao. In the 9 provinces, many cultivators consider marrying the Yaoqi Holy Maiden an honor, but in reality only 1 or 2 holy maidens have ever truly married. Images of 3 armored warrior pupils appeared behind the flickering flames. The 3 stood majestically, because the Yaoqi Holy Maiden herself is too powerful. As long as their partners can defeat them, they won't be looked down upon like the cultivation girls in the Gao 40 world. Qingdi is in this group of fighting holy maidens, a girl with a sexy figure and long hair, whose explosive power shatters everything around her, a dark power, the strongest of the strongest. Back in the forest, the 3 of them were happy that he was gone. Mu Jian, with her hands on her hips, happily said, That old goat is finally gone, senior. The shop is preserving his body. Ye Lingquan looked up at him with an adorable expression, big eyes, and a pouting mouth. Mushgerge won't bother people, will he? She shyly intertwined her hands behind her back. He gazed at her with loving and affectionate eyes, not wanting to say anything perverted, wanting to be praised, but not wanting to be so direct. It looked like he was asking after her, but he was actually being coquettish. Hurry up and say it. You want to praise me. He approached her, hugging and patting her head like a cute puppy. It was so right of you to come. At least thanks to you, Lingquan Meimei. Ye Tian then stepped up behind Ye Lingquan, glanced, and smiled slightly. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you sisters to actually be the daughters of the Forbidden Zone Lord. Ye Lingquan stood close to Mu Jian. Ye Tian crossed his arms and looked down arrogantly. No wonder you're so confident. But what Yao Huang said is actually not wrong. You're still young and don't understand the pharmacist competition between the Dao integration realms. Your father probably doesn't want to see me revived at all. Ye Lingquan smiled gently at her. Senior has chosen me, Tianxer, as the successor. Then I will naturally help. I'll have to return to the Forbidden Zone in a few days, and I'll definitely bring back the reincarnation water by then. She made a cute face with a childish version. Anyway, it might be a bit troublesome, but it's worth it for Mujia Gage. And Senior, Mu Jian stood beside her, smiling contentedly, his eyes narrowed. I promise to help Senior recreate his physical body. If possible, I should still explain it to your father myself then. She turned around and blushed, pointing at his nose. You just rely on me a little. He looked at her dotingly, smiling slightly to show that he didn't want her to suffer. I want to rely on you, but I don't want you to have to beg others for my sake, even if that person is your father. The 2 moved closer, their bodies starting to heat up, panting, their mouths close together. He breathed heavily. Anyway, he's my father-in-law. Your father is such a powerful figure, I have to make a good first impression. Not arrogant, and not inferior in front of him, right? Lingquan and him suddenly switched back to their childish forms immediately. Lingquan said naively. My father might not be easy to talk to, Mu Jian said cutely and cleverly. I believe that as long as there is a reasonable reason, he will agree. It just so happens that before I separated from you, I found something." He smiled happily and mischievously. In the desolate forest, the sun was already setting on the dreamy golden canopy. Mu Jian cleverly expressed his wish, first and foremost, to help Senior find a place to put his spiritual consciousness. After a while he returned. He entered the door, preparing to close the door and look at Ye Tian. "You don't seem worried at all. The sun is almost setting." "Senior!" Ye Tian indifferently crossed his arms and looked at him challengingly and teasingly. "Because I myself don't care about whether I can be revived or not. Frankly, no one in this world wants to see me return." Before being sealed, I had already prepared myself mentally, and there was nothing left unfinished. She turned to look at him with a cute, suspicious expression. "Are you trying to ask why I'm not worried at all about that old demon breaking the seal after I dissipate?" Mu Jian politely replied to Senior. Xiao Shenkong bound Senior with morality, thinking that Senior already had a plan. She then glanced at him encouragingly. "Don't worry, the Liengi sect master and the spirit dragon are there. A remnant soul can't stir up any troubles. And before he tried to pull you in, he charmed you to help him with things." She sat on the bed, writhing seductively. Mu Zihian knew. Looking at him, he asked me to help him find reincarnation water and heavenly phoenix fruit, to help him recreate his body. I only promised verbally. "Who is Xing Senior?" Ye Tian started to seduce him, puffing out her chest and caressing her legs. "Transfer the spiritual consciousness here." Mu Jian's eyes widened, his mouth agape stupidly. Mu Jian's instincts smelled something wrong in the atmosphere. Reluctantly, "All right." Ye Tian pinned him down on the bed. She sat on top, with a blissful expression. "The process of transferring the spiritual consciousness will be a bit violent. Before, Ling Xuan Xiaomei helped to complete it. Now, direct contact with your body will also consume a lot." He lay leisurely, enjoying it. "Don't worry, just come at me. I am the one called the King of Endurance, Mu Jian." With Ye Tian's sexy appearance, two massive headlights smashed into his face. "That, Tianhe. Next, the 5 senses in your body will gradually recover, but before it's completely over, you won't be able to control your body." He curiously began to go. Ye Tian kissed him passionately, but Tianhe emitted an increasingly strong blue light. Mu Jian sensed it. Asking this might ruin the mood, but shouldn't Senior at least symbolically ask Tianhe for her opinion? She transmitted her thoughts while saying, "Tianhe calls you Mugeg so affectionately. Don't you know what Tianhe likes?" After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Tianhe was back in her own body. Senior. She stuck out her tongue and winked playfully at Muskirj. "Isn't this situation exactly what Tianhe likes the most?" What Ye Tian desires, 1 is to be intimate with Mugegs, and 2 is to watch others be intimate with Mugeg. She was already flustered. Right now her own body is being intimate with Mu Jian, but her true self is just observing. She panted, her face starting to heat up. "Tiangir, this is the second gift your teacher is giving you." During this time the sounds grew stronger, the faces more excited. In this environment, Ye Tian couldn't help but get wet. That's right, at the corners of her eyes. Ye Tian thought happily in her heart, "Damn, Senior, you really know how to play." Jian slowly opened his eyes, groaning in pain. Ugh. He sat up, rubbing his aching head while thinking, "Trisk, it feels like I've been, like something went in." Ye Tian came in with a glass of water, excitedly calling out when she saw him. "Mujege, you're finally awake." Jian took the glass of water from her, calling out in surprise, "Tianhe?" She explained, "I woke up a little earlier. When I woke up, I was lying on top of Mujegage." Senior must have entered into Mujegage's body. Jian placed his hand on his chest, saying contentedly, "To house a great cultivator, it's really tiring to let you enter my body." Then he turned and said gently, "I'm not hurt either. Thank you, Tianhe, for taking care of me." "Next, I'll try to communicate with Senior," Ye Tian immediately replied. Then I'll go back first." The door to the room immediately closed. Jian muttered, Senior. The air fell silent. After a moment, Jian said blankly, "No response." He suddenly remembered and activated the system while saying, "That's right." The notification gradually appeared. Son of Destiny favored status increased by 1. Jihan smiled, thinking smugly, "Another level up. Thanks to Tianse." Remembering the memories from before, he thought contentedly. Received the inheritance function of the enlightenment seed, and spiritually received extremely genuine satisfaction. He happily thought, Tian character is also a main character, so that's just too good. Compared to other main characters, Tian Care is indeed a lovely, obedient girl. Although she has strange preferences, she doesn't harm anyone. The notification appeared. Automatically uploading all successful upgrades, the innate furnace physique has received extreme strengthening. The furnace can actively control the spiritual energy that is constantly escaping. Jian jumped out of bed, excitedly saying, "Let's try out the new upgrade." He took off his pants, and the enormous power of his little brother immediately shot outwards. Jian was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Thinking to himself, it exploded. He put his pants back on, thinking smugly, this sickly demon body has finally met the basic hardware requirements. Brimming with energy, he happily muttered, "Time to take the new gun out for a spin." At this time, Jihan found Bai Yaxi. She said with satisfaction, Mu Lang, has your innate furnace gotten stronger again?" She covered her face, trembling, and said, "Ha, too much." She grabbed the bedsheets, writhing and saying, "Ha, can't take it anymore." A moment later, Jian's underlings were released and immediately rushed forward. Bai Yaxi lay on the bed, saying contentedly, "That's amazing, I leveled up again. Cultivating with Mu Lang seems too easy." Mu Xian put his clothes back on and said, "Not really. My furnace cauldron does help, but it also depends on Yaxi's own efforts." "Oh. Alright, Yaxi, I have to go on a trip in a few days to ask a favor from a senior." Yaxi asked suspiciously. "Ask a favor from a senior? Don't tell me it's a secret date with some younger sister." This sentence immediately hit Mu Jian right in the bullseye, making him jump. He immediately changed the subject. "Yaxi, should we do it again?" Yaxi asked in surprise. Does Mu Lang still have the strength?" A while later, Yaxi fell asleep contentedly on the bed. Mu Jian looked at her and sighed in relief, thinking, "Phew, teaching with a stick is still more useful." At this time, Yaxi was already fast asleep. Suddenly, Mu Jian felt a pair of eyes watching him. He sighed, a smirk on his face, and said, "Senior, is it fun to possess my body and peep at my love life?" A light immediately appeared around his body. Qingdi appeared, teasingly saying, "So you can sense my gaze." Mu Jian crossed his arms and said, "Looks like I know why you chose Tian Ni as your successor now." "Such similar tastes?" Qingdi asked, confused. Then she said, "If you feel embarrassed because of this, I won't watch next time. If there's nothing else, I want to go back to the cauldron to rest." Mu Jian said seriously, "Wait a moment. That demon cultivator's subordinates were injured by you, senior, but they'll definitely come back for me after they recover. I'm just a weak scholar. I definitely can't win a fight. Senior, give me some intel on those demon cultivators so I can use it to negotiate." Qingdi wondered. "Didn't I give you the enlightenment seed already?" She continued. "You don't need to be afraid of them in the outside world. They wouldn't dare to act rashly. So many years have passed. That old monster's forces have long since withered. All that's left are just a few lackeys." She asked curiously, "Moreover, the enlightenment seed in this world should be even stronger by now. Right, Sing? We are just the setting sun of the old era." Mu Jian whispered, "Senior, the current world is a little different from what you expected. It's like this." Mu Jian recounted all the information he had gathered to the senior. Qingdi said in surprise, "Listening to you, the Tao Uniting Realm is not only not stronger, but there are only a few left. According to the right way of understanding, shouldn't it be a case of the waves behind pushing the waves ahead? How did it become like this?" Mu Jian suggested, "There hasn't been a new Tao Uniting Realm cultivator in the last 1,000 years. If this were in a novel, it would usually be due to the weakening of spiritual energy or the decline of inheritance. What do you think?" Hearing this, Qingdi replied, "I feel that the spiritual energy of this world is not as low as it was in my time. On the contrary, it is even denser, so the problem must be with the Damo," she suggested. "If you want to know the truth, it's not difficult. Just ask your sect leader." Mu Jian humbly replied, "Senior, I am just a lowly newbie. How would I have the chance to meet the sect leader?" Qingdi laughed. "If you want to protect your little life, find a way to ask her clearly. With just a few words, you probably can't play tricks in front of that old demon Yao Huang." Before returning to Mu Jian's body, she only left one sentence. "As for the lackeys, just use that mouth that has deceived so many girls to adapt to the situation." Mu Jian's face fell, thinking helplessly, "You're still in the mood to ramble. If I were that good, I wouldn't need you anymore." Qingdi suddenly said, "I can hear what you're whispering in your heart now, Mu Jihi." An immediately shut up, his face turned green, and he thought with a headache, "There's still a way to deal with Yaji's heartlock. But what about the mind-reading technique in my belly? It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. I have to quickly help this great-great-grandmother restore her body." Qingdi immediately replied, "Great-great-grandmother. For my age, that sounds kinda young, I like it, Mu Jian said angrily. Senior, you really don't have the demeanor of an elder at all. Mu Jian turned back to lie next to Yakushi, tossing and turning, thinking. On second thought, the senior and the sect leader seem to know each other. Why doesn't the sect leader care about her at all? But if they know each other, it'll be easy to do. On the contrary, there's a way to attract that sect leader who is always busy cultivating. Fish pond owner Mu Jian began a deep self-examination. Recently, he had only been caring for the fish in the pond. If his love for the fish in the pond wasn't enough, then he wasn't qualified to be a fish pond owner. So Mu Jian seized this opportunity. On a mountain peak, Mu Lian was sitting in cultivation. Before breaking through, cultivators can suppress their desire to break through. The more times they suppress it, the stronger the achievements they will receive when they actually break through. Lan Mu Lian had suppressed it 3 times before breaking through to the void refinement realm this time. She picked up the sword planted next to her and swung it around. The sword released a violent power of thunder and lightning. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting the mountain peak, and dark clouds seemed to cover the entire sky. The cause of all this was Lan Mu Lian using her sword to cast some kind of magic. The onlookers praised her talent endlessly, with one saying, "Senior Sister Lan can really treat the reversion to void tribulation lightning like a sideshow act." Another replied, "Well, anyone noticed by the sect leader is bound to be different from us nobodies." Then someone else chimed in, "That new disciple handled his tribulation pretty well a few days ago too." Then came the denial. That was just the spirit refinement stage. While Senior Sister Lan is in the reversion to void stage, how can they be compared? Amidst the chaotic voices, Bai Yaji, a passerby, stood her ground and scoffed. She glanced around, then said, "HMPH. Found Mu Jian, and next to him, a female figure that surprised her. Huh? Why is the auction lady from Tiangshuan City here too?" Among the hundreds and thousands of people, his and her figures became extremely prominent in her eyes. Mu Jian smiled and looked at the woman next to him, Lan Mu Yan, who spoke up. "Good sister, it's been so long since we last met. You're also at the Lu Yi sect, why didn't you tell me?" She crossed one arm in front of her chest, raised the other as if caressing her hair, and replied with a curve in her lips. "Just a small matter. Young Master Merc hasn't visited the auction house in a while. Have you forgotten about me already? I still have plenty of treasures waiting for you to see." Mu Jian gently reached out as if wanting to put his arm around her waist, barely touching her, and replied, "How could I? I've been busy cultivating lately, and I'm stuck at a bottleneck. Once the sect takes a break, I'll definitely come and ask for your help. So, don't beat around the bush, sister. You wouldn't have come here in person for something small, right?" Then he kept his arm in place and continued to ask, "Tell me what it is, maybe I can lend a hand." She pushed his hand away, her voice somewhat serious. "There are many disciples watching, don't mess around." His face suddenly showed displeasure. "Sister, you've changed. There's a sad barrier between us now." Mu Yan replied boredly, "Stop with the nonsense, your sister over there is finished already." Mu Jian was puzzled by her words and repeated softly, "Sister." The dark clouds in the sky had dissipated, and Lan Mu Lian's lightning strikes were also retracted. The woman in green, Lan Mu Lian, first level of reversion to void. The elders all wore the same expression, showing surprise. To be able to suppress it 3 times before breaking through and still be so calm, truly a monstrous talent. The 5th elder thought to himself, "Truly stronger than I was when I was younger. But no one understands better than me how difficult it is to continue breaking through in the reversion to void stage." She crossed her arms in front of her chest, frowning slightly and thought, "However, as long as my good disciple is here, you will continue to improve for my sake." Suddenly, Mu Yan stepped forward, and Mu Jian called out in surprise, "Good sister." She held something in her hand, smiled softly, and said, "Little sister is Mu Lian. On behalf of the Lan family, I present to you a condensed transformation pill. Congratulations, sister, on successfully breaking through to the reversion to void stage." Hearing her words, Mu Jian suddenly realized, Lan Mu Yan and Lan Mu Lian are actually related like that. Then he frowned slightly, thinking, I thought the auctioneer was the type of NPC with a unique model. If she's sisters with Lan Mu Lian, then I have to pay attention to whether she has the potential to be a main character in the future. The above analysis did not come from Mu Jian's objective assessment, but from a pure, studious, and truth-seeking Mu Jian, who loves to try all kinds of sister combos. Lan Mu Lian took the item from Lan Mu Yan's hand, then said softly, "Thank you." Mu Yan smiled in response, saying nothing more. In addition to the Lakin family, many disciples in the sect also sent congratulatory gifts, either heavenly treasures or precious pills. Everyone took turns presenting gifts to Lan Mu Lian. until it was Yeyu's turn. Full of enthusiasm, he first sent her his congratulations and presented his gift, an eye-catching red box. Congratulations, senior sister, on breaking through to the reversion to void stage. I hope this gift can be of help to you. Receiving the gift, Mutlian said, "Thank you, senior brother." Not knowing what kind of scheme he had, he said, "Senior sister can open it and take a look first." The lid of the box was opened, and Mutlian glanced at a pink pill that was shining. Then Yeyu clasped his hands in front of him and said loudly, "The 6th grade Eternal Youth Pill, personally refined by this disciple, is respectfully presented to Senior Sister Lan today." Everyone immediately started gossiping about Yeyu. He can actually refine the Eternal Youth Pill. "This pill can maintain one's appearance at an unchanging age," one person shouted. "It's super hot among the female disciples," she said as she closed the lid of the box. After the reversion to void stage, cultivators can also maintain their appearance. "I don't need to use it." Yeyu then replied, "Senior brother understands, but I hope senior sister can accept it. I will definitely work harder in the future to refine even better pills to make up for senior sister." The chatter continued. "Even though I knew Yeyu was an alchemist, I didn't expect him to be able to refine even rank 6 pills. If I can befriend him, the future might be much more convenient," he thought to himself. "The gift isn't the main point this time. The important thing is the reputation I've made. It'll be easier to build connections and opportunities with others later." Ending his train of thought, he turned his attention to Mujihi An, who was standing nearby. "Young Master Mujie, I heard that you and Senior Sister Lan have a good relationship, so why haven't we seen your gift yet?" Yeyu thought that Muji An used to throw his weight around in the Mushi family because of the family's business, but now that they're in the sect, that pile of gold and silver is useless. Moreover, he doesn't have any pills above rank 5 in his storage, so I'm sure to win this time. Diling Quan appeared behind Jihan, whispering, "Mumu Garage." She turned to look at him. She was holding a ring, and poked him with it. "Take this storage ring. Take as many rank 6 pills as you need." Mujian sighed inwardly. "You really are a sugar mommy, aren't you?" Then he covered his mouth and whispered, "Lingquan Mei Mei. Let's forget about it this time." Thinking that he was being shy, she said unhappily, "Why are you being so formal with me, Mushigage?" he replied. "It's not about being formal." He took out a bag of fruit from somewhere, saying, "It's because Muigege has been preparing for a long time. At the ceremony for Lan Mulian's advancement to the illusion stage, everyone presented gifts, but Muji An's gift was a small bag." He said, "Disciple Muzhi An, congratulations, Senior Sister Lan." Someone saw that the bag was yellow and wondered, "Is that a snack bag? I think I smell something. Is it osmanthus cake?" Muji An raised the bag of cakes and said, "Senior Sister Lan, this is top-grade osmanthus cake made in-house by the Mushi family store." Lan Mulian looked at him and asked, "Did you go back to Tiangshuan City?" He handed her the bag of cakes and explained, "I traveled back to the city overnight to bring fresh osmanthus cakes. I hope senior sister won't mind." She wondered, "You flew back with a maid? Weren't you bothered?" Mujian didn't think it was a big deal, and casually said, "It only cost me 2 spirit replenishing pills and essence returning pills. It's nothing." Yeyu stared at him. "All that just for a bag of crazy cakes? It can't be that way." Lan Mulien is the sect's senior sister, and she has seen many natural treasures. Moreover, the gifts you little devils give are all the same. He didn't blink an eye. Now, someone didn't mind the hardship, and specially ran to Tiangshuan City for the senior sister, but instead became the most attentive person. Moreover, there may be more than just osmanthus cake in the bag, but also, this Muzihi An works is really accurate, very clever. If you have 7/10 of his consideration. Lan Mulian took the bag of cakes and smiled. "I like it very much." When the fellow Taoists heard her say she liked it, they exclaimed and buzzed to each other, "Damn, Senior Sister Lan just smiled." But all said and done, it's just a snack. If I knew Senior Sister liked snacks, I would have bought them too. Muzi An raised a finger and said seriously, "But this isn't just ordinary osmanthus cake. I call it the enlightenment cake. Senior Sister Lan, open it up." Lan Mulian opened the bag and took a cake in her hand. There was a green pellet in the middle of the cake. She recognized it. An enlightenment seed. The whole venue was in an uproar. An enlightenment seed is a divine object that can only be obtained when surviving the lightning tribulation at the Tao Uniting Realm, or when breaking through to the enlightenment realm, not to mention the sect disciples here. Even those ancient aristocratic families might not have even one enlightenment seed. In this era, there are few people in the Tao Uniting Realm, and even the enlightenment realm has been extinct for more than 100 years. And now that an enlightenment seed has appeared, it represents the possibility of entering the enlightenment realm. The scene was stirring with rising heat. "If I had an enlightenment seed, I might consider giving it away." but ultimately I would still hesitate, but this Mujian really dares to give it away. The two of you let it go, and said you were willing to give it away. You would have refined it long ago. I am willing to call Mujian the #1 sentimental of the sect. The auctioneer of the merchant's hall was also curious. This romantic young master actually dared to spend so much for his sister. After refining the enlightenment seed, his own strength has increased, and which beauties cannot follow. Giving up the entire forest for one flower, although the elder sister is a flower that is hard to come by. She smiled softly. But the elder sister is indeed the type who is easily deceived by scumbags. Haha, there is a good show to watch. It is true plastic sisterhood. In Mujian's room, he was walking around in it. The door of the room was knocked continuously. He went out to open the door, and it was Lan Mulian, senior sister. She looked at him coldly. Follow me, he followed and asked. Where are you going so late? Lan Mulian didn't say much, just reminded. Follow me. The two crossed a bridge and headed up the mountain. Mujian spoke up. If you like my gift, senior sister, you can thank me later. It's still a bit chilly in the mountains tonight, so, Lan Mulian warned. Say one more improper word, and I'll toss you off this mountain right now. He immediately played along. Then this junior brother will just zip it. She gave him a sideways glance, instructing, watch your mouth in a bit, got it. Mujian gave his most innocent smile and replied, yes. The two arrived at a curtained pavilion with a figure inside. Lan Mulian pulled back the curtain and bowed. Master, I've brought Mujian. Mujian was smug that his plan had succeeded. Giving the enlightenment seed, besides helping his senior sister cultivate, had another important use. As the sect master was in the Dao integration realm, upon seeing the enlightenment seed emerge, he would surely deduce a thing or two. He widened his eyes, needing to grab attention first to seize the initiative. Let's see what the legendary sect master's stats are like. Before him was a plushie. Lan Mulian respectfully bowed. This disciple will take her leave now. The master hummed. Mujian's jaw dropped. The master asked him, so you're the one who gave Mulian the enlightenment seed? He replied, indeed, it is this disciple. He approached him. Got any questions? Spill. His brain went into overdrive. If a Dao integration realm cultivator wishes, they can completely obscure their true form from others. This isn't superficial illusion. It's more like a method that directly alters the image received by the target's brain. In other words, the sect master, in Senior Sister Lan's eyes, and in my eyes, are definitely completely different. In that lifetime, Mujian was the Dao Lord of Scrutiny, having cultivated an ability to record all human body parameters with his eyes. Later, no matter how much their clothing changed, Mujian wouldn't need to see their face. He could recognize people solely based on their build. But facing the current form, even if he wanted to use body shape to recognize the sect master later, Mujian would be utterly stumped. The two bantered, he asking, the master answering. Sect master, aren't you going to ask me where the enlightenment seed came from first? No need. The demons under His Royal Highness. Do I need to know about them? Better not. And what about another senior in the Dao integration realm? How should I help her? Can Sect Master give me some pointers? Play it by ear. All right then, Sect Master. Pretend I never asked anything. Oh, Mujian smiled, bowing slightly. If all my questions were already within Sect Master's expectations, then I don't need to worry anymore. The Master seemed satisfied, finding him quite astute. Any other questions? He probed. Sect Master, are you looking for a minion? He immediately replied. We're not a good fit. Mujian burst into tears. But, great Sect Master, I don't want to hustle anymore. He explained. This is human nature, but perhaps the big leg for you to lean on right now isn't me. You'll have to go find those heroic, big-hearted patrons in the cultivation world yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Hopefully, the next time we meet, you'll still be in one piece, not chopped into 5, Mujian. The two walked back across the bridge. Lan Mulian asked, So, you've met my master. How was it? He replied. Honestly, he didn't say anything useful. She looked at him, analyzing. You went there just to get a bag of crazy pastries. I thought he'd reward you with something. Mujian shook his head. No, this is for the best. He hid his hands in his sleeves, brought them up to cover his mouth, and looked at her coyly. Girls are like dresses, and I'm just the tailor's needle and thread. All the needle and thread needs to do is stitch things up behind the scenes, that's plenty. Lan Mulian was bewildered. All right, as long as you don't feel it's a waste of time. Mujian moved closer to her. Besides, being able to see Senior Sister's face, that's the best reward. I gave you the enlightenment seed precisely because you are the guiding light on my cultivation path. Lan Mulian turned her head to look at him. If I can truly make junior brother focus on cultivation, I wouldn't mind letting you peek once a day. Mu Jian's eyes lit up when he heard that. Senior sister, are you for real? She teased back. I'm just afraid junior brother will be too busy with his powder and paint every day. You won't have time to come find me. He immediately denied it. No way! If senior sister has given permission, then I'll come visit you every day when I have time. In a moonlit, cobweb-filled place, a nameless villain, bound there, called out. Just then, a foot stepped forward, belonging to a cloaked figure. Seeing her like that, he asked, Are you injured? It seems your infiltration into the sect hasn't been going too smoothly. She explained. It wasn't done by people from the sect, it was just a small mishap. The cloaked figure nodded. That's good then. If your existence is fully exposed, then our deal will lose all meaning. Not able to make out his face, I only heard him say, The opportunity to obtain the reincarnation due is almost here, and accordingly, I need the reward from the old demon emperor's clan, those who shouldn't exist anymore. She chimed in. That's only natural. Moreover, the demon emperor has found you a very suitable inside agent. The villainous big bro furrowed his brow like a disgruntled baboon's butt and asked unhappily, I heard that after the eldest miss arrived at the Liangyi sect, she was entangled by someone. Is that you? Mu Jian, out of nowhere, was suddenly questioned in front of his door. Before he could understand what was happening, he stared blankly and asked, Who are you? One person standing inside the house, one person standing outside. Just like that, they interrogated each other. But he didn't give a damn about Mu Jian's question. The villainous big bro, his face still sullen, kept rambling about his own matters, and didn't forget to belittle Mu Jian with a few words. You should also know the difference in status between an ordinary family and a forbidden zone. Although I heard that you are a young master of a great clan in Tianshuan City, compared to the forbidden zone stretching for thousands of miles, with a Hidao realm expert guarding it, you are simply incomparable. Mu Jian listened to the scolding, but his face didn't show any sadness or anger. On the contrary, he revealed a sly smile, his eyes slanted up like a cunning fox, thinking to himself, It's finally here. The NPC springboard to trigger the Forbidden Zone storyline has appeared. Mu Jian's gaze then became 1,000 times more cunning than before. His eyebrows stuck together without any gap. His mind was calculating something, thinking, according to the original plot, this guy should be facing off against the main character, Ye Yu. But now, Mu Jian is suddenly changing his tune faster than flipping a book. Flipping the script like he just won the lottery, he shouted loudly, Ling Quan, little sis, the old man's people have come to find you. Mu Jian's mouth suddenly became like a loudspeaker, causing the villainous big bro to be shocked stiff, his eyes bulging out like they were about to pop out. Out of nowhere, Ye Ling Quan stumbled out, her face dazed, only wrapped in a layer of cloth, walking out of Mu Jian's room, and asked very calmly, Looking for me? Seeing her, the villainous big bro's mind was blown. Not believing his eyes, his face wrinkled up like a cat's butthole as he screamed, his tone filled with surprise. Eldest miss. Only now did his soul return to reality, his face covered in sweat. His eyes widened and fixed on the image of Ye Ling Quan, dressed scantily, wrapped in only a layer of cloth exposing all her skin. Seeing this, the villainous big bro was startled, his face pale, without a drop of blood. He thought, Why is the eldest miss in this guy's room, and dressed like that? After thinking, he covered his head with both hands and leaned back, thinking, Has the eldest miss been defiled by this brat? Seeing the villainous big bro squirming like a worm about to die, Mu Jian thought, Although you haven't said it, I can directly see the dialogue box in your heart, bro. But ignoring his miserable state, Mu Jian pointed at the villainous big bro, turned to Ye Ling Quan, and asked, Ling Quan, little sis, who is this gentleman? Hearing Mu Jian's question, she replied, The son of the fourth elder of the Forbidden Zone, Zhu Hao. Ye Ling Quan acted like a snobbish young miss, raised her hand to smooth her hair, and wrinkled her nose, asking, What are you doing at the Liangyi sect looking for me? Is there something urgent in the Forbidden Zone? Zhu Hao lowered his head, looking extremely servile, and said, Eldest miss, the inheritance of the Forbidden Zone is a major matter. The elders ordered me to come and take you back first. But Ye Ling Quan's attitude was still disdainful. She raised her head looking extremely arrogant, just wanting to kick him to oblivion, and said, When the time is right, I will naturally return. Is it necessary to specially send you? Ye Ling Quan stood in the room with her arms crossed, looking very much like a noble young miss that no one could touch. Zhu Hao stood outside, cowering, only knowing to say, Eldest miss, this is the intention of the elders. Ye Ling Quan didn't let him finish his sentence, and opened her mouth to block the villainous big bro's throat. You must have asked for instructions from the elders before coming here. Just follow the elders. Arrangements first. Rest for a few days, and I will set off immediately." Zhu Hao seemed to have been waiting for this, quickly replied, "Yes." The door finally closed. Inside, it was Mu Jian's turn to ask, "Lingquan, little sis, what exactly is the inheritance?" Ye Lingquan still crossed her arms and casually replied, "I've reached the age where I can try to receive the inheritance. If I succeed, only then can I inherit my father's position as the master of the Forbidden Zone without anyone objecting." Hearing her answer, Mu Jian still had doubts and didn't understand clearly, so he continued to ask, "Success, what if you fail?" Mu Jian's mouth was like a duck's butt, constantly asking questions without end. Ye Lingquan glanced at Mu Jian with her arms crossed and replied, "Then it means that if I don't have enough ability, the inheritance opportunity will have to be given to the eldest sons of the other elders, and I will also lose my qualification as an heir." Question after question, Jian asked. Regarding this rule, doesn't Ye Lingquan's father, as the head of the family, have any objections? She replied, "The rule was set by him himself. The cultivators in the Forbidden Zone are all immigrants transferred from the outside world. The most suitable rule is the survival of the fittest. Whoever is strong has the right." Approaching the bathtub, Mu Zihian put on a super oversized black coat as wide as a sack and said, "So the elders want you to participate in the inheritance early, because they believe that people can improve every day. The earlier you participate, the higher the probability of your failure." The petite Ye Lingquan stood next to Mu Jian, like an ant next to an elephant. She put her hands on her hips and replied firmly, "It's almost like that. I came to the Liangyi sect to cultivate also, because the education in the Forbidden Zone is too rigid. To improve faster I have to go out and learn. Even if my father can accept my failure in the inheritance, I myself will not allow that to happen." Then Ye Lingquan put on a face that was both proud and cunning, but couldn't hide her joy, glanced at Mu Jian and said, "At first I wasn't 100% sure I could seize the inheritance, but now I have brother Mu." After speaking, Ye Lingquan stepped into the bathtub, filled with hot steam, and gradually took off the thin cloth wrapped around her body. Outside, Mu Jian smiled brightly and said to her, "Continue with the medicinal bath. Before returning to the Forbidden Zone, see if you can break through another realm." After speaking, he turned his back to Ye Lingquan, one person sitting inside, one person sitting outside. Ye Lingquan was comfortably soaking in the hot water, closing her eyes and enjoying life, the corners of her mouth slightly smiling, her head resting on Mu Jian's back, enjoying it very much, and said, "Brother Mushe, will you not like me as much as you like Big Sis Bai? Because I can't help you go far." Hearing her question, Mu Jian turned around, pressed his mouth close to Ye Lingquan's head, and teasingly asked, "Lingquan, little sis, are you suspecting that I, Mushi, am doing something bad?" Seeing this, Ye Lingquan glanced back and replied, "Brother Mushi, didn't you do a lot of bad things in Tiangshuan City before?" The two people, one sitting in the warm bathtub, one sitting outside, talked non-stop, Ye Lingquan said. Using sweet words to deceive innocent young girls, for example. Mu Jian heard her say that, feeling slightly tickled, quickly replied, "I have never deceived any young girls." Suddenly, unexpectedly, Mu Jian gently leaned his head on Ye Lingquan's shoulder while she was soaking in the bathtub, and casually said to her, "Moreover, Lingquan, little sis, isn't an innocent young girl either." Hearing Mu Jian say that, Ye Lingquan's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She glanced at Mu Jian and cleared her throat, stubbornly replying, "Of course not." Then, Mu Jian casually asked, "Then what are you worried about?" The question seemed to hit Ye Lingquan's sore spot. Her face flushed red. She coughed a few times to cover up her embarrassment, and said, "Cough, cough. Who knows if Brother Muz is strong enough?" Mu Jian heard this. His mouth split open to his ears. His cunning face like an old fox about to eat an innocent young girl shouted, "Trisk, ha! Then I have to do something bad!" Mu Jian gently reached out to touch Ye Lingquan's shoulder. She placed her hand on his, stopping him from reaching further down, and said, "My cultivation technique allows for faster progress and more stable inheritance if I maintain my virginity." Before Ye Lingquan could finish, Mu Jian raised her chin, turning her towards him, and put on his best playboy face, saying, "All right. It was just a joke. I respect all of Lingquan Meimei's decisions." Ye Lingquan seemed to remember something and turned to ask, "Right, has Mu Ji thought of a way to explain this to my father?" Mu Jian replied, "How about I find a way to get some reincarnation due?" Hearing this, Ye Lingquan helplessly said, "Then I'll have to improvise." Suddenly, Mu Jian leaned close to Ye Lingquan, playing a sly trick, and said, Has she ever considered what if Senior needs not just a bottle of reincarnation dew, but an entire lake? Moreover, we should still meet Yue Fudaran, and Ye Lingquan just needs to focus on seizing the inheritance. Ye Lingquan, flustered by his closeness, could only let out a soft sound. Then, Mujian suddenly stood up and put his arm into the hot spring water where Ye Lingquan was soaking. From his arm emanated a bunch of purplish-blue magic rays that fluttered throughout the room. Mujian gleefully said, "Let's add a little more medicinal essence to the water." Ye Lingquan sat in the hot spring. Her face flushed and smiled softly with satisfaction. Sometime later, Huang Manding, with a puzzled look, saw the giant question mark on her face, not believing what she heard, and asked, Just report to the third prince that someone wants to bring Ye Lingquan back to the Forbidden Zone. Is it that simple?" Mujian and Huang Manding stood together in a hidden corner and he replied, "Yes, the third prince should be very interested in this news." Huang Manding crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, casually replying to Mujian, "All right, I'll find an opportunity to reveal it to him. Wasn't he very interested in Bai Yashi before? Change targets?" Hearing this, Mujian turned to tease her with a corny line, "Maybe I'll be next." Hearing Mujian say that, Huang Manding laughed so hard her face turned red, looking like she had just chugged a whole keg of beer, saying, "Hard to say, if you put it that way, I'm helping you do something dangerous." Mujian immediately put on a wicked yet slightly threatening face, holding up some bizarre items, his sharp eyes intimidating, and said, "You gotta increase the reward." Cobwebs hung everywhere in the dark, eerie surroundings. There, a black-robed villain was talking to a spider demon villain, looking very mysterious, seemingly about something very secret. The black-robed villain said to the spider demon villain, "The informant you arranged? Did they finally come to see you? I can't stay in Liangyi's sect for too long." Hearing this, the spider demon villain replied that the situation was urgent at that time, and there was no time to arrange for the informant to come to see you at a specific time. The black-robed villain suspiciously asked, "Is it really reliable? I don't know if it can be trusted," but to put the teammates' mind at ease so they shut up and don't suspect anything further, the spider demon villain had no choice but to answer with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts faking it. Rest assured. The black-robed villain, as if having a choice, constantly asked to ensure certainty, and even turned to scold the spider demon villain. "According to you, you haven't even summoned him once. Now you're giving him the location of the hideout. What if he reports to the elders and leads the disciples to eliminate the demon cultivators?" Seeing the black-robed villain getting more and more angry and anxious, the spider demon villain quickly tried to salvage the situation. "You've never seen that person's true face before. Someone who can be fully recognized by the demon Emperor Darren wouldn't do such a thing." Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Mujian crawled out from who knows where, babbling, "This cave is full of hidden formations. Without a map it's really hard to find." Mujian's face smiled gleefully, smugly looking extremely annoying. The black-robed villain couldn't believe his eyes, and reached out to grab the hood of his cloak and yell, "What?" Then he suddenly took off his hood. It turned out to be Zhu Hao. His face was wrinkled like an 80-year-old man, his mouth twisted as he blurted out, "Why is it you, Mujian?" Mujian put on an innocent look, pretending to be a lost Bambi, not knowing what was going on, and smiled brightly. "Oh, what a coincidence, Zhu Hao Xiong, so you're also a lackey of the demon cultivators." Zhao Hao was surprised and confused as he saw him walking over, and said, "Why is it you, Mujian?" Seeing this, she asked, "Do you guys know each other?" Zhao Hao said unhappily to her, "I can't cooperate with this guy. I can go get the reincarnation due for the demon emperor myself." Analyzing the situation, he thought about the relationship between Zhao Hao and her. So the external aid the demon cultivator was talking about is someone from the Forbidden Zone. Just now, when he saw me and Lingquan together, he was clearly very upset, surpassing the inheritance. As a villain, the goal must naturally be. After thinking, he turned to Zhu Hao, his tone tired. "Hi, Zhu Hao Xiongdi. For the sake of reincarnation due, I have spent so much effort, yet you vent your anger on me because of personal gain. How can we succeed?" Hearing those words, Zhu Hao couldn't help but frown at him and replied, "You tell me, what is called being dedicated and conscientious?" His eyes narrowed slightly, sharpness like knives radiating a dangerous feeling from his body, but his voice was still calm. "I deliberately approached the daughter of the Forbidden Zone's master, befriended her, and tried everything to get her to agree to let me go back to the Forbidden Zone with her. Isn't that being dedicated and conscientious? Could it be that Zhao Haoshang has feelings for Ye Lingquan, so he harbors resentment towards me?" Zhao Hao's expression became more and more ugly, saying, "You're saying you're just using Lingquan, but is it necessary to go that far?" Mujian took a step closer to Zhao Hao and asked, Zhao Hao Qiong, have you forgotten the inheritance rules of the Forbidden Zone? Keeping the body pure will increase the probability of successful inheritance. With Ye Lingquan's character, she will definitely not break that rule. Pressing close to Zhao Hao, he looked down at Zhao Hao's face. I am doing all of this just to revive the great demon emperor Darren. And what about you, Zhao Hao Xiong? I have revealed all my plans to you. Correspondingly, I also need to know what my teammate is planning, right? Hearing this, Zhu Hao became as obedient as a puppy, only nodding and listening to Mu Jian. Hearing their conversation, she spoke up. Trusting each other to be able to support each other is very necessary. As a person of the Forbidden Zone, he knows better than me how risky it is to steal reincarnation dew right under the nose of the Forbidden Zone's master. She turned her gaze towards Zhao Hao. Seeing this, Zhao Hao had no choice but to listen. Alright, let the Demon Emperor's people ruin Miss Lingquan's inheritance. Then transfer that inheritance to me, and I will help transport the reincarnation dew out of the Forbidden Zone. As he spoke, he reached out and rubbed his face. His gaze towards Chu Hao held a hint of amusement, provoking him. So, after obtaining the inheritance, you still have designs on Ye Lingquan, Chu Hao said grimly. Isn't it only natural to accept the inheritance and marry the daughter of the previous Forbidden Zone master? Mu Jian smirked, his expression carrying a profound meaning. Understood, understood. If we share the same goal, of course I'll support you. See, being honest with each other is much better, right? Next, let's discuss the details of the plan to get the reincarnation flower out of the Forbidden Zone. The three of us should discuss it together. After the discussion, Mu Jian returned to his room, preparing his luggage for the trip to the Forbidden Zone. Inside the Hidden Book Pavilion, Ye Tian saw Mu Jian enter and called out to him. Mugage, you saw her, wondering why she's here. Ye Tian hurriedly asked Mu Jian. Mugage, will you be returning to the Forbidden Zone with elder sister? He lightly answered her question. Yeah, while Lingquan is accepting the inheritance, I can just happen to help the senior get the reincarnation water. Ye Tian hesitated, pointing her index fingers at each other. But my father, Ye Lingquan, spoke up. I've told you about father's temper, but he still decided to go. Tian Carrere. Mugege must have prepared himself. Mu Jian casually called out to Ye Lingquan. Lingquan Mei. Suddenly he posed a hypothetical question to her. If one day you discover that Mugege has wronged you, how would you see me? Hearing this, before Ye Lingquan could utter a word, Mugege continued, I know I'm not an upright person, afraid that I might make you angry in the future, so I want to know the answer in advance. Ye Lingquan pondered and answered his question, but her gaze shifted away, avoiding his eyes. If Mugege really did, I would be very sad, then I would be really uncomfortable. Ye Lingquan optimistically turned back, denying the statement above. But no one is perfect, as long as Mugege is willing to be my steed and obediently apologize. Her face flushed red with arrogance. It's not impossible that I might forgive Mugege. Mu Jian's face darkened. A deal was struck with one word. Mu Jian stepped forward and embraced Ye Lingquan, whispering instructions to his little sister. But Lingquan Mei, remember this, your Mugege will never betray you. Ye Lingquan was surprised and didn't resist his embrace. Mu Jian leaned his face closer to Ye Lingquan, looking at her affectionately, her cheeks slightly flushed as she responded to his instructions with a sweet, coquettish and slow voice. No need for Mugege to say it. I already know. Mu Jian tightened his embrace on Ye Lingquan and kissed her. This scene was witnessed by Ye Tian, her face turning red with shyness, her hands placed in front of her chest. Ye Tian trembled, suppressing her laughter, the long sleeves covering her hands as she tried to stifle her giggles at this incredibly adorable scene, making her only think of one phrase. OMG. After bidding farewell to Lingquan Mei, time passed. But because he didn't know how long the time in the Forbidden Zone would be, Mu Jian still had some things to take care of. The short white-haired girl slumped and stuck out her tongue. Mu Jian embraced the girl's well-endowed body. The two closed their eyes, lips, touching lips. He didn't shy away from absorbing Qingdi's essence. Only when the dense green spiritual energy was released did the two separate, looking refreshed. Then Mu Jian turned to Meng Ru. She hesitantly pursed her lips, looking at him cautiously. Meng Ru's face turned even redder, her lips pressed tighter as Mu Jian used his mouth, still carrying the spiritual energy from Qingdi, to bite her ear. After finishing with both sides, the beautiful girl Mu Jian happily spread his hands to both sides of the girls, saying, All right, all the official business is done. Qingdi stretched, Aya, letting out a refreshing sound, while Meng Ru still stood there dumbfounded. Mu Jian was as proud as a pharmacist who had cured a patient. The surplus fortune of senior spirit dragon had also been released, and the missing fortune of elder sister Meng Ru had also been fully replenished. Mu Jian stood behind Meng Ru, leaning close with a smiling face to explain, "Because I don't know if it will take half a month or several months to return, I kissed you a little more to transfer fortune." He asked Meng Ru again when he saw her eyes looking in another direction. "Elder sister Meng Ru won't be upset, right?" Meng Ru replied hesitantly, "No." However, Meng Ru questioned him, "Really don't need me to go with you to the Forbidden Zone, Mu Jihi?" And immediately answered Meng Ru's question, "If your bad luck is superimposed on the curse of the Forbidden Zone, it would be too troublesome. It's better for me to go alone. Maybe I can even find a way to resolve your bad luck." After a while, Mu Jian arrived at another location, where Bai Yaxi was. He hugged Yaxi from behind, causing her pain, and she began to sob. Bai Yaxi on this side was not too difficult to persuade either. Mu Jian only said a few words, and she agreed to let him go to the Forbidden Zone. After a passionate frenzy, Yaxi hugged Mu Jian's head, pressing his face into her breasts. Of course, there were also conditions. If Mu Jian dared to make any request to the Forbidden Zone Master related to his daughter, he must mention the existence of Bai Yaxi. In another space, Eastern Continent, Western Region, the Forbidden Zone. The sky was gloomy as dark clouds gathered, covering the forest. A dragon's head appeared from within the clouds in the dark, gloomy sky. The dragon opened its mouth, preparing to create a destructive ball of energy. Suddenly, 3 people appeared on the ground with super speed. Mu Jian held Ye Lingquan in his arms, with the villain, Big Brother behind him, landing safely. He said, "The way to enter the Forbidden Zone is really strange. What's the origin of that giant kun fish?" Ye Lingquan hugged Mu Jian's neck and replied, "That's Senior Kun Peng. Normally, it lives in the Sea of Clouds." Mu Jian looked at the massive creature, a bizarre thought arising. "It looks so big, then the meat must be good, right? Spirit Dragon will surely like it." Ye Lingquan shyly covered her mouth with both hands, saying, "Mu Jij, put me down if the clan members see this." Before Ye Lingquan Mei could finish speaking, Mu Jian comforted her. "It's all right, one of the reasons I came to the Forbidden Zone is because of your matter." The villain Big Brother looked uncomfortably at the affectionate couple. The villain Big Bro was getting even more pissed. But he could only think, "Mu Jian, do you really have to be this close to Lingquan? And right in front of me too." Mu Jian, as if reading the villain Big Bro's mind, turned back triumphantly to glare at him, as if reminding him, "Brother Zhu Hao, you gotta commit to the act. If you want to maintain Ye Lingquan's current mindset and become the master of the Forbidden Zone, shouldn't you at least have this much patience and poise?" Zhu Hao, seeing this, got even angrier and almost coughed up blood. His eyes widened and his face flushed red, trying so hard to hold back that his dark green hair started to turn silver. From above, a streak of cyan lightning appeared where they were standing. A large, talking cyan dragon manifested. "Welcome back, young miss." Ye Lingquan happily called out to the big dragon, "Uncle Thunder God." The big dragon squinted at Mu Jian. "I heard there's a young man in the Liangyi sect who's quite close to the young miss. Is that you, kid?" Mu Jian smiled ingratiatingly at Zhu Hao's darkened face, and Ye Lingquan's blushing one. "This humble one, Mu Jian, greets, Senior." The dragon god used lightning birds to wrap Mu Jian and lifted him into the air, faster than lightning, to the utter astonishment of the 3 people there. The dragon god suspended Mu Jian in front of him and said, "Forgive my rudeness, the master instructed that as soon as you arrived I should immediately bring you to him." Dude was confused. A giant question mark was written all over his face. Mu Jian was like a cat, spacing out, thinking, "Aren't you going to let me grind some express in the Forbidden Zone first? Why do I have to meet the boss right away?" The people in the sect were also discussing, "The young miss is back. Is she here to receive the inheritance? How exciting." Lingquan paced back and forth anxiously. "Where is the disciple of the Liangyi sect, the legendary one who is now together with the young miss? They say he's been taken to the old man's place." Lingquan pouted. "Oh no, this is bad. Why did Dad find Mu Ji so quickly?" At the heavenly immortal hall in the Forbidden Zone, a figure stood before the grand gate. The grand gate opened, and the man stepped inside. It was Mu Jian. Inside the hall, another man with a dark expression had his head lowered, seemingly lost in complex thoughts. He sat on the throne, his hands resting on his thighs, not saying a word to the person who had just entered. Mu Jian stood below the throne, bowing his head in greeting. Disciple Mu Jian of the Liangyi sect pays his respects to Senior, was about to say father-in-law. He raised his head to look, wondering if the Senior had any matter to discuss with this junior. The man sitting on the throne, who was Lingquan's father, spoke quietly. "On the contrary, this one has something to ask you." Let's get straight to the point, there's no one else here. He didn't dodge, but went straight to the issue. This junior wants to borrow some reincarnation water. Hearing that, the man became suspicious. What for? Hearing the suspicion, he thought to himself, he's keeping a straight face. I thought when I mentioned reincarnation water, he'd get angry and kick me out. I even had my lines prepared, but it seems I won't need them. As expected of the master of the Forbidden Zone, he's got a broad vision. Mo Zihi-an pondered for a moment before mentioning a bird that resembled a black crow. Senior, do you still remember the giant crow demon emperor from before? Ling Quan's father rested his chin on his hand. He's been sealed for many years, why are you bringing him up? He clasped his hands, bowing his head low. The demon emperor's original body has completely revived, almost appearing in the world again. We must have the great expert who once sealed him reappear to fight him again. The man was also surprised, his eyes widening as he looked down. As soon as he spoke, he immediately demanded evidence. Do you have any proof of what you're saying? Please take a look at this. A wisp of purple smoke swirled around, until it gathered into a purple pill. This is a soul-nourishing pill that the demon emperor gave me, for me to offer when pretending to surrender in order to find a chance to escape. Seeing this, the man immediately frowned. An 8th rank immortal pill, it does have a familiar aura from a long time ago. At this time he became even more suspicious. Assuming the demon emperor really can be revived, what can a little kid like you help him do? He gave a knowing smile, his golden eyes shining brightly. This junior's cultivation is indeed still low, but destroying the Forbidden Zone's reincarnation water doesn't require a high cultivation. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock. Mu Ji-an, seeing his reaction, stepped forward to explain. The demon emperor isn't in a hurry to emerge from seclusion right now. The first thing he has to do is completely destroy the seal on his rival. If he can just contaminate the samsara water for a few years, or even just a few months, then before the demon emperor emerges, his rival will completely lose the ability to resurrect. Mu Jian's face became inscrutable. Not a single emotion could be read, he spoke. And this junior wishes to help the one who sacrificed for the greater good return to life. He said nothing, simply sitting there in silence. After a moment he opened his eyes and looked directly at him. However, young man, even if the demon emperor emerges, the Liangyi sect has its sect masters, and Ling Long guarding it. What's more, the person you want to resurrect once had a bad relationship with me. Ling Quan's father radiated killing intent at this moment. The gloom emanating from his throne sent shivers down one's spine. How do you intend to persuade this seat to forego the chance to weaken 2 Dao harmonization realm experts, and at the same time, bring upon myself another enemy of the same cultivation level? He cracked a smile, no less grim in his thoughts. My father-in-law might claim a bad relationship, but his words carry a hint of respect for that person. Mu Ji-an beamed. Ling Quan received guidance from Ling Long and teachings from the elders, which awakened her innate talent. Senior, what do you think? Can your daughter, Ling Quan, be considered to have a strong connection with the Liangyi sect? Of course. Pressing his advantage, he continued to ramble on. The senior who sealed the demon emperor accepted your second daughter, Ye Tian, as her personal disciple, and secret techniques have also been passed down to her. Can that be considered a connection? There's something else like that. Then of course it counts as having a connection. Suddenly, just as he was about to continue speaking, Mu Jian leaned forward as if he had just slipped. What's going on now? A surge of energy suddenly rose, slowly enveloping Mu Jian. When his voice spoke again, it directly struck at the rationality of Ling Quan's father, Ye Xiaodi. Mu Jian stood up straight, the emerald green energy continuously swirling around him. Long time no see. He broke out in a cold sweat. Azure Emperor, this aura, it can only be her. The Azure Emperor's aura continuously enveloped him, creating an extremely unusual scene. To think, a renowned mighty expert of yesteryear can now only reside within a child's body. Currently, the power balance between all parties is delicate. No one wants to stir up unnecessary trouble. So let me be frank. I don't want to save you, and others don't want to see me make a move to save you. The Azure Emperor, currently in Mu Jian's body, quietly smiled, gently placing a hand as she spoke. I myself had no intention of resurrecting, but this child named Mu Jian insisted on helping me. He said something about how a hero who protected the world shouldn't quietly disappear. Moreover, the Demon Emperor is itching to make a move, and he hopes even more for my return to destroy the Demon Emperor's ambitions. He stared intently at the person before him. To be honest, that year, when I heard you perished alongside the Demon Emperor, I was truly shocked. You weren't obligated to go that far. The Azure Emperor, within Mu Jian's body, gently placed her hands on her hips. Ye Xiaodi, You've now firmly settled into your position as the master of the Forbidden Zone, and you have a family. If the Demon Emperor were to threaten Ling Quan and Ye Tian and jeopardize your Forbidden Zone, what would you do then?" Hearing that, he didn't directly respond, merely lowering his gaze. The Azure Emperor's form became slightly clearer. "Jiao Qi is the most important front line of the East Continent in the war against the demon race, and I am the saintess of Yao Qi, so naturally, I am the one who must carry out this duty." The Azure Emperor's spirit, in Mu Xian's appearance, tilted her head and smiled softly. "But having been sealed for so many years, my sense of responsibility has almost completely worn away. Perhaps now, I'm not even as compassionate as this child towards the living beings of the East Continent." Mu Xian's voice, carrying the Azure Emperor's tone, spoke faintly. "It's fine if you don't want to give him the samsara water. I won't be able to hold on in his body for much longer either. I've never asked anyone for a favor. But before I fade away, I want to ask you one thing. Please, at least promise this child that you will protect the peace of the East Continent. Don't let his pure heart be disappointed." Hearing that, he immediately flared up, angrily raising his fist. "You want to morally bind me with your death? I have no interest in the last words of the dying. If you're so capable, go deal with this troublesome matter yourself." He turned his back. "I also don't want to think about the dying wish of the once lofty Azure Emperor later on, telling me to protect the world or something. Disgusting." No, absolutely not, Samsara water. If this brat has the ability, go get it himself." The Azure Emperor, in Mu Xian's form, smiled faintly. At this moment, the Azure Emperor raised her arm. "If you don't have the ability and die in the Samsara pond, then that is your two's fate." At this moment, Ling Quan's father still didn't turn around. "Hey, senior, just now you wanted to resurrect the Azure Emperor? This Siat will temporarily give you a chance." He turned around, his eyes wide. "But this seat still hasn't acknowledged the matter between Ling Quan and you. Let's make that clear first. If Ling Quan fails in her inheritance, it will all be because you, brat, mess things up for her. Understood?" Without further ado, he directly made a move, kicking Mu Xian away. "At that time, this seat will have plenty of ways to make you suffer." The brat Mu Xian heard this, and immediately replied, "Senior, don't worry, I am extremely confident in young Miss Ling Quan." He heard this, and his voice became even sterner. "Empty words are useless. Scram, scram, scram! This seat doesn't want to see you again for now." After being kicked out of the hall, he quickly bowed out. "This junior takes his leave, senior." Just then, an emerald green light reappeared in his eyes. The Azure Emperor emerged from behind, leaning forward. "Hurry and go find Ling Quan. Before her inheritance, you still need to help her consolidate a bit more. Hey, little Mua, I saw everything in the cauldron just now." She complimented him. "A man like you is quite skilled at disguising yourself as a woman, aren't you?" He turned his head and casually greeted, "Senior," Xu Feng said with a light laugh, his tone teasing. "To disguise yourself as another Union Realm cultivator in front of an actual Union Realm expert? You've got some serious guts. I doubt any cultivator in history has dared to do that before, huh?" Mu Xian bowed with hands clasped, looking apologetic. "I apologize for borrowing Senior's alias." She giggled, gracefully circling around Xian. "I don't recall ever telling you my alias or past, did I?" Mu Xian awkwardly explained. "Well, this humble one happens to be the current head of the Tuyin sect's scripture pavilion. Based on the available information, I've been reading some ancient texts and researching Senior Qingdi's legendary exploits." Qingdi rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to look at him, her eyes full of amusement. "Why don't you just call me out directly? Are you afraid I'm too arrogant to feign weakness in front of others?" Mu Xian replied softly, sounding sincere. This humble one did indeed have that thought. She covered her mouth and chuckled. "Haha, you guessed right. If you wanted me to step in, I probably wouldn't have been able to bring myself to do it," she cheerfully continued. "But I didn't mind you putting in a good word for me in front of the Forbidden Zone Master just now." Xian lowered his eyes, speaking softly. This humble one based it on Senior's biography recorded in the ancient texts, and boldly speculated on Senior's personality, hoping Senior Qingdi will forgive me. Qingdi circled around a few more times, her eyes sparkling with interest. "I never said I was angry. In fact, I'd even say I'm surprised. You act a lot like me when I'm not constrained by title and position." She suddenly leaned close to his face, her tone half joking. "Maybe you should worry a little. Hey, if the Forbidden Zone Master finds out that you called him little bro, do you think he'll tear you to shreds?" Mu Xian looked directly into Qingdi's eyes, his voice calm. This humble one was merely improvising. He added, "Senior Qingdi, keep it a secret, okay?" She burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Qingdi rested her chin on her hand, staring directly at him with pupilless eyes, and asked, "You don't seem to be afraid of combination realm cultivators, huh?" She seemed to appreciate him a lot. At the same time, you know exactly how to conduct yourself when talking to a Union Realm cultivator. Qingdi started to become dangerous, her eyes sharpening. Give me, she continued with her assumption, a feeling as though you yourself are a Union Realm cultivator. Jian smiled lightly in response, full of wit. Suddenly, Qingdi pressed close to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering in his ear, we Union Realm cultivators are just people, not gods. We don't have the ability to see through everything. She threatened that to deceive a Union Realm cultivator, it's not the trick that matters, but the guts to say it. First, you fooled the Demon Emperor, and then you deceived the Forbidden Zone Master. Qingdi smirked. Now I'm feeling pretty hyped. I want to see. After a pause, she continued. How can you deceive me? Mujian leaned close to her ear and whispered. That's a secret, of course. He smirked, his words full of innuendo. Wait until Senior Qingdi is resurrected, then personally experience it with your physical body. The words stunned Qingdi. Her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes were flustered. Jian smiled teasingly. Senior, where did your mind wander off to? Scene changed to an ancient palace. The conversation between the two ended with someone saying, I'm too tired outside. I need to go back to the Lu residence to rest. Inside the palace, Ye Lingshuan covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. My dad agreed. Mujian smiled and replied leisurely, Yep, he agreed. Then, he gently touched the tip of her nose, his tone teasing, Your dad agreed to our marriage. I'm yours from now on. The words made Lingshuan blush. She closed her eyes, blocking out the truth, and shook her head in denial. There's no way my dad would say that. I don't believe it, Lingshuan affirmed solemnly. Yeah, Mugig doesn't seem like someone who would propose marriage to my dad. Mujian tilted his head back, saying helplessly, I wouldn't dare either. What if your dad punches me? Hearing this, Ye Lingshuan vehemently retorted, My dad wouldn't bully the younger generation. Mujian tilted his head and smiled slightly. He leaned down and hugged her, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. I snatched away his precious daughter, and now I'm asking for marriage, he explained gently. Wouldn't he give me a beating? I have to show off first to please him. At this moment, Jihan's voice suddenly became serious. All right, no more joking. Your dad also gave me a condition, he said slowly. You have to succeed in your inheritance. Hearing this, Lingshuan looked gloomy. Seeing this, Jian couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? You've come this far, and you're not confident. She lowered her head, her voice carrying a bit of pressure. The attached condition to be with Mugege is indeed very stressful. Jian laughed and scratched his head. I'm glad that Lingshuan Meimei thinks so highly of me, but you don't have to be too stressed. I will definitely do my best to help you. He suddenly remembered something, suggesting embarrassedly. Before that, can you take me to see the reincarnation spring? This is also one of the challenges that father-in-law set for me. Hearing this, Lingshuan nodded. Okay, Mujeg, follow me. In the north of the celestial immortal palace, there is a lake called Reincarnation Pond. As the name suggests, the water in the lake is the water of reincarnation. The spring water comes from underground. The source is the most precious treasure that the pioneers discovered in the Forbidden Zone that year. While leading the way, Ye Lingshuan explained, all young cultivators in the Forbidden Zone have used the water of reincarnation. Mujian showed interest. Oh, what other effects does this water of reincarnation have besides building the body? She nodded, and continued to explain. Before the Forbidden Zone was opened up, it was a cursed land. After the previous generation overcame the curse in the Forbidden Zone, the body also underwent certain changes. We, the younger generation, also inherited this physique, he pondered. This setup sounds like the miasma before the barbarian land was opened up. Jian inquired. So, what about the current curse of the Forbidden Zone? Lingshuan replied. When the residential area was built, the curse was basically eliminated, so Murgege can't feel it. But the impression of the curse of the Forbidden Zone is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. Mujian wondered. Lingshuan Meimei said, basically, He voiced his thoughts. Isn't the part that hasn't been eliminated in the water of reincarnation? She heard this and praised. Mujage is too clever. After all, it's a water source. The curse from the outside world will still enter the water of reincarnation, Ye Lingshuan explained further. So, only the descendants of the Forbidden Zone dare to drink the water of reincarnation. Mujian finally understood. So that's how it is. Otherwise, I thought it would be good to use the water of reincarnation as a specialty. Hearing this, Lingshuan reminded, I still have to remind Mugerj that even if you get the water of reincarnation, it will be very difficult to help Senior Qingdi resurrect. After walking for a while, they finally arrived Someone was already waiting. Ye Lingquan exclaimed. Sister Ye Ying. Ye Ying smiled and greeted. Long time no see, Lingquan is finally back. Seeing a young man next to Lingquan, she inquired. And this young man is, oh, fellow Taoist Mu Jian cheerfully clasped his hands and bowed. Greetings, sister, Ye Ying chuckled, marveling. Such a sweet talker, no wonder my little Lingquan's sister was taken by this little Taoist. She lowered her voice mysteriously. Since fellow Taoist has come to the rebirth pool, are you interested, Ye Ying professionally invited, in testing your rebirth? Lingquan, hearing this, hurriedly reminded, Sister Ye Ying, the curse. Before she could finish, Ye Ying cut her off. Why doesn't little sister listen to what your good friend has to say first? Taking the opportunity, he said. How about my dear sister explains it a bit more clearly? Ye Ying gently explained. After a cultivator reaches a certain realm, their soul is tempered to be strong enough that even if the body dies, the soul doesn't perish, and it reincarnates, commonly known as rebirth. Even an almighty being can't retain memories from their previous life after rebirth, so they must start cultivating from scratch. But the rebirth water has a special function. Yi Ying reached towards the lake surface. It can resonate. It can resonate with the cultivator's soul, and at the same time, give feedback to the corresponding spiritual energy to strengthen the cultivator's physique in this life. But there are also risks. The more times a cultivator reincarnates, the stronger their soul becomes, and the higher their adaptability to the spiritual energy impact of the rebirth water will be. She paused for a moment, continuing to display her knowledge. If it's not an almighty being reincarnating, perhaps, let alone resonate, they won't even be able to withstand the curse of the rebirth water. Until now, souls with a strength level of 3 or 4, after testing, 1 cup of rebirth water a year is already the limit. If it's level 7 or 8, then half a year for 1 cup. Saying this, she glanced at Lingquan, her lips curving into a meaningful smile. As for a level like Lingquan's, even soaking in the rebirth water every day for a bath is fine. Ye Lingquan was startled and jumped away, awkwardly retorting, That's not necessarily something you need to say. Ye Ying leaned closer to his ear. This test can also be said to see the affinity between the little Taoist friend and the Forbidden Zone. If the Forbidden Zone's successor can't resonate with the rebirth water, I'm afraid they can't convince others. Jihian answered softly. Understood, he pretended to be dumb. So it's a test of compatibility between me and Lingquan's bathing water. Mujian was completely making things up, and of course he was extremely willing. Lingquan's face flushed red as she shouted, Don't mention the bathing water. Looking down from above, the main building was surrounded by countless small residences, resembling a grand hall. 4 people ran over, one of whom was a blue-haired youth who exclaimed, Let's go watch the reincarnation test for some fun. The other person curiously asked, What's going on? The blue-haired youth replied to the person running behind him, The eldest miss brought back a kid, and he's about to take the test at the rebirth pool. Hearing this, the other person didn't understand the situation, and said with a hint of complaint, Don't even know him. Why is everyone running, making me run too? Hearing this, the blue-haired youth provided information to his foolish friend. Everyone can see that the eldest miss has feelings for him, and someone who can move the eldest miss's heart. Isn't he a peerless genius? As it turned out, it seemed that everyone in this area thought so. So a group of dozens of people followed each other, passing through the small houses and running towards the rebirth pool. Elsewhere, Mu Jian and Ye Lingquan stood next to each other, with countless people sitting behind them. She opened her mouth to express her thoughts. Mu Ji, it seems like there are too many onlookers. Maybe we can wait until evening when no one's around. He glanced at her and replied with a smile. Since we're already here, let's just try it out. Who knows, in my past life, I might have really been a great power. At that time, Lingquan's clansmen won't doubt your judgment anymore, knowing that the rebirth pool is the foundation that helps the Forbidden Zone dominate Dongzhou. And the rebirth water continuously nurtures countless talents. The figure standing amidst the light and vortex of the water seemed to be infused with even more energy. Rebirth has long become a cultural symbol of the Forbidden Zone. Based on my title as the top expert who dominated the world in my previous life, I should at least be rated a 6 or 7. Thinking like this, Mu Jian looked towards Ye Ying, who was standing in front of him, the corners of his mouth rising, smiling gently. The disciples and junior brothers standing around the lake all had the same thought. What's the background of this guy who dared to snatch away our eldest miss? Many people were filled with anticipation. Ye Ying waved her hand, manipulating the water under the lake, causing it to splash up, and the stream of water carried a stream of blue light, enveloping him like a vortex. He stood in the middle, his eyes flashing, and grinned. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was still no change. Nothing happened. Mu Jian was somewhat embarrassed. He wanted to wear 10 pairs of pants on his head right now. thinking to himself, why isn't there any reaction? Give me some face water, bro. Then he had another idea. Could it be because I lived too filthily in my previous life so it doesn't count? Ye Lingquan bit her lip, worried about him, and said in her heart, Mu Ji. The people around began to discuss and talk to each other. This person's soul strength is too weak. Then burst into laughter. Suddenly a sound rang out. The earth and sky trembled, causing everyone to wonder, what's going on? Then a golden beam of light shone down from the sky onto the lake, and someone shouted loudly. Ye Ying raised one hand slightly to her mouth. Her eyes followed, thinking in her stomach. The previous life was very powerful, and then based on her experience, she guessed. This resonance must be at least a high 6. The ground continued to tremble. Everyone said to each other with curiosity, the tremors still haven't lessened. Ye Ying's small face became a little more apprehensive. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, she thought to herself. Could it be? Then another red beam of light appeared in the sky, shining down on the lake. Everyone shouted again, another one! Then nearly 7 or 8 beams of light shone down. The noisy sounds of everyone rang out again. And there's even new spiritual energy being born. The peanut gallery's like, nah, not done yet. Yi Lingshuan's eyes went wide, stammering, Mu Ji, bro, Jian's thinking. Judging by their reactions, the spiritual energy being gifted is even more than what you'd get from the spirit spring. Could it be that in my lost memories, I've gone through multiple reincarnations? Those streams of light gather around him, circling, their colors almost there, almost not, swirling together. His thoughts continue. But can someone really go through that many reincarnations? That's sus, and also crucial intel. This trip to the Forbidden Zone was worth it. Mu Jian puts on an innocent face, scratches his cheek, and looks at Ye Ying, asking, Sis, these things? She looks at him and replies, the reincarnation lake is resonating with you like crazy. It's beyond gradable. Just take all the spiritual energy the reincarnation lake is giving you. Mu Jian grins and says, dowry? Is it? Ye Lingshuan hurriedly interjects, what are you saying? The disciples outside, green with envy, whisper to each other, damn it, he's getting way too close to the young miss. Another one says, but I kinda wanna be him though. A sly look spreads across his face, a perverted grin, and beams of light burst from his mouth as he blurts out, if I'm already destined to be with Spirit Spring Mimi's bathwater, then I'll accept this gift. And then he suddenly cuts off. Ye Lingshuan, face flushed, stammers as she changes the subject. Didn't think Mu Gej had even more reincarnations than me. He leans down slightly to look at her, and replies softly, this is unexpected even for me. Maybe I was born to chase after Ling Quan for all eternity. She suddenly puts her hands on her hips, retorting, oh really? What about the extra reincarnations then? Were you chasing after other girls too? He laughs, making excuses for himself. It's not like that, it's just on the road to chasing Ling Quan. Suddenly, something in his chest makes him uncomfortable, and he raises his hand to clutch his chest. The streams of light in his body are heading towards the flame, making him feel uneasy, as if holding a shield against it. He shouts inwardly, get back, get back. Don't go straight into the pill furnace. Boom! It's like an explosion goes off inside his body, and he curses under his breath. This damn innate pill furnace, it doesn't leave anything good for my original body, does it? Deep inside, Mu Jian slumps down, hugging his knees. Beside him, a small spirit flickers with flames, then the light wraps around it, circling and coiling into a colorful ball. Then the ball falls into someone's hand, like a spirit with horns on its head. Lan Mululian, after exclaiming, oh, she opens her mouth and chomps down on the ball, not sparing a word of praise. Little Muzi, what you leak out tastes pretty good. Mu Jian is just speechless. 3 dots floating above his head. High above, 2 figures are looking down, and one of the men says to the other, before Ling Xuan accepts the inheritance, tell the others not to enter the reincarnation lake area. After hearing the other's reply of yes sir, he continues, except for Mu Jian, participating in the trial of reincarnation lake, unexpectedly discovers that he seems to have gone through many reincarnations. The crowd erupts in a clamor of chatter, laced with sarcasm. Someone says, didn't think this battle would turn out like this, huh? Another chimes in, I told you, the young miss doesn't have bad judgment. Someone else, even more excited, keeps talking. With that many reincarnations, if he were from the Forbidden Zone, he'd be at least a junior saint. Hearing that careless gossip, Chu Haoxiong, trying to act all impressive, speaks up. You all know he's an outsider. Are you willingly letting an outsider become the young Mrs. Fiancé of the Forbidden Zone? If you're gonna play the villain, you gotta go all out. Gotta be cool so people respect you. I'll go kill that little bastard to show off my prestige, to let him know that in the Forbidden Zone, only people from the Forbidden Zone get to decide." As if hearing the voice of his own heart, feeling completely satisfied, the crowd bursts into laughter. "Ha, truly a brilliant talent among the younger generation." He raises his hand towards Mu Ji-An. "Young master, your talent truly amazes me. How about we have a match?" Ji-An and he lock eyes, and for a moment it's like time freezes for 5 seconds. Now only the two of them remain in the space. Could this be their world of thought? Everything turns dark and hazy, with only two incredibly handsome and muscular guys, and a model of a red-haired girl standing next to them. Chu Haoxiang then says, "Reincarnation water contains incantations. The Forbidden Zone strictly prohibits taking reincarnation water out. Elders are stationed year-round to monitor and guard the reincarnation lake. Even if disciples want to use reincarnation water to enhance their strength, they are only allowed to use it within the reincarnation lake." Hearing those words, Ji-An feels it's ridiculous. So many disciples of the Forbidden Zone can come into contact with reincarnation water. Has no one ever taken it out before? Chu Haoxiang retorts immediately. "No one has. The monitoring elder has placed a restriction. Without her permission, and the permission of the Forbidden Zone's master, no one can break it." Hearing this, he then asks, "Then what if someone gets injured in the reincarnation lake?" He wonders. "What do you mean?" Ji-An then says, "According to you, reincarnation water can help people in the Forbidden Zone enhance their strength, so wouldn't it also heal injuries?" Looking into his deep eyes, he stammered, "Maybe, if someone gets injured during reincarnation, they'll need a large amount of reincarnation dew for treatment." The two chatted back and forth. One said this, the other continued. Zhu Hao said, "You mean the elder will contact the injured person, and the injured person will bring a large amount of reincarnation dew, so even if it's a swap, the elder won't know?" Hearing those words, Mu Jinjian smiled and replied, "Zhu Hao is indeed smarter than most, but who will be the injured one? I'm an outsider, definitely not. The suspicion is too high." He widened his eyes and replied, "I'll go to the restricted area. You just find a way to get to the reincarnation pool first. I'll find a chance to spar with you, and then you just attack with all your might." Back to the previous scene. In the crowded place, Zhu Hao asked, "What does young Master Mu think?" Yi Lingshuan, standing next to him, replied, "Before Mu Jian could even speak, Mu Ji just arrived at the restricted area. He's still tired. It's not convenient." Faced with her firm attitude, he could only force a smile and ask, "I just want to see young Master Mu's strength. Everyone wants to see it, and we came back together, so we're all equally tired." Ye Lingshuan became small and cute, while Mu Jian was like a red angry bird standing behind her. She said, "Mu Ji, don't mind him, he's so annoying." Mu Jian replied, "If Zhu Hao is suddenly so interested, I should try a match with you." It seemed like it would be a tense, decisive battle, but the truth was not so. Mu Jian trotted over to Zhu Hao. Seeing that, Zhu Hao was extremely annoyed, angry, because it looked like he was fighting a kid. "Hurry up and come here, why let Lingshuan say so much?" Mu Jian replied playfully. "If we're acting, we have to do it properly, right?" Said and done, the following scene was no longer the innocent cuteness they had just created. Zhu Hao stepped back, and the combined strength of Mu Jian was not inferior. The little angry bird thought to himself, "Senior, it's your turn." Hearing that, Zhu Hao laughed inwardly, but could only say one word. "Oh." Seeing that scene, the Grand Elder watched from afar with curiosity. The person next to him asked, "Do you need your subordinate to stop Zhu Hao?" The Grand Elder replied firmly, "No need." Getting close to the Grand Elder's face, "I see that although your hair is white, you are very handsome. Just watch." Back to the scene of the two boys fighting, Zhu Hao thought to himself, Mu Jian is only in the mid-stage of refining spirit realm. Even if he uses all his strength, he can't hurt me much. I just need to pretend to be defeated. Said and done, he punched. Seeing that, Mu Jian jumped high. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Hao thought, "Go ahead." Gathering all his strength into this strike, Mu Jian used all his strength, his muscles bulging like waves, his hand as big as a pillar, making him look shocked. It was so funny. Everyone around watched intently, curious to see what these two demons were doing to each other. Boom! A large hole appeared in the ground, with Zhu Hao's body imprinted on it, along with a little color on the outside. These two are really acting with dedication and skill. It looks like they have just been butchered. After winning the battle, the Grand Elder came out and said to Mu Jian, "Although the disciple of the restricted area challenged you first, but you took action." Before he could finish speaking, Mu Jian replied, "Senior, rest assured, this junior has asked Qingding to control his strength, just to make Zhu Hao lie down." "Lingshuan Meimei has something to say to your father," she replied. "Okay, then I'll go back first." Hearing the sweet words of the two children, the Grand Elder was extremely jealous. "She has never listened to my words like she listens to you, brat." After his daughter left, The Grand Elder spoke seriously with Mu Jian. Say everything you need to say at once. Mu Jian replied gently. This matter is related to Ling Xuan's inheritance. It's a major event. Mu Jian whispered to the Grand Elder, explaining everything clearly, without hiding anything. Seeing that, lightning flashed across his face. There's such a thing. It seemed that the anger in him had awakened. Dare to drag my daughter into this. Seeing that, Mu Jian was very embarrassed. Senior, calm down, don't be angry, they are just ants. Not worth your anger. To appease this anger, Mu Jian had to explain a lot, I am frank with you, not to eliminate them early. On the contrary, I want you to allow me to also enter the ancestral land of inheritance, to finish the play that the Demon Emperor wants to see. You have been in charge of Jin for many years, and there are countless people who want to attack you, and after Ling Xuan succeeds you, she will surely face a similar situation. Hearing those words, the Grand Elder said with a sad expression. 2. To receive the inheritance, Ling Xuan must enter the forbidden area of the ancestral land alone. Others are absolutely not allowed to enter here. This is the rule. Seeing that, Mu Jian immediately retorted. If I don't say it today, someone will find a way to sneak in. Moreover, do you really think that with her current state, Ling Xuan can be accepted by the inheritance? Hearing that, the old man didn't know how to respond or what to say to sound better. The reflections of two people shimmered on the lake's surface. Mu Jian said, This junior is genuinely concerned about Ling Quan, so I'm speaking frankly. Although Ling Quan's talent far surpasses her peers, she's still just a flower in a greenhouse, far from capable of shouldering the responsibility of leading the Forbidden Zone. Hearing those words, the father couldn't help but defend his daughter. What? Kid, are you blaming me for being overprotective of Liu Er? I haven't even settled accounts with you for lying earlier. Like he'd struck gold, he immediately agreed. Senior is indeed wise. My point is that I believe you also understand that this matter can give Ling Quan an opportunity to improve. I and Senior Qingdi will both steadfastly stand outside Ling Quan. Now, all I need is one word of permission from you. As if struck in the heart, the great elder's face darkened, but it seemed too true. So he closed his eyes. Listen here. I'm agreeing with you because of Qingdi, not because I accept you. Well, since he'd said that, Zihian had no choice but to accept it. This junior understands, even though he said that. In his heart he was like, this old tsundere is so annoying. But life is all about being two-faced. He hated it to death. But on the surface, he still had to act like he loved the guy. This junior has another matter to ask of senior, he said, feigning an innocent and pure expression as he asked the great elder. But he only replied with a cold, Jihian then asked, This junior previously told senior that I could contaminate the transfer life water, which is why the Demon Emperor believed me. But senior didn't ask further. Now that I think about it, I suspect you saw through my lie back then, didn't you? After hearing the question, the old guy answered directly. The curse arts in the transfer life water are more poisonous than anything else. Adding other poisons is like adding a few grains of salt to pickles. So either you were lying to deceive the Demon Emperor, in which case you're a friend and not a foe, or you truly have the ability. In that case, I definitely had to try and see. Facts prove that both are true. You're a friend, not a foe. But I was the one who was deceived, which makes me even more curious about your purpose. Now that you've said it, how do you want me to help you? Hearing the question he wanted to hear, Mu Jian's face turned cunning, and he smiled in a crazy yet handsome way, like a total bad boy. The ladies could only fall head over heels. He then replied, Take a portion of the transfer life water to the old Demon Emperor. The emerald green water droplets scattered and sparkled under the dreamy moonlight. Holy Empress floated in the air, reaching out to control the torrent of blood qi, enveloping herself. Then, she enjoyed the torrent. Before the dumbfounded eyes of Mu Jian, who was sitting slumped on the ground, Mu Jian tentatively asked, Fairy Girge, can I ask you a question? The Holy Empress said. Speak. Mu Jian turned his gaze away, pretending to be unhappy as he said, Can the curse arts in the transfer life water be sensed? I feel a bit uncomfortable. The Holy Maiden then turned to Mu Jian and said, If it's too concentrated, then yes, it can be sensed, but the transfer life water only acts as glue, helping me fix my soul, so if you don't drink it, you'll be fine. Mu Jian didn't hesitate to ask further to find out how the curse would manifest specifically. The Holy Maiden quickly answered him, Usually, it's persistent illness or bloody disasters. Ordinary people who are infected with it have to find a way to resolve it, otherwise, you can probably guess the outcome. Hearing that, Mu Jian raised his hand to his mouth and pondered aloud, So, as long as I don't touch it, I'll be fine. If I really encounter bad luck, there are ways to cure it. The image of Meng Ru appeared in Mu Jian's mind. But there's a type of person who's unlucky to the core, even without touching the curse. No matter how much luck you give her, it only alleviates it for a moment. Hearing that, the holy maiden refuted Mujian's point. There is, kid. There is. A shadowy figure draped in a black robe with a cyan body and ominous, turbid eyes. So according to what the holy maiden said, it's the Calamity Physique. Mujian, hearing this name for the first time, asked again, Calamity Physique? The holy maiden, still immersed in the blood key surrounding herself, replied, It's said to be a mystical physique that can absorb the national fortune of a dynasty. Of course, you can imagine that someone who can withstand that type of physique must at least reach the Dado integration realm. Hearing that, Mujian couldn't help but become interested. Raising his hands to his mouth to cover his secretive smile, the holy maiden continued, But I only overheard this by chance, so I can't take it too seriously. It's unclear how true it is. Hearing that, he thought, if this worldview is correct, then an unlucky person can have such a big impact? Then, he imagined the image of Meng Ru lying in his arms within that black blood cart and thought, But Meng Ru Genage is only at the spirit refinement realm right now. She probably can't withstand that physique, right? The holy maiden, who was immersed in the blood kia, couldn't help but question him after hearing that the streams of water that the holy maiden was circulating around herself also had their focus disrupted, so they fell down in droplets. The holy maiden unconsciously groaned. Seeing that, Mujian turned to ask the holy maiden, Why did it get cut off? The holy maiden replied, This isn't good. I underestimated the fragility of the soul. Right now, using only the transfer life water won't be enough to stick it back together. Mujian, like a puppy, gnashed his teeth. Ugh, couldn't you have predicted this kind of thing earlier? The holy maiden didn't know how to respond. Who doesn't lack experience when they're resurrected for the first time? Mujian retorted. Are you serious, senior? Can you be a little more concerned? A few days later, at Ling Quan's house, her dad came up, angrily shouting, Appearing before this old man more than Ling Quan, what's up with that? Seeing Ling Quan's dad so angry, like a mobile red blob, Mujian went over and whispered in his ear, Senior, calm down. Like this. Ling Quan's dad listened attentively to what he said, his face softening as he half closed his eyes and thought. He stroked his beard and said, Two souls chilled to the bone, becoming wandering spirits for thousands of years without a physical body to rely on, using only the transfer life water, is indeed not enough to recreate a Dabo integration realm soul. Hearing that, Mujian couldn't help but panic, hurriedly running over to hug Ling Quan's dad's big leg. Two streams of tears flowed like a torrent, as he cried and said, Senior, you definitely have a way, right? Ling Quan's dad's face was expressionless as he looked up at the ceiling, avoiding the face of him crying so miserably like a child. He pondered aloud. In this situation, this old man's dharma treasures are also powerless. But as he said this, he hesitated a bit, his face serious, as he continued. If Ling Quan can resonate with the inheritance of the desolate time lock, then there might still be hope. Hearing the new item, he was a little confused, muttering, Desolate time lock. Mujian instinctively searched himself. Seeing his blank expression, the old man stood with his hand on his hip and continued. This old man doesn't need to explain the details. Whether Ling Quan can resonate with which inheritance is unpredictable. But the problem here is, as he said this, his face changed, his eyes looking at him darkly, his voice full of blame as he said loudly, With the way you guys are right now, how are you going to help Ling Quan, huh? Mujian's body shrank back at his question. Tell me, what if those demon cultivators who plan to sneak into the ancestral land cause harm to Ling Quan? Hearing the rebuke, Mujian wasn't worried. On the contrary, he said confidently, Those demon cultivators are only there to harass Ling Quan. Ling Quan can handle them. Don't you have any faith in your daughter? Hearing those words, the old man's face darkened. Watch your words, kid. Mujian continued his analysis. Senior Qingdi prepared for danger in advance. But for now, let's focus on channeling our spiritual power into the inheritance. Mujian reached out, cradled Ling Quan's face, and kissed her, transferring his life essence. After half a month of secret recuperation and preparation, under the gazes of everyone in the forbidden area, Ling Quan stepped into the ancestral grounds alone. Waves of energy surged from the gate connecting to the ancestral grounds, radiating outwards. The solemn atmosphere of the ancestral grounds naturally silenced everyone. All eyes followed Ling Quan. At this moment she stood before the gate, her eyes firmly fixed ahead, ready for the challenges that lay beyond the ancestral grounds. Legend has it that in ancient times, this forbidden ancestral ground was where an unparalleled female emperor left behind countless magical treasures. Although her traces have been erased by time, the inheritance remains for those who set foot in this forbidden area. Ling Quan's father stood there, trying to maintain his composure as he watched his daughter advance toward the forbidden ancestral ground. At the same time, in a hidden corner far from the main entrance, Zhao Hao stood with a mysterious dark figure. The figure asked Zhao Hao about the forbidden area. Hearing this, Zhao Hao understood and said, "So, you're the assistant that the old demon emperor sent to help me." The figure in iron armor replied, "If it weren't for the demon emperor's instructions, who would bother coming to this cursed place?" Seeing this, Zhao Hao didn't say much. He took out a piece of paper with a portrait of Ling Quan from his pocket and handed it to the figure, saying, "Enter the ancestral grounds through this temporary entrance, find the girl in the picture, and just hinder her progress." The figure scoffed and said, "Simple." Zhao Hao continued, "Get it done quickly? I'll keep watch outside." Seeing Zhao Hao's anxious appearance, the figure replied, "Relax, she's just a little chi refining brat." With that, the armored figure stepped into the teleportation gate. 10 minutes later, Mu Jian appeared out of nowhere, kicking the black-robed figure who was standing guard, sending him flying. Immediately, Mu Jian jumped into the teleportation gate. Inside the forbidden ancestral ground, large mirrors were haphazardly stuck into the ground. Ling Quan walked around alone. She approached the large mirrors, looking at herself in them, wondering, what did that female emperor leave behind here? What is this material? Compared to bronze mirrors, the reflections are much clearer. From the distance behind her, something sped towards Ling Quan. The mobile red blob, Mu Jian, suddenly appeared between Ling Quan and the mirror, shouting, "Ling Quan, little sis!" A flashy red dude suddenly appeared, calling her name, startling her, and she reflexively retracted her hand, without being able to react. "Huh?" Ling Quan recoiled in surprise, exclaiming, "Mu Ji-e." She stuttered, unable to form a complete sentence. You, how did you?" Heh. Mu Jian wasn't too surprised by Ling Quan's reaction. He smiled, pointing his index finger to the sky, saying, "People inside the forbidden area must abide by the rules, but I'm not from the forbidden area. I'm just here to help Senior Qing Di find some materials so I can get special permission." Ling Quan still didn't understand, saying, "But in the ancestral grounds," Mu Jian didn't let Ling Quan finish, continuing to explain, "The sooner I find what I need, the sooner I can leave. I've already taken the anti-curse pill your dad gave me, so I can hold out for a while." A fiery red comet flew across the dark red sky in the forbidden ancestral ground. From behind them, the armored figure was lurking, thinking, "Found her." He saw Ling Quan as in the picture. But why is Mu Jian standing next to her? How come there is someone else here? The armored figure didn't think much of it, preparing a surge of power, telling himself, "It doesn't matter, as long as I cause trouble for that little brat." Without wasting a second, he fired a purple beam of light towards the two of them. Mu Jian sensed the anomaly and turned his head. He was shocked and hastily opened the Doraemon's shield and flew up. Mu Jian tried to dodge, but who knew that he would be hit by the purple beam, sending him crashing straight into the large mirror in front of them. He cried out in pain, "Ah! Ah!" Seeing this, Ling Quan shouted his name, Mugage. The armored figure was also stunned, questioning, "Did that little punk jump in himself? Is this little devil pretending to be hit?" The demon cultivator that Zhao Hao hired had sneaked into the ancestral grounds to ambush Ling Quan. But he didn't expect that there would be other people. Ling Quan angrily turned her head to look at the place where the beam of light was fired from, glaring fiercely. The armored figure, seeing this, retreated in fear, saying, "Don't look at me." He ran into it himself. After saying that, he thought, "Wait, I was tricked by that guy and got confused." He angrily puffed out smoke, but that kid is only in the chi refining stage. WTF, why am I so nervous? Ling Quan furiously rushed forward, unleashing blades of chi. The armored guy reacted quickly, rushing forward with lightning crackling around his body, thinking that if he couldn't complete the mission while that kid wasn't paying attention, Ling Quan's blade energy slammed into the guy's smooth head, slicing across. The guy wasn't fazed at all, thinking, "Then I can only shut her mouth for good." Seeing that the guy wasn't even scratched, Ling Quan frantically unleashed even more blade energy. The guy didn't just stand there and take it, he created a surge of energy on his horn. Even with the bloodline of the restricted zone's high priest, a chi refinement cultivator is just cannon fodder for a spirit refinement expert. Thinking this, he released energy, forming a purple beam that shot straight through Ling Quan's blades. The beam split into smaller strands as it passed through Ling Quan's blades, hitting multiple spots on her body, causing her to be struck, bleeding, and in sharp pain she yelled, "Crap, arg!" Ling Quan, was knocked down to the ground right next to Mu Jian's body. She looked at him in pain and called out, Mu Jian, with his mouth full of blood, said softly, Lin Quan, I won't stop. As long as you don't stop, I'll be waiting for you ahead. As he spoke, he drew a line on the ground with his blood, continuing, Don't you dare stop. Lin Quan looked at him with heartache. She quickly regained her confidence, forcefully pressing her hand against the ground, creating a slight tremor. Her body was filled with angry blood energy, standing in front of the armored guy. Seeing this, the guy ran over and sneered, saying, You can still stand up. No wonder you have the bloodline of the restricted zone's lord. You're indeed more powerful than an ordinary chi refinement cultivator. His pointed head charged straight towards Lin Quan. She didn't let him get away with it, rushing up and grabbing one of the prongs sticking out of his pointed head. Hanging by a thread, his pointed head was about to pierce Lin Quan's small body. Lin Quan's hand clenched tightly, and the aura emanating from her grew stronger and stronger, making the guy unable to advance or retreat, sweating profusely, thinking, Can't break free. Lin Quan's anger didn't subside, looking at the guy as if she wanted to send him to his grave. Her other hand unleashed bursts of blade energy that stabbed into his abdomen, causing him to kneel down in pain, clutching his stomach. His body stiffened, thinking, One strike to the abdomen. After finishing off Lin Quan, I'll turn around and finish off Mu Jian. After the guy was defeated and crashed to the ground, she ran over and hugged him, sobbing, calling out, Mu Gage. With that, she hugged him tightly. Mu Jian's face was pressed right into her chest, thinking, Small but surprisingly soft. Then he quickly sat up straight, saying, I told you, as long as Lin Quan Mei doesn't stop, I'll be fine. He looked as if he was still okay, causing Lin Quan to freeze, her eyes wide and her mouth agape. Mu Jian sat there, turning his head to look in another direction, hesitatingly saying, It seems like the inheritance hasn't appeared. Then he turned around and gently asked Lin Quan, Do you feel any changes in your body? Lin Quan replied, No, I don't. Hearing this, Mu Jian thought seriously. The level that this kid just stepped on? Still not enough to activate the cheat. He recalled when Yaji and Meng Ru awakened, thinking further and analyzing. When the little boss at that time helped Ruoji awaken, but now looking at Lin Quan's body, it can only be regarded as a burly goon. A smirk flashed across his eyes, thinking, But this is also within expectations. Suddenly, black energy appeared. Streams of energy rising from below. Lin Quan looked up, hesitatingly saying, The curse. Has it materialized? A circle like a gate opened. The place where black blood energy gathered. Chapter 67. Lin Quan, covered in blood, was surrounded by large glass panels, her eyes blankly looking up. Clusters of black blood energy flew up towards the red sky. The black blood energy gathered into the body of a giant monster. Large head, small body, with many sharp thorns pointing outwards. At this time, Mu Jian and Lin Quan looked like ants in the eyes of this monster. Mu Jian, covered in blood just like Lin Quan, looked up, his eyes hopelessly looking at the monster, thinking, As expected, the guy's intelligence still had a bit of use. Just taking action is a huge amount of money. The monster seemed to be preparing something, its body moving to place the glowing halo in front of the tentacles on its head. It started channeling electric currents upwards, roaring. Lin Quan, seeing this, exclaimed, Uh-oh, this could be bad. She watched the monster's movements with fear. When the monster gradually finished forming the sphere between the glowing halo, it unleashed it, causing the surrounding glass panels to shatter and explode like bombs and bullets raining down with a boom. The broken shards of glass clattered against each other in the chaotic explosions. Lin Quan swiftly grabbed Mu Jian and flew away from the monster's blasts and large explosions. Mu Jian, surprised by Lin Quan's new combat skill, kept asking, Lin Quan Mei, is that a trial from the inheritance? Why haven't I ever seen curses with my naked eye before? After firing the mega blast, the monster looked around to see if its prey had been eliminated. Lin Quan continued. But it's not impossible within this ancestral land. The monster reached out and jumped into the air, reaching for the spot where Lin Quan and Mu Jian were. A huge collision made Lin Quan panic and hug him tightly, yelling, Run away, she blamed herself. If I were a bit stronger, if I were in the refining spirit realm, I could fly. That would be great. Mu Jian was stunned to see the figure of a woman with long, flowing white hair behind the hazy smoke. Mu Jian softly announced, Lin Quan Mei, there's someone in the mirror. Lin Quan, hugging him while running, said, Of course there's someone. It's us. Mu Jiage, don't distract me right now. Lin Quan desperately thought, I absolutely can't let Mu Gege get hurt in my restricted area. Mu Jian looked at Lin Quan's distress. He bit his lip and thought apologetically, "Sorry, Ling Quan, for putting you under so much pressure, but this is necessary for the protagonist's growth." The monster roared to the sky in discomfort. Ouch! The monster growled and fired another beam at them, causing the mirror to shatter and deflect Ling Quan's escape route. She racked her brains. How can I get the inheritance to come out? She turned her head to look back, questioning herself. Or is it that the inheritance fundamentally doesn't want to accept me? The monster charged up energy and continued to release the beam. This time Ling Quan wasn't quick enough to dodge, got hit by the beam painfully, and accidentally let go of Mu Jian. Following the momentum, she crashed onto the ground. Her small body couldn't withstand it and coughed up blood. The monster walked over and looked down. Ling Quan was terrified, not knowing what to do, her body aching as she thought. All the curses of the ancestral land, what should I do now? What can I do to deal with this? Mu Jian lay motionless to the side. He stared at Ling Quan and said in his thoughts, "Bring out your confidence. You are the true heir of the restricted area's master." Images of people being painfully burned to skeletons flashed through his mind. Mu Jian tensed up, thinking, even if I have to use anger, regret, despair to stimulate myself, I must bring out the unparalleled arrogance of the protagonist. A surge of energy surrounded Mu Jian's body, causing him to float into the air. The monster raised its hand, controlling and lifting him into its line of sight. Elsewhere, a matrix was erected by a white-haired youth. He spoke up and asked, "Your Highness, if you promise not to really kill Ling Quan, what about the person who's with her?" The prince coldly replied upon hearing this, "Kill him if you want. One less person means one less mouth to feed. It just so happens that I want to see how that girl's luck will change if he dies." The monster's hand gradually clenched. Ling Quan reached into the air, spitting out blood as she struggled to call out, Mu Ji. She coughed out more blood in pain. The monster stared at Mu Jian in its palm. He was also sweating bullets, face frozen, thinking, is this the time I gotta play the sacrificial pawn? A series of scenarios played out in Mu Jian's head. Ling Quan saves him, frees Mu Ji. The monster drops him, he's terrified and screams Ling Quan, and then boom, all hell breaks loose. But then the thought was cut short, and he vaguely returned to reality. The Holy Empress appeared out of nowhere and snatched him from the monster's hand. Holding him as she flew away, she said, "Your thoughts are seriously dangerous." The Holy Empress asked Mu Jian, "If you really want to die, then what am I supposed to do?" The Holy Empress hugged Mu Jian, her other hand unleashing a powerful blast of energy that pushed away the monster's hand. Then she held Mu Jian close, looking towards Ling Quan and said, "Watch closely, little junior sister. This is how Mu Jian is used." Ling Quan struggled to sit up. She stared blankly at the scene before her. The Holy Empress hugged Mu Jian and kissed him, transferring vital energy. The Holy Empress was now holding Mu Jian, her lips touching his, connected to each other. The Holy Empress flashed a satisfied smile. She raised her hand towards the materialized monster and flicked her fingers at the forbidden technique. A blue explosion erupted, and the monster instantly had a huge hole blasted through it, much to Ling Quan's shock. The Holy Empress turned to look at Ling Quan and asked, "Little junior sister, did you see that? That's how your Mu Ji is used." Ling Quan's eyes widened, unable to believe it. The Holy Empress continued, "You simply don't know the value of this man, do you?" Ling Quan was stunned. Why does just a kiss from Mu Jian make my whole body feel such intense pleasure? Why did that girl's cultivation increase so rapidly after getting down and dirty with him? Why could my soul live in his body for so long? The answer is only one thing. Mu Jian. He is the world's born and bred furnace body. Every word she said made Ling Quan's head buzz. She clenched her fists and asked, "Am I the only one who didn't know?" The Holy Empress was still holding Mu Jian, saying, "Of course Mu Jian wouldn't tell you, little junior sister. I probably don't need to tell you how valuable a natural furnace body is, right? Clearly the little brat from the Forbidden Zone, no, more like the old geezer's daughter, didn't inherit even 1% of his courage. Is this your Forbidden Zone's back garden? What kind of master doesn't even bother cleaning up their own back garden?" Speaking of which, the Holy Empress reached out and used her spiritual power to choke the stunned Ling Quan, continuing, "Even a flower in the garden can stomp a master like you to death, you know? Now, I'm going to enjoy this Mu Ji right in front of you." Mu Jian hadn't said a word the whole time. He was still thinking to himself, Qing Di is still provoking me. I'm about to enjoy your Mu Gei's innate furnace body. What can you do besides watching with wide eyes? Ling Quan's eyes widened, her pupils looking as if they wanted to shoot out at Qing Di. She gritted her teeth, watching Qing Di tease her Mu Gei. How could there be such a shameless woman? Mu Jian looked resigned, only able to lie in Qing Di's arms, being played with. His mouth muttered, Ling Quan. Ling Quan was trembling all over, looking pained, and still calling his name. Mu Geje. On the other side, Qingdi continued her depraved acts, but it can't be denied, she really knew how to play. Her skilled fingers were doing all sorts of things. She said smugly to Ling Quan, "Little sister, seeing your Mugege's furnace body being monopolized by me, aren't you dying of anger inside?" Ling Quan was truly angry at this moment. She looked at the surrounding scenery, looking at the two people in front of her. Every mirror in the forbidden area reflected Qingdi's image, making her even angrier. Her Mukege, her man, was being bullied. What Qingdi had done from the moment she appeared until now flashed through her mind. She had reached her limit, shouting, "Forbidden area, give your energy to your future master now." Immediately, countless red chains shot out from the mirror towards her. "Qingdi, stop teasing Mu Jian," she said. "The opportunity has been created. You decide for yourself." After saying that, she entered his body and disappeared. On the other side, the forbidden area monster had also recovered enough. The parts of its body were once again preparing to return to their original form. Mu Jian said, "Ling Quan, little sister, that monster is getting up again. We first need to." Only to see Ling Quan wave her hand, and the solidification process was halted. Mu Jian thought to himself. It stopped. Could this be the time desolation lock? He looked back at Ling Quan, only to see her face extremely red. At this moment she opened her mouth to say, "Mu Gege, I want the innate furnace body. I want to have power no less than Senior Qingdi. I want you." Ling Quan said shyly, "I want the innate furnace body. I want to have power no less than Senior Qingdi. I want you, Mugege, Mujihi." An looked at her silently, he said again. "But Ling Quan, little sister, didn't you say you had to maintain a perfect body to receive the forbidden area inheritance better?" She waved her hand. Releasing a series of red chains, she said, "The inheritance is already in hand, so now it's okay." He smiled gently, saying, "Then do as you please." She smiled happily. Hee. In the stagnant space of the time desolation lock, 1 second for other objects is equal to 3 days for us. I also, want, to, be, pro, ac, redatative, like, ching, d, mugege, you have to, get, ready. Her face was flushed, she couldn't even speak fluently anymore. At this moment, he took her hand and said gently, "Ling Quan, little sister, you don't need to compare yourself to Qingdi, just follow your own rhythm." She stammered, HMPH, but Mugege has to endure it. He happily said, "All right, I'll accept everything from Ling Quan Mei, the most adorable person in the world." In her head, Ling Quan sighed. That pure smile is truly radiant. Muge, does Murger not feel anything when I say that? Saying this, she pursed her lips shyly, and the top she was wearing slowly slipped down, revealing a glimpse of spring. Her soft, white hand took his hand and said, "Muji, put your hand here." As his hand reached over, a soft sensation traveled to his brain. Ah, this feeling. On the other side, although Ling Quan was being proactive, this was her first time being so intimate, and she couldn't help but feel flustered. She spoke up to avoid the awkwardness. "Hehe, Mugege must have been thinking about this, right?" He pulled her close, embraced her, and whispered, "It's much softer and warmer than the hundreds of thousands of times I've imagined." His voice and breath were so close that she felt a little short of breath. She changed the subject and said, "I also want to massage Muji." With that, her hands slowly moved down. Her breathing became rapid as she thought, "Qingdi only needed 1 hand, but I need to use 2. Mugege uses this on his innate furnace physique." In her mind, she involuntarily thought of those other women, and her hand couldn't help but apply more force. Mujihi-an immediately cried out, "Ouch! Lihire, I'm sorry." Then she continued, "I didn't expect Muji to use this to moisturize other girls." Seeing that Ling Quan seemed sulky, he stopped her and said, "I understand now. The affection that Ling Quan Mei has for me is her most precious first time, but I haven't reciprocated. But in a year, 10 years, or 100 years, I will use this first love to cherish Ling Quan Mei." She was embarrassed, screaming inwardly, "I said that I'm the future master of this forbidden zone. I'm acting like a kid." After they cuddled for a while, she asked, "Do you need some lubricant?" He replied shyly, "Yes," she said hesitantly. Then Suddenly, she said, "Oh, I know what to do." Then she lowered her head, even lower. Looking at a certain place on Jian's body, she slowly moved closer, and then his body twitched. His hand involuntarily rested on her head. After a while, she raised her face to breathe. His hand lifted her waist to help her lie down, he said. "To be fair, then I will also do it for Ling Quan Mei." With that, he used his firm hand to hold her leg, raising it slightly, which made her a little scared. and his lips gently licked, his eyes fixed on that direction. Slowly lowering his head, gently taking care of it, Lingquan, breathing heavily, said, "Mujej, it's so hot." At this moment, his body was already on top of hers. Her breathing became even more rapid as his head lowered towards her upper body, burying his face inside, constantly savoring it. Her sensory organs were now working at full capacity. Her hands clutched the back of his head, and her mouth constantly made sounds that made people blush. He raised his head and said, "My innate furnace physique has been enhanced many times now. If Lingquan Mei feels uncomfortable then," she interrupted him. "Mugej, what's below you is the future master of the Forbidden Zone. Each step takes the jiao of a gej, until the time of this barrier ends," she continued. After Huang Ying Jia Lai, when the divided time locks into the nasal cavity and merges with each other, the nose feels its stagnation in the ancestral land can last for a long time. "In a minute?" he asked. She replied, "No. In fact, when 1 second passes, under the stagnation of the Hoang time lock, it is equivalent to 3 days and 3 nights. Time passes slowly." Mu Jian and Lingquan breathed heavily. All the positions take turns, and repeating, as time ceaselessly flows. Continuing with another position, repeating for 72 hours straight, the 3 days and 3 nights that Lingquan spoke of, is also gradually diminishing, both incessantly entwined. Suddenly Lingquan's body tensed up, her breathing quickened, and after a moment, her body relaxed again. Only the sensation of pleasure lingered in her mind. When time completely hits 0, that marks the end of the 3 days and 3 nights of suspended time. Both of them are now properly dressed, facing the monster that has escaped the time freeze, continuing to merge. But before it could merge for long, countless blue chains surrounded it. Boom! It shattered again, but the droplet of liquid from the explosion wanted to merge once more. However, Lingquan glared at it, scolding it to retreat, and it trembled, then quickly disintegrated. The national preceptor, controlling the formation elsewhere, seemed to notice something, suspiciously. What happened inside the ancestral land? The control of the curse has been completely lost in an instant. All 24 Daofa formations have been bypassed. Could it be the sect leader of the Forbidden Zone who took action? According to the rules of the Forbidden Zone, this shouldn't be possible. At this moment, the prince asked, "National Preceptor, is Ye Lingquan the one we are looking for?" The National Preceptor replied, "The national fortune of Daqian has not fluctuated. Ye Lingquan can be eliminated. This investigation can be stopped." The National Preceptor replied. The prince also said, "This is not a bad thing. I cannot imagine what consequences the sect leader of the Forbidden Zone will lead to if he has to take action against his daughter." The National Preceptor's eyes lit up. "The target we are looking for is getting closer and closer, thanks to your highness." The prince turned his back to the National Preceptor and said, "That maid, apart from having a higher cultivation realm than other teenagers of her age, has no solid family background to rely on. If sacrificing her can preserve the national fortune of my Dangi Qian, then that is the best outcome," he ordered. "The fewer scandals the better, but while a certain young master hasn't returned yet, go find that maid a little bit." Returning to Mu Jian and Lingquan, looking at the densely packed spirit locks in the space, Mu Jian asked, "Have you completely inherited the legacy?" "Lingquan Muime," she happily said. "It's all thanks to Mugege. I have completely accepted it now," he continued. "Your desolate era spirit lock seems to be very affectionate towards me." Before he could finish speaking, he was surrounded by the spirit locks. She approached him with a dangerous expression. He thought painfully, "Do all main characters like you have to carry such a tightly bound play prop?" At this moment, Lingquan said, "Unlike those nasty women who covet your looting, in Muime's heart there is only Mugej." She led him to a mirror and said, "Come here, Mugej, stand in here. After accepting the inheritance, I learned that if you transfer spiritual energy into this magical mirror, you can see your circumstances in the future. Mugege, give it a try." Her expression became dangerous. "I'm very curious. Who will be by Mugej's side in the future?" After Ye Lingquan accepted the inheritance, she learned some things. The lens inside the ancestral land could see images of the future. Ye Lingquan looked up at him. "I'm very curious. Who will be by Mugege's side in the future?" Mu Jian said to Ye Lingquan with a cheerful smile, "If Ye Lingquan Muime wants to see, let's just take a look. I'm really very curious too." Outwardly cheerful, but in reality, Mu Jian's heart was fighting fiercely. "Please, a million times, don't let my future be face down." His hand touched the lens, and a burst of light radiated out. But immediately a message popped up. "We're sorry, this image cannot be displayed normally, due to one of the following reasons. The next image has expired, the content of the image is inappropriate, the image has been deleted, or it infringes on someone else's copyright. Mu Jian and Ye Lingshuan were dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Ye Lingshuan looked at the screen. Does this mean I can't see what's going to happen to Mu Ji? Seriously, Mu Jian replied. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Ye Lingshuan didn't understand. Mu Jian explained to her. If my future involves heavenly secrets, then it might be obscured by the heavens. Ye Lingshuan didn't believe it. Is it because Mu Ji is hiding it? Mu Jian happily replied, how could a little bug like me do something like that? Mu Jian thought to himself. Someone is obscuring Mu Jian's heavenly secrets. Obscuring heavenly secrets comes at a great cost. To put it bluntly, it's severing the connection between me and the heavenly Tao of this world. If you interfere with the behavior of the world's rules, the consumption will naturally be unimaginable. Could it be Shizun? Mu Jian's eyes dimmed. If it's really you, then where exactly is Shizun now? Seeing Mu Jian stay silent for so long, Ye Lingshuan tugged at his sleeve, softly calling out, Mu Ji, I was just joking about talking about your future. You're not angry, are you? Mu Jian, sweating, asked back, why would I be angry? Ye Lingshuan said, feeling wronged, you had a really bad expression just now. Mu Jian comforted her. I originally planned to see if my future with Lingshuan Meimei would have a house full of children, but I couldn't see it, and I couldn't help but feel regret. Ye Lingshuan blushed, and replied to him, cough cough, let me try to see if I can see myself. Mu Jian glanced towards the mirror. In the mirror appeared the image of a woman who looked 9 parts like the current Ye Lingshuan, but seemed much more mature than she currently was. Ye Lingshuan looked up and asked, Are you me from the future? Mu Jian walked to Ye Lingshuan's side. I vaguely saw your silhouette in the mirror just now. She is... that her? Huang Shi Ji Suo was also thrown out of the mirror by her, or should I say, by you. Ye Lingshuan didn't expect that I handed you the Huang Shi Ji Suo, but it wasn't from the reincarnation queen. Mu Jian replied. What if the reincarnation queen you guys talk about in the restricted area is you? Staying in the restricted area and building a nest, along with the inheritance dedicated to you, were all done by you yourself. Suddenly, countless iron chains appeared in the mirror, tightly binding the adult version of Ye Lingshuan, causing both Ye Lingshuan and Mu Jian to panic. What? The Huang Shi Ji Suo wants to pull me out of the mirror, so wouldn't there be 2 of me? Immediately after, the adult version of Ye Lingshuan was pulled out of the mirror and turned into a super minifigure, lying on Ye Lingshuan's hand. Go! Ye Lingshuan held up the puppet, out already. Suddenly, the Ye Lingshuan puppet spoke. Reincarnation Queen, each life is a new body, attaining the supreme Tao fruit after 9 lifetimes. From then on, there will be no more reincarnation, but eternal existence with the world, Mu Jian said in surprise. Is that so? The Ye Lingshuan puppet continued. Also, the Feng Shi Ji Suo has sealed you. This time, it won't let you disappear again. Mu Ji. The puppet's words surprised both Mu Jian and Ye Lingshuan. At night, Mu Jian was standing by the lake when a figure walked up beside him. It was Ye Ying. She spoke. Mu Gongzi, aren't you going to congratulate Lingshuan on taking over the trial? Mu Jian replied. This is a celebration for Lingshuan Meimei's success in establishing prestige within the restricted area. I'm not yet a member of the restricted area, so appearing at this time isn't very appropriate. Yi Ying still didn't understand. Is that so? I feel like you have something heavy on your mind, so you want to be alone to quietly sort out your thoughts. Mu Jian glanced at her. I feel like I've forgotten a few things. I feel like seeing the reincarnation water might help me remember. Ye Ying replied to him. I feel like this must make you feel complicated. What if I said that my special physique is due to long-term care of the reincarnation water? So if we can combine spiritual power with me, it might help you remember things from your past life. What will you do, Lu Ding Xian Sheng, Mu Gongzi?